to a little bit later. But he recovered through this ethnographic study a tremendous number of prayers, and a lot more research has gone into this, and more things have been discovered since then. Let's take a look, for example, at Jewish prayer. What did that look like when you had no books to guide you in the text and you had no rabbis to give instruction? One of the best studies I found on this is a massive tome written under the title Secrecy and Deceit, the Religion of the Crypto Jews. And he goes through a whole range of religious behaviors, attitudes, and so on. And there's a great chapter on prayer. So how do we know about what Jews were praying? So our most important source, and it's quite an extensive one, are Inquisition trial transcripts. This is especially true after 1570, when the Inquisition would specifically add questions about practices of prayer. We have recorded denunciations of crypto Jews, meaning like, in the home observing someone in the house praying, or people next seeing a woman saying some kind of prayer over making bread and things like that. We have the confession. Quite often these were under torture, but they are dutifully recorded, and they describe, the kind of crimes that these crypto Jews were practicing, in the sense of they were continuing to pray as Jews in whatever way they could. We also have the testimony of guards in prison who observed those individuals who are accused of Judaism, what they would do in prison in terms of their prayers and so on. We have some very, very limited archaeological discoveries, scraps of paper discovered here and there, hidden in walls, a few publications that were issued outside of Portugal and Spain. Obviously, it was forbidden to publish these things there, but some of these crypto Jews would emigrate and then publish things in Portuguese in particular. And then finally, we have the great work of the 20th century ethnographers. So let's try to understand a few elements of what happened to prayer after it was essentially banned. Let us recall that in 1492, most Iberian Jews would practice a form of Judaism that would mostly resemble what we orthodoxy today. We included, for example, mandatory prayers times a day for men. Usually prayers, obviously communal prayer was one of them, with a set liturgy in Hebrew and so on. So what of that was retained? Let's just think about this for a minute, okay? My parents are native English French speakers, and they learned Yiddish at home, but they typically would respond to my grandparents in English. And then I grew up, and I would have entire conversations solely in English with my parents, and I would only pick up a few scraps of Yiddish phraseology from my grandparents. I certainly don't have fluency in it as a spoken language, and that's after only 3 generations of dislocation, and without any bars to the use of Yiddish language on penalty of arrest and imprisonment. So you can imagine amplifying that loss of language over 20 or 25 generations, when it is illegal and highly dangerous to do anything associated with Hebrew prayer. It's amazing that anything survived. So let's look at what did survive. So first of all, physical actions tend to survive. That's interesting because those are things that you can easily demonstrate and you can literally embody. So for example, washing hands before prayer, very, very commonly observed. Sometimes with the correct ritual that we would see in the Shulchan Aruch today, sometimes with adaptations. Stepping back 3 steps and then forward 3 steps before prayer, which is of course characteristic of the Amidah, the standing prayer or silent prayer, which is central to Jewish prayer. So even though these crypto Jews would not be able to pray the actual text for which this is described, nevertheless they would always step back 3 steps and then forward 3 steps before they began their prayer. Interestingly, shuckling was noted as prison guards. Shuckling, of course, is the motion, the sway motion, typically back and forth, that occurs during Jewish prayer, something which was in the Iberian Peninsula by Nahum Yehuda Halevi in the 12th century. And this was preserved as distinctive from prayer, which of course would be said stocks. One that I find especially moving, one of the last prayers to go, or perhaps the longest lasting, is the blessing of children, which is typically done on a Friday night. There are particular motions where you put your hand on your child, sometimes both hands on your child's head, and recite certain texts which were sometimes preserved. And that idea of a Friday night blessing was preserved through 500 years, 25 generations of institution. Another thing besides physical actions was time and frequency of prayer. The idea of 3 times of prayer per day is fairly commonly noted. Crypto Jews, that would be the morning prayer, the afternoon, the Chatzot prayer, the midnight prayer, which was something is not as common among Orthodox Jews today, but it was something essentially a prayer, Lamas of Jerusalem, something that the Jews would have felt very important. So what are the characteristics of what they would actually say? What are the characteristics of crypto-Jewish prayer? First of all, Portuguese replaced Hebrew. These crypto-Jews had no way of studying the Hebrew language. It was extremely dangerous to do so, and took a lot of time, just exposed to risk so much, so Hebrew basically disappeared. But Portuguese stepped in, and prayers were recorded in the vernacular. Secondly, because it was dangerous to write these things down, to preserve them in text, so they were typically sheet and memorized. Sometimes for communal prayer, sometimes they were recorded in a poetic form that was easier to memorize. Fascinatingly, sometimes the crypto Jews used adaptations of prayers that existed in the Christian Bibles, the Vulgate in particular, that were available to them. Texts from the Bible that include the prayers of Moses, for example, or Daniel, or Esther from the Septuagint. These were readily seized upon as prayers which were, since they were in the Bible and in churches, perhaps Jews could say them with less risk. There was also some fascinating adaptations of Christian prayer, because don't forget, these crypto Jews are typically also going to church. This is part of the overall disguise, right? Remember, Gillitz's title is Secrecy and Deceit. So they are outwardly pretending to be Christians, and they're learning all the Christian prayers. So they would adapt those back to Jewish purposes. Sometimes with very minor modifications, like the name Jesus is sometimes replaced with God or with Moses. And I will say that this is not so strange to my own experience, because when I was a young child growing up in northern Canada, where I was the only Jewish child in the community, and I went to public school, every morning we recited the Lord's Prayer. And I remember as a young child, 7, 8 years old, just reflecting to myself, okay, well, let's see, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I didn't know much about Judaism, but I figured this sounds pretty hard. I mean, it sounds, I could probably say this. And amazingly, here I am quite a few years later, and I still have it memorized from my childhood. Another aspect of crypto-Jewish prayer is the introduction of quantitative prayer. Something a little bit more like reciting a rosary, where you would do the same multiple times as an act of prayer. Really, really fascinating. Now, I'm going to show you 2 examples just to give you a sense of it. This comes from Samuel Schwartz's book, which I was very fortunate to get a copy last time I was in Portugal. It was originally written in Portuguese. There is a French translation, which I haven't been able to get my hands on, but it's not available in English, unfortunately. Maybe someone out there will translate it. At any rate, his was one of the first major ethnographic studies of crypto Jews in their locations, in Belmont in particular, living as crypto Jews in the early 20th century. And he records about 50 pages of prayers, which are just so beautiful. So I'm going to show you 2. One of these is recited before a fast, and it is important to note that fasting was hugely significant for the crypto Jews. This was one way that they could quietly, without drawing attention to themselves, observe some kind of penitential act, which they regard as something of huge value, especially on Yom Kippur. Typically say prayers beforehand. So here's one that actually is one of the rare ones that preserves a little bit of a phrase of Hebrew in it. It goes in English, great God of Israel. And then there is a phrase that would be recognized by anyone who reads the Hebrew liturgy today, Hashem Tzedakot Male Kol Haaretz Kivodo, God of hosts, Lord of hosts, whose glory fills the entire world. The strongest of all weapons, Lord of heaven and earth, I ask you, merciful Father, by your name, and then it would include the word Ado, and then followed by Nai, which is one of the words that is typically not pronounced by Orthodox Jews today, except in prayer, to accept my fast, this reduction of my flesh, which is precisely from liturgy, and accept it in place of a sacrifice, which we are obligated to bring. But you, Lord, well see that we cannot do it according to our obligations, because we are in this great captivity, abandoned and alone in strange lands, outside of Jerusalem, the sanctuary, without having priests or Levites in their place, so they can, Lord, hear and extol your holy and divine name. Prayer, lots of echoes. The original that's still read today, still some significant adaptation for the Portuguese crypto-Jewish. Now that's like one of the rarer ones that actually seems to have been written by someone more familiar with the liturgy. Another one, which is kind of like a gratitude prayer that's typically recited upon waking, and I can't see any references here to the liturgy that I still think is quite fascinating and actually quite. Comes the beautiful dawn, comes the heat of the day, comes the Most High Lord, come with his holy joy. Beautiful. These are read as a prayer. It's also interesting to note that Most High Lord in the original is Altísimo Señor, which is essentially translated into Yiddish as Abelshter, the highest Lord. So, beautiful piece of prayer. Okay, I am really looking forward to visiting the Duro once again this year. And for those of you who are available, it would be great to have you on this cruise with us as we explore this region and remarkable piece of Jewish history. And for the rest of us, I'm looking forward to sharing videos with you. Thank you very much. He has a sordid history in Mexico. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just returned from Portugal on an advanced site visit with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say it was so amazing. We went there to a small village called Trancoso as part of our efforts to look at some of the most exciting new areas where research is being done in Jewish history. The discoveries began even in the guest house where we were staying. So according to the owner, this was originally a passageway between two large apartments here that may have been actually opened up for communal use, and she believes that it may even belong to originally a city center before the 14th century, which is pretty amazing. And there's one slight possibility of that. You can see over here on the inside, this appears to be a possible mezuzah starter. You see these all over Portugal. And the biggest thing, just to think of the density and richness of Jewish civilization here before the great expulsion of the Judaism was not practiced openly in Trancoso for the last 500 years as a result of the brutal Portuguese Inquisition. And when we look at the archaeological remains of the town, there's a lot of sites that appear to have Jewish influences, but again, very hard to really say for sure. Right now, in the interpretation center in the main Isaac Negotiator, fascinating with this, we'll talk about more. One of the most interesting things about Trancoso, we don't see these outside, is that they recorded over 200 of these strange stone mason's marks that appear to be endemic to this region specifically. And there's a lot of discussion. Normally, stonemasons would not their work, but you wouldn't normally see this right by the entrance to the door. Sometimes a cross would be placed there to indicate ownership, or one of the most common theories is that a lot of new Christians, in order to demonstrate their fidelity to the new faith and to fend off the possibility of attacks on their religious values, they might say, don't worry, kind of like putting an American flag in front of your house to say that you really are patriotic. And some of them, they're hard to interpret. Right? So this one seems to be a fairly straightforward one. It's a stonemason's mark, and stonemasons will constantly do this to indicate their work. This one has a cross, but it has like these 12 things on the outside, which some have interpreted to refer to as 12 tribes. Some have interpreted to refer to the letter shin, from the name Shakar. Possibility, not quite others.
Also, really important to note, some of these stones are placed in very inaccessible locations, which tends to argue against the possibility that they're trying to broadcast Jewish influence.
Some of them, you see, if you look carefully, this one here, this is really bizarre. If you look carefully, you can even see the Portuguese word Israel baked into these symbols. Kind of like that dress, as some people say it was blue and gold, and some people said it was white and blue. But we're going to see them. So here's one. Come on over here. This is like half a menorah. This originally was a full menorah, but that, of course, goes against the theory of stuff elsewhere that these might be marking fidelity to the new faith. This is clearly indicate the opposite, fidelity to the old faith. We also have a lot of problems dating these because you can't present non-organic material like this. So, wow, we have so much to talk about.
The fact remains that these are disproportionately placed in the Jewish quarters of Trancoso and in several other villages in the region of the Douro River. And so one wonders, why are these placed on Jewish houses in the first place? Most common representation is a simple cross, usually on the left-hand side of the door as you're facing in. And second most common is some kind of a modified cross with a kind of a strange base. Many of these inscriptions, however, present distinctly Jewish interpretations.
And Mexico is also, if you can invest in it, why not? I think Mexico would be it. Really interesting here. I don't know what this is. Okay, so here we go. We've got a summit here, and this is a fey, and here's the reish. Here, especially faint, is a dalet for the word sefarad, or
I was especially fascinated to see one inscription that appears to be a nonsensical Hebrew word. Note that while filming it, we didn't notice that a bit of lichen looks like the vowel patach under one of the letters, but it clearly isn't an inscription. We were only able to see that after we looked at the video.
This one is perhaps the most fascinating but mysterious of them all. Clearly, it looks very simply like a reish above with the nakuda here. Another reish deeply dug in here, by the way. I'm going to come around and see how deeply this is. Some of them are very faint, but this one you can see is almost a full fingernail left in. Another vav here. And, in Hebrew, this clearly the word roro, which as David likes to say is the sound that Scooby-Doo used to make. But it is not a word in Hebrew at all. So some have thought that maybe it's some kind of strange Kabbalistic atbash, which means like you take the letters of the Hebrew alphabet and you take them backwards, and you read it as or, which makes sense orally. It's the word like twice. But that's not how you spell the word or in Hebrew. So I don't know what to make of this. My thought is that perhaps this was carved by someone who was trying to write the Tetragrammaton, the letter name of God, and not really know what they're doing, which ironically I think adds more authenticity to it. Because if there was a group here, a very small indication that nowhere near a G was used, then this could be like part of a hay, which is missing, but incorrectly written. The vav is put there instead. And then there's no second vav, or maybe this is what's supposed to be good. Another hay here, again, incorrectly written.
It clearly isn't all on its own. There's nothing on either side. It's on the center of a building, but it is right in the middle of the Jewish quarter. So it's mysterious. I will mention, however, that I looked this word up on Google, and it happens to be the name of a soccer player. So I don't know.
And the Mayas started fighting over Sinaloa. Those Mayas put a plane up and started dispersing pamphlets with pictures of all the YouTube influencers that they knew were helping out the Chapitas faction, or they were working with. And they've been going down that list.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, for me, one of the most exciting cities in modern Europe in terms of Jewish history and in terms of the Jewish present and future is Porto, which empties the Douro River into the Atlantic Ocean. And it has a very, very long history of Jews settling there well over 1,000 years. Many of you may be familiar with the Kaduri Synagogue, a beautiful, large structure that was erected in the 1930s, primarily as a response to the growing discovery of crypto-Jewish communities in the Douro region. But there's also, active synagogues in Porto now, primarily designed to serve the many students who come to study in the universities there. I happen to find especially interesting the old Jewish community along the Riviera. It's no longer filled with Jews and with an active synagogue, but this is one of the oldest places right on the river where, of course, commerce would have taken place.
This is the Riviera, which you can see in the background, that was designed by students of Gustave Eiffel. You can see the influence there. And now it is a very trendy shopping area and dining area right on the beautiful Douro River. Douro doesn't look so beautiful today, mainly because of rainy Porto day in the fall, but in the summer, when we get here with push riverboat cruises in May and June, it's going to be gorgeous.
But our studies have unearthed evidence of Jewish communities in several places throughout Porto. One of the most interesting is an establishment in the 14th century of a community outside of the walls of Old Porto, on the other side of the Douro River, as you can see in this video here, where the actual synagogue would have been located, and it was really quite, distant from the other Jewish communities that were on the other side of the Douro River. And what was discovered there in particular is a fascinating foundation stone, which I'd like to show to you. But first, I got to give a shout out to Dr. Michael Rothel and Professor Hugo Vaz, who's a museologist in charge of the gorgeous new Jewish museum there. They shared some key documents with me and invited me to look at a life-size replica of this stone. The original is housed in the Historical Museum in Lisbon, but it really opened my mind to what this foundation stone says. First of all, let's have a look at the foundation stone the way I first saw it. It looked like this, and I thought to myself, oh my gosh. And I saw it, by the way, in more than one publication, and I said, I can't make heads or tails out of this Hebrew. I mean, I thought it was relatively Hebrew literate, but this is like bizarre. It looks like some kind of cuneiform. Until finally, it was pointed out to me by Dr. Rothwell that actually it was misprinted, and the photograph was like kind of reversed on, like if you looked at it in a mirror and upside down, it would make sense. This is the way the actual stone looks, and I think this is much more legible Hebrew, written in a very beautiful block script. And this is actually the transliteration of that text, which has some very fascinating things to say. I'll just summarize it here. It is written in a very literate Hebrew with a tremendous number of biblical allusions, very poetic, characteristic of the time. The text in highly poetic language, tremendous numbers of reference, basically is the following. Why did you build a synagogue outside the city walls? Isn't that incredibly dangerous? And it answers the question by saying the reason is because we have a friend in a very high place. And this, of course, is alluding to God, evoking the protection of God. But also at the same time, there is a double entendre referring to Rabbi Dan Yehuda Ibn Maner, who was a particularly well-placed individual, close to the king, and so on. And that's essentially the whole point of the stone is recognizing the unusual status of a Jewish community outside the walls, and at the same time, gratitude to the major supporter, not only Don Yehuda ibn Maner, but also Don Yosef ibn Aryeh, who was obviously some kind of major donor. I mean, this is essentially a 14th century version of a shul plaque, right, of a synagogue plaque honoring a great donor. But it gives us a sense of how strong the Jewish community was in Porto in the 14th century, that they would feel confident building an edifice like this, building a community like this outside of the city walls. Now, what ended up happening, unfortunately, that confidence was not completely well placed. In 1391, there would be horrible persecution just across the border in Spain, and this would lead to a massive flight of refugees into Portugal. And fearing for their safety, ultimately the king suggested they should in fact move within the city walls. So that 14th century community migrated across the Douro and was placed within the city walls. That Jewish community is also fascinating. There's archaeological evidence from the 15th and 16th century there. There will be yet another round of refugees coming to Portugal after the 1492 expulsion of Spanish Jewry, and that would ultimately end in a tragedy of the Great Forced Conversion, what the Portuguese call the Stag Baptism of 1497. But nevertheless, this stone is a great marker of the tremendous strength of the Porto's Jewish community in the 14th century, and it looks like it is coming back now in the 21st century. I can't wait to see this again when I go to Porto in May. I would love for you to join us on Kosher River Cruises. We have an amazing time with the tremendous culinary creations of Chef Malcolm and his protege, Chef Tobias. And of course, we have the culinary adventures of Naomi Nachman. We have the daily minyanim and the Torah study organized by Rabbi Weiss. I mean, it's a little floating shtetl, a beautiful experience. And made so many friends on these trips in the past, and we'd love to include you. And if you're not able to join us this time, well, I'm looking forward to sharing more videos and more research with you. Thank you very much for watching.
I'm not saying that the U.S. purposely armed a single cartel in Mexico, but that's what it kind of looks like. Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's the only thing. And this is the purpose of it, and this is what we saw, because a lot of the things that they because it looked like a lot.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. I just got back from another amazing cruise with Kosher River Cruises on the Douro River in northern Portugal.
How you living, Pam?
And the Douro River itself is a UNESCO protected area. It's really a beautiful region with lots of winding oxbows of rivers back and forth through these terraced vineyards that have been there like that for centuries upon centuries. But the history there is absolutely fantastic. And by the way, all of these photographs, and I'm showing behind me right now, they are actually taken by cruisers and posted to our communal WhatsApp. I'm just thanking all of you right now if you're viewing this video later for these great photos. They're just amazing. And then we began to cruise our way back to Porto. We saw the Kaduri synagogue and the amazing resurgence of Jewish life in a place where Judaism was so brutally extirpated by the Inquisition. We even saw the most amazing secret synagogue that was discovered in the beginning of the 21st century when they were doing renovations to a particular location, which I'm not going to reveal in this video because it's actually a private venture, it's a private business, but we were able to gain access and find this secret Aron Kodesh, this secret ark that had been hidden behind a wall, and it corresponds to the testimony of the Rabbi Emmanuel Aboab, who was living in Venice at the time. Absolutely amazing. But the topic that I want to address today is specifically the story of Isaac Cardoso, who was someone that, of course, I've heard about before, but with this particular trip, I really invested in his life story a lot more, And I think there's something especially relevant for our times today. So Isaac Cardoso was born in 1604 in Trancoso. It is fairly remote. It's a tiny little community of about 2,500 people. What about Isaac Cardoso, who was born in this region? And you can see that he's sufficiently famous that the municipality put up this beautiful interpretation center, which is kind of like a sort of a museum, very modern, interesting architecture, and named the street where he was born, Rua Fernando Isaac Cardoso. Fernando was his given name at birth. Of course, many Jews had a secular name that was associated with their Christian identity, but as we shall see, Isaac Cardoso turned away from that later in life. Okay, let's go to his biography, which was really popular, a brilliant dissertation by historian Yosef Chaim Yerushalmi, a student of the incredible Salo Whitmire Barron of Columbia University. So Cardoso was born in 1604. Recall that this is over a century after all Portuguese Jews have been forcibly converted to Christianity in the year 1497. And he was living under the shadow of the Inquisition virtually his entire life. He was a child prodigy. He eventually went to Salamanca, where he studied like many other people of crypto-Jewish origins, and he became a brilliant doctor. He was ultimately appointed a royal physician in Madrid. He'd written quite a few books, not only on science, but also in, kind of literary affairs and poetry and things like that. In many ways, he lived a life that would have been regarded as successful by any measure. He had tremendous wealth from his high-ranking position as a member of the royal court, attending to the king. He had, great honor for his many publications and his scholarship, and he was friends with some of the most celebrated literati of the day, in particular the famed poet Lope de Vega, who will become very important for our story. Just to give you a sense of Cardoso's incredible intellect, later on in life, he wrote one of the very last single-author encyclopedias ever published in human history. If you can imagine, this is at the end of the period of civilization where any one person could possibly have the mental bandwidth to write a volume work of everything we know about this 800-page double-column book that has information on geography and on science and on literature and on history and you name it. Obviously, it became impossible to keep doing that not much longer after Cardoso passed away. At any rate, let's focus on his Jewish story, though, which I find especially fascinating. Cardoso, although he was very well-wished, very prolific, he rarely touched on his own personal experiences. And so it was up to Professor Yerushalmi to try and tease those out, those passing references here and there in his later books as to the dramatic life that he experienced. We know that in the year 1648, when he would have been in his mid-30s, he fled all of this, all of his wealth, his prestige, and so on, and moved to the Jewish ghetto in Venice. Recall that up until this point, he's living openly as a Christian because there are no more Jews in Portugal. They are all converted to Christianity or Catholicism, and this is now, he's in the fourth descendant, the fourth generation after this forced conversion. So he perfectly can go anywhere he wants as a Christian, but he decides to revert to Judaism, living in the ghetto in Venice, and later with his wife moving to Verona. So what was it that made him change? What was it that made him leave all of his fame and success behind and go live with this believer in the city of Venice? So Yerushalmi makes a very strong argument that something happened, particularly in 1632 in Madrid, and it did not immediately cause him to leave it all, but it was kind of like a slow burn, and eventually he simply had to push everything away and change his life dramatically. Specifically, we're talking about an auto da fe that happened in that city at that time. Some of the victims who were burned alive in this inquisitorial event were actually neighbors of Cardoso's. He lived on the Calle de las Infantas, the street where many of them actually lived. And it was an absolutely absurd series of charges against these Christians accused of being Judaizers. They may have been secretly practicing some form of Judaism, but the kind of ridiculous lies that they spread about them were absurd and very, very hard to believe. Nevertheless, and this is the characteristic of many of these authors that say, it was like a rock concert where the entire city was deeply involved. It took them a fair amount of time to build these special bleachers and to build shades for the dignitaries that would all converge on Madrid for this summertime public execution. And there were public, parades of people in regalia, including people from the university that Cardoso would have been associated with. He himself may have been participating in some of these parades as part of his, professorial responsibilities. And it seemed like the entire Madrid society, and in fact, the entire society of the Iberian Peninsula, would have been expressing their disgust and anger at these crypto Jews for having returned to some elements of their ancestral faith, willing to believe the most ridiculous things about them, and willing ultimately to put them to death by public burning. Even Lope de Vega, the most famous poet of the era and Cardoso's close friend, penned several anti-Semitic verses commemorating the execution of these individuals. And that, following Professor Yerushalmi's argument, is something that contributed much to Cardoso's decision to simply leave it all behind and move to Venice. To say, I don't need to be this massive professor or this famous doctor anymore. I just want to live the Sof Ami Yoshevet. I want to live among my people and focus on the values. He eventually articulated his position in an important book entitled Las Excelencias de los Hebreos, the excellences or the positive attributes of the Jews. The second part was also bent on attacking the calumnies that are cast at the Jews, the lies that are told about the Jews. You can see here in the beautiful title page of the book published in Amsterdam in 1679, it says, "The one who disperses me, he will gather me in," which obviously had resonance for Cardoso's own life. And he basically describes how the Jews have been preserving faithfully a tradition that represents a positive contribution to human civilization, and that the lies told about Jews are completely without foundation. And it's a full-throated defense of Judaism and the Jewish people, and it's really quite remarkable for the date in which it appears. Now, if you'll permit me, I'd like to say something about how I think the experience of Isaac Cardoso is especially significant for us today. Regular viewers of this channel will know that since October 7th, I've spent a tremendous amount of time really focusing on the Israel, the conflict with the Palestinians, trying to provide some sort of larger context so that people can debate the issues legitimately, reasonably, and in good faith with facts rather than slogans and the like. And I think that one of the areas that I find especially tragic is that many very well-meaning, idealistic young Jewish people find common cause with those who support the terrorists who attacked Israel on October 7th and killed so many people and actually took hostages back into Gaza, sparking this entire conflagration. One can't be a human being and not feel the distress of the population in Gaza and tremendous suffering that this conflict has incurred. And I hope that all parties involved will find a way to create a lasting, enduring peace that will result in the prosperity of all the populations in the region. I believe one of the fastest ways to do that would be for Hamas to release the hostages that it is currently holding under incredibly inhumane, cruel circumstances and send them back to their families. But I'm not a politician. I'm not a general. I don't know how to affect these things. I don't know what is the best way to do that. But let's focus in on those young Jews who, in a very idealistic manner, feel the suffering of the people of Gaza and want to stand in solidarity with their suffering and make the mistake of joining those protests in which the terrorists are praised and that their violence is recast in a euphemistic way as resistance, which it is clearly not. It is simply pogrom violence. And I think to myself, I had difficulty trying to understand how could young Jewish people, in what seems to be significant numbers, although that could be inflated because they serve as tokens to support the Hamas movement, how could they be thinking this way? How could they be, thinking it is appropriate for them? How could they possibly think it's appropriate for them to join with people who would perpetrate violence against anyone, but certainly against their own people? What is the logic in this? And it occurred to me that this might be exactly the kind of moment that Isaac Cardoso was experiencing when he was in Madrid and that Inquisition was perpetrating the auto death. We should recall that the Inquisition had tremendous social support, that there were huge amounts of public excitement over these massive events that resulted in public executions, and entire cities, countries even, would be swallowed up in this insane witch hunt for secret Judaizers, and that people would come together for days on end in order to watch the sham trials and execution of a handful of Jews, quite often burned in effigy and other kinds of theatrical events happening around this time. You can imagine Isaac Cardoso is there. He's a highly intelligent individual, and yet he sees everyone is swept away with this enthusiasm, with this bloodthirst that even affected his own mentor, Lope de Vega, who wrote, these awful anti-Semitic verses commemorating the acts of the Inquisition in their desire to make the society, unite, free of Jews, and also ideological pure. And what kind of strength of character must it take for a person like Isaac Cardoso to stand up and say, wait a second, it seems like the whole world is on one side of this, and here the Jews are on another side? Is it possible that the whole world is wrong and the Jews are right? I think it is possible. And I think we see that in Isaac Cardoso's situation. I think we see that in this case, and I don't mean to say the Jews alone are right. I mean the Jews and those who look at the least with some level of intelligence and say that, saying that globalized intifada is somehow a solution to this long-standing and very complex conflict. The example of Isaac Cardoso, I think, is especially relevant for young Jewish people today on college campuses, not the least of which would include the campus where Professor Yerushalmi was very active. It's an example that we should be thinking about when we look at the issues of the day and wonder, where should our support go? These are such hard words. At any rate, I'm really grateful that you stayed with me this long, and I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for
the first time I was on the podcast, we talked a little bit about it, and afterwards he gave me some names of some people that you talked to, and I did. I went out and looked out for help. Eventually I got sober, but it's insane to me how differently alcohol gets treated versus all the other substances. It's one of the only ones that if you get off it too quick, you'll die. Yes. Which I did. Did you get real close to that? My heart, I started feeling my heart. Shit. Oh, did you think, well, just have a little drinking?
On behalf of Beth Jacob, I want to welcome everyone aboard and thank you for joining us this evening at the beginning, first inaugural session of our three-part lecture series with our distinguished guest, Dr. Henry Abramson, who is coming to us live from New York, although it's not Saturday night, but we are really very privileged. Dr. Abramson's reputation precedes him, and indeed is world-renowned as an expert in Jewish history and so many other things. I personally, through my other job at the OU, am privileged to be part of an organization that Dr. Abramson provides tremendous content for, with the presentations he gives for the author, which has literally tens of thousands of users who benefit from his wisdom on a daily basis. So it's really a special privilege, and we have a wonderful thing we're going to learn about starting this evening. Just as a reminder, there are 3 different lectures in this series. So with that, I just want to thank Dr. Abramson and hand it over to you, Dr. Abramson.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. That's very kind words of welcome, and it is a great privilege to be here with you today. I'm really excited about our topic. What we're really going to be focusing on is a remarkable period in Jewish history that in many ways has informed the subsequent centuries up into and including our own time. I specifically want to devote 3 lectures to focusing on the incredibly important late 18th century, when you have 3 major revolutionary movements animating the Jewish mind space, specifically the revolution represented by the Hasidic movement, and then the, let's call it a counter-revolution, a revolution of reaction by the Mitnagdim, that is the Lithuanian traditionalists against the Hasidic movement. By the way, for those of you who are based in LA, I apologize in advance for my Canadian accent. I realize when I say against, I should be saying something like against, but I hope I'll be understandable. And then finally, the revolution of the Maskilim. Those are the adherents of the so-called Jewish Enlightenment, the Haskalah. These 3 movements all coalesced around the same period of time in Jewish history, and the kind of arguments that they had back then are in many ways the same kind of arguments we today. What I would like to do is spend today's lecture kind of setting the stage. There's a lot of really important, large tectonic shifts happened in the years leading up to the birth of these 3 revolutions. And then next week, and we're just going to end up by the demography and the geography of where these revolutions happened. And then next week, we're going to focus on the birth of the Hasidic movement and the immediate reaction from the Mitnagdim. It was a very, very intense period of great competition and argument between these 2 groups, which actually resulted in several figures being denounced and thrown in jail and then released and then denounced again. And we'll go through that and try to understand some of the major reasons for that conflict. And in the third final week, we're going to add in the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, and how that affected this triangular conflict between these 2 ways of thinking about how Jews should react to the modern era, and that's where we'll close. So that's the plan for the 3 weeks. Today, though, let's focus on the Grundlage, or the pronomenon. I actually have that on the top of my screen there. I like the way that word sounds. It really means something like introduction or preface. But let's go straight to the introduction then. So here's a scene that many of you may have enjoyed if you're watching the Netflix series Shtisel. And they're having a conversation over the table here, the elder and the younger Shtisel. But in many ways, the kind of conversations, as I've tried to say, are sort of repetition or reiterations or just modernized upgrades of major conflicts of worldview. Use a German word, Weltanschauung, way of looking at the world, that were crystallized in the period we're talking about. 3 figures in particular exempt 3-way revolution. You have from the Hasidic movement, I could have really included the Baal Shem Tov, but we don't have a good picture of him, so I'll choose one of his later students, really a student of his student, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, known to his followers today as the Alter Rebbe, also known as the author of the Tanya and the spiritual father of the Chabad Hasidic movement. Contrasted to the Alter Rebbe is the great Elijah of Vilna, who is known as the Vilna Gaon, the great Mitnagdic thinker, who bitterly opposed, and particularly his students, bitterly opposed the innovations that were proposed and enacted by the previous figure in the Hasidic movement. Although, as we shall see, after about 50 years of intense battle, they managed to find a modus vivendi with each other. More difficult, however, is this figure, Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn was widely regarded as the father of the Jewish Enlightenment, the Haskalah, who essentially argued that Jews should not regard the outside world as toxic. That Jews have a tremendous amount to gain from the outside world in terms of its science, its culture, its literature, and poetry, and so on, and that Jews should fully engage in outside society. His movement was directly opposed by both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, as we shall see, but we're going to let that unfold over the last couple of weeks. And as I mentioned, these arguments find their expression even in contemporary days, where on the left here you see the elder Shtisel, Shulam, and the actual non-Haredi actor, I should say, Doug Glickman. Although on the surface, one sees on the left a figure with headdress on him, the big full beard and so on, but the worldview, it can be expressed precisely in a Chiloni individual as well. Same with the younger Shtisel, Akiva, played here by Michael Aloni. I really didn't have to show you these two pictures because I already made my point with the previous one, but I couldn't resist it because I find that I'm often mistaken for Michael Aloni. When I'm walking down the street, people say, "Hey, isn't that Michael Aloni?" Now, if this were, an audience actually in a room, I would hear you laugh, and I would think, you would know that I was joking. But anyway, somehow we'll get used to Zoom. So this long 18th century that represents the debate between these three fundamentally very different ways of looking at Judaism is really expressed in our contemporary period as well. Let me now take you to a little bit more about the structural nature of their disputes, and then we're going to get into the percent. So, this is a little bit experimental for me. This is something new for this particular lecture, but one way I think that we can categorize these three types of rebellions, and I would like to say that each of them, as much as they would like to say that they are really representing tradition, that they are representing something which has a long background in Jewish history, they are each rebellious in their own way. They are each presenting innovations. Even the Misnagdim, who are arguing that they are hewing to the well-trod path of Jewish practice, they are nevertheless reacting to the innovations of the Hasidic movement and absorbing some or transforming some for themselves as well. So they really are three rebellious movements, but rebellious in different ways. Let me share with you what I think. One way I think we can understand this. First off, you have the Hasidim who are involved in a rebellion of discovery. And what I mean by that is the Hasidic innovations, which are really quite significant in the middle of the 18th century. There are lots that they initiated towards traditional Jewish practice that the Misnagdim thought was absolutely heretical or immoral, way too widely accepted. But the Hasidim looked at their innovation to Jewish practice and thought as discoveries of modalities of thinking and behaving as Jews that had simply been lost with time. They thought that they were discovering practices for centuries and had fallen into disuse. This is, in fact, something we see the precedent for this in the Talmud as well, where discussions about, for example, Ksav Ibri, the Paleo-Hebrew script, which was, according to the Talmud, known, forgotten, and then reinstituted. All kinds of things like this are common in Jewish history. And so Hasidim did not see themselves as saying, hey, here's new stuff we're doing that's totally different from everything we've done in the past. They're saying, oh, how wonderful it is that these well springs of knowledge have been opened up and we have discovered these practices. So they perceive their innovations as restorations. They're simply bringing harmony back to the universe. I'll give you one example. The tremendous inclusion of Lurianic Kabbalah in particular. a series of ideas that were promulgated primarily in the 16th century in Sfat with the work of the great Kabbalist Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and then his student who later eclipsed him, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the expanded explanations of the Zohar and the discussions of key concepts like tikkun and various rectifications of the world, and the drama of the Zoharic universe as understood by Rabbi Yitzhak Luria, the Ari, as being of a divine cataclysm that has to be held off by the behavior of the Hasidic Jews. And so by going back and finding Kabbalah and bringing it into contemporary practice, both in terms of study and in terms of actual behavior, the Hasidim were like engaged in a rebellion of discovery, finding the old ideas, implementing them into new ways. We'll talk much more about this, God willing, next week when we focus on the birth of the Hasidic movement. By contrast, you have the great opponents of the Hasidim, and in fact, that's exactly what the term Mitnagdim means. They are opponents. They define themselves literally by opposing the new Hasidic movement. They could have been called easily traditionalists or something like that, but really they found their identity most sharply defined in opposition to the burgeoning popularity of the Hasidic movement. So when you look at their rebellion, and once again, some of the things that the Misnagdim began to do after they became conscious of the reality of the threat of Hasidism for the loyalty of the masses in Eastern Europe, they argued for some new stringencies and some new practices, but argued that they were in fact reifications of old practices, not always necessarily precisely the way we described it. And whereas the Hasidim viewed any new innovation, such as the introduction of study of Kabbalah for people under 40, whereas the Hasidim viewed that as a restoration of a prior practice, the Mishnagdim viewed any such change as antinomian, which is a fancy word meaning against the law, against what is acceptable. I'll give you a different example. The Misnagdim are very particular about times of day for prayer. Right? There is the slot of time that is associated with the Shacharit, morning prayer, time of day associated with the afternoon prayer, and the time of day associated with Maariv. All of these times of prayer, of course, are associated with the position of the sun relative to the horizon, and certain windows of time. If you've seen any synagogue calendar, they'll always have precise times when the Shema has to be recited in the morning, or you can't say Maariv until a particular time, things like that. By the way, it reminds me of a joke. I can't help it. I have to tell it to you. First Jewish clergymen in outer space. They have a special ceremony. They put a rabbi, a priest, and a minister on the space shuttle. It's not a joke. And then they go up and they orbit the world several times, and they come down. They land at Cape Canaveral, and the journalists are all crowded in. They say, "So, you're all holy people, men of the cloth. What did you think of when you were in outer space?" And the Roman Catholic priest says, "I thought of the magnificence of God's creation." And the Protestant minister, he said, "I thought of the humility, the tininesss of humanity in the scope of such an experience." And they asked the rabbi, and he said, "Who had time to think? Shachas min kamara, Shachas min kamara." Hopefully you're laughing to that. I can't hear you laughing. All I see is your screenshot. But so whereas the Litvaks, also by the way, the Misnagdim, as we shall see at the end of this lecture, they're associated primarily with the cultural region known as Lithuania, which does not precisely conform to the political boundaries of the country, known sometimes as Lithuania, but they're called Litvaks. Litvaks are typically distinguished from other Jews by their cold wit, their scintillating sense of humor, their superior fashion sense, and many other features. So the Misnagdim have these very precise periods of time for prayer, and the Hasidim say, you've got it all wrong. It's not about exact time of prayer, the time that you pray. It's about the nature of your relationship to God in prayer. And if you need more time to sleep and prepare yourself in the morning for prayer, then you can just slide right past those regular times. The most important thing is the communication with God, not the communication with your thought. And so the Hasidim had much different times of communal prayer. The Misnagdim said that's totally unacceptable. It is anti-him, and it represents a type of heresy of past. So there's a very dramatic conflict set up between them. We'll outline many of those. To give you an example of how innovation was perceived as antinomian by the Misnagdim, we're going to go to a 19th century figure here, a very influential figure, named Rabbi Moses Schreiber, known popularly as the Chassam Sofer, the signature of the scribe. That was the name by which he was known. He instituted a saying, which is a little bit complicated to express if you're not familiar with the background, but I'll try anyways. There's a type of wheat that may not be consumed until a certain day passed in the agricultural calendar of Israel. That type of wheat is called chadash, meaning new wheat. It's right about this time of year when it becomes very significant. So the Talmud says, chadash asur min Torah. The new wheat is forbidden in the Torah. You're not allowed to eat it until after a certain date. You're allowed to eat this wheat, which is called chadash. And the word chadash literally means new. So Rabbi Schreiber, the Chassam Sofer, famously said, with regards to Hasidic and more important innovations, he said, chadash asur min haTorah. What he meant by that was not to translate it as this is forbidden by the Torah, but anything new is ipso facto by the Torah. We only rely on things which we have already done in the past. A really strong statement of this rebellion of tradition, saying we are going to stick so hard to the past, even more than the past stuck to the past. That's the sense of chadash asur min haTorah. So that's two rebellions there. The rebellion of discovery, the rebellion of tradition, which is their opponents in Misnagdim, and then finally we have the rebellion of expansion. And this is associated more with the Maskilim, the so-called Enlightenment thinkers who were following Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. They argued that the Ashkenazic culture in particular was excessively rigid and small. That for hundreds of years, perhaps since the Crusades in the late 11th century, Ashkenazic Jews had regarded the outside world as something very dangerous and to be avoided, and as a result, they have developed a very unhealthy insularity that Judaism and Jewish culture kind of folded within itself and became self-absorbed and ignored the scientific and the cultural and the literary advancements that you saw happening all across Europe. And so the Maskilim said, it is time for us to expand our horizons and to look at the achievements of non-Jewish culture, to evaluate those achievements, and to participate in their continuing expansion. In order to justify this behavior, Maskilim in particular tended to look to certain golden ages, like the golden age of Spain in particular, shown here in this famous representation of a Jew on the left and a Muslim playing chess, which is kind of like the oft-repeated motif of what they call la convivencia, the living togetherness, the coexistence phase of the golden age of Spanish Jewry was not necessarily quite so golden, but nevertheless it represented a high thing. And they see any kind of innovation as a type of correction, as if to say, hey, what's going on here in East Central Europe in the 1700s? It's all wrong. We have really messed this up by not engaging in the intellectual debates of the universities, by not engaging in culture, by not challenging the political status quo, by not getting involved in society in general. We have lost things. We've been stuck in our own historical rut and our own intellectual rut, and we lost a lot. So the Muskegon said we should expand ourselves. We should become more like the Golden Age. We should correct our flaws that have developed over the last centuries, and we should move in this modernizing direction. Their key example, or the person they look to the most, would be someone like Moses Maimonides, who was, of course, a brilliant scholar of Torah. He wrote the commentary in the Mishnah. He wrote the Guide for the Perplexed, a classic of medieval philosophy, and he wrote the massive and extremely influential Mishnah Torah, essentially a repetition of the entire Torah, written and oral. In time as he was doing that, he was also a world physician, treating royal family in Cairo, and dealing with and publishing, by the way, in essays on allergies, on diet, and on anxiety and depression. He was like a well-known, world-famous physician at the same time as he was a world-class scholar for the ages. And the Muskegon said, we have got to correct ourselves to be more like Maimonides. We have to go back to that kind of way of thinking, and only then, by jettisoning our obscurantist views, will we be able to take our true place in society and make our full commitments. So these are the three kinds of rebellious images that come to an unusually sharp point in the 18th century. Obviously, these are not completely new. These elements, I think we can argue, are to one degree or another present in every period of Jewish history. But it happens that they are remarkably evident in the 18th century. Now, why the 18th century? So let's take it back a little bit to the 17th century and try to see what kind of things were happening that led Jews to this unusual thing. One of the most important developments that took place over the course of the 15th and 16th and especially the 17th century was the expansion of the Sephardic diaspora. I'm sure you're all familiar that many of them made their way to Portugal, which is just on the western coast of Spain. And then they too eventually had to move from Portugal for Britain. Although the experience of Portuguese is rather different, and one is that most of the Jews who fled Portugal were, in fact, the overwhelming majority, were in fact already baptized as Christians. And this had very significant impact on the entire population of rural Jewry, not only throughout the Mediterranean basin, as shown here, but also in Europe. Basically, the story was like this. In a century before from Spain, there was a mass wave of forced conversion of Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. And forced conversions is kind of like a difficult topic for the church to deal with. On the one hand, officially, the church has always condemned, at least since the 6th century, they've always condemned forced baptism because baptism and adherence to Christianity should be something that a person undertakes willingly, and it loses value if it is forced upon a person. So the church has pretty much, for most of its history, condemned forced baptism. They have it from time to time, but they typically did not receive official sanction. On the other hand, what do you do with a person once they have already been subject to a forced baptism? On this point, the church was not very clear or consistent. In many cases, the church said, well, we didn't like the fact that someone went ahead and forcibly baptized a person. Like, for example, the son of the rabbi of Capitras, France, was seized while he was walking in the forest and dragged to a ditch. This was in the 14th century, I know exactly, and forcibly baptized by some hooligans. And the church upheld his baptism and said that no, now he is in fact not performed by a priest, not performed by a church or anything like that. So the same kind of thing happened on a very large scale in Spain in the late 14th century. And what this meant was that all of a sudden Spain had this massive number of new Christians, formerly Jewish, who still consider themselves Jews, associated with the Jewish community, married other Jews or other Jews who were forcibly baptized, and yet they were free from all of the disabilities that was. They could attend colleges, they could take any kind of job they wanted, residency restrictions, and they were typically literate and numerate and urban. They had a significant advantage over the vast majority of the Spanish population in terms of advancing within the social and economic framework of the Argument system. So over that 100 years, Jews who were baptized, and as they had their new driver's license that said Christian on it, they could go anywhere with that, even though they still were behaving like Jews otherwise, eating kosher food and so on, they run of Spain in ways that they didn't have ever before. And so that's why the Spanish crown brought in the dreaded Inquisition that strove to examine those Jews, actually literally new Christians who were still behaving as Jews, and to persecute them, to try to get them to either behave. They were, so to speak, laxed, as the term goes, laxed to the secular authorities and burned at the stake. Ultimately, Spain couldn't, the Spanish crown came up with the idea under Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, that one of the main reasons that this was going out of control, there's a lot more to say about why it was out of control, but not for today. The reason why they control the problem was because the non-baptized Jewish community was still present. And so these newly baptized Jews still had lots of sources of information on the Torah and how to be kosher and all of these various practices. And so that's why Torquemada made the suggestion, and the Spanish crown accepted it, to expel the Jews in 1492. The Jews who had not been converted. And that's what this map primarily shows. In Portugal, slightly different situation. They initially accepted the Jews. They didn't have a choice about it because they were overwhelmed by illegal immigration. And they let them be for about 5 years, with some persecution trying to get them to convert. And then finally, in 1497, they forcibly converted all of them. And they imposed their own inquisition, which was even harsher than the Spanish one, and lasted for centuries. So this gave even more impetus for these Portuguese Jews, who were now technically Christians, but really wanted to return to Judaism, to leave Portugal for the New World, for different parts of Europe, and in many cases to resume their Jewish identity, but not necessarily giving up the privileges of being able to travel and do business like Christians. I know this is I've given you a long preface here, but why is this important to our story? Primarily because they're carrying a totally new set of ideas with them. One of the classic examples of this is the man portrayed on the right here. Julio da Costa was his name. This is a painting from the early 20th century. Shmuel Hirschenberg's amazing works. He was associated with the Salah art school in Israel. Acosta was one of these Portuguese Jews who was raised as a Christian, And like many of these Jews, he was not even told that he was actually Jewish by his parents until he was a young man, because parents were always worried of telling their children, and then the children might tell other children, and the Inquisition would be on them. So he was delighted to hear that he was actually Jewish, and they fled Portugal and they made their way to Amsterdam. But when he got to Amsterdam, he was really upset. Among other things, he found that the Jewish community was not living up to the standards that he expected of them. He had only encountered through Christian text, Hebrew texts, rabbis, Jewish educators forbidden in Portugal. So he had read the New Testament and the Old Testament, and he figured that's what Jews should be like. And he was disappointed to see that Jews sometimes speak Russian home, and sometimes Jews don't behave properly. He ended up denouncing the Jewish community in Amsterdam multiple times because he was kind of like, a Al Shuva, who says, "Don't you have to bench after you eat that cookie?" Things like that. He was like so difficult and irritating to them. In the Amsterdam had other concerns, and they ended up truly. They executed him 3 times, and unfortunately, he chose to commit suicide, leaving behind an 11-page suicide note that described his religious frustrations. But he brought with him a very critical eye towards Judaism that went from love, meaning not an anti-Semite criticizing Judaism from without. He was a Jew trying to discover his Judaism and saying, wait a minute, why the Torah requires you to be? It was kind of an insufferable internal goad. Sitting on his lap in this fanciful portrait, it is unlikely that anything like this ever happened, is a representation of a young Baruch Spinoza, also of Amsterdam, who painted here by Shmuel Herzenberg as well a few years later, was of course expelled from, or excommunicated more formally from the Amsterdam community for espousing radical new criticisms of the Bible in particular. New ways of reading the Bible that ultimately would influence modern academic study of the Bible and erode traditional Jewish belief. So the Portuguese diaspora, which is spread now throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, Northern Europe, it is in Brazil in particular. Eventually, it will make its way up to New York, which was New Amsterdam at the time. They're carrying a whole different sense of what Judaism is, and they are open to new thoughts. They're not deeply rooted in the past, and so they expose the populations that they move among with a broad new perspective on Judaism. You add to that the tremendous demographic upheaval that's happening in the eastern part of Europe, specifically in Ukraine, where you have a massive peasant uprising led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky and the Ukrainian Zaporizhian Cossacks. This is a famous painting of the Cossacks. They were kind of like outcasts of society. They were unhappy with the feudal status that they were stuck within in Ukraine. They were dissatisfied with the Polish overlords, and they were deeply angry with the Jewish leaseholders called arrendators. And so they rose up against the Poles and against their Jewish employees, and there were horrific massacres throughout Ukraine, Poland, and even reaching north toward Lithuania. It's hard to get a really good number on how many Jews were killed. Reasonable estimates put it at about 50,000, which is a massive number for this period of time. And this also caused a significant demographic shift of a lot of Jewish refugees who moved to the West. So you have incredible change going on in Europe in the 17th century. The intellectual challenge posed by the Sephardic diaspora, especially the Portuguese diaspora, and the uprising of the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the middle of the 17th century. And one last detail that's so important: the hunt for heresy is really engaged in the 17th century, primarily as a result of this man, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was well regarded as a youth. He was somewhat of a dreamy individual. He used to like to go off into the forest, meditate on his own. He had a beautiful singing voice. He was a sought-after groom, but he refused all offers of marriage until much later in life when he went through a series of rather strange marriage, including a marriage to a Torah scroll at one point. It's, the older historiography tended to portray Shabbatai Tzvi as some kind of a villain, some kind of charlatan, but newer historiography in the later 20th century suggests that perhaps he was suffering from a type of bipolar disorder or manic depressive kind of state. At any rate, as he got older, and again, it fits roughly with the age of the onset of schizophrenia common for young men, he began to experience what he called illuminations, which gradually increased to the point that he believed that he could levitate. He believed that he had grandiose powers invested in him. And specifically, when he connected with one individual named Nathan Gaza, he believed that he was, in fact, Mashiach, the Messiah. Nathan of Gaza was a supreme propagandist and was able to parlay a lot of the popularity of Shabbatai Tzvi into a Europe-wide movement, which all over the continent, in particular, incidentally, in Amsterdam, where we were just a few minutes ago, Jews sold their property at pennies on the dollar in order to follow Shabbatai Tzvi to Jerusalem. Shabbatai Tzvi went to arrange a meeting with the Ottoman Sultan who controlled Jerusalem and said, okay, here I am, I'm the Messiah. It's now time for you to give me Jerusalem. And the Ottoman Sultan responded, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a better idea. How about I keep Jerusalem and you convert to Islam? And on the pain of death, Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam along with his wife and of his followers who assumed that, well, wait a second, if Shabbatai Tzvi is Mashiach and Messiah is converting to Islam, must mean that Jews must also go through Islam in order to bring about the final era of redemption. These Jews, by the way, were well known right up into the 20th century. They constituted a group in Syrian and Turkey. They're called the Dunmen. But Jews realized they had made a mistake in Shabbatai Tzvi. They were devastated and penniless to their homes in Europe, and there was a very sour taste in the collective mouth of European Jewry over any kind of this Kabbalistic Messiah business. So you had a few, surfaces of this. For example, in the Emden Eibeschutz controversy, in which one famous European rabbi accused another famous European rabbi of secretly being a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi. And as his proof, he adduced several of these kinds of documents. This is a Jewish amulet known in Hebrew as a kameya that were, written for various mystical purposes to bring about healing or to arrange a match or some other theurgic goal. And so there's a lot of fighting. People took the side of, no, he's not a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi. Others saying, so what if he is a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi? And you had a lot of conflict throughout the region. It even affected some of the great classic thinkers of Judaism, such as the incredible Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, known as the Ramchal. His book, the Mesilat Yesharim, is one of the most widely accepted books among all three groups today. Hasidim, Misnagdim, and the Haskalah all love the works of the Ramchal, but in his lifetime, he was mercilessly pursued by people who assumed that he was, in fact, a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi. Many of his writings, in one of the trials that he endured in Frankfurt, many of his writings were lost forever because in a plea agreement to allow him to escape the arrest of the community there, the Jewish community, he agreed to give up his writings, which were in a sealed chest, and the rabbi involved in adjudicating the case ordered that they be buried, and they were never found again.
So some of the, this is one of the greatest stylists and thinkers of Jewish history, and somewhere his writings are moldering underground. Perhaps one day they will become. There, that's kind of like the intellectual environment in the 17th century is like everyone is looking over their shoulder for possible heresy, for the lingering shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi, and there's a demographic of evil. There's like challenges to really fundamental, basic things. Questions like, who wrote the Bible? Like, wow. But that's the kind of thought that's coming out of Spinoza. All of these things are swirling around Europe when we get to the period under discussion. Let's have a look at this map and just try to understand where Jews lived during this period, and specifically where these movements drew their great demographic resources. This map shows you the growth in the Jewish population between 1800 and 1850, which is really more towards the end period when we're discussing, but the reason I like this map as opposed to another one created by this wonderful International Institute for Jewish Geology is that it shows some growth. The larger orange circles on top of the green gives some growth. So here's a rough map of Eastern Europe. This large sort of beigeish color is the Russian Empire, and then you've got the Austrian Empire, green German Empire here, and sort of a lighter beige. Three areas. First, we have the area that is associated with the growth of communism. Typically, southern Poland and western Ukraine are the areas where the Hasidic movement had its historic strength, although the influence extends far beyond that narrow area of Volhynia, Moldavia, and so on. There have been Hasidim in the Lithuanian region. In fact, Chabad is a Lithuanian Hasidic movement, far from Shem Tov. Have this overlapping region that is associated with the traditionalists, the so-called Mitnadim, those who opposed Hasidism. The ground zero of the Mitnadim, of course, is Vilnius, right? Great home of the Vilna Gaon, and but the idea is nevertheless were probably throughout the region, extending down to the big reasons for this split, as we should discuss next week when we focus more on the conflict between these groups, is that the strongest centers of learning were really based in the north, and one of the reasons for the expansion of Hasidism is that Jews there felt disenfranchised, felt disconnected from the great centers of learning, and they felt like no one was taking care of their spiritual well-being until the Baal Shem Tov came along. And then the third group, the ground zero for them is definitely Berlin. These are the Maskilim, the adherents of the Haskalah. They tend to have much more impact towards Western Europe, but nevertheless huge overlaps in this kind of Venn diagram of Jewish thought and spirituality, huge overlaps with the regions that are dominated by Menachem and by Hasidim. So it is into this maelstrom into which the tectonic plates are all shifting with all kinds of brand new ideas, and in a threatening environment where there's great demographic upheaval, population movements, political change, that's when you have these three rebellions get underway, and that's where I hope we will turn, God willing, when we meet again at 7:30 tonight. So with that, I'm going to conclude my presentation, and hope to entertain some of your questions, please. Where we left off last week, we looked at the 18th century as the locus of three contemporary revolutions, three movements, intellectual, spiritual movements that had dramatic impact
on the way Jews thought in the 18th century, and I would like to tender for your consideration that we are still thinking in those ways right now, even in the 20th century. So my goal last week was to give you some of the precursors to that tumultuous century in terms of Jewish intellectual and spiritual history. Today, I'd like to get more deeply into the details of how the was born and how the Misnagdic movement was also born in reaction to the creation of the Hasidic movement. Ironically, even Misnagdim, the traditionalists, if you will, known literally as the Abdu Hasidim, that's literally the word Misnaged means who opposes. Even though they are, kind of defending the status quo, their vision of the status quo had to change because of their encounter with Hasidism. So even the traditionalism that they claimed to be defending was now becoming reformed or revolutionized as a result of their contact with the Hasidim. So that's my goal for today, is to look at the rather nasty clash between these two movements in the late 18th century. Next week, when we conclude our series, we're going to add to the mix the Maskilim, the Jewish enlighteners, who are primarily based a little bit west in Berlin, and bringing a radical challenge to both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, who really result in tremendous upheavals in their Yiddish Agas, the Jewish street. Okay, so let us start by beginning with the fairly basic question. What exactly is Hasidism? What does it stand for? What is so revolutionary about it? So if we try to distinguish Hasidism from the religio-cultural milieu from which it emerged, it becomes actually increasingly difficult to really pin down what is precisely different about Hasidism vis-a-vis Misnagdism, the traditionalist background that Jews came from. Just to give you a couple of examples, if we make a little chart here that has on the left practice or belief, and then we put in the next column what the Misnagdim believed, and then finally what the Hasidim believed, on the left. One of the most basic elements that divides Jewish movements is their relationship to the number 613, which of course is well known to Orthodox Jews in particular. It refers to the traditional count of the commandments, referred to in a Talmudic passage without necessarily enumerating these 613. It later becomes a major point of discussion in the period as the commentators actually figure out what are the 613 commandments. Related to this number 613 is this notion that all of the commandments, both those that are explicit in the text of the Torah and those that are explained in the oral Torah, like in the Mishnah, for example, come from God. That is Torah from Sinai, or from God at Sinai. The concept of Torah Sinai, Torah coming from a divine source, the text of the Torah being perfect and accurate and so on, pretty much a standard core belief for Orthodox Jews. How do the Misnagdim and the Hasidim feel about it? Well, identical, right? The Misnagdim certainly believe in this idea of 613 commandments coming from God to Moses in the form of the written in the oral Torah. The Hasidim believe it identically. Maybe we could argue about which customs were added on, but even the Hasidim who practice those customs do not recognize them as being a distinct commandment. So they're definitely right on par with this core theological belief. And if we break out of those 613, the three basic groups of commandments, which are really considered sort of the sine qua non of traditional Judaism, then we'll get maybe a better sense of how they differ. So, for example, the observance of Shabbat is really crucial. Both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim adhere to the notion that Shabbat begins at sundown and ends at nightfall, and that there are 13 categories of prohibited activities and so on. They may disagree on a few details, like, for example, the Hasidim would like to add a little bit more to Shabbat in general. taking it out later than maybe the Misnagdim do, but it's a detail. They certainly agree that Shabbat is sacred. Kashrut, same kind of thing. Both of them agree that kashrut is mandatory, keeping kosher. They may disagree on the precise details of how one slaughters an animal according to ritual law, but they agree that one must slaughter an animal according to ritual law, and so on. And finally, the laws of intimacy, or tahashbacha, the laws of family purity, which is a euphemism for private family life. Both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim are completely on board with this group of halachos as well, as they are with all 610 other mitzvot. So what exactly separates them? There's so much that they have in common. Yet, when we see them, we tend to be able to distinguish. Well, that is a mitnageh, much like one can recognize art and lahavdil of saying. So I would like to tender that in many ways it's really a matter of style, that have a distinct vector follow with their style that expresses itself in so many different areas where there is room for interpretation in how one actualizes Jewish practice, but it is not a theological game-ending kind of controversy. Let us recall that the Hasidim are engaged in what I termed a rebellion of discovery, meaning that they are looking back at the tradition, particularly of Rabbi Isaac, the Ari of blessed memory, and they're trying to find details and nuggets of practice and of thought that are embedded in it to the fore. They're inventing things out of whole cloth. They're discovering things that are already present in the tradition. And it is new in that they are adopting behaviors that have not been seen before, but it is not ab initio creation. The rebellions of tradition is what the Misnagdim will be exemplified. They're going to try and hold fast to the tradition as they understand it, although, as I mentioned earlier, by the very attempt of forcing tradition to be reified in a model that they understand to be a historical reality, that in itself represents some change in the rebellion itself. So I would like to argue that the style vector that the Hasidim follow is that they are Jewish, but even more so. And what they do is like Jewish plus. We see this actually in the name that they use to describe themselves. The term Hasid, it's hard to translate technically into English. It's associated with the word chesed, which means like kindness, sometimes translated as loving kindness. But the root idea behind it is just like a kindness is different from something which is righteous, right? The word tzedakah for charity is righteousness because it's the right thing to do, right? If someone has a lot of money and someone else has very little money, then it is incumbent upon the person with a lot of money to help out the person with a little money with regards, the basic necessities of life. That's just called tzedek, or right. Chesed, however, going beyond that, saying, okay, I have, according to what the dictates of the law require. Let's say I gave my 10% in my ma'aseh, my tithe, to the rabbi to distribute to the poor. I get it. I'm exempt. But I see you, and I've already, even though I'm exempt, I want to do more. That's chesed. It's extra. It's Jewish plus. And we see this idea of this chassidut, this extra, expressed in so many ways in Hasidic practice. I'll take one. For example, the visible payas, the growing of the hair by the temples, which is codified in the Bible, but it's sort of in a negative way. It says you're not allowed to shave the sides of your head, but it doesn't say anywhere that you have to let it grow especially long. You're just not allowed to shave it. So the tradition right up until really the 15th, 16th century was haircuts like everybody else. but under the influence of the Arizal, who said that it has Kabbalistic meaning to allow the hairs there to grow long. So the Hasidim say if we're not allowed to shave them, we're not even going to trim them. And hence you have the long, curling locks by the sides of the head. The Yemenites also this particular practice, but it is relatively new in Jewish tradition. It's about 500 years old, which is like yesterday in Jewish tradition. It's kind of ironic, I know, to show you this picture from Shtisel, because they're wearing payos. They're not a real thing. They're actors, but nevertheless, you get the idea. Now, just to illustrate this, so this illustrates the idea of being a feast. Seeing what I can do and then doing more extreme, more demonstrable, more visible, more in-depth. It adds a tremendous amount of life and as well a tremendous amount of behavioral restrictions because of this thrust of this approach to Judaism is so prevalent in Hasidism. But let us not forget that the Misnagdim are also affected by this, because it's not like it's off the rails, it's just not common. So even the Litvisha payas, that is the coat worn by Lithuanian Misnagdim, also is affected by the fact that the Hasidim are growing these. So if you know, many yeshiva boys should go to places like Beis Medrash Gavoa and Lakewood, the Mir. It's very, very common for these traditional Misnagdic establishments to have lots of young men wearing payot, but like, for example, tucked behind their ears. It is a Lithuanian adaptation to a Hasidic adaptation, which is an illustration of how it's a rebellion of tradition, but it also represents change as a result of this content. So that's kind of like the style of what Hasidism is all about, and that's really what defines it at its root, is that everywhere you look, you find Hasidim just kind of pushing the envelope of what one may do Jewishly always in a more involved fashion. How did this movement start? Well, there are many, many different approaches in the historiography. I'm going to take you through very quickly 6 basic approaches to how Hasidim got so popular. The first great historian of the Hasidim was actually one of its opponents. He actually will be part of our discussion more next week as well, because he was an important misnaged, or an opponent of Hasidim. He kind of Krebs, writing in German in the latter part of the 19th century. Many of you may have on your shelves the great 6-volume translation of his World History of the Jewish People, translated by Henrietta Zold, incidentally. Had a very, very dim view of Hasidism. He felt that it was obscurantist and backward and illiterate, and it represented all of the worst things about Judaism, going in the opposite direction of what he wanted to encourage, which was more engagement with European culture and society and language and so on. He felt that the Hasidim were like hopelessly superstitious and backward, and he was embarrassed by them. They were the Austrian, the Eastern Jews that were so different from the kind of Western modern Jew that he was trying to approach. On the other hand, Shimon Dubnov, who came from Eastern Europe and remained there, the great historian martyred by the Nazis, one of his last words to his students as they lay dying in a street in Lithuania from a gunshot wound was Schreib und Pfarrer, write and record, the words that resonate in the minds of all of the period since then. Dubno felt that even though he leveled some of his accusations of superstition, and we'll see at the Hasidim, he felt that it was actually a giant expression, a Jewish joie de vivre, a joy of life, simchas hachayim, that was an honest and valuable expression of the Jewish life in Eastern Europe, and it was in many ways against the oppressive conditions of the Tsarist Empire. Martin Buber, not strictly speaking a historian, a philosopher rather, nevertheless was fascinated with Dubnov's approach. He followed it up by translating many of the Hasidic stories that he encountered with a tendentious editing, locate the of Hasidism and its appeal in the narrative of its story. Such an important part of Hasidic teachings. But nevertheless, it's a kind of natural wellspring of Jewish wisdom expressed in Europe. Sholem, the great expert of the pioneering researcher, essentially, and in more of a negative way, that Hasidism was the kind of hangover of the followers of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed last week, the disgraced false messiah of the 17th century. And many of Shabtai Tzvi's attitudes and approaches to Judaism were captured by the early Hasidim and regurgitated in a theologically more acceptable format. So he definitely had kind of a negative approach to that. Ben Zion Dinor, an Israeli scholar, fascinating approach, essentially argues that it was essentially economic in nature. Because of the structure of the Jewish community, you frequently had corrupt rabbis who could essentially buy their position in order to live off the tax receipts for kosher meat and the candle tax and so on. And the Hasidim, by following charismatic leaders that were separate from the main community, could avoid paying the taxes to the town rabbi. And this created an alternate revenue stream and an alternate power structure that allowed Jews to seek out the spiritual leaders they really wanted. And finally, in this kind of rapid tour of some of the major approaches to how Hasidism acquired such momentum in Eastern Europe, the thought of Ada Rappaport-Albert is especially fascinating, looking at the gendered aspect of Hasidism. Now, this is an area of research that requires a lot more study, especially because for the most part, Hasidism is a male venture. The Rebbe's are almost completely male. There are actually a few really remarkable female Hasidic leaders, even in the 19th century. And it's almost always about male Hasidim going to visit their Rebbe's and hearing their teachers. And you don't hear a lot about the women. But Ada Rappaport-Albert really pioneered the study of the impact of modernization and women's thought on the field of Hasidism. Too much for us today, but fascinating insight into their work. So, as you can see from this quick look at 6 important historians, there's no real agreement on a single simple cause for the rise of Hasidism. I forgot to mention, by the way, especially you see in Dubnov's work, that many historians felt that the Jews in the southern part of the Pale of Settlement, the region where Jews were allowed to live in Eastern Europe, actually it predates the Pale of Settlement in Polish Lithuania, they felt disenfranchised because they were not being served by the great intellectual leaders of the north, like the Vermilion. So there's really no real consensus on a single monolithic reason why this movement caught such fire. So we have to turn to the actual people who are involved. That brings us to a discussion of Moshe Rossman, who is a great historian who did what was largely impossible for much of the 20th century, which was to get behind the Iron Curtain and actually look in the archives, see what was going on in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at this time when Hasidism was born. So the problem is that for researchers of Hasidism, until Professor Rossman did much of his research, we were limited to the literary study of the lives of people like the founder of the Hasidic movement, Israel Ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov. We had very hagiographic books like this one, Shifrei Habesh, which means in praise of the Baal Shem Tov, which was kind of like a melange of good historical data buried within miracle stories and legends and some obvious falsifications or fabrications, especially because this went through several editions, and you can easily see layers of editing and material that was added, and it was really difficult to tease out who exactly founded the Hasidic movement. There were even some scholars who doubted whether this Israel ben Eliezer was a real person. But when Professor Rossman made it to Poland and got into the archives there, which had been largely closed to Western scholars during the bulk of the century, he not only discovered that there was a real Baal Shem Tov, but he even found his tax returns. I mean, it's amazing. What we're looking at right now is just one of many fascinating documents that he found, in which there is a kind of like a property evaluation and tax remittal document that was prepared in Polish for the Polish crown. And you can see that in house number 93, it's kind of like a large deal. In house number 93, there was a man living called Baal Shem. And in other documents, it's spelled out more clearly. Baal Shem Tov's his name, and he was exempt from paying taxes. What Professor Rossman discovered is that, yes, there was a man named Baal Shem Tov, and he would live between 1699 and 1760 in this town of Medjugorje, and that he had a tax-free existence. Not quite as a rabbi. Sometimes in the documents he's actually called a doctor in the sense of a professor rather than necessarily a physician. And his main job appears to be the provision of amulets and spiritual guidance to the people of Medjugorje. Services rendered in return were provided with he was provided with a salary for himself and his dependents, and a free house in which to live, like a parsonage, as it were. So he was a real figure, and he served in a quasi-rabbinic fashion, not precisely a rabbi in the sense that we've seen in other contexts, but really as a proto-Hasidic leader. So let's try and understand the Baal Shem Tov within the context of his precursors, to try to understand why this middle-sized village would hire a person like the Baal Shem Tov in the face of the possibility of untraditional rabbinic leadership. This is a photograph of my good friend and colleague, Dr. Yochanan Petrovsky-Stern, in his youth. This picture was taken in Kiev in 1992. He was one of the first people to gain access, just like Professor Moshe Rossman. He was one of the first people to gain access to Soviet archives working in Kiev, and he especially worked in the Vernadsky Library, where he discovered the writings of one person called Hillel Baal Shem. The term Hillel Baal Shem should be extremely important here. The person that we associate with the foundation of Hasidism is called the Baal Shem Tov, and his proper name is Israel ben Eliezer. But Baal Shem Tov literally means master of the good name. That's a literal translation, but it's not actually an accurate translation. A Baal Shem is a master of God's name in the sense of someone who is able to write a good amulet. Amulets were incredibly widespread in 18th century Ukraine. These were kind of like written petitions for theurgic purposes, meaning asking that God affect some change in one's life, ensure a person a livelihood, ensure health, safe delivery, conception, marriage, all kinds of things. You would go to a person who is called a Baal Shem, a master of names, the name of God, and that person would write out a document for you, sometimes illustrated with mystical symbols and things like that, and then that would be sort of like your Jewish prophylactic to protect you against danger. This sounds very foreign perhaps to a 21st century mindset, but if you go next time to your local Judaica store, you may find like this little rack there with these laminated cards that you can put in the crib of a newborn baby, or a little Birkas Habayas, a blessing on the house that you might take home and put on your wall, or a special prayer for one's practice, one's business, one's medical profession. These are all essentially in the category of amulets, the Hebrew term or Aramaic term is kameo, that were professionally produced. And as you might expect, many of these Balei Shem were essentially snake oil salesmen. They were, charlatans who were producing these things for money, and they had no special training, and they were just, it was just a business in people's hopes, fears, desires, and so on. The Baal Shem Tov, by the way, Hillel Baal Shem was perhaps the most famous of these tens of Balei Shem that Zovsky Stern discovered that were wandering around Ukraine at this time in the early 18th century. Hillel Baal Shem was one of the more interesting ones in that he left behind a large manuscript called Sefer HaCheshek, in which he wrote down all kinds of samples of legitimate amulets with instructions on how to create them, how to manipulate the divine name to the various spellings and so on, when it should be used, when it should not be used, and so on. And he specifically directed that his book should not be published. He did not want to make that trip from manuscript to book because he thought the book would be too widely circulated, and these were secrets of the Torah that should be preserved only for the legitimate few. So that's the cultural milieu from which the Baal Shem Tov emerges. Now he is known, however, as the Baal Shem Tov, the master of the good name, and there's a question about what is the Tov referring to? Is it referring to the name of God, meaning the Shem Tov, or is it referring to the good Baal Shem, meaning when you look at all those other charlatans and snake helmets and late night TV salesmen, this is not like that. The Baal Shem Tov is really distinct from it. But ultimately, he is performing the same kind of function in 18th century Medjugorje and is highly valued for this. It is important to note that a lot of this comes to light only in the late 18th century as book culture really begins to take hold in Eastern Europe. Much of the wars that I describe now between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim circulate and are amplified by the statements that appear in print, as opposed to the much more humble and much more localized manuscript culture that occurs. And Hillel Baal Shem is an excellent example of someone who recognized the implications of book culture, which, if you want to put it in modern context, the controversies over books in the 18th century and turn of the 19th century are like the controversies we have over Twitter. Right? Someone writes something on Twitter and there's a huge explosion as a result of it, and it's like lots of heat, but very little light in a short period of time, and then it dies down. So book culture was like that then. That was the social media of the day, the Havdil out of dollars. So let's look at we looked a little bit about what Hasidism is, and how we believe it started, and the fact that there was really an originator. Let's try to understand how this new burgeoning movement interacted with the traditionalist Lithuanians and how they opposed it initially. So much of research that has been appearing in the last 20 years has been arguing that the Hasidim did not see themselves as a movement in the lifetime of the Baal Shem Tov. Meaning, when he died in 1760, he was just viewed as being part of a continuity from the past in terms of those amulet makers who were popular leaders and charismatic and wonder workers and so on. And in fact, even through the next generation, the Baal Shem Tov had two highly distinguished pupils, one of whom went on to 5 more really highly distinguished pupils. They also didn't regard themselves as being part of distinct traditions. It is only when they met the opposition from the Misnagdim that they began to coalesce around the idea that Hasidism was a thing unto itself. Now, I mentioned that the Baal Shem Tov had two distinct, very important Talmidim or students, Yaakov Yosef of Fournier and Dov Ber, the Maggid of Mezrich. Dov Ber is, for our purposes, much more significant because, unlike Yaakov Yosef, Dov Ber assembled 5 really important students. And it's also clear from the research into his work that it's not like he was trying to establish a school. The 5 of them really only met with him very infrequently, and some of his most important students, like Shneir Zerman of Liadi, actually only met with him in a very limited fashion. But nevertheless, these 5 disciples, who are kind of like the intellectual grandchildren of the Baal Shem Tov, they are the founding dynasty. So everything comes really from these 5 students. I'm going to identify one in particular. We could certainly speak about the other 4 in great length, but for tonight, and given the scope of talks, we look at Rabbi Shlomo of Liadi, who is the founder of the Chabad Hasidim, very important Hasidic movement in America and around the world today. Also very much involved in a conflict with the Misnagdim. This map here from Marcin Gorczynski's amazing historical atlas of Hasidism gives you a sense of the spread of the Hasidic movement from Mezrich as a result of the work of the Magid. As I mentioned, the self-consciousness of the Hasidim saying we are a thing, we are, really begins right around the death of Dov Ber, because that's when they begin to feel the real weight of the opposition of this man, Eliyahu of Vilna, known as the Vilna Gaon. The Vilna Gaon, whose years were 720 to 1797, was the unparalleled spiritual king of Eastern Europe. He did not, strictly speaking, serve as a pulpit rabbi. He rather spent much of his time learning in seclusion. He composed a tremendous amount of commentary on the Talmud and on Kabbalistic literature as well. And he began to react to reports of the behavior of these followers of the Maggid of Mezrich and others, and news began to circulate that he was going to support a ban, a cherem, that is a formal repudiation of these rabbis and their students, and that this would have tremendous implications for the functioning of this nascent movement. So what were the main charges? Well, I'm going to list a few of them in here, and them in these. One of the first charges, what was wrong with these Hasidim, especially because we saw in the very beginning of this lecture that they're really so much like the Misnagdim, the opponents. It's not like you can point at one doctrine and say, hey, see, look at this. This is what they do. This is against the Torah. It's not a really clear-cut thing. One thing is for sure, they're organizing separate prayer groups. This has tremendous significance because the Jews were organized in the Kehillah structure of Eastern Europe within a fairly tight hierarchical command. And that when Jews would separate from the the given synagogue in the town, this represented a fractioning of often not a large population. It transgressed a rabbinical, it's not exactly a commandment, but it's kind of an exhortation that you see in Pirkei Avot, Al tifrosh min hatzibur, do not separate from the community. It would be more serious than what we see in America today of a breakaway minion, because as we saw earlier with Ben Zion Dinor, it would represent a diversion of a revenue stream as Hasidim begin to gravitate towards unofficial spiritual leaders who are not the town rabbis, that they are not officially appointed in any way. And if those Hasidim find a way to economically support this charismatic leader and do it by not spending money on things that use tax revenue goes to support the rabbi. That represents an economic challenge, as we saw briefly in the work with NCNDino. Related to that, a little bit more halakhic in nature, the Hasidim ignore mandated prayer times. And earlier I talked about how the Hasidim are like kind of Jewish only more so, and this appears to be more of a clear violation of halakha, but the reality is a little more complicated because, let's say, for example, the discussion in the Talmud is it better to say a lot of prayers and have your mind somewhere else, or is it better to say fewer prayers and really concentrate on what you mean? The answer is it's much better to say less prayers but really mean that. And that's an operating concept in Allah. So the Hasidim would argue, what good is it to rush to shul early in the morning when you haven't had a chance to wake up properly, and you're not going to be able to focus. You're just going to rattle off the words and they won't mean anything. It's much better and much more in keeping with this idea of Tov Ma'at V'Kavana, to wake up on time. And moreover, although the Snagdim typically do not eat before they pray because it's considered rude to God that you should take care of your own stomach before you take care of reading your Creator, they would say, what kind of idea is that? You should be able to settle yourself and be focused and centered before you go to prayer. And they would offer, for example, metaphors of like when you go to the forest to chop down a tree, doesn't it make sense to sharpen the axe first? Like that famous statement which is attributed to Abraham Lincoln, if I had 6 hours to cut down a tree, I would spend 1 hour cutting, but 5 hours sharpening the axe. Right? So this is the reasoning they would say, that they would ignore the mandated prayer times, and they would daven Shacharis a little bit later in the morning. So what difference does it make? That doesn't matter, which isn't it that more important to God, so to speak. So it's not a clear break of tradition, but it's kind of like bending the rules in order to make this a more rich spiritual experience. He said there's separate. Notice that all three of these things refer to separating the community. They stopped saying the traditional Ashkenazic prayers in the Siddur that was used in Ashkenaz, and they started using a prayer book that was inspired by the Kabbalist, the Ari Zal Isaac Levi. They also separated by maintaining separate kosher slaughter. And it's not that they're saying that the regular slaughter is not. They would just like to be more careful, and they specifically had a dispute over whether the blade of a knife should be sharper or should be more perfectly honed. The reasons for this, I think, will take us a little bit beyond where I want to go. But basically, they argue that the knife should be handled a little bit differently than it used to be handled. But they all agreed on the laws of slaughter. But this also meant, of course, the revenue stream from the kosher meat would no longer go to the traditional town rabbi. Now it would go to the Hasidic slaughterer. The Vilna Gaon, of course, is the master of the Talmud. He says the Hasidim are just not studying them. Not surprising, given that where they come from, there are no great yeshivot like there are in northern Europe and Lithuania. But nevertheless, he argues that they're valorizing prayer in particular over study of the Talmud, which is a slight difference in emphasis to the Litvaks. And instead of studying the Talmud, they're studying the Kabbalah, which is like something which is so outrageous because the Kabbalah should only be studied after you've already mastered the Talmud. The Talmud is considered the revealed Torah. The Kabbalah is considered the hidden Torah. So what are you studying the hidden things before you get the revealed things? And then there's a whole bunch of discussions about their raucous, unruly, drunken behavior, their emphasis on camaraderie, and singing, and yes, alcohol was an important part of the Hasidic Farbrengen then and now, and they argued that this is really not appropriate for a much more austere, sober Lithuanian approach. The Hasidim have an expression, right? Cold as a Lithuanian, because they see people like the Vilna Gaon and his opposition as something which is dehumanizing. And then finally, there is a discussion to argue that they practice antinomian behavior. There is a certain amount of discussion that they practice inappropriate sexual relations, which was probably kind of a slander that slipped in from the Frankist movement, which definitely practiced these kinds of things. And that was a highly dissident movement that ended up converting to Christianity. And of course, Sabbatinism, as we've seen before. Now, as the draft text of this ban began to circulate, and it was going to be released in 1772, the Alter Rebbe, who we mentioned earlier, and Rabbi Menachem Mendel, the text, tried to go to the Vilna Gaon to have a discussion with him, but it seems that the Vilna Gaon did not want to meet with him, and he removed himself from Vilna in such a way that they could not actually have a conversation with him about them, which is something that lives on in the Hasidic lore in a very important way. The Misnagdim ended up pronouncing this ban in 1772, and they actually set some Hasidic texts on fire. This was followed, not surprisingly, by Hasidic counterbans and other book burnings of Lithuanian books that were criticizing the Hasidim. So out of hand, in 1781, the Lithuanians and the Misnagdim imposed an even stronger ban against the Hasidim that not only identified specific written works and had kind of general criticism of these behaviors, but specifically forbade non-Hasidic Jews from associating with Hasidic Jews, not maintaining friendships with them, not doing business with them, not eating their kosher slaughter and things like that. Really strong ban in 1781. Probably the darkest moment in this period, when it got way out of control, was in 1794, when a Misnagdic rabbi in Pinsk lost his job, and a chassid was appointed by the community in his stead. He went to the government. He argued that Hasidism was anti-Christian and anti-government, and the Russian government was always open to hearing things like this from Jews denouncing Jews. They ended up throwing the Alter Rebbe in prison for a while, and then there was counter denunciations of the Misnagdim. Things got way, way out of hand, and the battle was really set between these two major groups. Now, where we are in terms of our story is that while these two groups are fighting bitterly with each other, the new factor of the masculine, the Enlightenment thinkers are going to church, and that's what we're going to talk about next week. But before we leave the fight between the early Hasidim and the Misnagdim, I'd like to talk a little bit about that impact on the Misnagdim, which was in many ways unconscious, but is viewed obviously by historians who studied it. This is a picture of the famous yeshiva of Volozhin. It is the most important institution of Lithuania by the Vilna Gaon's own student, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin. And this represents in many ways kind of the reaction to Hasidim that was expressed in terms of a revolutionary tradition. Well, the Hasidim were criticized for their loose attachment to Jewish textual study, so the Lithuanians redoubled their attachment to textual study in order to distinguish just how far they were from these Hasidim, who instead of engaging in Talmudic study, which, by the way, there is definitely some grounds for that criticism in the 18th century, but as we move into the 19th century, it disappears pretty quickly, and the Hasidim are also deeply involved in Talmudic study. But the Lithuanians, they redefine themselves by saying that we are really the people of the Talmud. Whereas before they had people like the Vilna Gaon, who was the pinnacle of it and the representation of it, the Lithuanians and the Snagin began to internalize it far more so than ever before, studying the text with a velocity and intensity that was unrivaled in prior generations. Another example of this revolution of tradition, the Talmud specifically became their Baylor, and they studied it more deeply than any other group. I wish I had more time to talk about the contrast between 15th and 16th century modalities of study in this part of the world, but by the time you get to the late 18th century, oh my gosh, the Litvaks are totally doubling down in the way they study the Talmud. And the Kabbalah is fascinating because, of course, the Vilna Gaon itself was a Kabbalist, and so it's not like they could say we're against the Talmud, against the Kabbalah, against mysticism. The heroic lead figure of the Misnagdim was known for his deep Kabbalistic wisdom. So what they instead did was they carefully parsed out who can study it. It remained solely for the elite, and barriers were created to try and socially ostracize people who study Kabbalah too early. Those, by the way, linger right into the 21st century, even though some of the greatest Kabbalists, such as, for example, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the great teacher of the Arizal, said that people should begin studying Kabbalah at 25 years of age. But that was pushed back to 40, pushed back to people over 40 who knew the Talmud, the posting, and so on. There was a kind of a pushback on popular Kabbalah. Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, the student of the Vilna Gaon, wrote this rather amazing book called Nefesh HaChaim, the life of the soul of life, and it's a pun, of course, because his first name was Chaim, which essentially is Kabbalah for Misnagdim. This is the Kabbalah that regular Misnagdim are allowed to learn. It is a remarkably powerful book. But fully 1/4 of it is devoted to discussing the Kabbalah involved in studying the Talmud. Fascinating material. And finally, just to give you one example, which I think you'll see more closely than anywhere else, one of the ways that I didn't list it in some of the first band because it was more pronounced in later bands, but one of the arguments against the Hasidim was that they inappropriately idolized their charismatic leaders, known as the tzaddik or the rebbe, that they regarded their leaders sometimes with literal messianic posturing. They sometimes practiced something which the Misnagdim decried, that was this concept of Mesirat HaMachshava, the transference of thought, where a typical chassid would say, who am I to pray to God? I'm not holy at all. Let me pray that my prayers will be remembered by the Rebbe, and when the Rebbe prays to God, then his will be accepted. And so the Misnagdim said, that max of idolatry. Every Jew has the right to pray directly before the King of Kings or the Kings. And this idea of praying that your prayers should be included in someone else's prayers is really not Jewish. So they criticized heavily what they thought was the excessive veneration of the tzaddik, but they also began to absorb that value, and the figure of the Rosh Yeshiva gradually acquired many of these characteristics. If you don't believe me, have a look at your local Judaica bookstore in the biography section, where you'll see these biographies of Rosh Yeshiva that are absolutely unbelievable and would fit very well within the hagiographic tradition of Hasidic historiography. So that's basically what happened in the late 18th century with the birth of the Hasidic movement and the reaction of the Misnagdim. I'm going to wrap it up here. We have time for some questions. But next week, we're going to go on and look at how the introduction of the Western influence dramatically changes everything for everyone. Thank you for your patience and your endurance, and opening up for questions.
Try and capture people to bring back to the tomb sacrifice in a way that they would, tire them, is to blow those at night where they were encamped or the place where they were about to attack. sleep with those. Like a few hundred of those, just people can be really devious. Yeah.
We are going to conclude our discussion of the triangular conflict that shaped much of modernity. In the last 2 weeks, we spent a lot of time talking about the incredible Hasidic revolution, and the roots of that revolution, and what it portended for Eastern European Jewry. We spoke about the rather harsh reaction from the Misnagdic, from the so-called opponents of the Hasidim, and even the name itself, Misnaged or Misnagid in the Yiddish pronunciation, refers to how the traditionalists, led by the Vilna Gaon, defined themselves by their opposition to the Hasidic movement. And so these two revolutions, so to speak, kind of fed off one another. Today we're going to speak about the entry of the third simultaneous intellectual spiritual revolution that affected the Jews of Eastern and East Central Europe, and see how the mix of these three groups really came together to form a broad swath of Jewish identities that are prevalent even in today's Jewish politics. So let me start by going to the root of the Haskalah, which we only touched on briefly in the last 2 lectures. The term Haskalah, it's related to the word for intelligence, and it was used as a translation for the German term Aufklärung, which is, or enlightenment in English, which was the popular term used to describe this kind of movement that illuminated much of Western Europe in the 18th century. Figures like Immanuel Kant, for example, political ideas of Rousseau and Voltaire and others, and contribute to this idea of an increasing emphasis on humanism, on the power of a human being, specifically a man, because they had not quite made it to consider women in the same category as men, but let us still strive forward in that regard. That men could somehow be the arbiters of truth, that they could be the locus of truth, and they could translate that somehow into the political, social, even the personal sphere. Just one example is the Lockean concept of tabula rasa emerges out of the Enlightenment. Tabula rasa meaning the blank slate, the idea that human beings are born like devoid of any data, like a slate, like a blackboard is devoid of any writing. And whatever you write on that tender child's soul, in terms of exposing them to education, experiences, and so on, that's what will create the perfect human being. This kind of idea of the tabula rasa and the potential that it represented was at the beating heart of the Enlightenment and also of the Haskalah. And when it encountered the Hasidic movement, Misnagdic movement, there was quite an eruption between movements. Saw tabula rasa in exactly the same way. Let us, though, go back a little bit in time and explore some of the Jewish intellectual roots of the Haskalah. We could actually spend the entire lecture just exploring this easily, but I'm going to pick out 2 figures, for example. One of my favorites, a very amazing figure named Azaria del Rossi, who lived in northern Italy in the 16th century. In many ways, not a very talented person. He was essentially a proofreader for the emerging publishing industry. He was a copyist, but it happened that in 1570 there was a dramatic earthquake in Ferrara, and he fled with much of the Jewish community that lived actually in a lowland very close to the river, and they were worried about their buildings collapsing, so they actually spent a couple of weeks living outdoors, a little bit like my school during the COVID condition. They spent a couple of weeks living outdoors with the non-Jewish citizens of Ferrara in an unusual kind of environment where all of a sudden, they're all in the same boat, worried about what will happen to their city during this literally technical change. And Del Rossi struck up a friendship with some of the Christian monks who were out there at this time. And they were exchanging all kinds of ideas, and this led to kind of an epiphany, to borrow a Christian term, for Del Rossi. He ended up writing a very important work called Media Magnayim, the Enlightener of Eyes, and it really took a different approach to the entire way that Jews appreciated the world. It was a tremendously dramatic work because of two things. First of all, Del Rossi really had a very wide open idea when it came to what science could tell us about Torah. He did not have that kind of, instinctive rejection that we see in the church about challenges to the Ptolemaic view of the universe with the earth at the center and the sun revolving around it. He simply said, wow, look at this. I bet there are a lot of things that we could get from science that would help us learn about the Torah. The specific connotation, by the way, was he wrote a study of earthquakes in Jewish history, starting from Tanakh and moving forward, which was really quite fascinating. The second thing that was really important about Del Rossi, perhaps even more important for our purposes, is that he was completely willing to engage in frank and open dialogue with Christians. And this was something that was not as common as one would think, even in the 16th century, even after the Renaissance and so on. In many ways, we can see this trend going back much further. We see it, for example, in Maimonides' famous comment that occurs in his introduction to Pirkei Avot called the Uchak, where we should accept truth from whoever speaks it, perhaps anticipating the huge challenge that his guide for the perplexed and even his Mishnah Torah would be. He speaks in the 8 chapters about how how this commentary based on rabbinic sources and scriptural sources and even philosophers, and meaning Jewish and non-Jewish thinkers, because you have to accept truth from whoever speaks it. And these two ideas, the implications of modern science, as understood within an enlightened kind of framework of the grand possibility of figuring out everything in a Newtonian model, where if we just get the laws of the universe right, we will be able to figure out everything that ever happens in history in the future as well. And at the same time, this kind of unity of souls, this idea of the tolerant university in which Jews could exchange in the marketplace of ideas with the same facility as non-Jews. That's something that Del Rossi embodied. And these are kind of values. Again, we can trace these much further back in Jewish history, but they become especially important in the 18th century and are associated with the Messiah. Let us not forget one other element, the first lecture, and I personally have to be quite fascinated with lately, the impact of the Portuguese diaspora, which is shown in this map here. You will recall from that first lecture a couple of weeks ago that Portuguese Jews were typically Jews who had been forced to convert to Christianity, either in the first generation or for subsequent generations later, and they were artificially constrained by the Inquisition that was especially fierce in Portugal. But once they got out of Portugal, they essentially used their Christian driver's licenses to get a full pass into secular culture. And even though when they got to more hospitable climes like Amsterdam, for example, or New Amsterdam as well, here in New York City, they could shed their external Christian identity and resume their Jewish identity. By the time that happened, they may have been 2, 3, 4 generations deep in Christian education, having gone to university, having studied Christian thought, and having a somewhat attenuated idea of Jewish values, forms, history, and so on. So they're walking around with a totally different intellectual bag of tricks than your typical Jews in Europe, and they're spreading a lot of fascinating ideas. Many of them deeply challenging to the Jewish status quo, people like Spinoza, who spoke about in the first lecture. So these things are coming together, and in the 18th century, we see them expressed so well, so powerfully definitely the hero, someone who's called the grandfather of Haskalah, is Moses Mendelssohn, shown here. Moses of Dessau, as he was originally known. He was something of a child prodigy. He came to Berlin, where he made much of his fame, and he distinguished himself in so many areas of intellectual inquiry. First and foremost, he was able to shed the Yiddish tinged German that most Jews spoke. That is, their Yiddish was overwhelmed their German skills, and they frequently were parodied as country bumpkins, speaking some kind of bizarre old historic form of German with a lot of strange words in it. But he learned, the Hochdeutsch, the really refined, perfect contemporary German. And not only that, he was quite an able philosopher. He was able to actually enter the salons of the day and impress everyone for the sobriety of his thoughts, the expansiveness of his comprehension, and his fluency with the written materials. And I mean, it sounds strange to us now, speaking in the 21st century, but in the late 20th century, this was like, some feral child wanders and suddenly, getting a tenured full professorship as one of the greatest universities. So he was like a cause célèbre, and for me, he was viewed as the possibility of Jews for full emancipation into Western society. He was like the poster child for the very idea that Jews could have equal civil rights, that they could enter into society, they could have full privileges as citizens, which they were not. In fact, they would not achieve that until late in the 19th century. And in fact, a little further east in Russia, they wouldn't get it until the early 20th century. So Moses Mendelssohn stood for a lot of these forward-thinking ideas. And amazingly, he did it without jettisoning his Jewish identity. You'll notice from the portrait here, he was clean-shaven, which was a little bit scandalous for the era. Jews, traditionalist Jews were usually bearded, that is, males, obviously. Although there were and are halakhically permissible ways to shave the beard, it was definitely not the kind of way that Jews would look in Eastern Europe at the time. This was considered, and he was considered a Deutscher, a German. He was hopelessly assimilated with values, but he never let go of the core observances of Judaism, and he considered himself an Orthodox Jew. Although that term was not coined at the time, it would be coined a good half century after his death. He considered himself essentially an observant Jew in all ways. One of the sad aspects of Mendelssohn's life is that he was unable to provide this kind of sophisticated articulation of both a Jewish and a civic German identity to his grandchildren, all of whom adopted Christian lifestyles. But nevertheless, for his generation, for his time, he was essentially an observant Jew who had imbibed the greatest thought circulating in Western Europe at the time, and was essentially saying to German society, hey, you should think about how you treat your Jews, because we have tremendous potential to contribute to society, and we can only really get there if, for example, you allow us to attend university. He was completely self-taught. If you allow us to, pursue the occupations that are currently closed to Jews and so on. So he's kind of like the grandfather of the Skalah. But at the same time, you should also be aware that there are other figures, like, for example, Solomon Maimon, who is just a little bit younger than Mendelssohn, in fact, looked up to Mendelssohn as his mentor in many ways. Solomon Maimon was a very talented philosopher. He debated quite successfully with Immanuel Kant, and he duplicated a lot of the strengths that Mendelssohn had. However, unlike Mendelssohn, he certainly was not observant, and he took pride in this. Lyman did write quite a few philosophical treatises that had some popularity and notoriety in his day, but his longest lasting contribution to Western thought is his rather salacious autobiography, which is, it is not the first in this genre, but it is certainly one of the most important, the so-called OTD genre, the off-the-derech genre. Lyman himself came from a synoptic background in Lithuania. He was, like Mendelssohn, a child prodigy and very learned in the Talmud, and he achieved great status for his impoverished family because of his, limited learning and skills. Married off at the age of 11, which was not that uncommon for especially talented rabbinic youth at that age. Very unhappy with marriage, especially an unhappy relationship with his domineering mother-in-law. And so at age 13, he ran away from home. He ran away actually from his own home, abandoned his wife, and in fact did not give her a get for a decade. Also abandoned his child as well, a young David, who would only meet him later in Berlin. So Solomon Lyman left Lithuania. He had actually a sort of a detour to Mezrich, where he met both there, the Maggid of Mezrich, and he has a fascinating chapter about his encounter with Hasidism. But ultimately, he felt that Hasidism was, albeit more inspired and more remarkable for its devotion and its enthusiasm. It was essentially what he regarded as the same kind of nonsense that he had imbibed as a Talmudist, and he just wanted to put that all behind him. He came to northern Germany, he was in Berlin, he was associated with Mendelssohn, got up to all kinds of trouble, visited brothels and so on, and his autobiography is very entertaining reading, but personally, I don't think of him as a very likable individual. But he's also the face of the Haskalah, because unlike Mendelssohn, who said that we can be Jews and be good Germans and be good modern citizens of Europe, we can have it all. Solomon Lyman said, chuck it over the side. Like there's so many of these days of TV series on Netflix, Unorthodox, things like that. It's a long tradition of off the derech, or over the convent, so to speak, type of literature, and that's the version of the Haskalah that was also active at the very same time. This would be especially significant when the movement begins to bleed over into Eastern European movements. So the Haskalah in Eastern Europe, just to give you, in Western Europe, just to give you a sense of like the kind of issues that they were facing, and the kind of solutions that they were looking for, and why the Haskalah was so significant in Western Europe. In the late 18th century, there was a false burial scare that actually lasted for about half a century. The consensus of scientific opinion at the time was that it was impossible to definitively define death by cessation of respiration and heart activity, and that in fact a person could stop breathing as far as 18th century devices were able to measure, and the heartbeat could not be detected, but the person would still be alive and then wake up sometime later. So this was kind of like a mania that circulated around Europe. It also reached the shores of America, and the invention of a safety coffin was actually do a little research before the lecture. Apparently, America approved almost 90 patents for different kinds of safety coffins, specifically breathing. And there's actually a word which that specifically describes as being buried alive. Anyway, you can see in this particular version, on the left is our dearly departed, who has been buried underground in his coffin. But then, and there's this structure that extends from the coffin up to the surface of the graveyard with this flag that looks a little bit like a box flag. And on the right hand, you see in this picture, he's woken up from his coma right trance. He's not actually dead, but falsely buried, and so he operates this little winch that frees the flag and has it pop up in the air. Hopefully, so that people walking by the graveyard will see that flag in the air and they'll have a chill run down their spine, and then immediately they'll go out to the shovels and rescue him before he can expire a second time. There are also versions of this that had like bells and strings attached to it. There is a widely belief, probably not true, but that the phrase "saved by the bell" refers to the ringing of such bells on safety coffins so people will come and rescue others. That "saved by the bell" probably comes from a boxing ring, where you're at the end of a round and you're about to be knocked out, but the bell rings the end of the round, so you get to go back to another. At any rate, why is this relevant to the Haskalah? So when Duke Friedrich of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, which is in northern Germany, heard about these things, he was quite taken with it, and he decided to go along and take the progressive scientific position and say that in Germany, or in the region that he controlled, no one could be buried until 72 hours had elapsed after the death was confirmed. So in other words, they would make sure, that a person was dead before they interred him. And this was a tremendous affront to Jewish burial practices, which, of course, inspired by their Middle Eastern origins, argued for almost immediate burial, ideally within the first 24 hours of death. And there are all these ideas in the Talmud that speak about the nivel amace, the desecration of the corpse. If it's left alone, if it begins to rot, God forbid, it should be interred as soon as possible. So the rabbis were very upset about this issue, and they went to Moses Mendelssohn for a solution. They said, "You've got to help us out here, because the Duke is going to impose something on Jewish practice that is so different than what we've done for the last 1,800 years. We can't have it." So Mendelssohn took two distinct positions. It was quite fascinating. On the one hand, he argued to the secular authorities, the Duke and others, that the Jews should be allowed to maintain their traditional burial practices, that they had no instances of false burials, and that this is a religious thing, that there should be respect and so on. But to his Jewish compatriots, he said, "Why don't we do what the Duke said?" Well, because it's science. It makes sense. We should do this. Don't forget, Mendelssohn was also a product of his time, and also had the same concern of the scientific community of the era. And so privately with other rabbis, he said, "You know what, I think we should probably do this." Now, unless you object to say, how could he, as an Orthodox Jew, propose such a radical change to Jewish burial practice, the truth is, he was really arguing that he was saying we should go back to a much earlier Jewish practice. It's not very well known, but in fact, in much of the Talmudic period and the Mishnaic period, Jews did essentially practice a kind of a dual burial system, where the bodies would first be interred, and then after a period of time, like typically a year, then the bones would actually be disinterred, and they would be brought to family crypts like this one in Italy. There are such crypts that exist in Beishan, in northern Israel, and a few places in Israel and in Italy, where we have these ancient catacombs that are clearly Jewish, marked with menorahs and things like that. And so essentially he was saying, why don't we just readopt an ancient practice, which is described in a Talmudic small tractate called Smachot. Why don't we just go back to that practice? That way we'll be good with science and good with Judaism. This got him in a lot of hot water with, among others, Yaakov Emden, who was dead set against any kind of innovation. But nevertheless, this is a typically kind of masculine way to do things, saying, well, we can appreciate science, and we can also appreciate tradition. We just have to look a little more deeply into tradition to find the way we can get through this. And so, by trying to respect modern knowledge, which was evolving through its scientific revolutions, and also respect the Torah, but not necessarily respect the tradition in the sense of the customary behaviors, what we were calling things which are not necessarily rooted in scriptural commands or even the Talmud and the Mishnah, but rather, customs that had sort of like attached themselves by the dint of Jewish choices over generations. That would result in things like, modes of dress and beards and things like that were, more regional kind of traditions. The Haskalah, under thinkers like Mendelssohn, said we should carefully examine the corpus of Judaism, and we should surgically remove, or at least isolate, those elements that are not part of the body and soul itself, but rather things like the externalities. Like, for example, do we really have to wear those kaftans everywhere? Those long coats that go below our knees? I know we've been wearing it for a few hundred years, but really? Why don't we just wear these newfangled short jackets like the Germans do? And we can go on, listing the many different ways in which the tradition could be altered. That's the kind of position that people like Moses Mendelssohn took. And the second element, which is very important, besides the role of science with Torah and tradition, is that Mendelssohn trusted and wanted to engage with civic leaders like the Duke of Mecklenburg. He felt that, for too long, Jews had regarded the non-Jewish world as toxic, as antithetical to Jewish values, and as hostile to Jewish values. And he felt, no, we should, while recognizing that there are a minority of non-Jews who unfortunately don't like Jews because they are not sufficiently educated as to who Jews are and what we stand for, we should nevertheless embrace our non-Jewish neighbors with open arms and, be happy to join with them in the exalted experiment of constructing a multi-ethnic society. And so the idea of openness to the German population in particular was a distinguishing feature of the Western Haskalah. But remember, we've got a whole range. We had the Mendelssohn, who's kind of like the middle of a road person in many ways. We have the off the Dera Lyman, who was also in this camp, who was also saying, what are you even trying to keep the Torah? Just get rid of it. And then we have people like Mendelssohn's, one of his prime students, here is David Vetter, the years 1750 to 1834. And we should realize that Mendelssohn's plan simply was not working. His idea of demonstrating the value of Jewish German society really result in inference of emancipation and equal rights to them. In reality, as much as the Jews tried desperately to show that they deserved emancipation, it eluded them at every turn. And this drove the Jews to an almost ape-like, slavish imitation of German norms. For example, the reorganization of the synagogue layout to make it more church-like. And in fact, one movement in Germany argued that, hey, maybe one of the reasons why we're not meshing with the Germans is because we observe the Sabbath on different days. So fine, let's move the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday, which is like an absurd argument, but nevertheless it's debated and discussed very seriously. In fact, even adopted, but the laity did not accept it. The introduction of organs into the synagogue, all kinds of things which are definitely contradictory to Jewish law, but nevertheless, these like bending over backwards attempts to try and prove that Jews were willing to and appropriate partners in the German national anthem. David Friedlander, for example, went rather far, and he argued for a so-called dry baptism. This was a proposal he put forth in 1799, realizing that, one of the only ways that Germany seemed to be willing to accept Jews as full members of society is if they would convert. We see this over and over again with, great figures like Gustav Mahler, the composer, or Karl Marx's parents, who are baptized, Heinrich Heine, the great poet, that the only way they can really, get university positions, get reasonable jobs, get published in certain places, and so on, is if they formally adopted Christianity, specifically Lutheranism. So Friedlander said, you know what? Okay, how about this? And he actually wrote an open letter saying, how about all of us Jews convert to Lutheranism? We just want to do it on our own terms. We don't really want to believe that Jesus is our Savior. But we will, pro forma say, yeah, sure, we're Lutherans. Yeah. This was why it was a so-called dry baptism. There was no water involved. Of course, it didn't work out, but you see the extent of the desire for the Haskalah to get that elusive German citizenship, that they would do anything for it, and Haskalah was like stretched out way beyond anything that Mendelssohn himself would have appreciated. And just to put this in context, this is the audience there were, genuinely Orthodox figures who found a way to kind of thread this needle. One of the most famous is Samson Raphael Hirsch, who in the middle of the 19th century articulated a very controversial strategy, which indicated that one of the things that was necessary was a cleavage of the Jewish population in Frankfurt am Main, the so-called Austritt, where the Orthodox community formally separated from the general Jewish community in the context of Jewish social structure. This is really quite a radical move. And at the same time, he argued for a full engagement with German society to the furthest extent that Halakha would allow. And this is essentially the essential genesis of what would later be called modern Orthodoxy. A lot of things happened between Hirsch and the 21st century, but the idea of trying to find a safe middle ground between outright assimilation and an obscurantist, insular kind of Judaism that doesn't recognize the value of modern science, modern thought, or non-Jewish civilization. That's sort of where Samson Raphael Hirsch was to focus his efforts. And in case you think he wasn't sufficiently religious, this photo was often circulated with a little bit more rich beard, so he looked a little bit more slim, so to speak. That's a little bit of it. Let's go on. That's what's going on in Western Europe, right? You have these masculine, the adherents of the Haskalah, who are trying very hard to achieve certain political goals, and they are willing, along a spectrum, they're willing to go so far as even have a kind of a mock conversion if that will get them what they want. They were unsuccessful. Eastern Europe, on the other hand, was rather different. One of the most important ways in which Eastern Europe was different is that it was way more populated by Jews. Russia proper, that is Russia before the expansion under Catherine the Great, was actually closed to Jews from the 15th century onward. But when Catherine expanded the region right around this time in the 18th century, she actually ended up inheriting a massive population of Jews, which she promptly sequestered in a region called the Pale of Settlement, which basically extended through Latvia all the way down to the Black Sea, encompassing the southern half of Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, a big chunk of Poland, Ukraine, Western Ukraine in particular, and Bessarabia. These were all the regions of the Pale of Settlement, and there was a massive Jewish population there that far outpaced both the absolute number of Jews in Western Europe and also their concentration.
Jews were heavily concentrated in medium-sized villages all the way up to cities in Eastern Europe. As you can see, the black dots indicate cities with over 50% Jewish population in 1900. It was a little bit less so at the time period we're discussing, because there was an unusual population boom that especially affected Jews over the course of the 19th century. But nevertheless, you get a sense of the difference in scale because of the massive number of Jews that lived in Eastern Europe as opposed to the West. Also, we should understand that there's a huge difference in the political and cultural and linguistic context of these regions. Germany was regarded by Jews as kind of like the most civilized country in the world. This was a country that had the best scientists, that had the most sophisticated poets, and they had the most wonderful composers, Beethoven, Bach. I mean, all these things are happening in Germany, Goethe, and so on. They're like so excited for Germany. Russia, by contrast, Jews are not especially engaged with it at all. As I mentioned a second ago, Russia proper was actually closed to Jews, so Jews couldn't live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow unless they had special permission because they were especially wealthy and they were involved in commerce or they were talented medical professionals. Otherwise, the vast majority of Jews lived among the large non-Russian populations that were part of the Russian Empire. Ukrainians, the Poles, the Canadians, the Belarusians, and so on. And their cultures, their literary cultures, were way behind what was happening in Germany. The Dostoevskys, the Tolstoys, and so on were just the beginning of the huge rush of great Russian literature, but that was happening, towards the end of the period that we're talking about. So it was, Jews were just not attracted to these things. There was no real desire to assimilate to Russian culture, which is quite different from what you had in Germany. Furthermore, Jews living in this huge swath of territory, the Pale of Settlement, had massive linguistic affinities with each other in the Yiddish language, which was so strong there, and not at all a minority language among Jews, that it actually evolved eventually into a distinct movement of its own. And any kind of challenge to traditional authority, religious authority that you would find with the Haskalah in Western Europe, in Eastern Europe, it tended to move away from assimilation and more into acculturation. And it was expressed in movements that we understand today because they were incredibly influential. Yiddishism, the whole engagement with Yiddish literature, Shalom Aleichem, Michael Marshall Smorin, the culture of it, and so on. It translates really to Broadway and to Hollywood. Zionism, the great political experiment of the Jews that was heavily weighted towards the demands of Eastern Europe, and Jewish socialism, the Bund, the Arbeiterring, and of course elements of Jews in the Communist Party, the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks and so on. These are things that happen because the Jews are in such great numbers and not especially attracted to culture. Linguistically, they either doubled down on Yiddish or they explored Hebrew. They generally did not say, hey, let's all speak the vernacular Ukrainian. A little bit different in Poland. There was a much stronger level of Polish-Jewish synthesis than you had, let's say, Jewish Lithuanian or Jewish Ukrainian, but nothing like the German Jewish synthesis that really drove that. So as these ideas of the masculine start seeping over into Eastern Europe, Eastern Europeans, even those who are inclined towards these ideas, not deeply impressed. They say, no, we don't want to do it like that. Are you serious? Baptism? That's what you expect of us? No way. But they internalized it in other very different ways. For example, Joseph Pearl, one of the important Misnagdim of the era, actually one of the important Maskilim of the era, and you can see right away he's wearing a kippah, very large kippah, even larger than my own, in fact. But he embodies this view saying, okay, listen, a lot of great things going on in Western Europe and science, and maybe they'll get emancipated and things like that. He looks around at what's going on in Europe and he says, what's holding us back? He says, oh, man, these guys see them. They are the worst.
Misnagdim, okay, they're religious obscurantists and so on. At least they're nationalists. At least they, have a system and they're very sober and they are punctual and they have all of these kinds of values. The Hasidim are wild men. They are drinking, they're dancing, they're singing, they're practicing all kinds of behaviors that we're not used to. All of those things that the Misnagdim I discussed last week were really, offensive. They were offended by Hasidism. And so he took a really unusual tack. He composed false Hasidic books, which were designed to be parodies of Hasidim, that is satire. He wrote a book called Nagadat Milim, which means the revealer of secrets, which was meant to be read as if it were an actual Hasidic book. When you read it, you would say, oh my gosh, these Hasidim are such fools, such idiots. Ironically, he ended up really preserving a lot of tremendously interesting Hasidic ideas. Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, who was one of his most, he hated Rabbi Nachman more than those. A lot of the famous stories of Rabbi Nachman were recorded because Joseph Pearl put them in his own book. So he, strangely enough, did a service for Hasidism by opposing them. And the thing is, people like Joseph Pearl, even though he was a dedicated educator and he made tremendous contributions to the general education manifold in Western Ukraine, and nevertheless, he simply could not get any serious traction with his opposition to Hasidism, especially through this strange device of writing these parodies of Hasidic thoughts. But you see how the Haskalah here, especially in the figure of Joseph Pearl, tries to corrode support for Hasidism, but it is a genuinely popular folk movement that people enjoy. People want to be associated with the Hasidim. We should note that Pearl was not the only maskil who dealt with the Hasidim, and there were some, I'll show you one in about 10 minutes, that viewed the Hasidic movement with quite a bit more charity. But nevertheless, the basic attack of Haskalah on Eastern European Jews was primarily focused at the Hasidim, because they saw them as the most obscurantist, the most anti-rational, the most diametrically opposed to the values of Haskalah that they were trying to slowly bring into Eastern Europe. The fights over Hasidic literature really died down around the year 1815 for various reasons. For example, the Vilna Gaon has now been dead for almost 20 years, and there was also changes in the generations of Hasidic leaders and so on, and the placing of Hasidic rabbis in official positions in many cities calmed down a lot of that intense literary debate. But the Hasidim and the Misnagdim together faced a much more significant threat from the Russian government. And so another of the Haskalah's attack on the traditionalist lifestyle in Eastern Europe was specifically through the government. And this, in many ways, poisoned relations between, on the one hand, the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, and on the other hand, the Maskilim coming in from Germany. But ironically, this meant that the Hasidim and the Misnagdim had common cause against the Haskalah. And so to a large degree, this helped form what we might call today a Haredi bloc of Litvaks and Hasidim, because they both saw the Haskalah as an existential threat. They were. Tsar Nicholas I here, who was one of the most influential Tsars to rule Russia, had a lot of ideas about how to deal with the Jewish people. He was deeply hurt that they should not conform to this threefold theory of good government in Russia that emphasized worship of the Tsar, that emphasized Russian Orthodoxy, which the Jews could not conform to. Obviously, Russian Orthodox Christianity, not Russian Orthodox Judaism. And finally, the idea of narodnost, which means peoplehood or peopleness. We wanted Russian citizens of the Russian Empire, to kind of coalesce around the Russian nationality. And the Jews were like an indigestible mass that could not be absorbed. So he tried a twofold solution to try and divest the Jews of their alien narodnost and at the same time their alien Judaism, hoping that that would bring them into the Russian culture through a form of assimilation. The parent element of this was in the form of the Crown Schools, which was a network of Russian-sponsored schools that enrolled Jewish children and, purported to use the Haskalah methods of education to enlighten them and to expose them to science and the Russian language and all kinds of things like that. This is one of the reasons why the yeshiva at Volozhin closed down, was specifically over whether or not the students there would have to learn Russian. And it's clear that it's not because they felt that the Russian language was somehow completely, divorced from everything Jewish, but that they felt that it was the leading edge of much worse things. They brought in Maskilim like Max Lilienthal, who initially tried to set up these so-called crown schools, when it was discovered by others that in fact these were like very thinly veiled attempts to actually convert Jewish children to Russian Orthodoxy, with actually priests working on the payroll and so on. Lilienthal ended up giving up, and he actually retired here to America, where he made a career here. And this was the carrot, enrolling kids, Jewish kids, in these crown schools. The stick was they didn't enroll your child in the officially Russian-sponsored school, then your child would be exposed to the Russian army, under the so-called cantonist system. Beginning in 1837, Nicholas I said that Jewish children as young as age 12, legally, in reality many children younger than the age of 12 would take that, would be conscripted into the Russian army. Now, there's a lot more to say about this terrible decree. It had a tremendously explosive impact on the Jewish leadership in the communities as well. But it was essentially a death sentence, Jewishly, for the Jewish boys who were taken off to the Tsar's army. One thing that many people don't realize is that service in the Tsar's army was 25 years in length. And Nicholas I, recognizing that conscripting adults at 18 years old, Jewish adults at 18 years old, they were already so steeped in Jewish thought and culture and family connections, and not even be married at this point, they would never completely assimilate. So that's why he backs it off by an additional 6 years, at which point they would have 6 years of militarization, and then they would serve their 25 years in the Tsar's army. A horrific thing for them to be taken away from their families, and you can see the desperation in this contemporary Russian painting describing the removal of the continent. So the Jews of Russia had this terrible choice: either put their kids in these Russian-sponsored, basically conversionist Haskalah schools, or they can expose them to the risks of being sent off to the Tsar's army and not really seen again for decades. This is the reason why I'm here. My grandfather, Oliver Shalom, did not want to fight against the Japanese in the Russo-Japanese War on behalf of the Russians, so he made his way to Canada. And about 70% of Ashkenazi Jews in America trace their origins back to this particular period in history as well. You have a lot of shenanigans with Jews mutilating themselves by shooting off toes, children being adopted by other families, so they would be considered as only sons, mixing up ages of birth and all kinds of things that occur during this period. But under these circumstances, the Misnagdim and the Hasidim realized that they had to get much greater enemies in the Russian government itself and in the Maskilim who were penetrating into the Russian government and using their position to try to, in their own way, their own disguised way, to enlighten the Jews and using state power to do so. So this coalesced in a kind of two-front battle. But not everyone agreed with this general assessment. There were some exceptions, like Tzviko here, who was a maskil, who, unlike Joseph Pearl, did not agree with the excoriation of the Hasidim, and in reality he took kind of an elevated approach to the three-way conflict that was developing. And I'd like to just close with a quote from a book he wrote called, appropriately, Shalom Al Yisrael. He writes, God saw that there would be three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, this is the Vilna Gaon, to safeguard the Torah, to purify the Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. The Hasidim in Volhynia, which is in southern Poland, western Ukraine, to martial devotion and to fan the embers of feeling, right? Because the Misnagdim in Lithuania, like they say in Yiddish, called to be a Litva, cold as a Lithuanian. They have a phenomenal sense of logical power and reason and so on, but they're cold. They're like very tactless oriented. What is the detail? And very focused on the argument. But Hasidim, on the other hand, is so warm. And maybe they're not quite as demanding about what's happening around the edges. And they're much more inclusive, and they're much more into, for example, prayer. The Chabad Hasidim said he went to the Magid in order to learn how to pray. To learn to learn Hasidic thought, he went to learn how to pray, because they prayed with great devotion. And they prayed with enthusiasm. And praying is a wonderful thing. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem, that's Mendelssohn, in Germany, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion, and argued in this regard that a lot of the ideas that we began with today with Azaria Del Rossi really conform to that Maimonidean thought of listening to the truth and accepting it from whoever speaks it can be valuable for the Jews. In fact, allows the Jews in the 19th century to really excel in so many areas of endeavor. But I have to conclude with Shalom Al Yisrael, because I identify very much with this idea of different magnetic polarities that affect the Jewish people, alternating between that austere religious text-based thought and the divine enthusiasm of religious ecstasy and the open-minded rationalism of modernism. These two ideas really inform quite a bit of the Jewish community today. And I think it is the diversity of thought and the multiplicity of perspectives that really helps the Jews exist as a community and as a people in America and the world. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance over these 3 weeks. It was really a great honor to speak with you.
How long was he being held? I think he said something about 6 or 8 months. And he went through some shit. Again, most of what he went through was inside the border between Jalisco and Zacatecas, where the Mayas are trying to fight over that territory. It's basically one of the corridors up into the border region of Mexico, through Mexico. So that's people always fighting into these regions.
One of the things that I find so exciting about the early Jewish community in Amsterdam, particularly in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, is the fact that it was a place that drew in people from very diverse backgrounds, surprisingly diverse backgrounds, and came together to produce some tremendous artifacts of Jewish culture that later went on to have very illustrious careers. One of those documents is the Amsterdam Haggadah, of 1695, and in particular the copper engravings that really set the signal for many, many more Haggadahs for centuries, right up to and including the Maxwell House Haggadah that was very popular here in America. Now, we all love reading Haggadahs with great illustrations, and the person that we have to thank for the Amsterdam Haggadah is an unusual individual named Abraham Bar Yaakov, whose years were 1669 to 1730. He was born in Germany, probably in the Rhineland, and what little we know about his background is that he was actually a convert to Judaism. He was originally a Christian pastor, a Protestant pastor, and he moved to Amsterdam at the age of 26, and that's where he converted and began to, use his talents as an engraver and presumably as a pastor, because he had great familiarity with the illustrated Bibles in circulation at the time, and he brought those together in the Amsterdam Haggadah. We know just a handful of facts about him. He was apparently married twice. We don't know about his first wife. Perhaps that was when he was still a Christian. His second wife, however, was Deborah Poops, a very famous family of printers. Her husband was actually employed by her brother, Solomon ben Joseph Poops, who published the 1712 reprint of 1695 Haggadah that Abraham Bar Jacob was associated with. And it was Abraham Bar, Aramaic rather than Ben, Yaakov. Normally, with a convert, Yaakov Bar Abraham, question about it because he referred to himself as Mishpachat Abraham Avinu, Abraham, our father. But anyway, let's have a look at this amazing just for a few minutes. So here's the title page of it, absolutely gorgeous. You see there's representation of Moses on the right, the lawgiver, and Aaron, the high priest, on the left. Extremely influential design that was repeated again over and over again. And copper engraving was a technological upgrade from previous forms of illustrations. Here you can see a gorgeous rendition of the daughter of Pharaoh receiving or finding baby Moses in the Nile. You see right in the center of the river, in the midground there, is Moses in the basket, and then it's a compressed timeline. In the back, you can see it looks like the maidservant, not the daughter of Pharaoh herself, as we might have in the Joshua tradition, reaches out to receive Moses. And then on the left side of the foreground, you see apparently the maidservant presenting the baby Moses to the daughter of Pharaoh herself, who was so designated by a crown. Fascinating, very detailed and gorgeous illustration. You can imagine people sitting around the Seder table in Amsterdam enjoying this, and then really all over Europe. If the previous image might have appealed to the young daughters in the family, perhaps with maternal instincts, this one is definitely designed for the young boys in the family, with this dramatic image of Moses beating the Egyptian who presented a danger as described in the book of Exodus. And you can see all around are various activities involved with building Pitom and Ramses, the cities described as the slave cities that the Jews were involved with in the book of Exodus. So really gorgeous, detailed illustrations, very evocative and so on. It's also famous for being the site of a very early Hebrew map. You can see it's laid out east to west. Here's a colorized version of it, also very interesting looking. But I think fascinating about this is in this type of era, the whole idea of plagiarism is not very well defined. And so here is a classic image from the Haggadah that shows the pictures of the four sons. So you've on the right, the wise son, and then second from the right is the wicked son. The third from the right is the simple son, and then at the very left is the one who does not know how to ask. And you can see they're actually, different in size as well. But when you look a little bit more deeply, you see that actually these four sons were clearly taken from early models. And in fact, many of the images in the Amsterdam Haggadah were simply taken from earlier biblical illustrations that came from Christian sources, which is perhaps something that our artists might become familiar with through his earlier Christian study. Here, for example, you see the four sons in the Amsterdam Haggadah in the top left image. And by the way, ironically, it says underneath here in German, not to reproduction is forbidden, which is ironic because, of course, this is exactly what he was doing. But this is also from 1931. It's a reprint from then, so it's already well in the public domain. At any rate, 3 of the 4 sons are simply flipped in mirror image and taken from entirely different illustrations drawn from the Iconis Biblicale of Matthäus Marian of Basel, mid-17th century print of the Bible with illustrations. So you can see, for example, the Chacham, the wise son, is actually from the picture of Hannibal, who's offering a sacrifice in the top right. The Russia, the wicked son, is actually a Roman soldier in the bottom right fleeing a battle, and then on the left, the simple son is ironically based on a model of Prophet Samuel in the lower left, and then he's just flipped as well, and a hat is added to kind of reinforce the image. So the whole idea of what could be borrowed, what could be built upon, what could be augmented was really very fluid in the 17th century. I'll just wrap it up with one quick look at his own signature, which is really beautiful in the bottom in many ways. You can see right there in the bottom of this image, it says Abraham Koch. And I find it interesting that he chose to specifically illustrate his name underneath a depiction of a story from the book of Jonah, the book of Jonah, in which the stormy sea throws Jonah overboard, swallowed up by some kind of aquatic creature, and then spit out safely on dry land. And I just wonder, it's very tempting to think, is this what Abraham Bar Yaakov thought of himself? That he too came from a very tumultuous era. He landed in Amsterdam and he found his wife, he found a family, he found his métier as a copper engraver, and finally as a Jew. Fascinating, actually. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope we'll have a chance to explore Amsterdam together this fall with Kosher River Cruises. Thanks very much for watching.
The example in recent you see the federal forces are compromised as well. So, like, who do you trust? As an American force that is trying to cut the stem of drugs into this country, this is kind of the excuse that they're utilizing for this designation. And then, who do you trust now?
One of the most fascinating and fun aspects of my career as a Jewish historian is the opportunity to explore some of the exciting historical sites of Europe, in particular with kosher riverboat cruises. We've been doing this for a few years now, and I really love taking these voyages of discovery as we explore the rich Jewish heritage, particularly of the Jewish waterways of Europe, and I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam this fall. Here's a little Vorspeise video, a little appetizer to give you a sense of the exciting nature and unique nature of the Amsterdam Jewish community. And I think one of the most fascinating elements of this unusual Jewish community is the deep involvement of Portuguese Jews. And so let's look at one in particular, a rather tragic example, but nevertheless illustrative of the kind of spiritual, creative, intellectual energy that was brought to Amsterdam by the Jews from Portugal. I'm speaking specifically about Uriel Acosta, also referred to as Da Costa, who was born in 1583 and passed away in 1640. His tragic story has been dramatized and produced in theater in many different cultures. Here you see a poster from a fairly recent Polish production of his sad life. He was born in Portugal in 1583 to a new Christian family. What exactly does that mean? Many people speak about the Spanish Inquisition, but in reality, the Portuguese Inquisition, which followed shortly after the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, was an absolutely horrific experience and had in many ways just as powerful, if not more powerful, an impact on Jewish history, because the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in 1497. There was kind of like a status quo agreement that the crown in Portugal would simply turn a blind eye to whatever they did behind closed doors. And so there was this tolerance for about 3 decades of Jews being outwardly Christian. Nevertheless, as an open secret, they were still practicing Jewish practices. In 1530, the Inquisition came down hard in Portugal and created tremendous havoc for many Jews living there. And so many Jews went deep underground, but they had had several decades of experience living as crypto Jews, and so they tried literally for centuries to make their way out of Portugal afterwards. These families, who were technically Christian because they had received baptism, willingly or not, were called New Christians, which made a distinction between the so-called Old Christians, who had never had any experience with Judaism, and the New Christians who were of Jewish background. There's a lot more to say about that, but I don't want to take up too much time in this video. At any rate, like many Jews of his generation, Acosta was not informed of his Jewish background until he was really a teenager. And he had understood that he was a good Christian like everyone else. He studied theology. It's quite possible he may even have received a clerical degree himself. And then when he found that he was Jewish, he was fascinated with it, obsessed with it, and he wanted to really explore his Jewish background. This was only possible, however, once the family did make their way out of Portugal to Amsterdam, which was a much more liberal and tolerant environment, at least in some senses, where these Portuguese Jews could once again be engaged with their Jewish identity. Unfortunately, for people like Acosta, his Jewish identity was an imagined identity, because this is 1583. The Inquisition has been in place for 50 years. The Jews have been forcibly converted for almost a century. His real contact with Jewish teachings is highly limited. Almost everything he's learning about Judaism is from Christian sources reflecting upon Judaism, and him trying to decode them to understand what Judaism must really be like after you take away the Christian filter. He came to Amsterdam in 1614. He spent a little bit of time after that in Hamburg. He was circumcised and he formally converted, but he found himself in conflict with the Hamburg community in 1618. And the crux of the problem was that he did not believe that Jews were living up to the ideal that he had set for them, right? Imagine the kind of environment he must have been active in. He was an intellectual, brilliant individual, very well read, and he's coming to adopt this new Jewish identity after almost a century of persecution, and he finds that Jews are people too, and Jews are not necessarily behaving at the standards which he expected of them after reading, the Hebrew Bible, hoping to find models of human behavior in the patriarchs and the matriarchs, David and King Solomon. And he sees around them there are regular people who are going about as Jews, occasionally perhaps not speaking well of each other, perhaps not necessarily treating each other appropriately in business and so on, and he is angry about this. He ends up getting into conflict with the local community that, in an attempt to try and quell his anger and his public expectations, he is actually excommunicated. Now, there's a lot more to say about what exactly is excommunication in the Jewish context. It essentially means a form of ostracism, and there are different levels of it, as we shall see. So he was first excommunicated in the year 1618. He goes back and he lives in Amsterdam, and he, the excommunication is lifted, and but he doesn't stop. He's still so bothered by the fact that, how is it possible that Jews do not behave to the standards that he expects they should adopt? It's possible that Ariel Costa suffered from some level of mental illness, and I get to the end of this story, perhaps you'll see why this is especially poignant. But nevertheless, he ended up publishing a book, The Examination of Pharisaic Traditions, which was in many ways an attack on exactly the problem that we're describing here. The Jewish community, which at this time was trying to negotiate a safe level of tolerance with the outside community, and certainly did not want these kind of intellectual rabble-rousers active in Amsterdam. They ended up excommunicating him again. This is the second excommunication. He was fined, the book was seized and burned, and he ended up fleeing to Utrecht. Nevertheless, in Utrecht,
he found himself extremely depressed. In 1628, his mother passed away, and he found that he simply could not live. He didn't have a community anymore. He wasn't a Christian. He didn't have community among Jews either. So he moved back to Amsterdam, hoping to, absorb himself in the Jewish community again. And he said, "I'm going to set aside all of my intellectual and spiritual disagreements with the community." He said later on, a very sad phrase, he said, "I shall become an ape among apes." Very derogatory statement in the sense that he wanted to fit in with the Jews, even though he felt that it really wasn't for him. He thought a lot about some of the philosophical areas of Judaism, and he just could not help himself. He ended up getting involved in controversial behavior again. He ended up preventing two Christians who were considering conversion to Judaism at this time, and this brought him to the attention of the Jewish community once again. And so in 640, he formally says to the community, "Okay, look, I'm sorry. I know I'm having trouble controlling myself, but I will completely subject myself to the Jewish community. I will not, engage in any of these activities anymore." And the Beit Din of Amsterdam, the Jewish court, imposed an extremely harsh sanction upon him. They accepted him back, but they ordered him to go through a ritual humiliation, which was surprisingly not as uncommon as one might think in the 17th century, where he was taken into the synagogue, he was tied to a post and symbolically lashed with a thin little lash, but the idea was to symbolically accept his repentance through these lashes. And then, amazingly, he was required to lie down at the entrance to the synagogue and have the entire synagogue membership walk over him, which was a sign of abject humiliation. He was incredibly, despite this, he went home. He wrote a 12-page suicide note called, in Latin, he wrote in Latin, Exemplar Humanae Vitae, an example of a human life. A terrifying document to read, and then he killed with a revolver. Terrifying story, incredibly sad. Obviously, an individual who is deeply invested in Judaism, and yet because of the vagaries of history, the persecution of the Inquisition, he was distanced from Judaism in a normal way. I mean, he had no Jewish community, and then he developed this special idea of what Judaism must be like, and he was never able to really, make sense of the difference between Judaism and regular Jews, and he ended up taking his own life. Nevertheless, his experience and the problematic way in which the Amsterdam tried to deal with this unusual figure is extremely telling, not only for the difficulties of navigating modernity, when it becomes more and more possible to adopt various postures toward religious identity. In other words, the Amsterdam Beit Din was really trying to enforce a medieval concept of Judaism, where everyone had to behave according to the set rules as understood by the Shulchan Aruch, whereas the possibility of new Jewish identities are rapidly becoming evident in society. One of the most profound links, you may have already anticipated it, is with Baruch Spinoza, who not that much later, after Acosta's experience, went through a similar experience with the Amsterdam Beit Din. But many have drawn between Acosta's experience and Spinoza itself. This painting of Hirschenberg, who painted remarkable representations of Spinoza's Jewish life in general in the 9th century, he shows the young Spinoza as an innocent-looking child with colorful clothing, blonde hair, holding on to flowers, sitting on the lap of the much more brooding and unhappy Acosta, as if he is Acosta's student, as if he is the bearer of his legacy. It is a tragic story, to be sure. It gives us some insight into the complexities of the Amsterdam community, and in particular the Portuguese element that was so important in bringing both economic economic vitality to Amsterdam Jews, but also an intellectual ferment that would produce intellectual scholars like Spinoza. Okay, I hope you found this sad video nevertheless meaningful, and I really hope to see you on this tour because it is going to be fantastic. Thank you very much for watching.
This designation that allows a lot of things, safety's off type thing against Mexico, against some of these cartels. What's worrying in the eyes of Mexico and in the eyes of Mexicans, I guess, the fact that there was a promise of no negotiating terrorists, or at least it's
like many of you, I can't wait for this horrible pandemic to be over so that we can get life back to normal. And I'm especially looking forward to traveling once again with Kosher River Cruises, where we're going to be touring Amsterdam in the late summer and then a few other trips coming up after that. One fascinating little incident associated with the Jews of Amsterdam is a remarkable moment that occurred to an individual named Menashe ben Yisrael. Menashe ben Israel, very important person who was not the chief rabbi actually of Amsterdam, but a very prominent rabbi, and his association with the 10 lost tribes of Israel. A little background on Rabbi Menashe ben Israel first. He was actually from a converso family. Many of the Jews of the 16th century, his family had roots in Portugal, and the more liberal environment in Amsterdam made it possible for many of the Jews who had been living as cryptos to make their way out of Portugal and then reclaim their Jewish identities when they made their way to Amsterdam. He was actually born probably in Lisbon to a crypto-Jewish family. He was actually baptized under the name Manuel Diaz Soero. The Inquisition accused Rabbi Menashe's father of practicing Judaism secretly, and he very narrowly escaped being burned alive in an auto da fe. And so the family escaped from Portugal and made their way to Amsterdam, where they reclaimed their Jewish identities. Young Manuel was given the name Menashe. His brother was given the name Ephraim. Those are two children of Joseph that are, in the Jewish tradition, known to have gotten along famously despite the fact that they were brothers. And this is one of the reasons why Jewish parents bless their children in the name of Menashe and Ephraim, hoping that they all get along. And he became a child who was actually extremely talented, not only in Judaic studies, but also he had a very kind of like broad-minded approach to things. He studied widely and communicated in multiple languages with people of many faiths. He was very ecumenical in his outlook and really established a continental presence for his intellect. He was not especially wealthy. He made his living really barely as a writer and especially as a publisher. And this was a booming industry in Amsterdam in particular. The specific incident of the 10 tribes occurred in 1644 when Antonio Montezinos, who was also one of these Portuguese conversos, who was living under a Christian identity and traveling the world. And he made his way to eastern Ecuador when, and the story he tells is absolutely fantastic, he is guided by an indigenous guide to a population that lives across an impassable river, but when he encounters them on the other side of the river, they address him in Hebrew, they recite the Shema prayer in Hebrew, he reveals himself as a Jew, he proclaims that his parents are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He meets with the people on the other frequently, although he is never able to actually cross the river. He nevertheless speaks to them across the way. And they are indigenous Ecuadorian peoples who are claimed to be of Jewish origin from the tribe of Reuven. Aaron Levi, of course, was from the tribe of Levi. Now, Aaron thinks this is an absolutely fantastic event. He travels back to Amsterdam and he relates his story there. The Menashe ben Yisrael was present at the time that he related the story. He actually transcribed it, and although he doesn't publish it, the story begins to circulate and slowly gains the attention, in particular of Protestant clergy who are especially interested in Aaron Levi's story because there is a millenarial movement that specifically associates the rediscovery of the 10 lost tribes of Israel and their
eventual conversion to Christianity as indispensable elements in the ultimate second coming of Jesus Christ. And there's a lot being published at this time, especially with the encounters with First Nations and Indigenous America. Here's one copy of a publication that appeared just around this time by Thomas Thorogood, Jews in America, or probabilities that Americans are of that race, meaning the indigenous peoples, the First Nations, the Native Americans, are in fact Jews descended from the 10 tribes. Look at the second paragraph there. With the removal of some contrary reasonings and earnest desires for effectual endeavors to make them Christian. Right? That's the kind of like the larger religious project for the Protestant clergy. And so they begin tracking down this story, and they begin talking to the Menashe of Israel. This is also, recall, around the time of Shabtai Tzvi. There's a lot of messianist fervor going on the continent, in England, and also among Jews too at this time. Menashe ben Yisrael begins to get caught up in this. He begins to think more deeply about the story of these presumed Jews discovered in Ecuador. And although he obviously doesn't buy into the Christian end story, he does begin to write about it. He writes a book called Sefer Mikveh Yisrael, the book of the hope of Israel. This particular publication, which was issued a couple hundred years later in Lemberg, or modern day Review, the subtitle says Al Davar Aseret Hashvatim Makom Mishkanna, on the matter of the 10 tribes and the place that they're living. Isn't that fascinating? He also issues this in Spanish here. You can see Esed de Israel, the Hope of Israel, and of course in English. Here it is, the Hope of Israel. There's a famous illustration of the Menashe of Israel on the side. This is a fascinating story about how he got involved in this, and he became quite a bit more famous as a result of his promotion of the story that in fact these people in Ecuador may be part of the Lost Tribes. As it happens, it's highly unlikely that they are the Lost Tribes. Who were those Lost Tribes? You'll recall in the late 8th century, the Jewish people in Israel were divided into two monarchies. The southern one was called Judah, the northern was called Israel, and as a result of foreign invasions, a large proportion of the population of the northern kingdom of Israel was transported to these three areas, at least as far as we can tell from the biblical text. You can see here on this map. A couple hundred years later, then Judah would also be attacked, and a large population of its population would be deported to Babylon, specifically at the waist of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here's a map of what these regions would look like today. So the inhabitants of the northern kingdom of Israel were sent off to, let's say, western Syria and the Kurdistan region, and then out into Iran, Iraq region over there. These are very rough estimates, but there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that Jews actually were there. There's some ostraca, for example, of these pieces of clay that recorded Aramaic inscriptions that clearly bear Jewish references. There are Jewish names found in some of the local records and so on. On the scope of our discussion, there's also been some fascinating finds, although subject to some dispute by many archaeologists. But these particular strange devices are often found in regions of Jewish settlement, and they have found some of these dating back to the 8th century before the Common Era. So it's quite possible that Jews were in fact living here. Well, so that's kind of like the end of the story with Menashe ben Yisrael with regards to 10 tribes. But it is fascinating because he definitely developed his messianic thinking and association with the idea of the Jews spreading out to all the corners of the earth, the Kitsei Haaretz. And one space where he actually had quite an impact is in England, because at this time, Jews were formerly not allowed to live in England, and Menashe ben Yisrael had a dramatic impact on Oliver Cromwell in particular, with regards to the possibility of readmitting Jews to England. They had been expelled in 1290, and this was, part of the unfolding of the Messianic era as Menashe ben Yisrael saw it. And that's just a very quick glimpse at some of the intellectual and spiritual and political ferment that were going on in Amsterdam. If you are able to travel, hopefully we'll all be able to travel after this pandemic is over. please join me with Kosher River Cruises as we have a look at a lot of the amazing sights of Jewish Amsterdam and the Netherlands late this summer. I hope I'll be able to see you on the cruise. Thanks very much for watching.
Wow. He used to hang out with Elias Amana and El Chapo Guzman and talk about it openly on the podcast in Mexico. You know, that's another phenomenon that's currently happening. YouTubers. Since it was
Here's hoping that the conditions will improve significantly over the next few months so that we'll be able to get back to traveling. I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam in the late summer with Kosher River Cruises. Amsterdam is such a fascinating city in Jewish history. And let's just take a few minutes right now to talk about one of the figures who appeared in Amsterdam in the 18th century, the incredible Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. And I think one of the most amazing things about the connection between Amsterdam and the Ramchal, as he is known, the acronym of his name, is that Amsterdam was a city of refuge who were persecuted, not only as we had in previous videos, the Portuguese conversos who were forced to accept Christianity and then wanted to return to their own Jewish identities and could not do so in the Iberian Peninsula. They had to find a safer location. Amsterdam was one of those locations, and we see it in particular with Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. So first of all, who was Rabbi Luzzatto? He was a prodigy, a genius, who wrote quite a few really stellar works of Jewish that made a phenomenal impression on many different segments of Jewish intellectual life. Perhaps he is most well known for a book called Mesilas Yesharim, The Path of the Just, which was regarded as an absolutely incredible sort of self-help guide, an ethical guide, a masterful statement of Jewish morality, and a way in which it should be applied to an individual in a personal program of development. I myself enjoy it tremendously. I've studied it many times, and every time I make my way through it, I feel some incremental growth in my own personality and a desire to read it yet again. His work was accepted amazingly well across the spectrum, at least when you look over the course of the 18th century and onward. For example, the remarkable diversity of people who really enjoyed the Ramchal. There was the famous Moses Mendelssohn, who was a maskil, an Enlightenment figure who argued that Jews should engage more fully with secular non-Jewish culture, that Judaism had something to offer the general European world, and that even European studies in culture and literature, art, music, science, and so on could also enrich the Jewish perspective of the world. He had a tremendous respect for the Ramchal. Also in the world of literature, the famous professor at the University, Joseph Klausner, argued that the Ramchal was actually the first modern Hebrew that was actually works of fiction. In fact, he was a playwright in modern Hebrew, and that all modern Hebrew literature stems from this one 18th century thinker. For those who are very close students of the Ramchal, they'll know that actually one of his most cherished areas of intellectual activity was the Kabbalah, mysticism. And it is in this regard in particular that he's especially beloved by Hasidim. Think of Mezrich, for example, one of the most important early Hasidic leaders, argued that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal. He was such a tremendously important figure. And on the other side of the Jewish spectrum, we've already talked about masculinity, the Vilna Gaon, the great Litvak, the Lithuanian traditionalist thinker, who in many ways was opposed to the Hasidim, also found the Ramchal's work incredibly valuable. He once famously wrote that there is not a single word out of place in Mesilat Yesharim until chapter 11. And what that word is, maybe if we have a chance to learn together, I'd like to share with you what I think it would be. The Vilna Gaon also said that if he were alive at the same time as the Ramchal, their lifespans just overlapped very slightly, he would have walked all the way from Lithuania to Padua in Italy to study it. The biography of the Ramchal is phenomenal. As I mentioned, he came from Padua in northern Italy, where he was regarded as a child prodigy. He wrote his first book at the age of 14. He wrote on grammar, on linguistics. He actually wrote one of the first, books of how to engage in public speaking. And he wrote quite a bit of poetry and so on. And he actually attracted to himself a remarkable number of medical students at the University of Padua, which was one of the few schools in Europe that would admit Jewish students. They had some interesting kind of disabilities. They had to pay more tuition. They had to offset some of the expenses of non-Jewish students and so on. But at any rate, they could earn a medical degree at Padua. And so some of the brighter Jewish medical students who had traveled from all over Europe were attracted to a special circle that formed around the Ramchal specifically to study Kabbalah. However, this attracted a lot of undue attention, particularly when the Ramchal started expressing some more radical ideas about Kabbalah, which are beyond the scope of this very short video. But he was attacked in particular by a figure named Rabbi Moshe Chagiz, who thought that this young individual, who was in his early 20s at the time, was actually a secret follower of the disgraced Shabbatai Tzvi, shown here, who led a disastrous messianic movement in the 17th century that resulted in the appointment of hundreds of thousands all around the world, who had thought that this might actually be the moment when Jews would return to Jerusalem. It was so amazing how widespread Shabbatai Tzvi's movement was, as you can see in some of these woodcuts, that even non-Jews were talking about it because they saw so many Jews, selling their properties, including in Amsterdam, where he had a very large following, and preparing to pick up and move to Israel. However, Shabbatai Tzvi, when he confronted the Ottoman Sultan, was given the alternative of continuing in his quest and losing his head, or converting to Islam. Shabbatai Tzvi decided to convert to Islam, disappointing so many of his followers, although a small number of them actually continued, believing that if their purported Messiah had converted to Islam, then perhaps that meant they should do so as well. They became a sect known as the Dünme, who were active right up into the 20th century, in Turkey, for example. But back to the Ramchal. Rabbi Moshe Chagiz felt that the Ramchal was actually a secret follower of Shabbatai Tzvi, and he raised the issue with the Jewish court in Venice that actually looked at the Ramchal, and they were somewhat troubled by what they saw because he was remarkably young. Kabbalah usually only studied by people at least at the age of 40. He was still unmarried. And in fact, he did not grow a beard, which was one of those things that bothered them. And so they insisted on interviewing him, and they made him promise that he would restrict his Kabbalistic teachings. And when he got married, that actually assuaged some of their concerns, so they let it be. After some time, however, this Ramchal, and he felt that he really wanted to continue teaching Kabbalah, and so there were also some family reversals in business, and so he decided to leave Padua and travel north in Europe to find more secure income. He moved to Frankfurt, but Rabbi Moshe Chagiz, who was unhappy with the fact that the Ramchal was let off without too many consequences in Padua, he sent letters ahead to Frankfurt telling the authorities there that they should arrest the Ramchal on suspicion of following Shabbatai Tzvi, and they had a second trial there in Frankfurt. He was once again forced to submit to a humiliating oath indicating he would not teach Kabbalah and so on, and perhaps most tragically, the Frankfurt Beit Din seized all of his unpublished manuscripts in order to examine them for possible heresy, and finding none but still uncertain of their content, they decided to bury them as if to hide them away, and then they lost the site of their burial. And so many of Ramchal's phenomenal works, and so perhaps one day they will be unearthed. The teacher of the Ramchal, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, marshaled a tremendously heroic defense of his student, arguing that there was no reason for him to be persecuted on these suspicions. He was an incredibly upright and especially talented man. And so in the end, after he took the second oath, they allowed him to travel on. And it was finally in him where he found some rest. As we've spoken about, the Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam in particular had a
a predominant influence on admitting the Ramchal and giving him the respect he needed and a place to teach. He had an honored position and so on, and he enjoyed some of the best years of his life, of his short life, were in Amsterdam, because they saw, among other things, not only his brilliance, but also they recalled some of the negative repercussions of the situation with Uriel Acosta that we spoke about previously, and also not too far in the distance was the excommunication of Spinoza, which engendered some controversy as well. So the Ramchal was allowed to teach and study and write in Amsterdam, and it is there that he wrote his remarkable work, the Mesilat Yesharim. One thing I'm especially excited about, if you haven't studied the Ramchal in a while, perhaps it was when you were in yeshiva, you had an opportunity to study the Ramchal. In the 1990s, a new version, an autographed version, meaning written in the Ramchal's own hand, was discovered in the archives in the former Soviet Union. This version, not like the one that has been studied for 200-300 years, it was a dialogue version in which the entire, theme and plot of Mesilat Yesharim is expressed in terms of two old friends who reunite after many years apart. One of them kind of gone on, it's not an exact comparison, but it's kind of become like a modern Orthodox Jew, still very observant, but at the same time quite engaged in secular culture. And on the other hand, his old high school friend has become like a super chassid. Says Tehillim all day, recites Psalms all day, very, very pious, very, very particular about their observance of the halacha. And the two of them get together and they start talking about their comparative experiences, and it is brilliant. It's so insightful. In many ways, I prefer the dialogue version, which the Ramchal decided not to publish, to the version that has been available. So much fascinating stuff. At any rate, I hope that you'll be able to join me on this cruise. We're definitely going to look at the Mesilat Yesharim because of its connection to Amsterdam, and I try to understand a little bit more of his thought and what he had to offer the world. Thank you very much for watching, and hope to see you on a cruise one day.
This plantation had killed him. We actually went down to Jalisco where he was tortured and killed and talked to the locals there. And they were like, la casa de la CIA. The CIA house. Like, what? That's what some of the people there are saying. And I've never seen the video of Michael Rupert, who's a friend of mine who passed away years back.
I am David Lawrence. I'm one of the directors of Kosher River Cruises, and I wanted to thank everybody who is attending. We thought we would reach out to some of our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon, more sooner than later, and to give everybody just an idea of some of the. I know we're all missing out on our opportunity to travel and all that other good stuff, and just keep connected with you. I know the biggest question that everybody has right now is, what's going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity, meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the governments will allow us. On rivers, it's very interesting because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. With the Amsterdam cruise, obviously, we're in the Netherlands the entire time, but some of the issues are the ships coming up the Rhine from Germany. So there's a lot that goes into who's deciding where, when, what, and how, and we're keeping our communication is constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we'll let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now cruise later, everybody signs up for a cruise if they want, no deposit necessary, and then that just holds your space. We hope, and we kind of need to know, obviously, same as you, for airfare and everything else, pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead date or just, an update as to what's going on, because, we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare for it. So we're hoping, praying that the cruise might run for our Netherlands. If not, then the first cruise that will be happening will be our Douro cruise, which is in Portugal. That gives us a whole bunch more time to prepare for that, and hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Krause, one of our directors, scholar in residence, all around good guy, and he's going to take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who have joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces, although only behind the names on the screen. And so just very quickly, Henry had the great idea of doing this sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of a particularly interesting lecture on the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands. And this is, for me personally, and I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the most interesting stories of any Jewish community on the European continent. And there's so many layers of history in Yiddish. Amsterdam is known not just for the Jews, with the nickname Mokum, which obviously comes from Yiddish, and it's sort of a version of Makom, the place to be. And Amsterdam really is a place to be. It has incredibly rich history, and so does the Dutch Jewry in general. And so this is what we're going to hear about today. Before I hand it over to Henry, I just want to give you a technical information. I am here to moderate the questions today. So in the Q&A section, please feel free to type in any questions you might have, and we will address them after Henry's lecture. So without further ado, Henry, it is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone sees the beautiful picture of the canal now in Amsterdam. Excellent. So, like all of you, I am incredibly excited about the potential trip to Amsterdam, and I am definitely putting in extra energy of petitions to the Supreme Being that he should allow this pandemic to, subside as soon as possible, and not only obviously for the human cost that it has placed upon, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And the truth is, Amsterdam is just so incredibly fascinating. It is an unusual paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience of modernity, specifically how we cross the chasm from the pre-modern or medieval environment into the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today: Jewish sociology, Jewish society, Jewish achievements in the secular world. All of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. So in this brief lecture, that's really what I'd like to do, is just to give us a sense of why was Amsterdam so incredibly important? Why was it such a mix of phenomenal influences, and why did Jews coming from Amsterdam really impact the entire European Jewish experience and beyond, because of strange confluence of factors that came together in the early 1600s. That's the overall plan for this lecture. It's really a short lecture. I'm hoping to keep my remarks for around 30 minutes max. We'll have plenty of time for discussion of the idea come out of this introductory talk, and hopefully we will be able to continue much deeper discussion as we are enjoying Malcolm's fine cuisine and the beautiful sights that surround the windows of the cruise ship that we'll be together on shortly. Okay, so let me start with the origins of the community. Let me just understand. Let me just explain a little bit about where Amsterdam is. Now, I know that many of you on this call are quite educated and quite well traveled and are aware of these things. So forgive me, I'll just take a couple of minutes for those of us, especially those of us in America, to know a bit of the actual geography of the Netherlands and Amsterdam. And then we'll get to the Jewish part of it specifically. So this is a little detailed map that shows you where Amsterdam is in the country known as the Netherlands. It's sometimes colloquially known as Holland, although strictly speaking, Holland is only two of the multiple provinces that are located within the Netherlands. The Netherlands means the Low Countries. In fact, sometimes in English we'll refer to the Netherlands as the Low Countries because they are quite literally low. The vast majority of the country is only about 1 meter or 3 feet above sea level. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region. And in fact, New Orleans is an interesting comparison because there's a lot of similarities in culture. Maybe when you get that close to sea level, weird things happen. You want to have a lot of Mardi Gras, Carnival, things like that. But at any rate, that's why it's called the Low Countries. The predominant language is Dutch, although there are 4 official languages of the Netherlands, one of which is, believe it or not, Yiddish. It is actually one of the official languages of the Netherlands. It's not associated with a particular province because Jews are settled in many of the regions, but nevertheless, it's a small tidbit. As you can see here, it is very close to England. Just on the outside of this, towards the left of this map is England. There's the British Channel that separates them. So Amsterdam is especially significant as a maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's in fact one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when the New World was discovered. New York, of course, where I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least under European influence, as New Amsterdam, because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The local Dutch person in charge, a man named Stuyvesant, actually did not want to admit the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact, he wanted to block them. There were a handful of families that were arriving from Recife in South America, but his Dutch masters actually overruled them and said, no, let those Jews in, and boy, there goes the neighborhood. Anyways, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish origins in the region, they go back quite far, although it's rather spotty before about the 11th century. From the 11th century onward, you begin to see an increasing number of Jews in Ashkenaz proper, and Amsterdam is one of the most significant cities of Ashkenaz, particularly, as I mentioned, in the early 17th century and onward. This is a great map, which shows you the pattern of Jewish settlement by DNA sequencing, not by historical documentation, which has revealed some really fascinating things. This is a study specifically looking at the Y chromosome of Jews who are from the tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either Kohen, Levi today. And since it all descends through the male, only men serve as Leviim or Kohanim, it's fairly easy to trace it on the Y chromosome. As and you can see from this map, 40%, no, I'm sorry, this is 100% of, or a statistically very large number of Kohanim and Leviim have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right, the number 1, from Israel proper, which stands to reason because of the Hebrew origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago, Aaron the Kohen, who is, by the way,
it's completely consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that Jews migrated across the coast of North Africa through Spain and then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was through Italy, was far more significant. We know that there were early Jewish communities set up in the first century of the Common Era, some even prior to that, and there was a significant expansion with the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves that were taken from Israel and brought to Rome after the first Roman-Jewish War. Those are numbers that Josephus, an ancient historian, provides us with. And fascinatingly, if you look around where the number 2 is in this map, modern geneticists have calculated that about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 women living in North Italy sometime around the year 1000. Now, I find it ironic there are 4 women. Probably their names were Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, just guessing. But at any rate, it's very clear that the genetic origins of a large chunk of Ashkenazi Jewry are specifically associated with these 4 women, most likely converts to Judaism who lived around the same time in northern Italy. At any rate, that creates the nucleus of the community in the Rhineland, which was known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs in the book of Genesis. And then, as a result of pressures that are both political and anti-Semitic and economic, a large majority of them move to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe, but their roots come via the Rhineland of Ashkenaz. Following that, if you look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration of Sephardic Jewish genes as well. But to bring this all to a close, the Jews of Amsterdam, while historically there are very old medieval roots from the numbers shown from number 1 to 2 here, there's a much more significant migration after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. That's what I'd like to take you to next. And this is extremely important for the background of Amsterdam Jewry in particular, and also very helpful for us because the cruise that, God willing, will be going on after we enjoy Amsterdam will be on the Douro River in Portugal, which is a fascinating opportunity to see some of the legacy of Sephardic Jewry. So this map here shows you the migration of Spanish and especially Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century beyond. To understand this migration, let me just take you back about a century to the year 1391, when a wave of pogroms swept through the Iberian Peninsula. And one of the unusual aspects of these pogroms was that they were accompanied by forced to Christianity, forced baptisms. This was, technically speaking, in contravention of canon law. The church did not authorize these forced baptisms, but as a result of Catholic dogma that was essentially not changed until the 1960s, once these Jews were forcibly baptized against their will, they were nevertheless Christians. And so you had this large, rather indigestible mass of people who continue to regard themselves as Jews, continue to live as Jews in Jewish communities, observing Judaism, and yet they had the status of being fully endowed Christians with all of the rights and privileges go along with that, and with none of the disabilities that had been laid on the Jewish population. They could attend universities, they could advance in virtually any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy. And they had a distinct advantage over the large mass of the Spanish population because they were literate, they were numerate, and they were urbanized. And those three things meant that all of these Jews slash Christians, against their will, had, you know, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to advance in society. So over the course of that 15th century, the 1400s, you had this situation developing where, you know, there was a mockery of Christian theology because these obvious Jews were nevertheless allowed to ignore all of these barriers, and they advanced very far into society. By the time you get to the last quarter of that century, there is a serious backlash against the situation, which motivates the Spanish crown to invoke the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was specifically directed at the so-called new Christians, that is, these people who were practicing Judaism but were baptized, and that includes their descendants, who were taking advantage of their legal status and still practicing Jewish rites. The Inquisition was, technically speaking, not directed at Jews who were never baptized. They were, you know, restricted into certain living areas and all kinds of disabilities placed on their economic advancement and trade activity and so on. But they were, strictly speaking, not part of the problem because they were not pushing up against the Spanish establishment. The Spanish Inquisition, which we'll talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip, but as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of purge atmosphere that completely subsided, where people were economically incentivized to betray their neighbors, because once a person was and condemned of Judaizing, of secretly practicing Judaism, their property was forfeit, and that property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbors. Once a neighbor was accused of Judaism, it could be anything small, like, for example, they never seem to eat pork at their house, or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people were arrested, tortured horribly, and forced to confess and to give up names of everybody else they know who were also Judaizers. And this created a massive ripple effect where the Inquisition literally took over society, and people at high levels of authority were accused of the Inquisition, by the Inquisition, and were forced to undergo this terrible situation. The culmination of Inquisition trials was the auto da fe, in which the church would, technically speaking, release the accused to secular authorities. The church, strictly speaking, never put anyone to death in the Inquisition, but they used the term relaxed. They relaxed their hold over these people to the secular authorities, who would then have these public burnings that were absolutely horrific. And they lasted right up until the 18th century. The Inquisition did not die in the 15th century. The final chapter of this, of course, is that by the time you get to the late 1480s, it's not working. The Spanish Inquisition has gone way out of control. Society's upside down. And so the Grand Inquisitor, a man named Torda, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, and says, you know, we think we know what went wrong here. We left the original Jews in place. The reason why generations of these baptized new Christians are not hurting is because they still have Jews to go to. They still have a place where they can learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with other Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to all of this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha B'Av, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews are forced shortly thereafter to flee the peninsula. And this map shows the direction of their flight. Quite a few of them made their way across the Mediterranean basin to Constantinople, to Israel, Tzfat in particular, and many to North Africa. And there were two major areas that we have to look at. One of which we're going to spend on the next slide, is of course Amsterdam. You can see that they made their way, especially through Portugal and then to the north to Amsterdam. You also have that massive wave of illegal Jewish migration into Portugal. So let's look at Portugal for a second now. Portugal was, for a very brief period of time, quite literally 5 years, a place of refuge for these Jews. Even though they tried to hold back the wave of migration, the Portuguese allowed the Jews to practice Judaism until 1497. At that point, as a result of some geopolitical changes, the desire to unite with Spain, for example, and a desire to not expel the Jews because they clearly provided lots of economic advantage to the western part of the peninsula. In 1497, the Jews of Portugal were forcibly converted en masse. They were all made Christians. There were incredible negative incentives placed to force them to convert. Among other things, the Portuguese deported about 2,500 Jewish children, literally separating them from their parents, to an island off the coast of Africa, where many of them were literally consumed by the wildlife on that island of Sao Tome. And so the Jews were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter they imposed the Inquisition again. This is one of the reasons why you have the term Spanish and Portuguese that is typically applied to synagogues in the New World, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in New York, another one in London, and so on, because there were two different populations. There were those Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492, who technically speaking never had to pretend they were Christian. And then you have those Jews who fled to Portugal, were forcibly converted to Christianity, and then over a period of several generations managed to escape Portugal, but they left with a tremendous lacuna in their knowledge of Judaism because they had been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism and open practice for as much as a century. So that brings us finally to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these Jews in particular, those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal and then sometimes waited as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escape to Amsterdam. Many of them failed over the course of that century, and we know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition records. Trials were held in Lisbon in particular, also in Coimbra, which God willing we'll visit on the Douro tour again. We know a lot about what these Jews had to say for themselves as they were attempting to leave Portugal. But one of the most tragic examples of their background when they got to Amsterdam, which was at the time a very liberal kind of environment, much like it is today, very open to the idea of multiple populations living there, and very open to the mercantile possibilities. We see in the figure of Uriel da Costa, who is shown here in black, with the kind of a fanciful image of Spinoza, the great philosopher, sitting on his knee. It's unlikely that anything like this actually happened in real life, but they did coincide in Amsterdam for a very brief period of time. But let me just return for a second to the origins of this migration, which begins really in the 1580s. That's when we begin to see some Portuguese Jews beginning to organize themselves in a synagogue in Amsterdam. Now, the story that we have of the origins of the Portuguese community in Amsterdam are shrouded in legend, but we do have a
a history that was written in the 1600s, 1660s, that records an amazing story of the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam on Yom Kippur. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. This is, I think, 1582. There's a knock at the door, and the sheriff's office breaks in, and the Jews there are accused of being of secretly practicing Judaism in their place. And Amsterdam at this point did not officially allow Jews to reside there, residing as Portuguese individuals, right? Because they were technically Christian. The rabbi and his son were arrested, were brought before the magistrate on Yom Kippur, and they explained that in fact they weren't doing anything. Oh, I forgot one small detail. Excuse me. They were accused. Actually, they had no idea. According to the original story, they had no idea that they were Jews. They accused them of being Catholics, which was, for the Dutch at this time, quite a bit worse because they were warring with Catholics, and so they were brought before the king, the magistrate, excuse me, and the magistrate asked for the report from the sheriff, and in fact, they amazingly found no Catholic paraphernalia in the house. There was no crucifixes, no chalices, nothing like that. And so explained, the truth is we're not Catholics, we're Jews. And so the magistrate said, oh, Jews? Well, okay then, no problem. And he let them go. And this is the fanciful version of the story of the beginnings of the official community. About a dozen years later, they were granted official permission to exist, but at that time the Dutch simply turned a blind eye to them. Now, fascinatingly, the story is basically true, but there are some key details that are different. The reason we know there are key details that are different is because we also have the police report. And the police report says a few different things. The first thing is it was Yom Kippur. So it was about 10 years later than reported. And the police broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, but because they suspected them of white-collar crimes. They suspected there was some kind of criminal conspiracy going on to subvert the tariffs and taxes of the state. And they arrested the rabbi and his son, and they pleaded before the magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this, kind of white-collar crime, and all they were doing is praying according to the rites and rituals of Yom Kippur. And that's when the magistrate said, okay, fine, you guys are not white criminals as far as we can tell, and he let them be. That's the origins of the community. Now, later on, as I mentioned, they would eventually gain official recognition, but not in all parts of the Netherlands. In fact, there are many parts of the Netherlands where Jews were forbidden to reside. There are other parts where they were allowed to reside, but only in certain small restricted numbers, and they all had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities, like if they were drawn into a court case, they were intrinsically believed to be liars, and they had to take the more judaico, the Jewish oath, which meant they had to undergo a ritual humiliation in order to prove that they would tell the truth. Not only putting their hand, for example, on a Tanakh, which is a very common thing, you put your hand in the Bible and you spell the truth, whole truth, and that kind of thing. But Jews were required to, for example, bare their chest, stand on a newly slaughtered pigskin, sometimes they hold a Torah scroll to swear they would tell the truth, because they were intrinsically considered to be untrustworthy. At any rate, by the time you get to the year 1600, you definitely have a small, officially tolerated presence of Jews in Amsterdam, and they're primarily these Portuguese migrants. They are functionally illiterate in Judaism. They, a century now, without any access to Jewish teachings, to Jewish texts, and they practice a kind of like half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christian identity to be able to travel wherever they want in Europe. And only when they feel sufficiently safe do they begin to reveal themselves to be actually Jewish. This happens, incidentally, in the town I mentioned earlier of Recife, which was actually a Portuguese-held island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam took over that small island in the 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, hooray, the Dutch now control us, we can be Jewish. And they revealed their identities only to discover that in 1654, as a result of a treaty, the Portuguese took the island over again, and now they are in trouble with the Inquisition, and so they fled northward to land in Manhattan and establish the Jewish community here in New York. Okay, so if we go back to Amsterdam now, we have figures like Uriel da Costa in a video a little while ago, who is this remarkable figure who comes, his parents tell him as an adult that actually he's Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children were not told of their Jewish identity because fear they would reveal their identities to their friends, because children talk and don't understand the significance of it. So when he learned that he was Jewish and that they were going to leave Portugal and make their way to Amsterdam, he was like overwhelmed. He was delighted. He thought that was fantastic. But he was sorely disappointed when he got to Amsterdam and he saw that Jews don't always behave as wonderfully as the characters that he read about in the Old Testament when he was living in Portugal. And he became quite a gadfly to the Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, so much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being that by trying to moderate their control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Uriel da Costa was a very great intellectual, actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to communicate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was like an embarrassment to the community. He ultimately, after a ritual circumcision, a ritual humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was in itself also a terrible humiliation to the entire community. But he served as a role model, not necessarily a positive one, for Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who is perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 years the junior of Acosta, was a lens grinder. He in fact died from lung ailment from inhaling the dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots of skepticism, a very different approach to Judaism, which directly challenged the authority of the rabbis, among other things. The rabbis, wishing to control this kind of heretical behavior, not only heretical vis-a-vis traditional Judaism, but even more seriously, heretical vis-a-vis Christianity. We should not forget that the Portuguese Jewish community was still quite tenuous in the beginning of the 17th century, and although Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, the Jews were quite worried that they would lose their, and they would be expelled, which was something that was happening all over the continent. And so they especially wanted to make sure that all members of the community kept their heads down, did not make waves, didn't make a fuss, didn't draw unnecessary attention to them, particularly by heretical approaches to the Bible, which reminds me of a joke. I can't help, I got to tell you this quick joke. 2 Jews are being led out to a firing squad. As they're being led out, they placed in front of the wall, and they're putting the blindfolds on them. One of them starts saying, "Wait, don't do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent. I can prove it. Please don't shoot me. Please don't kill me." And the other one says to him, "Shah, don't make trouble." Because the idea was that the Jewish community was trying to self-police themselves, trying to control their heterogeneous elements, which were only bound to grow in Amsterdam, given the nature of the Portuguese population, to do so with Spinoza. They played like Acosta under a cherem, under a ban. No one is allowed to stand within 4 feet of him. No one was allowed to no one was allowed to speak to him. And you get this picture of notes here from this brilliant picture by Shmuel Herschenberg from 1907, one of the early artists of Israel from Poland who composed this image. You can see that he's like lost in a book. He's dressed in Portuguese, Dutch fashion, and he has no idea of the impact he's making on these traditionalist Jews in the background, who are alternately afraid of him, blocking the door to the synagogue. Another looks like he's bending down to pick up a rock to throw at him. Obviously, there's a pro-Spinoza kind of image, but it carries some of the theme of this. Now, there's a lot more to say about the second half of the 17th century, especially the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi, the false messiah, who actually found an increasingly large and important following in Amsterdam, one of his major centers in Western Europe as a whole. But I'm not going to take us too far in that direction. Just suffice to say that there are amazing things to say about the Jewish community of Amsterdam. I want to conclude, however, with this one idea of Amsterdam as a refuge, because although the Jewish community struggled to contain its antinomian and exceptional individuals like Acosta and like Spinoza, there's no question that they valued highly the idea of Amsterdam being a point of refuge, being a place where Jews could flee to in the short term as they're awaiting the messianic redemption in Israel. And we see this in particular in one place, graphically at any rate. What you're looking at right here is one of the most important literary products of the Spanish, the Sephardic diaspora. This is the so-called Ferrara Bible, which was published in Italy in the middle of the 16th century. And it was a translation from the Hebrew into Spanish, very valued by Bible scholars of the day. And it was largely translated by Spanish and Portuguese refugees who had made their way to Italy. And there was a very, very great sponsorship by two amazing women of that century, Gracia Nasi and also Benvenida Abravanel, very important figures from Spain, who used their great wealth to causes. At any rate, on the title page, as you can see here, there's a strange choice of an image of a ship in distress, lost at sea with a broken mast, surrounded by monsters and these strange looking like wind gods on the outside graphics, as if to say that the Spanish expulsion had tossed the Jews out into the Mediterranean, out into the Atlantic on uncertain destinations. And after great difficulty, they managed to find their way to places like Ferrara and places like Amsterdam. To show you the Amsterdam equivalent, this is a very small detail from a book you may actually have in your home, the Maxwell House Haggadah, which was based originally on the 1695 Amsterdam printing of Haggadah, which featured some amazing illustrations by a man named Abraham Bar Yaakov. Abraham Bar Yaakov was actually a Christian. He served as a Protestant minister before leaving Germany and migrating to Amsterdam so he could study Judaism. He ended up converting to Judaism and great talent as an engraver, and he created the illustrations for one of the most popular Haggadahs in all history, which has graced tens of thousands of Jewish tables in America alone. It is largely a result of this one unusual individual's conversion to Judaism and his interpretations of the stories in the Haggadah. And this little detail is on the title page, his signature, you can see at the bottom there, Avram Bar Yaakov, but he's portraying something which has no occurrence in the Haggadah whatsoever, but is his own personal view of his life connected inextricably with Amsterdam. As you can see in the top left, there is again that motif, like in the Ferrara Bible, of the ship at sea in distress, people falling overboard, the monsters about to swallow them, but he transvalues that by putting in the lower right corner the figure of Jonah, disgorged by the great whale or great fish onto dry land to safety. And as he looks over his shoulder at the horrible danger that he has, that's when he reflects on the tremendous kindness that Amsterdam showed him by being that place of refuge intellectually and spiritually. And this is part of the Amsterdam Jewish story in a very small image. So I'm hoping that, God willing, we will have the opportunity to speak at much more length about the entire history of the Jews of Amsterdam from their earliest origins up until the 21st century. But for now, I will conclude, and I'm going to hand this back to David, and I look forward to hearing your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, thank you, Henry. This was, I have to tell you, such a interesting and thoroughly executed lecture that, believe it or not, there are no questions because he said it all. So, thank you very much. And
you can ask questions, David, if no one else is ready to ask. No, everyone is afraid to ask the first question. So if someone wants to start with the second question, we'll be good with that.
Maybe I will, again, the thumb during the Haggadah, asking simple questions, because I know you don't like hard questions. I will leave that for the boat. I will think of something very, very difficult, and then I will pop it. Maybe just very briefly, if you can talk a bit on the role of Hebrew print in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam obviously was very important printing center in the Jewish world.
Yeah, sure. That is a fascinating question. Thank you for. We got to place this in context of the time, right? The printing press comes out in the middle of the 15th century. Jews are early adopters. They're loving it. This is a great way because, the Jews are al-kitab, as the Arabs call us, the people of the book. And they really meant the people of the manuscript. But manuscripts are like hugely expensive, prone to error, very easily damaged, fragile, hard to replace. With the printing press, and especially movable type, all of a sudden, you have the opportunity for a tremendous new. Jews are big consumers of written material. So they're developed. The Spaniards tried to get into it early on, but of course they're expelled very early. But our first Talmuds, for example, come from Spain in the 1480s, and then the Venetians, in particular, in the beginning of the 16th century, they start printing in big time. Amsterdam is kind of like the third wave of publishing for Jews, and you have a few major printing houses that are established there, largely because of very favorable tax policies and the absence of church oversight. In Catholic countries, the church begins to say, wait a second, what exactly are you Jews writing here? Because it's all in Hebrew, we don't know what you're saying, and they have to impose lots of censors and things like that. In Amsterdam, you don't have that church oversight, and you have the mercantile connection where they're shipping books out everywhere, across the ocean as well. So there is this effervescence of Jewish printing. Also, bear in mind that these Portuguese Jews, they're essentially Baalei Tshuva. They're essentially coming to Judaism with a Christian background, a secular background, if you will, for that time or place, and they're willing to entertain new ideas. It doesn't have to be Orthodox, small O Orthodox. You can give us new thoughts. One of the most important Amsterdam Jews of the time was Manasseh ben Israel, who published a theory that some of the 10 tribes that were lost in the 8th century before the Common Era were actually alive and well and living in Colombia, in South America. And that was a hugely popular book, very influential across the ocean. He translated it into English as well. It's available under the title The Hope of Israel. So that there's some fascinating, beautiful things with printing in Amsterdam.
started kind of getting pulled.
Thank you very much. We have another question, which is from an anonymous attendee. Any idea why Jews, alone among all other Jews, wait only 1 hour between meat and milk?
Yeah, I think the one answer to is probably the proximity of Swiss chocolate, Toblerone, right? Like once you've got such a great chocolate like that, you really want to eat it as soon as possible. Okay, that's a joke. I hope you laughed at that. It's an excellent question. I've never actually thought about how that particular minhag or custom developed. From a halakhic perspective, and I'm not a rabbi, but from a halakhic perspective, when you look at the passage in the Talmud that talks about meat and milk, it doesn't specify a specific amount of time. And when you get to the expositors of halakha, especially at the time of the Shulchan Aruch, 15th, 16th century and onward, that's when it begins to find its expression in text in a very reified fashion. So most of the Talmudic commentators of the early medieval period tied it to the process of digestion. How long does it actually take to digest meat so that you're not really consuming meat and milk together? And especially the sense of taste, so you won't taste meat and milk together. That's why you have the development of a more strict opinion, perhaps in Eastern Europe, of 6 hours. In Germany, per se, 3 hour time limit. And in Amsterdam, only, and in Holland, only 1 hour. I'll have to look further into it to see if there is a justification on a historic basis. But excellent question anyways. I'm going to be thinking about that once I have lunch today.
Thank you. And no more questions, so I would like to conclude the lecture. Thank you so much, Henry. This is as always, pure pleasure to listen to you and learn from you. And I really hope, Bezrat Hashem, that we will continue on the boat, and we will. We all know that, and I'm looking forward to that. So thank you, and now I will hand over to David Lawrence, who has a few concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, Henry. What we do on our cruises, I mean, Henry's an integral part of the team, and makes it, a really special experience. When we do our cruises, we're going all over the world, but we always try to have that Jewish aspect of it. We are a community of Jews traveling together, learning together, and that's all part of our process. When we our cruises are meant to be education in both secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to understand and the Jewish part of it, and to understand the secular part and the Jewish part. You got to understand both sides of the coin, and that's what makes us really, really special. What we do is, and when we create this community, people, Henry is always around, whether they're impromptu talks over dinner or whenever people can ask questions, people can have extra time. There's so much going on, as you know, and people who've been on our cruises before, they start at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. So there is always something scheduled, and there's always something happening. Do as much as you want, or do as little as you want. And again, this is something that we've tried for the last, I guess, cruising has been doing this for about 25 years. Malcolm is one of the experts in cruising from large ships. We've moved over to the small ships because we enjoy being just a community of Jews traveling together, and we think that's what makes this a really special experience. People who came in a little bit later, we are waiting to hear what's happening with the governments, how they're allowing the rivers to flow, who's allowed on the river, when, what are the protocols. You know exactly what's happening. We have, like I said, our Dream Now cruise later, which is just sign up, no deposit necessary when the cruise is confirmed, and at that point you can make a decision if you want to come or not. And if Amsterdam doesn't go, if the Netherlands doesn't go, again, our next cruises will start in October in Portugal. And then for next year, we have everything from, as you see on our website, which we keep updated all the time. I'd like to thank everybody once again for coming. Please contact us if you have any questions whatsoever. Be happy to answer them, and spread the word. We're here, and we're looking to travel all together soon. And once again, thank you, everybody.
They just got to the border. Now their idea is to go to Europe. They have this weird sense that somebody told them somewhere down there that Europe is taking them, and so they're trying to make their way to Mexico. So from Mexico, they want to go to Europe. They're not looking to the U.S. anymore, which is a weird change in their narrative.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to share with you today the results of a study that I recently read that is absolutely fascinating, talking about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. I'm just beginning my research now to prepare for the cruising season with kosher riverboat. Looking forward to visiting the Netherlands and Belgium, and then a little later going to the Rhone River again to the south of France. So let's start with this new study, which is absolutely fascinating. It talks about the genetic history of Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, let's understand what are the regions we're speaking about. If you look at this map here, you see basically the settlement of Ashkenazi Jews begins in this northern central part of Europe, primarily Germany, the Rhineland, and these locations were where we begin to see Jews showing up from the 6th through the 11th century, especially around the 9th century, start getting much more concrete historical data. Then, of course, they'll spread towards the east in particular, eventually into the great heartland where they'll expand in Poland and Ukraine, and eventually making their way over to the Americas. But one of the enduring questions in Jewish history has been like, how exactly did the Ashkenazi Jews get there? And there are a few different models of migration. Here, have a look at this map, which takes advantage of new research available through DNA studies. And the model, which seems to be the most definitive, and in fact, the study that I'll look at with you today seems to confirm it, indicates that most Ashkenazi Jews, or at least a plurality of them, have their roots in the Middle East, of course, in the region of ancient Israel, with a strong admixture of Italian DNA, meaning that they migrated from the ancient site of Israel through the Italian peninsula before they made their way to the heartland of Ashkenaz in northern Europe. There's also a significant admixture of Sephardic Jewry. You see them coming from the Iberian Peninsula after perhaps a trek across North Africa, and then moving into Provence, the south of France, and then up into the Ashkenazic heartland. But the main trend of migration, which has historically been accepted based on literary evidence, like the Colonimus family settled there and so on, has always been through the Italian peninsula. And partial DNA results have that there's support for that. DNA research is definitely the cutting edge of historical work, looking at these original populations. And one of the studies that we looked at a little while ago was the discovery of the remains of 17 people who were sadly thrown down a well in Norwich, England. Radiocarbon dating of the remains suggested that they came from the 12th century, a period when there were great massacres of Jews connected to the Third Crusade. And in fact, when the DNA analysis was performed on these remains, it did confirm that these were Ashkenazi Jews, very well matched to contemporary Ashkenazi Jews. And as you can see from this image here, which comes from the Natural History Museum in England, they were able to actually reconstruct their faces. Amazing, based on the DNA evidence that they collected. They're also able to reconstruct some of their, eye culture and color and things like that. They were also able to determine, for example, that one of the children had blue eyes and red hair, which was sort of a stereotypical way of depicting Jews in the 12th century as well. So it's just fascinating to see these kind of episodic bits of information. The problem, however, is that, in Jewish law, Jews are prohibited from simply digging up graves and then taking DNA samples. That's totally unacceptable. And in fact, in Israel, whenever some kind of construction going on and they find the remains of some ancient cemetery, they have to take all kinds of precautions. They can't move in and start, diving the remains of these ancient people who lived there. So there's always been a great difficulty in actually conducting this research. But I'm very grateful to my colleague, Dr. Elliott, is a science writer who shared with me this fascinating preprint study that's going to be appearing in a very prestigious soon. And it gave us the results of a new study that comes from Erfurt, Germany. Let me show you that study and explain how it depicts in much greater detail the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, it's dealing with this site in Germany. It's the city of Erfurt, which has a known documented Jewish community living there. The article is genome-wide data from medieval German Jews show that the Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. And there are over 20 authors from prestigious institutions all over the world by S. Waldman, putting together this amazing piece of research. It's about a volume total. I was so fascinated to read it. Here's a photograph of the actual discovery itself. It's a cemetery just outside the city walls of ancient Erfurt or medieval Erfurt. In the top picture, the city wall is just there on the right, and in the bottom, you see actually the discovery of the remains. Now, once it was suggested that these were in fact Jews, the study actually went to some of the most premier authorities of Jewish law to ensure that the remains were treated with proper respect. In fact, the research was conducted entirely on teeth that were detached from the skulls of the deceased, which constitutes a different category of remains, and it was much more lenient with regard to assessing the DNA in those teeth. So fascinating. They looked at differences in the enamel and were able to identify, in fact, that some of the remains came from a slightly different location earlier. Absolutely fascinating. But what I really want to focus on is this idea of the founder event and something called the genetic bottleneck, which together gives us a much clearer picture of how Jews came to Ashkenaz in the first place. Please have a look at the diagram, which I have painstakingly created for you, that illustrates how the idea of a genetic bottleneck. You've got these curving lines, and they move upwards in time. At the bottom of this bottleneck, you have Jews, ancient Israel, and then have modern Ashkenazi Jews. We're speaking specifically about Ashkenazi Jews because that's the results of the Erfurt research. So the Jews in ancient Israel, there's really no category in traditional Jewish thinking. There is a category of religion, there's a category of tribulation, and you see in lots of literary sources that there are tons of people from outside the Jewish world coming into the Jewish genetic population base. So, for example, in the Bible, there's descriptions of the Moabite woman Ruth, who of course comes in and marries her offspring is well, actually her descendants is David, King David. You have Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. He was Idumean. You have Helena, converts to Judaism and joins the Jewish people and is actually very Jewish. And you've got lots and lots of examples of people who come to the Jewish community later in life. Makes perfect sense. Then there is a significant historical displacement with the Roman Jewish War, starting with the Great War from 66-74 of the Common Era. A massive number of Jews are displaced from ancient Israel and taken as slaves to Rome. That number is expanded with the Bar Kokhba rebellion 7 years later. For an existing Jewish community living in the Italian Peninsula, population of Jews moving to that part of the world. So beginning in the first, second century in particular, you have Jews who are also marrying South Italians and then later North Italians, and the genetic base of those Jews who were displaced to Italy is naturally expanded by their connections with other people. Of course, we're not getting here a discussion of the various types. Certainly some of them involve conversion of one form or another, or some of them involve forced relations, of course, rapes, but a mixture of DNA during the early part of late antiquity. Then you get to something which we call the founder event. And this is the period when a small number of Italian Jews migrate to the Ashkenazic heartland in central Germany, around the Rhineland. And that genetically calculated to be about 45 generations ago. If you work with a number of about 25 years per generation, and the authors of the study suggest that that founder event dates to somewhere around the year 800. And that corresponds with a lot of the data that we have from other sources, including literary sources. And when you calculate that based on the Erfurt remains, it's very clear that the people who were buried in Erfurt, the 33 individuals discovered there, are the descendants of people who have this combination of Middle Eastern and Italian DNA, to be sure. Another fascinating thing is that the narrowing of this genetic bottleneck, because the people who were born from 100 in Ashkenaz, 1350, are basically drawn from this very small sample of people. And in fact, the authors observe that modern Ashkenazi, after another 700 years, are also really closely linked to genetic profile that they see in the Erfurt remains. So even though there's been a tremendous amount of change in the Jewish over the last 100 years or so, Ashkenazi Jews very similar profile to this image. I don't know what this like if we were to examine it again 100 years from now or something, but this essentially describes a picture of how modern Ashkenazis came to be. House map here, and basically the picture we have is, number one is you have the Jews in Israel in the context of the Roman Jewish Wars. They settle in Italy, and there they mix with the local Italian population and eventually make their way up to heartland. And the actual percentages, it's hard to calculate precisely because there's some time where a lot of southern Italian influence and later the northern Italian influence. But the authors of the study suggest that the Middle Eastern DNA of the Erfurt remains is somewhere between 15 and 45, depending on the individual, like the difference between southern and northern Italian influence. And that Italian influence is somewhere between 45 and up to 70% of their DNA. It's basically confirming the literary picture we have of Ashkenazi Jews being essentially the descendants of Middle Eastern Jews making their way through the Italian peninsula. I find that fascinating just because it helps solidify our picture of how the Ashkenazi Jews came to be. But of course, there's a lot of other implications. As, for example, the Norwich study was able to identify specific illnesses that affect Ashkenazim, like, for example, breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and things like that, and that may have implications for later cures. It also, puts to rest some of the more bizarre theories, for example, of a Khazarian influence on Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not supported by any of this research. And it's also especially relevant in today's social moment because there's so many people who are, fairly vociferously arguing that Ashkenazi Jews are not actually Jewish. Some other population is Jewish, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, historically speaking, Jews have been accused of being communists. They've been accused of being capitalists. We're at a moment now where Jews are accused of being not actually Jews. That's something new. At any rate, I'm fascinated by this study, and I'm really hoping that if you want to learn more of this, please join me on our Kosher Riverboat cruise to the Netherlands, where we'll be really focusing on the history of Ashkenazi Jewry in particular. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you again.
It's wild to know. And people question why things are the way they are, and why people are struggling in different parts of this country, different parts of society in this country. I came here to work and to make a better life for myself and for my kids. And I somehow managed to be in a place where I have like employees and I have a company and I'm working and doing work. I get American dream.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about the upcoming cruising season because together with the amazing group of people at Kosher Roosevelt Cruises, I'm planning to visit the Rhone River Valley, which is in the south of France, and it's a fascinating place for the development of Jewish history. It's the region of Provence, which is just a tremendous melting pot of ideas, connecting, as it were, the Iberian Peninsula with central France and connecting through Italy across the Mediterranean. Lots of ideas are flowing into Provence. A lot of translators like the Gibbons are living there, and ideas are just percolating. It's just so amazing. I'd like to take this opportunity now to speak about another traveler to Provence a long time ago, the great Benjamin of Tudela. He traveled to Provence and parts farther east of it, somewhere between the years 1159 and 1167. And he returned around 1173, so he's traveling for a good 14 odd years, a century before Marco Polo. And he recorded his travels in the so-called Masaot of Binyamin Tudela, and it's basically a very early travelogue written in Rabbinic Hebrew. Unfortunately, the editions that have survived are probably not accurate. There's a lot of errors that seem to have crept in because it's copied so many times over and over again, and so-called optimized, where people shortened it and removed parts therefore. At any rate, we have a version of it, and it has a tremendous amount of information. And it was translated in all kinds of European languages because this is a pretty rare thing for a person to travel this distance. It could really only be done well by an army, which essentially what the Crusaders were doing something like this in that century, but by an individual if he was Jewish, because he could connect with Jewish communities all along his route. In fact, that's exactly what Binyamin did. And he doesn't tell us exactly why he's traveling, but frequent references to things like coral, he's very interested in coral, suggest that maybe it was part of the gem trade, the precious gems trade. But all the way along his travels, he dutifully notes the nature of the Jewish communities, roughly how big they are, how far apart they are, famous Jews living there, strange customs that they have there. It's absolutely fascinating to read. So he specifically, early on in his trip, of course, he goes through Provence. As you can see from this map here, this is pretty reliably dated, although he describes many places as far away as India and China that he likely did not visit himself, but he heard about while he was traveling. He records those depictions as well in our text. But he starts out in Tudela, which is in northern Spain, and then he makes his way to the Mediterranean coast, and he hugs the coast, and that's when he goes to Provence. As you can see, the regions of Provence here have famous cities like Narbonne, Béziers, Montpellier, Junel, and Arles. These are all places associated with the great burgeoning Jewish spiritual activity that happened in the century that Benjamin of Tudela was actually there. He mentions some of the famous people who were alive that he met, like the great Rabbi Abraham Ibn Daud, the Raivad, who reads the Maimonides, references to all kinds of people that, if you study Tosafot, you'll be quite familiar with them. The Talmud itself is really, really interesting. The historical value of this particular document, dating from the 12th century, is really incredibly precious. He gives us lots of information about trade, about ethnography. He provides many firsts. For example, the very first account of the Druze people in a non-Arabic source, the first European reference to China by that name. He gives us sometimes the only source that we had for a long time about, for example, false Messiah, David Alroy, a fascinating interlude. Every now and then, Benjamin of Tudela will spend way more time talking about something he's very interested in, and then go back to his more mundane depiction of travel and cities and things like that. He also provides for us fascinating glimpses into disparate Jewish communities like the Black Jews of the Malabar coast of India and so on. He probably did not reach the Ashkenazic heartland, but he does describe the great cities there. So obviously the people that he was in contact with at the time knew quite a bit about the development of Ashkenaz, which was then reaching into its heyday. Okay, I hope that you will be able to travel with us on our cruise in the Rhone River Valley. But if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. And thank you very much for watching.
Divided up one cartel into two and probably made one of the biggest threats to the United States national security as far as cartels go, bigger and more influential. That's what that did. Wow. And again, the path forward.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm doing a lot of research lately in preparation for a trip to the Netherlands and Belgium with kosher riverboat cruises. I'm really looking forward to visiting this part of the world. And today I'd like to speak about something quite fascinating and rather unique that occurred in Amsterdam in February of 1941. It was a massive general strike organized by non-Jews, the regular people of Amsterdam, to protest the Nazi treatment of Jews. This was really something that was unparalleled anywhere else in Nazi-occupied Europe. About 300,000 workers participated in this general strike by going off the job, and it's symbolized in particular by the dock workers. This was a movement that ultimately failed. In fact, it was brutally suppressed by the Nazis, and the end result of the strike was not sufficient. The atrocities that were perpetrated against the Jewish people in specific and the people of the Netherlands in general. But nevertheless, it stands alone as a really bright spot in the history of the Holocaust in Western Europe. So let's try to understand what exactly happened. So Amsterdam, as I'm sure you're aware, is traditionally known as a very liberal city, known for its civic freedoms and its general policy of tolerance. This came to a shocking end when the Nazis invaded in mid-1940, and immediately they began to remove Jews from various civil service professions, which they had integrated into very well over the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Jews protested against this. There were some street battles between the version of the brown shirts, known as the WA, and various Jewish self-defense groups. And some of those protests and battles actually got rather violent. In February, one of these WAs was hurt and later died. Nazis reacted with their typical harshness and collective punishment by sealing the entire Jewish neighborhood. There were other battles going on at this time, including an important one that occurred in an ice cream parlor that involved dousing the police with this kind of ammonia spray. And then there was a major pogrom on the 22nd and 23rd of February when Nazis seized 425 Jewish men and deported them. Almost all of them were killed in Mauthausen. The following day, after a crescendo of violence, workers gathered for a spontaneous meeting, and with important leadership from the Communist Party of the Netherlands, who were the sworn enemies, of course, of the Nazis, they proclaimed a general strike. Here is a handwritten proclamation of the strike. You can see they actually wrote the word strike 3 times with 3 exclamation marks each to really emphasize the importance of this. And it was extremely, the participation was incredible. 300,000 people in a wide variety of fields. This is believed to be the largest single public demonstration by non-Jews, organized by non-Jews, participation by non-Jews in solidarity with Jews, and there's really nothing like this in Europe. The only thing that can compare to it is, of course, the tremendous amount of effort that went into fighting the Nazis. But this was something specifically directed by civilians at the Nazis in protest of the treatment of Jews. The Nazis ended it almost immediately with very harsh measures. And in fact, when you look at the end, was actually quite horrific for Amsterdam Jewry. By the end of the Holocaust,
80% of the Jews who were living in Amsterdam before 1939 were killed. That's an incredibly high rate of murder, higher than almost anywhere else in Western Europe and even Eastern Europe. About 1/3 of those Jews who were living in hiding were betrayed, discovered, and then later killed. That includes, of course, the famous Frank family, whose daughter Anne wrote an incredibly important memoir of Amsterdam at that time before she herself was killed. The February strike, however, represents a really unique moment in Amsterdam's history when the whole population stood up and protested against what Nazis were doing. Every February 25th, the people of Amsterdam come together to commemorate this great strike and what it meant. And they gather around this remarkable statue erected a few years after to remember them. It's called the Dokworker by the Dutch sculptor Marie Andreasen. And it's actually really worth looking at because you can see it's a sculpture of not a heroic looking individual. He looks like a man in his age, somewhat perhaps overweight, muscular. He is a dock worker, but he's not in the Soviet and certainly not in the Nazi heroic model, big bulging things like that, with a strong chin and stuff. He's just a regular worker guy, and he's kind of looking up from his labor. His stance is not even especially aggressive. He's just kind of like in a relaxed mode, but hands are slowly clenching as if he's the enormity of the atrocity that is going on around them, and that dawning of insight into what the Nazi occupation meant for the people of Amsterdam, and especially the Jews of Amsterdam, begins to enrage him. And I think that kind of collective spirit is so beautifully captured in this remarkable piece of art. I'm looking forward to visiting the statue in particular when we visit Amsterdam. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise, and if not, I look forward to sharing with you the things I discover as I'm doing my research in advance, and of course some video from on site. Thank you very much for watching.
So it's great to hear you lay all this stuff out. Tell everybody how they can find you online. Last time I was here, they deleted my Instagram account of over 500,000 followers. After the podcast, I posted something about Chinese people being welded into their homes during COVID, and Instagram didn't like that, and they took out my account. Wow. So what is it now? It is Manifesto Radio Podcast.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me and see the screen okay. If one of you could please quickly go into the Q&A and just say, yes, I see everything fine, that would be very helpful. Otherwise, I'm going to get started with the presentation. Oh, excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Torres. I am going to get straight into the presentation. Thank you very much for joining me. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm really excited about being part of Culture Riverboat Cruises, where a couple times a year I get to go to various places along rivers in Europe and explore Jewish history. We usually try to take about 100 people with us on these fantastic boats, and we basically just get to experience Jewish history in real life, like while we actually visit the streets where it happened, which is absolutely fantastic. So today, in preparation for a cruise that is scheduled for, let's see, when is it scheduled? It's scheduled for August this year. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the saga of Dutch Jewry, and then we'll have a little bit of opportunity at the end for some Q&A, both about Dutch Jewry and about the cruise if you are interested. Okay. So why don't I get started right away with the material? I figure I'll speak about the history for about half an hour or so, and then we'll go to Q&A. Okay, so here we are. The origins of the community. First of all, let's look at it. Where exactly is Holland and Belgium, the Netherlands area? As you can see in this Google map here, it's on the northwestern coast of the European continent, not too far from England. And here's
a picture of Holland in particular, the Netherlands in particular, excuse me, which is made up of actually several provinces. North and South Holland are two of the most significant. And I think a more important way to think of this area, though, is not so much this political map here that shows the various administrative provinces, but really this map here, which of course shows you the tentative route that we're planning to take in our cruise in August, alongside this map here, which shows you how much of this region is actually under sea level. The blue parts, the sky blue parts, are below sea level, and of course you can see Amsterdam is like right in the middle of a lagoon there. It's it's protected by some kind of barrier island, but if it were actually to be inundated with the waters of the Atlantic, it would be flooded. So how is it possible that you have a city there? This is, and quite a bit of this region, really right up to the region of Utrecht, you can see it's just completely below sea level. How is it possible that this region is settled? So this is the origin of a very clever and well-known Dutch saying, God schiep die aarde, maar die Hollander schiepen Holland, which translates as, and forgive my pronunciation, God created the world, but the Dutch created Holland. And this is absolutely true in a very, very real way. What it's referring to is the massive amount of water engineering that went on in Holland in particular. The creation of these things called polders, which are essentially, by managing the water and building up the peat and draining the peat, they were able to actually create serviceable land where the region could be actually farmed and you could actually build on. This really begins in the 14th century and it continued with great success afterwards. Here, I'll show you a couple of pictures. Here is one of the many, many water engineering stations that dots the countryside in this region. You can see the Archimedes screws there that pull the water up from the right-hand side of the picture and dump it out on the left-hand side of the picture, and this creates this massive region of very, very flat areas for farming and for settlement. This is where you get the term the Low Countries, because of course it is below sea level, and yet nevertheless it is in fact reclaimed land. Now, there's some fascinating research on how this geography affected Dutch culture, politics, and society. And I was very, very interested in reading this. I recently read Russell Shorto's remarkable work on Amsterdam, in which he speaks about the impact that this region, or the nature of the land being underwater, had on the Dutch people as a whole. Specifically, we're talking about a part of the world where the nobility didn't own any of the land because the land was underwater. It was actually ocean. And so here you have a whole bunch of peasants who say, hey, listen, what if we were to go out into the ocean and have this audacious idea of making farmland out of the ocean, then that would be ours, right? That wouldn't belong to the nobility. We could just farm it ourselves. And the only way that this could be done is if we all cooperate with each other, because these are massive public works. No one person can drain this region. It has to be done in concert with many other people, and it has to be done both with a great deal of individualism, because you've got to do your part for your particular piece of farmland, but on the other hand, recognizing that you are part of a much larger whole, and everyone has to hang together, or else literally we will drown in the ocean. So out of this sort of system of thinking of landless peasants deciding to cooperate and build society together, you have the unusual fashioning of the Dutch mindset, the Dutch culture that really can be seen in so many different aspects of their culture. One of the most interesting words that I came across was this word gedogen, or gedogen I think it's pronounced, which means illegal but officially tolerated. Because if you live in this kind of society where everyone has to get along, if you have a neighbor who does something that is, something you approve of socially, religiously or politically, as long as he manages to keep up his part social pact and the holder drained and do what he needs to for the water management, you're prepared to just live and let live. Just let him do what he's going to do, as long as he is observing the norms of society insofar as our economic reality is derived entirely from our cooperative nature, then that will be okay. And so the Dutch culture really evolved around this basic concept. We see certainly in 20th century politics with issues related to a lot of the topics that are very controversial in North America, especially in the United States of America. They seem to be much more run-of-the-mill issues in the Netherlands. And what's especially important for us, although I hope you appreciated this very brief geology, land management kind of discussion as an opener, it has a huge impact on Jews, because Jews will be great citizens of this region as long as they fit into the overall social needs of a society that needs to hang together. And in fact, that's exactly what the Dutch offered the Jews. They were able to live in great peace and tranquility in this part of Europe for many hundreds of years, and created a very unique Jewish society. So that's what we're going to look at now, a little bit of how that society evolved. Let's first of all with where the Jews came from. How did they get to the Netherlands in the first place? So we'll have to step back a little further, quite a bit further actually, and try to see how did the Jews get to Europe in the first place. So the very, very earliest Jews to reach the Netherlands were the so-called Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazim are basically Jews who trace their ancestry back to the region Ashkenaz in basically northern Germany, the Rhineland. The term itself is somewhat artificial. When the Jews settled there, they sort of picked it out of the Bible and said, okay, let's call this Ashkenaz. There's no real connection biblically between the name as it's used in the book of Genesis and just one particular offhand reference. Later there's a reference to the book of Jeremiah as well. We don't know where those locations are as described in the Bible, but they're highly unlikely to be located in northern Germany. That term was associated with the Ashkenazi Jews much, much later. Here's basically how they get there. And this chart, by the way, is derived somewhat from the literary record, where we have a 12th century account of how Jews, several hundred years after they had already well settled there, and that bears all of the challenges of legendary history that can be written as a way to try and explain a current reality rather than necessarily describing a historical process. But it's also been augmented, fascinatingly, with current DNA research, which says a lot in a scientific manner that actually bolsters this traditional account. Here's how basically Jews got to Ashkenaz, which would be just a little bit west of the Netherlands, and then we'll start talking about how they moved from there to the Netherlands. We start with Jews in ancient Israel, right up until the first two colossally devastating Roman Jewish wars. The Jews of Judea rebelled in the first century, starting in the year 66. That was crushed by the Romans. It took them quite a while. It was a pitched series of battles, but eventually it was crushed in the year 70, with pockets of resistance lasting for a few more years. This was the Great Roman Jewish War that resulted in the destruction of the temple. There was then a smaller regional war called the Kitos Rebellion in 117, and then a much bigger rebellion that in many ways rivaled the first war in the year 132. All of these, of course, were crushed with some remarkable challenges by the Roman government. The Jews of the region were frequently punished, particularly in the First War and in the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, with forced deportation to the Italian peninsula, where they worked as slaves. According to Josephus, there were as many as 100,000 of these Jews who were taken from Judea in the first century, a number that many scholars believe is fairly accurate. And these are how the Jews basically got into Europe, primarily through Italy. Let's see how it works. So if you look at this chart, you see you've got the arrow on the left, which means time. moving from earlier in time at the bottom, later and up. You have Jews in ancient Israel. In the first and second centuries, about 100,000 of them are basically sent as slaves to Rome. By the way, there was already a Jewish community in Rome prior to the First Roman Jewish War. In fact, a good 200 years prior. But the massive influx happens in the first and second centuries. And then while they're living there, they're also integrating with larger society. They ultimately eventually get citizenship. There's actually a fairly large number of Jewish citizens in the Roman Empire. And we begin to see the penetration of Italians into the Jewish ethnicity. This is largely done, as far as we can tell, through conversion. Because when we get to about the year 800, there is what's called the founder event. This is referring to the foundation of Ashkenazi society. Sometime around the year 800, based on both literary sources and later bolstered by DNA evidence, a very small group of Jews from the northern region of Italy make their way up to the Rhineland. Cities of Köln and Mainz, Speyer, Worms, and they settle there. Some DNA evidence even indicates that about half of all modern day Ashkenazis are descended from specific women who come from northern Italy. That is, their mitochondrial DNA, the little bits of DNA that a person gets from one's mother, and only women pass it down, means that they had four specific mothers. I like to joke that the names were, Sarah, Rachel, Rebecca, and Leah, but probably not.
Here we go.
At any rate, these people were, conversion is allowed within Judaism, and so these women were incorporated in that small group. We know the names of some of these families. The Colonimus family, for example, made their way to the north at this time. And it's confirmed by two major discoveries that the DNA evidence reveals that they were in fact descended from these people. In the English city of Norwich, about the year 1290, about a dozen people were thrown down a well, and when and this was discovered in the 21st century when they were doing construction for a shopping mall, and they found this ancient closed up well, and inside it was this horrific discovery of all these bodies jumbled up, all thrown in there at the same time. And they were able to analyze the DNA in the bones and discovered that in fact they were very similar to modern day Ashkenazi Jews, and that their DNA is going to match what was discovered in the city of Erfurt, Germany, a Jewish cemetery where, since we suspected in advance that the people buried there were Jewish because of historical data, the people working with the skeletons asked for appropriate rabbinic guidance that said that you could work with the DNA in teeth that had been separated from the bones, and by analyzing the DNA of those teeth. The reason is because Judaism has a very, very high threshold miscibility to disinter corpses or to rebury them and things like that. So they studied the separated teeth of these 33 bodies. They found that just like the Poland that was found in Norwich, these people were also closely related to them, and closely related, very closely related to modern Ashkenazi Jews. Meaning there is a kind of a genetic bottleneck where, as opposed to like having all kinds of people mixing together in the region, here's this small group of people associated with modern day Ashkenazi Jews who basically only marry each other, which obviously has some genetic challenges. There are certain diseases that are associated with Ashkenazi Jews, including, for example, the BRCA gene that is a plague for breast cancer, and cystic fibrosis, and Tay-Sachs, and all kinds of things like that. The Ashkenazi Jews, before they get married, they typically use modern technology to screen themselves to make sure that they are an acceptable marriage partner for the person that may be their intended. At any rate, we basically have like a really narrow bandwidth of potential marriage partners for the next 700 years until we get to modern Ashkenazi Jews who are genetically very related.
to that founder generation, that founder event, probably from the year 800. One last detail before we look at a map that will help clarify this. There's a strange supposition that's been around since the 1970s that perhaps Ashkenazi Jews move more to the east. They would be, for various reasons, expelled from Western Europe by anti-Semitic pressures, and they would be invited into Eastern Europe. That would be Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine in particular. They would be invited into Eastern Europe for economic reasons. Their proximity to a bizarre Turkic tribe known as the Khazars, around which there is a legend that they converted to Judaism in the 8th century, that in fact this argument goes that modern Ashkenazi Jews are descended from those Khazarians rather from the Middle Eastern Jews who mixed with the Italians. The DNA research does not support this particular thesis. What does it actually look like? Here is a map from one of those remarkable DNA studies. The purple lines are the most important for our purposes. You've got, after the 1st century, a massive movement of Jews, largely as a result of those Roman Jewish wars, into the Italian peninsula. They then continue on in the 9th century up into Northern Europe. There are also Jews that are simultaneously making their way across the coast of North Africa. That's the green line. And they develop a very major center in Spain. And then those Jews from Spain will later mix with the Ashkenazi Jews. Ultimately, where you see the number 3, those large Ashkenazi populations will move very far east, where they will become much more dominant in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and its sister states. But that's basically the charting out the major DNA trackable population movements of Jews, which largely corresponds to what we know from the literary record. This is extremely important. If you look at the DNA of the Ashkenazi Jews in Erf, that was the 1350 discovery, have about 15 to 45% of their DNA going back to the Middle Eastern populations, that is, to the ancient Israelite Jewish population, and about 45 to 70%, very large number, a large amount of their DNA is actually from the Italian populations with whom they lived for several before making their way into Europe. So that's basically how Jews got to Europe. How did they get to the Netherlands? So only a few later references to Jews in the Netherlands till about the 13th century. Then we begin to see them pick up a little bit. The largest settlement of Jews is clearly in the Rhineland, which is in northern Germany, just a little bit to the west from the Netherlands. Don't forget that the draining of the swamps, the bogs that made up later would make up Holland, was not really deeply underway until about the 13th century. So there's not a lot for Jews to visit there anyways. But nevertheless, you begin to see isolated references of mainly traveling Jews who end up in this region in the 12th and early 13th century. They're described frequently as merchants or as moneylenders, but they're really scattered references to them. This continues increasing over the 14th century, but really big things happen in the 15th century. Let's turn to that now. This map is also really important. This is, of course, a map that describes the emigration of Spanish and then later Portuguese Jews in the Great Expulsion of 1492, and the forced conversion in Portugal, 1497, and the associated exodus of Jews from that region as well. Let's just pause for a second and think about what is going on here with this. You have to understand the Spanish and its massive impact on European Jewish history. We realize 100 years before the expulsion to 1391. There was at that series of pogroms, kind of like riots directed at Jewish populations throughout the Iberian Peninsula. And one of the unusual consequences of those particular riots was a massive number of forced conversions. In other words, you had masses of angry peasants descending on Jewish communities and demanding that they convert or die or be horribly maltreated. And you have a very large number, perhaps tens of thousands of Jews who elect to undergo the ritual of baptism, often done right then and there with holy water on the spot. And Jews were kind of deeply confused about what this actually means. The church, which had long condemned this practice of forced conversion, nevertheless was kind of trapped within this ideological position that once a person is baptized, even if it was done under duress, they are nevertheless Christian. And so you have this unusual situation that happened in Spain, and it lasted for about a century. These people who considered themselves Jewish and yet were legally and were free from all of the anti-Semitic legislation and restrictions that required them to live in regions, only by certain occupations, never be able to attend higher education. All of a sudden, it's as if they received Christian driver's licenses. And so you have this phenomenon, and there are some Jews who became true believers and completely committed themselves to Christianity. You had others who were deeply resentful of Christianity and would go to tremendous lengths to practice Judaism in secret if necessary. You had people in between, willing to go along together, still considered themselves very and married other crypto Jews, or as they were called, conversos, or Greek Christians. So Jews actually, and I'm talking about now these crypto Jews, they acted under this social element because they were no longer held back by these artificial restraints that society had placed on them as Jews. And they rose up in virtually every area of human endeavor, with the possible exception of subsistence farming, because they were literate, they were numerate, they were urbanized, they had a very high level that they placed on education. And so over the next 100 years, from those pogroms of 1391 until the eventual expulsion, you had this phenomenon where there was like a second class in Spanish society of people who trace their origins back to Jewish roots and may have been extremely active in their Jewish practice, but nevertheless had very high level positions in Spanish society and even in the church. So when we get closer to the end of the 15th century, the church decides, actually the crown in Spain decides that they've got to do something about this, and they institute the Spanish Inquisition, which was not technically speaking directed at Jews who were not baptized, was directed at those Jews and their descendants who had been baptized and yet were not behaving with all of the requirements of Christians, or more significantly, they were not believed to be behaving in this manner. And so they had this whole purge-like mentality set up where they would arrest these suspected people of Judaizing to one degree or another. They would torture them. Of course, the Spanish Inquisition was infamous for its use of torture. And under torture, these people would give up the names of all kinds of people they thought were also Judaizing. This was, it's information derived under duress is not very reliable, but the Spanish Inquisition would then go out and arrest those people, and eventually assumed all of society and got way out of control. So by 1492, Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, who also traced his own family roots back to these converts, so there's a lot of weird psychological stuff going on there, argued that, why this is not working, why we keep trying and trying, and there's still these
Jews active in Spain? The reason is because there are still non-baptized, legally practicing Jews in our society. They're still maintaining schools, and they're still maintaining kosher meat shops, and they're still maintaining, rabbinical services. And so the crypto Jews are always being drawn back to these sources of communal, intellectual, spiritual repression. So Torquemada argued persuasively before Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand that all of the Jews have to be kicked out of Spain, not the baptized Jews, because they're technically Christians, but all of the regular non-baptized Jews must be exited from the peninsula. And that is in fact what happened in 1492. They have this massive exodus. As you can see from the red lines, they're headed to North Africa, they're headed throughout the Mediterranean basin. Constantinople was a very important refuge for them, and many of them go back to Israel, where they would later be the kernel of the great Spot Renaissance in the 15th century, in the 16th century. The most significant number, of course, made the simple journey to the west and crossed the border into Portugal. What happened there is especially significant because King Manuel I decided that it was not expedient to expel these Jews who had a lot of value economically to the society, but he arranged for a forced mass conversion of all of them in 1497. Again, the same kind of thing that started this all off back in 1391, and he made all kinds of promises like, we're just going to do this, but there's going to be no Inquisition for a good 30 years, don't worry about things, you'll be all right, thinking that eventually they would assimilate into Portuguese society. He was, of course, wrong, and when the Inquisition came in Portugal in the 16th century, it was even more brutal, if that can be imagined, than that happened in Spain. And so many Portuguese Jews in the 16th century began to seek ways to flee Portugal. Many of them went to Brazil, which was, of course, a Portuguese holding. Some of them even ended up in New Amsterdam, which would be Manhattan or New York City, and a lot of them went to the Netherlands. So you have this massive flux of these interesting people who call themselves a separate nation, the Portuguese Nazio, the Portuguese nation, who were basically Jews, still thinking of themselves as Jews, still building synagogues, praying together, marrying within their own families, and yet they all trace their origins back to Portugal specifically, and they had status as Christians. They could go to other countries, they could even travel to England, where the Jews had been evicted in the 13th century, and they became extremely important in the mercantile world with their connections in many other countries, Jewish connections, and they were extremely important for the events of the economy. And so if you think back to what's going on in the Netherlands, they have this idea of gedogen, right? Illegal, but unofficially tolerated. So even though, depending on who was controlling the Netherlands at that point, and there was a lot of Spanish influence and so on, they basically said, well, listen, these Portuguese people, we know that they're probably doing something kind of fishy, kind of Jewish in their homes and things like that, but they're not bothering anyone else. They're not specifically involved with draining agricultural land, but they are contributing to society through their mercantile activity, keeping their head down, not bothering anyone. So why should we be persecuting them? This was also aligned with a form of Protestantism that was very strong in this region, in contrast to Lutheranism, that was much more prevalent in parts of Germany. Calvinism was more of a tolerant version of Protestantism that held to kind of Luther's original position that, Jesus was born a Jew and so on, and that there was no reason to persecute the Jews. So these Portuguese Jews were the first to make a really strong communal foothold in the Netherlands, establishing communities there, officially only in 1608, but most likely they had been there for decades prior. They just began to be more open about their Jewish identity in the early 17th century, and they succeeded. They were tolerated, they were permission to establish synagogues, they printed in prayer books, things like that.
And later on, they would be joined by an influx of Ashkenazim who were coming from Eastern Europe, particularly in the wake of the Khmelnytsky uprising of 1648-49. Ironically, we live in an era that tends to be Ashkenocentric, meaning, just the way the population movements in the Jewish world work. Western Europe and North America is predominantly Ashkenazic. That tends to be a wealthier part of the world. And so, we have this stereotype of Ashkenaz kind of being the big brothers helping out the Sephardim and the Portuguese Jews were the younger brothers. In reality, at this time, it was definitely the opposite. The Ashkenazim were the needy immigrant Jews, and the Portuguese were the well-established, wealthy Jews who demonstrated tremendous generosity and largesse in caring for these massive influx of Ashkenazi Jews. But that's one of the things that I think makes the Netherlands so fascinating in Jewish history, is it's one of these meeting places of multiple Jewish populations with very different attitudes and very different perspectives on life and the world, and it creates some of the most fascinating ideologies. And that's what we see especially happening. Perhaps the most famous Jewish inhabitants of this region are Spinoza, and as a distant second, really, not even second, but famous for me anyway, Uriel da Costa. This is a remarkable painting, but if you've heard any of my lectures on Acosta before, please forgive me, because I return to this figure quite often. He is someone that I think is extremely important for our understanding of Jewish modernity. Uriel da Costa was a Portuguese Jew who, like many, did not learn of his Jewish identity until he was a teenager. It was very dangerous for Portuguese Jewish parents to tell their kids that they were in fact Jewish, because that could bring the whole Inquisition down on them. So his parents ultimately, divulged his identity to him. He had already earned a degree from the University of Coimbra in theology, and he was very, very excited about it. He said, "Oh, this is fantastic." He moved to Amsterdam. He actually spent some time elsewhere in Europe as well, but he was unable to fit in with a Dutch society, Dutch Jewish society, because largely he had this, this ideal of what Jews should be like that was based entirely on reading only the Christian version of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament. He read about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, David. He thought, wow, Jews are so fantastic. When he got to Amsterdam, he saw they were regular people, that they were sometimes, not so careful with their language, and sometimes they didn't demonstrate at the highest level of integrity that he thought. He became quite a bit of a gadfly on the community, and he took it to extremes. He actually published books criticizing the Jews from within, but it's really nasty kind of criticism. Ultimately, he was excommunicated by the Dutch Jewish community more than once, and after age 30, and he kept on coming back saying, "Please, I have to live among you, I can't be separated." Ultimately, after a third ritually humiliating rapprochement, he decided that he would rather take his own life, and he died by suicide after reading a 12-page suicide note, very moving document called Exemplar Vitae, an example of a human life that says a lot, in my humble opinion, about what Jewish identity is in the modern era. Sitting on his lap in this picture, you can see that Da Costa is all dressed in black, and he has this kind of claw-like grip on the edge of the chair, and he's got this 1,000-yard stick. He looks very somber and even a little morbid. Sitting on his lap is this, free boy with long golden curls, and he's languidly holding onto some flowers while looking askance at the text of a book. That's supposed to represent Spinoza, and in fact, they do overlap about this many years in Amsterdam. Spinoza went through much of the same process as Acosta did, but unlike Acosta, he was able to somehow simply say, "Well, okay, that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to go on my merry way." And here, the same artist in 1907, a few years later, painted this version of Spinoza Excommunicated. He was a Jewish lens grinder who became very interested in
other perspectives on the Bible, and he in fact essentially invented what would be called later biblical criticism. There's a lot more to say about Spinoza, and more than I can spend here, but in many ways he is the architect of modern philosophy. He was also excoriated by the community, who felt that his ideas were not only antithetical to Judaism, but they were also antithetical to the protection of the community, because the Amsterdam Jewish community did not want to rely on this idea of illegally but officially tolerated. They wanted everyone to stay in line and, have their ties on and look proper. And they regarded him with some hatred and fear, whereas in this painting you see his attitude of, well, I'm sorry about that, but I'm going to go on my merry way. Much more to say about Spinoza, but nevertheless, he is indicative of the intellectual ferment of the Jewish community there, for good or depending on how you understand his stuff. It was a place of tremendous activity, tremendous exchange of ideas, huge center of printing. You may recognize this frontispiece from the Amsterdam Haggadah, which is a landmark in printing. Copper engravings that were illustrated that Haggadah and used on hundreds of thousands of Jewish tables every Passover. It was illustrated by Abraham Bar Yaakov, a fascinating convert to Judaism who lived in Amsterdam. This picture, which depicts the artist himself as being none other than Prophet Jonah, being tossed over into the waves and swallowed up by that great sea creature, and then he is finally deposited on solid ground. Avraham Bar Yaakov, who signed his name at the bottom there, clearly saw himself as someone who was lost in a sea of intellectual ferment and found his home ultimately in Judaism, and he became a very important master copper engraver. And his work has been seen at the tables of who knows how many untold families, even here in America, because one of the most famous Haggadahs that's widely used, primarily because it was available for free from your local grocery store. The Passover Haggadah, published by the Max House Coffee Company, is essentially the Amsterdam Haggadah. It went through a couple of iterations, but for the longest time it was the Amsterdam Haggadah. So when we get to the 20th century, and this is a very quick overview, Jews are finding themselves very much at home in Dutch society, and one of the most heroic moments came at the lowest point in that history, and that's specifically during the Holocaust. And one of the things that is really unprecedented in Europe during the period of the Nazi occupation is a widespread general strike that began in specifically in protest of the treatment of Jews in that city by the Nazis. As you can see, here's the actual document that was circulated. You can even see strikes, stack, which means strike, and you get a sense of the anger that average workers in Amsterdam felt over the abuse of their traditional tolerance that had been extended to Jews. This strike was, as you might imagine, horribly and brutally truncated by the Nazis, who used collective punishment, which was their go-to tool for controlling dissent, and it was crushed within a matter of days. But nevertheless, it is the only one of its example in all of Nazi Europe. This is a wonderful statue that was erected to memorialize that general strike. It shows a dock worker, and as you can see from this remarkable piece, I'm sorry I forgot the name of the artist who constructed it. I have a separate video where we talk about it. The artist has chosen not to portray some kind of neo-Soviet hero with bulging pectorals and a lantern jaw and things like that, which would have been really, a travesty in this kind of example, because the Nazis also liked that kind of heroic, artificial Superman type art. This is he looks like, he's in his late 30s, early 40s. He's overweight. He's just a regular working Joe, but he's looking up to the sky, and his hands are slowly clenching as he begins to feel the anger at how Jews are being treated.
his fellow citizens in Amsterdam. And as his anger builds, he becomes resolved to engage in this general strike. It's a very, very touching and worthwhile statue. I can't wait to see it when we're there. Unfortunately, the larger story of the Jews in the Holocaust is not one of great heroism. In Amsterdam, in particular, of course, that's where Anne Frank was deported and lost her life after recording her thoughts in a remarkable diary later published. And in fact, Amsterdam had a horrific demographic impact under the Holocaust, worse than most other countries. And that's the reality of it. But after the Holocaust, in particular of refugees from Eastern Europe, the Jewish population was eventually reconstituted in these regions and began to succeed and thrive once again. So, God willing, I'm looking forward to seeing this in person in a few months. For those of you who are on the call, if you are able to join us, it would be great to have you. I'm going to conclude my presentation now, and then I'm going to turn to the Q&A to see if there's anything I can answer that would be helpful. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Okay, so let's see what I've got in the Q&A. Stacey M, thanks me for letting me attend. You're most welcome. Mr. Lynch asks about Spinoza's parents and uses the term Marano. This term Marano is kind of fallen out of favor in the scholarly world because it literally means pig, and it was a term of opprobrium that was used to describe those people who were technically Christians but still practiced Judaism. The preferred terms are crypto-Jew or converso or even Eucrypt, which was the church term. So Spinoza, like Costa, descended from these Portuguese crypto-Jews. Ms. Torres asks, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand inclined to acquiesce Torquemada because they wanted to confiscate property and money from the wealthy Jews who were forced, because the Jews were forced to leave them behind, and that way they could fund their war primarily against Muslims to the south. That is quite true, and in fact, one of the big debates in Jewish historiography about this period was the expulsion of Jews primarily an economic. Was it a function of the economic region, or was it a function of ideology? Meaning, Ferdinand and Isabella were true believers, and they really wanted to get rid of all non-Christians from the Iberian Peninsula. They could not only totally Judenized, but also Muslimized, right? They wanted to also drive out the Islamic influence, and it's a massive debate. My humble opinion, I think the truth is somewhere between those two extremes, but the crown definitely stood to benefit from the seized property of the expelled Jews. They got into a lot of trouble later because there were still debts owed, and that had to be dealt with. Christians were well entwined into many of these economic arrangements, and so it was not just a simple matter to simply steal money and kick them out. It was something that required quite a bit of disengagement over the next century. There's Stacey M. reads that in one of the Jewish encyclopedias that the Spanish Jews were embarrassed by the immigrant Jews and actually pitched in to send them off to the British Empire. This is unfortunately a phenomenon that we will see from time to time in Jewish history. The Italian Jews were also, they had a varying degree of enthusiasm for accepting some of these Spanish immigrants. In other cases, in New York, for example, the earlier immigrants who came first from Spain and Portugal, and then later from Germany, didn't have quite as good an opinion about the Jews who were coming from Ukraine and Poland and Lithuania. So it is a phenomenon that repeats itself, unfortunately, many times in Jewish history. In Amsterdam specifically, the Portuguese did have a very strong consciousness of the need to support themselves and their own charities first, but the bulk of their charitable donations actually went to Ashkenazim, which is really quite fascinating. Mr. Bosboom writes, how is it possible that Dutch went from tolerance and striking against national treatment of the Jews to the most devastating stories of the Holocaust? That is indeed a very important question. I think the key variable that has to be isolated is the degree of collaboration of local populations in the destruction of the Jewish population. And that's something that is not at all simple to answer, particularly in a short Q&A like that. You know, we should recall that the Nazis had a very different attitudes towards how they occupied states in the West, which they regarded as their racial equals, and how they treated states in the East, like Poland, for example, Ukraine, which they regarded as their racial underlings. And the degree to which the local population was willing to cooperate with the Nazis was highly correlated with the treatment they received from the Nazis, which is a very, very different kind of thing. So your question requires far more attention that we can devote here. But thank you. Will the recording be made available on the YouTube channel? Yeah, I intend to put it on there. And Mr. Barron asked Columbus being Jewish or Converso. Please have a look at my channel. There is a huge lecture there where I discuss it in great detail. Okay, that's it. Not too bad for timing. Thank you all very much for joining me. I think it would be great if we could learn together in person on this cruise. If that's not possible for you, then very happy to communicate my research as I go through it over the next few months on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much for attending this webinar. I hope you all have a fantastic day.
In certain circles, but everybody knew that guy's the head of the city, or he's the bigger guy in that organization, which is a federation of groups. Last time I was here, it was after the Decanasso, the incident where they rescued Ovidio, one of the Chapo's sons. 2 years ago, they finally caught up to him. Right? The army did this operation, the same thing happened.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands with kosher riverboat cruises, and I came across this one individual who is so fascinating that I have to share his life story with you. His name is Lopo Ramirez, and he also had an alias named David Curiel. And the reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew, and he became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his story. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is, almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationship to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many classes, this gave them advantages in society because as Christians, they're no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions, of not allowing them to attend higher education or travel, open businesses, all kinds of things. But nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families maintain some internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on. He was a great example of the resilience and the courage and the ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ends up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of the communities there, and very fascinating. Okay, so the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from one individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already emigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese Jews a few years later. He settled in Coimbra, which is a fascinating place. We've also visited in the past with Coastal River Cruises. It has a tremendous university there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. Perhaps the most important person in the family background is a woman named Abigail, who was also a crypto Jew. And she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility. His name was de Saldana. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto Jewish background and Portuguese noble background. By the turn of the 16th century, however, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially outed the Portuguese members as being crypto Jews. So the Portuguese branch of the family had to start to flee Portugal, and many of them ended up in Amsterdam, which was a safe haven for Jews. So that's where we get to our individual, Lopo Ramirez. His father was Geronimo Nunez Ramirez. Nunez is a very common name associated with these crypto-Jewish families. He was a famous doctor in Lisbon who was very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism secretly. We know this, by the way, because when some of the relatives of the family were arrested by the Inquisition, they kept trial transcripts of the tortures and the confessions and things like that. And so we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway. So frequently they were immune from a certain degree of persecution. Once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and his children fled first to France, and our protagonist Lopo was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later, and Lopo, with a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman, using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trades, including raising these bizarre animals called the African civet cats that apparently excrete kind of a musk from their anal glands. I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at that particular aspect of the perfume industry. Anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria da Pina, and you don't be confused by that name Maria, even though it's a traditionally Christian name. Her actual name was Rachel Nahar. She was a crypto Jew as well. So working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the Gabbai Beit Jacob synagogue, a very important position, and he handled it very well, especially involved with a dispute that ended up in a breakaway minion, which happens all the time, and he managed to sort of smooth out relations between the parent minion and the child minion and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by charitable funds. He was later very influential, several decades later, in bringing together now 3 synagogues to form one single communal organization. So it's very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. There was a particularly dramatic moment in his life when he was 34 years old, and he was showing a stock of jewels to a customer from Germany when he turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat. Miraculously, he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of this customer, and the attacker was then caught and was in fact tried, executed, and his corpse was sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely not want to mess with Lopo Ramirez because, anyways, he had the whole episode had a huge impact on me. He had the whole episode recorded first in Portuguese and then turned it into Hebrew verse, into a long poem. He kept the scroll recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled, and on Purim the family would read this scroll every year alongside the book of Esther. So it was kind of like his personal Purim story. Perhaps the reason why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in the Jewish community, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy, involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese governments, and especially when Portugal seceded from Spain in 1640, Lopo became a major promoter of his estranged homeland. And we see an unusual phenomenon here that actually shows up several times with these Portuguese Jews, that even when they are, estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, they still bear a tremendous love for their home country. And in fact, in this case, Lopo was knighted by the King of Portugal. He was made a formal knight, Caballero Hidalgo da Casa Real, but he could still not return to the homeland where he was officially a knight. Another great example of this is João Rodrigues de Castelo Branco, who took the Latin name Amatus Lusitanus, very famous Jewish doctor who was, originally a crypto Jew, and his pen name Amatus Lusitanus means in Latin love. So once again, even though he could not return, still had great for his homeland. Now, the services he rendered, both Spain and Portugal, were not always appropriately appreciated, even though he was named as a knight. The King of Portugal was advised, like that would-be thief from Germany, do not mess with Lopo Ramirez, and he was told by ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay Lopo Ramirez on time because he can be quite dangerous. Where we would see this, perhaps, this other side of him is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. And I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the little information box on the YouTube that will give you the link to an article where it's discussed in great detail. Basically, there were three Jewish men who married three sisters. So three brothers-in-law to each other. Lopo Ramirez was one of them. One of the other brother-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphaned 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already passed away. And he named his two brothers-in-law, including Lopo, as the guardians of this unfortunate child. So here's Lopo and his other brother-in-law taking care of this 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy because her father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunts, the three sisters, or two sisters. One of them, of course, had passed away, meaning Ramirez's wife and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim some of that money for themselves. This was viewed with tremendous disdain by the Amsterdam Jewish community, and the Mahamad, which is essentially the formal Kehillah organization, formal community, placed both of the brothers-in-law, including our Lopo Ramirez, in nidui, which is a form of ostracism that is one level short of cherem, which is a much more stringent ban, sometimes called excommunication. In general, the Amsterdam Jewish community used nidui and cherem quite frequently. You may be familiar with the case involving Baruch Spinoza, Uriel da Costa, and others. So this status of nidui lasted a very long time, and Lopo Ramirez himself, because he's a very proud man, he had tremendous achievements, very wealthy, he ended up organizing for himself the possibility of living openly as a Jew in Antwerp. This was something that was not done at all, but he had many connections with the ruling authorities. And even though the papal nuncio himself opposed allowing Lopo Ramirez to move to Antwerp and to set up there, he nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, even build a synagogue there, but he could have, guests and so on. And in fact, some travelers report that he even had all kinds of people come in for Sukkot, and they lived in tents openly during that holiday. Well, fascinating. Eventually, the whole case was resolved, and after 13 years, Lopo Ramirez came back to Amsterdam. He apologized apologize. He paid a massive reconciliation payment to make amends by donating to charity, and ultimately he regarded Amsterdam as his home. He was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was taken to Amsterdam for burial. Fascinating story. Lopo Ramirez, David Courier. Okay, I hope you enjoy this, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which promises to be absolutely fascinating. And if you're not, then God willing, we'll have some videos for you to enjoy as well. Thank you very much for watching.
Crashes into somebody in an accident, doesn't have enough money to pay the extra for the insurance. So he's like, God, what am I gonna do? You know, married. Didn't we marry? What am I gonna do? Goes on TikTok, and he sees an advertisement on TikTok for like, hey, you need money? That's how much we pay you to become one with us. The cartel advertisement. The cartel uses TikTok, yeah. Yes. Facebook, TikTok, of course.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So, in the course of my research and preparation for the Kosher Visible cruise to Amsterdam later this year, I came across this remarkable story, this fantastic biography of someone known as Rabbi Yitzhak Ger Granboom of Amsterdam. And his story was just so mind-blowing. I got to tell you about it. Let me start, first of all, by talking about the period of time in which he lived. It's an era of the so-called Batavian Republic. This is a period of time when Amsterdam was invaded by the French, who brought with them the tremendous ideals that were encapsulated in the Revolution of 1789. Specifically important for Jewish history, but of course important for general world history, is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen that the French had proclaimed as part of the revolutionary values. And when in 1795 the Republic became the Batavian Republic, they inherited some of the local Dutchmen who said, yeah, this is move with this, let's stay with French invaders, and let's adopt some of those ideas. The Jews at this time were rather divided, as they were among most of Europe, actually. There were some Jews who were very much in favor of maintaining the status quo with the old regime. They were known as the Orangists, and there were those who were saying, no, let's adopt these new values. They're hugely important, emancipation, and so on. The division between Jews was so intense that actually there were fist fights and fighting in the street over this, with some Jewish Orangists attacking those who were revolutionaries, not just Jews but non-Jews. This was eventually quelled in August of 1795 when the authorities of the Batavian Republic put the Parnassian, those were the traditional leaders of the old-style Kehillah, or Jewish community, in charge, and actually placed guards at the edges of the Jewish quarter to make sure that people behaved. But it showed that Jews were not united on this at all. Just to give you a sense of the kind of fundamental, sort of conservatism of many elements of the Jewish community, here's a beautiful Torah scroll mantle dating from 1898, 100 years later. But it actually has written on it the top Keter Torah, the crown of Torah, in the year of the coronation of the Queen Wilhelmina. I've never seen a Torah mantle that actually specifically is dedicated to the coronation of a non-Jewish king or queen or president or anything like that. But here it is. Anyways, it shows you some of the very profound patriotism and conservatism that's often evident in the Jews. At any rate, on the other side, the progressive part of the community, those Jews who wanted to adopt the values of the French Revolution that came with the invasion, organized themselves in a group called Felix Libertate, which essentially means happy liberty. 1/3 of the membership of this group was not Jewish, and 2/3 were Jews. Their goal, the explicit goal of Felix Libertate, was equal rights for Jews,
modeled on the French example. To recap, if you have a look at some of the other videos when I talked about the era of Napoleon and so on, the French Revolution happened in 1789, and when they proclaimed this rights of man and citizen, there was a question, hey, what about us Jews? And the French government at the time said, wait a second, we weren't necessarily thinking about that. So it took basically about a year, said, okay, the Sephardim, close enough to regular French people would meet them. And then a year later, by 1791, they said, okay, fine. All the Jews can be emancipated. What emancipation meant was obviously the right to vote and also the residency, very important for Jews who were frequently accustomed to being expelled from the territories in which they lived. Right to pursue various occupations, higher education, and so on and so forth. But let us return to what's happening in the Batavian Republic. In 1796, in September, the Jews there were also emancipated. They got the vote, and they began to exercise that privilege. Ultimately, in 1798, a Jew was finally appointed to public office. Moses Salomon Asser became a member of the city judicial committee. Now, there's some great internal change going on at the same time. Previously, they wanted similar democratization, not only of the overall society, but also of this highly conservative Jewish community. They wanted to remove the quasi-democratic, more oligarchic structure of the leadership of the Jewish community, which was called Kahila, the Kahila of the community. The Kahila leadership was typically made up of obviously men, usually property holders. The right to elect those men was limited by property and wealth and so on. And although this is a structure that has stood the Jews in good stead for really almost 2,000 years at this point, many people said they should expand the franchise, expand the way in which leaders are chosen and so on. The traditional leadership really didn't want to make that change. And even though the Batavian Republic was espousing a lot of these very progressive values, they really didn't want to get involved in the internal machination of the Jewish community. And so they wanted to keep the old guard in place because they, after all, were responsible for keeping the peace, and they had done very well during previous years. So what happened was, in 1797, these progressive Jews, acting under the title Felix Libertate, separated, seceded from the single monolithic Jewish community of Amsterdam, and they established their own Kehillah, which they called Naya Kehillah, or New Kehillah, New Community, and they had their own shul called Adat Yeshua. They should understand that, today you have Jews and shul argue over, whether we serve this kind of herring or that kind of herring in Kiddush, and they break away and set up a separate minyan and a new shul happens. That's kind of like the American way of doing things. But the traditional European way, you had one community for Jews, no separations. You may have had several synagogues, but they're all sort of organized under a single, almost feudal, medieval kind of structure. And this represented a tremendous break. It would also be evidenced later on, about 50 years later, when Hirsch in Frankfurt am Main would famously secede in something that was known as the Austritt, the separation, the secession of the more Orthodox-leaning Jews from the more liberal-leaning Jews in that. So this preceded it by a good half century. At any rate, you have this new Kehillah, and they had their own shul called Adas Yeshua. They appointed a respected community judge, a Dayan, to be their new rabbi. His name was Rabbi Yitzhak Ger Granko. His years were 1738 to 1807. We're going to return to him because he's the subject of our talk. But just understand, the membership of this Kehillah was pretty small. There were about 20,000 members of the old Kehillah. The new Kehillah only had about 700 people, and only 108 of them were actually paying members in 1799. Right? There's a taxation to keep the membership going. So it was much smaller than a large community, but it was certainly worth its weight in machlokas, in controversy between Jews. I would love to go into this. I really intend to do a deep dive on this later before the cruise, but there was kind of like a year-long literary war
between the old Kehillah and the new Kehillah, where they published competing Yiddish language pamphlets called Diskursen, where they attacked each other, the new community attacking the old community for their conservatism, and the old community attacking the new community for their uppityness and their separation, and so on. And some of it reads like Purim Torah. It's actually pretty amazing. The old community, for example, published fake advertisements for events to be hosted by the new community, saying that they were going to be serving lobsters and oysters, and they were going to have Friday night smoking rooms, all of which were huge violations of Jewish law and completely false. They weren't doing anything like that, and the new Kehillah would attack them back and so on. I'm looking forward to reading some of those a little later. But when we actually look at what were the things that the Naya Kehillah did that were so radical, they're pretty funny, actually, and hardly liberal compared to what would be happening later on in Germany. The big changes were this. First of all, they're going to make their shul announcements in Dutch, not in Hebrew or Yiddish or Portuguese. They're going to make it in the official language. Now that's, not so earth-shattering. The shul announcements are basically things like when is Mincha, the next prayer, and who had a baby and who got married and who was sitting Shiva and Kiddush and things like that. I mean, they're not ritual things. They are part of the overall ritual that at the end of the services you make these announcements. But switching to the Dutch language was a statement of civic membership that the Naya Kehillah wanted to emphasize. And although the rest of the liturgy, the rest of the prayers were in Hebrew, this particular thing they wanted to make in Dutch. Oh yeah, Chandra. Secondly, and amazingly again, the new Kehillah insisted on singing Leftogi together. Oh my gosh, can you believe that? It's pretty funny because almost every synagogue I've ever prayed in on a Friday night always has this particular psalm, or it's not really a psalm, it's a hymn that was composed in 16th century Tzfat in Israel, a beautiful Kabbalistic hymn, welcoming the Sabbath bride. That's almost always sung in unison, although I did pray for many years in a very Lithuanian style, very subdued kind of Friday night service, where we would alternate between singing parts and then saying parts to ourselves. But at any rate, the Naya Kehillah said, no, we're all going to sing it together, which has become basically the norm in almost all synagogues today. The third really radical thing that they proposed was there are all these long medieval compositions called piyutim, extra things, long, kind of like Homeric length epic poems that are composed, maybe not Homeric, okay, but nevertheless long, that are inserted in the prayers that can make the services really drag out. And they said, you know what, these things are extra, they're added later, they're very beautiful, but let's just do the prayers that we're supposed to, okay? And this is also an extremely common thing in most synagogues today, to skip all those piyutim. In most prayer books today, they will, they'll include them, but put them at the back and say, here's some optional piyutim. These are relatively minor things, but nevertheless caused a huge uproar in Amsterdam. One of the most bold of the changes, however, was that the Naya Kehillah said that they would adopt the Sephardic minhag of eating kidneys on Pesach. There are certain foods which are clearly not bread, like rice, for example, but Ashkenazim nevertheless have the custom of not eating. But the Naya Kehillah said that since we are essentially starting fresh, we're starting new, we're going to adopt new customs. We're going to adopt the Sephardic custom and eat these foods, even though Ashkenazim did. That's a little bit more radical, but still, hardly earth-shattering compared to some of the things that we would see in Germany. This conflict was hot and heavy for about a decade until King Louis Napoleon entered. And, we're going to stop all of this, and he abolished those innovations, but he said that the leadership of the Naya Kehillah has to be reintegrated, in some cases in leadership positions in the old Kehillah, and in that context they were able to ultimately affect a lot of policy. Okay, let's get back to our main topic though, which is the story of this Rabbi Isaac Ger Granter. So Ger, of course, means convert, and
besides the fact that there is a general Talmudic prohibition against reminding a person that they are a convert or they are descended from converts, nevertheless, this is the way this rabbi was typically known for an amazing story that relates to his background. He comes from an amazing family of converts from Sweden. Here is actually an artistic representation of him. His years, once again, is 1738 to 1807. This comes from a Mr. Ole Eshuis of Amsterdam, who is apparently a descendant of Rabbi Granville, and interested in Mr. Mississippi Fred McDowell blog. He looks like a very cheerful individual. You can see kind of like the artificial wig that was not uncommon at the turn of the 19th century like this. And sort of next to him in this kind of diorama, or I guess it's like a rabbi-orama, is an allusion to his book, which was Zera Yitzchak. He wrote this book in 1789, and in the text there's a reference to the three pillars upon which the world stands. It comes from the famous passage in Pirkei Avot in the Mishnah. The word stands on the pillar of Torah study, the pillar of worship, of spiritual investment, prayer, and so on, and the pillar of acts of kindness. And that these three things were associated specifically with this rabbi. But so, what's his story? The family history is recorded by Israel Granville, who's one of the later descendants of the Granville family. His years are 1769 to 1842, and at the end of his life, he published the family history as kind of a memoir. The patriarch was one Jakob Granville, who was actually in Sweden in 1600. He was orphaned as a young boy. He was raised in a military family. It appears that his mother died when he was about 4 or 5 years old, and on her deathbed, she gave him a final command saying that he should study the 5 books of Moses, the Torah. And this has led some scholars to suggest that perhaps she was actually Jewish. She may have been captured in the Swedish invasion of Poland and Ukraine that occurred in the 60s. So not impossible that Jakob Granville may have actually been of Jewish descent. But at any rate, she gave him this command when he was a young boy, and later on in life, she would visit him in his dreams and say to him, "Why aren't you studying the Torah? Why are you not investing yourself in the Pentateuch?" So, I guess that's kind of spooky. So he went out and he got himself a copy of the Bible, and he read the Torah section of it several times. And over the course of his adult life, he began to slowly adopt more and more Jewish practices. He rarely attended church, and he began to observe Saturdays as his day of rest. He slowly adopted the practice of keeping kosher and so on. And finally, at the age of 69, he decided he wanted to actually formally convert to Judaism. He and his wife and their 8 children, including one named Matthias, who was born in 1737. So now the problem was, in Sweden, and in fact in pretty much all of Europe, it was forbidden to convert to Judaism. We're talking about the early modern period, and there's a lot of restrictions on these things. And the only place where he could do it conceivably was in Amsterdam. So he moved to this famously liberal place to study Judaism, and ultimately they converted to Judaism. He and his wife and their children. Jacob took the name Abraham, and his son Matthias took the name Yitzchak, or Isaac. So that makes him, like the biblical figure, Isaac, son of Abraham. The son, Isaac, ended up becoming a tremendous scholar of Torah, becoming ordained as a rabbi, and becoming a very high-level rabbi known as a dayan, a judge. And then he was ultimately chosen to be the leader of the Naya Kehillah. So his trajectory is from this unusual story of his father converting in his old age to Judaism and bringing Matthias with him, and then ultimately leading this entire journey. What an amazing individual, really fascinating story. I ordered a whole bunch of books, looking forward to learning more about this, and I hope you'll be able to join me on this cruise. And if not, I look forward to sharing some of our experiences in Amsterdam and Netherlands with you on video. Thank you very much for watching.
If nothing happens, if the United States doesn't do anything, how much bigger can the cartels get? This is the question. It's like, what is going to happen to just this entire country? If you have this, that's what you have a conflicts happening in routes that are leading towards a border. All cartel operated in a very old-fashioned way. They wouldn't shoot. Okay, that's what they call this. It was that politics. Don't shoot. You saw a change in this. The brutality aspect of how this shit changed Mexico. There was an incident. Members of the young fellas continually cartel were very confident elements of the Chinese.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Just a couple days ago, I came across a description of this amazing map. I saw a reproduction of it in a black and white photograph, and I thought, wow, it looks so fascinating. And when I did a little more research and was able to look at it in color, actually on the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website, I was just blown away. I got to share this with you. It's so fascinating. This is a 14th century map by a Jewish cartographer named Abraham Kreskes. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about his biography, the relationship of Jews to navigation and map making in particular. Then we're going to look deep at the Atlas, and then a little bit about his other Jewish activity, which is just fascinating. First of all, let's get his name right. It is kind of confusing, actually. He's known in much of the scholarly literature as Abraham Kreskes, but actually Kreskes was his given name, and Abraham was his father's name. And this was a typical way, apparently, that in the 14th century, many Jews of this region were referred to with these kind of double names based on a patronymic. He also had a separate Hebrew name, Elisha, as that in other contexts. He was born in Palma, Mallorca, which was a Spanish holding part of the Kingdom of Aragon, and his years are 1325 to 1387. So although Abraham Kreskes was definitely a world-class cartographer, it's not at all surprising to see Jews involved in this field in general. We see many, many Jews in the 14th, 15th, 16th century deeply involved in this. In fact, one might even say right up into the 21st century when you get to nuclear physics and astrophysics and things like that. The reasons for this are pretty obvious. First of all, Jews tended to be urban, literate, and numerate. They tended to pursue occupations which involve the knowledge economy. So they're involved very heavily in studying the latest scientific information. They tend to be pretty much abreast of what was going on scientifically throughout Europe at the time. Secondly, they're long associated with international travel. We spoke in an earlier video about the Radhanite merchants of the 9th century who were literally all over Europe, the Middle East, and Asia in their time. Absolutely fascinating. And we have travelogues written by people like Benjamin of Tudela, Ptachia of Regensburg, and others who, record their travels from Jewish community to Jewish community throughout Europe and even further to the east. So with the combination of these mathematical skills, the wide base of connections largely pursued for international commerce, and their long association with astronomy, it's not surprising to see Jews involved heavily in these fields. Jews heavily involved in the creation of maps, of star charts, particularly in Spain and Portugal, because these were, maritime powers who were deeply involved in exploration at this time. And they're involved in the creation of navigational instruments like this beautiful astrolabe, which is held in the British Museum. And you can see that it's written in Hebrew characters and things like that because Jews were the ones who were using these things. So here's a look at where he came from in the island of Mallorca. He came from a small place called Palma. And as I pulled up a background, I really have to take a minute to thank our sponsor, Riverboat Cruises, who makes it possible to actually visit some of these these amazing places. We're, God willing, going to the Netherlands in a few months. Afterwards, we're going down to the Rhone, the south of France. We've been to Venice. We've traveled the Danube. We've been along the Seine. We're going to Bordeaux next year. And of course, the amazing Douro River in Portugal, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you for listening to that product placement. So the map was probably commissioned by John I of Aragon, and it was intended most likely as a gift for his cousin, Charles VI of France. It has been held ever since in France, and it's now available online as well in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. I will put a little link in the information box so you can look at it yourself. And it has been studied for centuries by scholars. I'm going to look at the work of Ariel Fine. Dr. Fine did some absolutely fantastic work on this in a few different places, including a website called Smart History, which when I discovered it is just filled with her fantastic articles on Jewish art history. So I'm going to spend a lot more time looking at this website. But a lot of the research I'm going to present to you comes from Dr. Fine's work. So the atlas itself is made of 6 vellum leaves. They're about 65 by 50 centimeters in dimension, or about 25 by 20 inches. Over time, they have been separated. They were put onto like hard, stiff boards and then folded up so you can see they're kind of like separated like this. The map that I have behind me shows most of the map. This is actually the geographic part of the map, which we'll return to. The first 2 leaves have kind of like introductory materials, which are more like astronomical and especially connected to the zodiac and things like that. Just absolutely fascinating. The reproductions that give you a sense of how gorgeous the colors must have been, especially when they were original. Unfortunately, the original has been split in half, but when you go to the Bibliothèque site, you'll see what it looks like actually today. Now, there's a couple of ways in which this Catalan atlas is so, miles ahead. I shouldn't use a geographic definition. It's just so worlds ahead. No, that's also geographic. It's so fantastically far ahead of other maps of its era, because there's basically 2 ways of representing the world in a graphic format. You have, for example, kind of like a theological, philosophical type representation of the world, like this map Psalter, which comes from the century prior. And, it's kind of interesting. It shows the relationship of religious figures like Jesus at the top and angels to a kind of fanciful sort of imagined aspects of the world, where the Garden of Eden is, things like that. Very interesting, but not especially practical when you're actually trying to navigate. And on the other hand, you have maps like this. They're called Portolan charts, which are especially laid out with latitude and longitude, and it looks a lot more like what we would call a map today. But by comparison, and this is roughly contemporary with the Catalan atlas, they're pretty dull. It's just like names of places and rough distances between them. What was so amazing about the Catalan atlas is it really was something that it became like an encyclopedia. It was not just a reliable representation, more or less, of the dimensions of the known world. It also had really important, relevant political, economic, zoological facts about the world. He was also the first, by the way, to incorporate a compass rose, which of course is very familiar to us now. Even those of us who only use GPS, which shows you which way is north. So that's what makes this book so amazingly different, is he went far beyond both these kind of philosophical, theological maps on the one hand, and on the other hand, the Portolan charts, which are much more, prosaic, and he provided something just like a wealth of information. So let's have a look at a few pages of the map itself. So here is a representation. You see on the upper right, it's actually zooming into, I've taken a screenshot from the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website. So this is the way it looks over there, and zoomed in on that one section. And you can see that a couple of interesting things. First of all, it was not like our modern day maps meant to be read sitting in one position. You would literally either turn the map around, or I think they probably lay it out on a big table, and they probably walk around the table to read it from different positions, because sometimes the material is presented, sideways, upside down, things like that. But it gives you, first of all, some kind of like place names, of course, like the Portolan maps, but it also gives you a sense of like who's living there. You see, for example, the symbol of the Star of David, with something to indicate the presence of Jewish populations. And as we shall see, there's lots of representation of geographic features like mountains and so on, sometimes political. Like you can see the island of Corsica towards the bottom center there, which of course was part of the holdings of Aragon, so it receives kind of like an extra special level of decoration and so on. Here you see, like, for example, some recent political and economic information. Holding the gold coin is King Mansa Musa of Mali, who made the Hajj to Mecca and brought along with him so much gold from Africa that it actually depressed the price of gold in Egypt for a decade. And so this map is giving the viewer information about, you know, what kind of metallurgical products are developed and who controls it, who does what with it, and how, you know, there's a little bit of history there, but also economics and so on. Tremendous, you know, wealth of information. Sometimes there are fanciful elements, like that big red swath on the right there is actually the Red Sea, which the map maker is careful to point out it's not actually red. I'm putting it here to be symbolic, but he says the bottom of it actually is red. The water may be the regular water color, but the bottom is red. While we're in the Middle East, we really should have a quick look at the land of Israel, of course, which is represented here kind of interestingly. There's not quite sure of the dimensions. It appears like he's represented the Jordan River flowing from the north, from Hermon, down into the Yam Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee. But it looks like the proportions of the two sections of the Dead Sea are kind of separate from each other. And of course, speaking of proportions, the big church that sits in Jerusalem, right in the center, of course, is catering to his Christian patron, although there are, of course, many, many references throughout the map to Jewish locations, including Mount Sinai, things like that. Here you have, moving to the east, a fascinating representation of an elephant, which is actually not too far off, but it's evident that the cartographer clearly never actually saw an elephant in real life, because if you look at the proportions of it, the size of it, but nevertheless, he tried really hard to rely on whatever accounts he could get of an elephant to represent it properly. Now, he also represents the known world all the way out to China. This is not too long after Marco Polo returned from his visit out east. So he's relying principally on travelogues, but not on navigational accounts to actually map out the Chinese coastline. And he puts a lot of weird things in there on his limited information, like, for example, Gog and Magog, like these principal powers that are associated with Armageddon, the last battle of the world. You can see the Antichrist is in these pictures. Towards the bottom left, you can see Satan there, lives in China, apparently. Who knew? And he is discussing things with Alexander, which apparently is the Greek Alexander the Great. Also surprising. So it gets kind of weird the further east you go. This, of course, is not represented at all, because this is about a century before the Americas would be discovered by Europeans. Just packed with information, huge impact on the history of the development of world economy, culture, and of course navigation, which led to the globalization associated with the 15th century. Now, I want to conclude by saying that one of the most fascinating things to my mind about this individual is that he is yet another representation of the fantastic aspect of the Spanish golden age of Jewish history. One of the really unusual aspects of this golden age, which is sometimes called La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, was that Jews, Christian, Muslims, more or less for a couple hundred years, got along fairly well. There are some exaggerations to that. There's some significant punctuations of violence for sure, and it didn't last all that long. But this is an age when there was some absolutely amazing achievements by Jews when they were given the opportunity to participate more actively in general culture. And one of those aspects that I keep looking back on all the time is the notion that we see in several figures of individual Spanish Jews who were both world-class in their Jewish activity and in their secular activity. This is something we rarely see in Jewish history. Like today, for example, you'll have Jews who are incredibly great in studying the Talmud or writing Jewish books or creating Jewish art or something like that. But they won't at the same time generally be like president of the United States or Nobel Prize winners at the same time in nuclear chemistry or something like that. It's very rare that you have both of these together. For example, in Spain, you have a Jewish poet and Talmudic scholar published in both areas named Samuel Ibn Nagrela, who is also the chief general of a Muslim army in Granada for 16 years, right? Like, it doesn't happen. You may have great rabbis in Lakewood. They are also not, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. It just doesn't happen. But in Spain, you did have that. And Abraham Cresques is one of these people because not only was he making these amazing, new, innovative, and hugely influential maps, he was also illustrating Jewish Bibles. In particular, there's a Bible called the Farhi Bible, after a later owner of the manuscript, that shows tremendous application of his talents to the book. Like, for example, it's illustrated with 30 carpet pages. This is a uniquely Arabic style of book illumination in which an entire page is covered with incredibly ornate decoration. Like here, for example, you can see a Quran, which has typical kind of, lush carpet decoration. But here, this is the carpet page of the Farhi Bible, decorated with words from the text and these fascinating kind of geometrical patterns. He's also decorated his Bible with all kinds of illustrative materials that, would be incredibly useful for people to try to understand what's going on. Like, for example, on the left, you see a whole bunch of implements used in temple service as described in the Bible, and on the right, you see the menorah and various appurtenances of the temple itself. Absolutely fascinating, gorgeous material. Okay. I hope you enjoyed looking at the Catalan Atlas with me. I hope that you will be able to join us on one of our cruises because we do some absolutely fantastic things as we actually visit the sites where Jewish history was made. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching.
Is that possible at this point? Is it so deep to the culture? I think it is. I think we're at the point where Mexican culture as a general is like sick of it. Like it doesn't feel this way anymore. We're seeing attacks on freedom of expression in Mexico in a way because some of these popular singers that would sing cartel songs are now.
Hello, fellow cruisers. I'm really delighted to have an opportunity to just say hello to you and to tell you how excited I am about the cruises we have planned for this year. In particular, I'm so excited about cruising the Netherlands and cruising once again on the Rhone River in the south of France. These are places where there's so much rich Jewish history. On so many cruises, we have the opportunity to look at the Jewish history in a particular place. But it's especially exciting when we're able to go to cities like Lyon and to Antwerp, where we'll see a thriving modern Jewish community building on a lot of those historical precedents. So I'm really looking forward to spending some time with you up on the sun deck and in the lounge and, of course, at dinner and as we explore these really exciting places to visit. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in just a few months.
Wow. Yeah. This is the singer. Yeah. He used to hang out with us and El Chapo goes on to talk about it openly on podcasts in Mexico. That's another phenomenon that's currently happening with YouTubers. Since it was so normalized in Mexico, just a bunch of YouTubers started popping up like, YouTuber, we're going to talk about cartel stuff.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I came across something recent in my research preparing for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands. This is an amazing story about a fight in synagogue that happened on Shabbos Tshuva, the Sabbath of Repentance in 1709. It's a tragic story, but it illustrates a lot of really fascinating things about what makes Amsterdam so unique as a community. So let me give you a little bit of the background. The event happened in the Grand Ashkenazi Synagogue, which in this image, which is dated 1808, which celebrates the entry of Napoleon into Amsterdam, you can see it is the grand building on the right. And in this kind of fanciful image, I don't know how accurate it would be, but it has like all the Jews really so happy to see Napoleon coming into town. And across the canal, you see the great Portuguese synagogue, these two massive edifices built in the late 17th century, really testify to the presence of Jews in Amsterdam, which they used to call the Makom, the place, because it was the place to be, I guess. At any rate, the events that I'm describing today happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue. So let's understand also who are the Ashkenazi and who are the Portuguese and what are they doing there together. So here's a map of the region, and the first Jews to really make their way into Amsterdam. We should understand that Amsterdam as a city is actually fairly recent. It's a little bit like Venice in the sense that it was land that was reclaimed from the water, and the first Jews to make it there were the so-called High German Jews, or in Dutch, forgive me, my Dutch is not that great, Hochdeutsch Jews, the High German Jews. These are Ashkenazi Jews from the heartland, that is from the region of the Rhine River in northern Germany in particular, and they make their way over there already in the early 17th century. We've also got a lot of Portuguese crypto-Jews who actually started arriving even earlier. Now, why are they called crypto-Jews? It's because these are Jews who are typically descended from those Jews who had been exiled from Spain and made their way into Portugal. And then in Portugal, where they thought they would be safe, at least for a while, they were all forcibly mass baptized in the year 1497. So that gave them kind of an unusual status, as we've discussed in many different classes, in that they had, a strong Jewish identity because, they were baptized against their will. But at the other hand, they were forced to live in secret, hence the word crypto, like the hidden Jews. Sometimes these were called Marranos, that is an inappropriate term. It really means swine or pigs, but it was the accepted term for much scholarship over the last few centuries. But they had Christian status, so they could move around with much greater freedom. They could pursue a higher education. They could do all kinds of things. And many of these crypto Jews from Portugal in particular made their way up to the Netherlands and to the city of Amsterdam, where they were able to slowly re-adopt their Jewish identities. And they openly identified as Portuguese Jews after some time being in the city. And then finally, you have a lot of Polish Jewish refugees from the Khmelnytsky uprising of 1648-49, and then later the Polish-Swedish Wars. These would be today called Ukrainian refugees because most of them came from the western part of Ukraine, and this was an uprising of Ukrainians against Poles. The Jews were economically allied primarily with the Poles, and so there's a huge influx of Jews in Western Europe coming from this region. They are also Ashkenazi, so we have two different flavors of Ashkenazim: Deutsch Jews, the High Jews, and now you have the Polish, Ukrainian, if you prefer, and also Portuguese crypto Jews who are Sephardic. So that's our basic map of the major communities. The story that I'm going to tell you comes from a remarkable long book chapter, about 74 pages, that was written by a scholar named David Moses Sluys. His article is absolutely fantastic. I read it very slowly because my Dutch is not that great at all, and I'm studying it now, so I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. It's a lot like German, if the Germans put Dr. Seuss in charge of spelling. And while his article is well known to scholars who specialize in the field, his scholarship has been largely overlooked by other scholars in the 20th century, I think partially because of the fact that he published during the war years in particular. This video is based on research from this article that was published in 1940. Now, who was the author? He was the secretary of the Dutch main synagogue and also the secretary of the Dutch Jewish church association, kind of like it seems like an a communal dialogue group of some time or another. He was a long-standing civil servant of the Jewish. He reached a lot of authority, merely as second or third in command. And he put many, many decades of service into working in what we would call in America, for example, the Jewish Federation. He did have a doctorate. He did his thesis on the Book of the Maccabees, and he published quite a bit of article-length studies based largely on archival sources that are not easy to access for scholars abroad. He was also a Dutch patriot, a member of the Order of Orange, Nassau. In happier times at a wedding, I believe that's his daughter on the right, undated photo, but he is in the top hat, third from the right, next to the bride. And here he is standing in the center of this photograph in the year 1938 with Jewish Dutch soldiers. The end of his life, however, was tragic. The community was so indebted to his many decades of service that they hosted a massive party for him for his 70th birthday. But in February 1941, the Nazis, of course, who had invaded Holland, established a Judenrat in Amsterdam. The Judenrat means the Jewish Council, and the Nazi modus operandi was they would come into a community and they would take over the existing infrastructure of Jewish leadership. They would frequently have to murder the president of the Jewish community, but then the rest of the council, who were primarily acting in administrative roles, like Dr. Sloy's, were forced to continue with the Judenrat. There are a lot of controversies about the whole institution of the Judenrat because some of these Judenrat leaders in particular lorded over the Jews their extra powers that they received through their association with the Nazis. Others, however, I believe, like, and we see others like Adam Chernyakov and Warsaw, for example, who felt that the only way to protect community was to maintain some kind of communication with the Nazis and to hope to slow their progressive persecution of the Jews. Of course, when they found themselves in this position, they had no idea how far the Nazi aim of destroying all the Jews would eventually go. But that was the thinking as they moved through it. And you see this from many of the diaries that are kept by the Judenrat leader, how they hope to stave off what turned out to be the inevitable fate. The fate of the Amsterdam Judenrat was similar to the fates of so many other Judenräte across Europe. The members of the Judenrat were protected from the brunt of Nazi persecution throughout the war, as long as they maintained that level of cooperation. And then on the last train to deport them, they included finally the Judenrat as well. And that's what happened on the 24th of September. They were sent to Westerbork, and Dr. Sloys was eventually murdered at Sobibor in 1943. But let's go now to the actual story that he records based on his archival research from the Amsterdam Ashkenazi synagogue. We should realize that at the end of the 17th century, this was a period of tremendous conflict in general in Amsterdam. We had a lot of conflict between several of the rabbis of the congregations and very powerful, what we would call today, presidents of their communities, the Parnassim. Quite often these got quite rancorous and involved a certain amount of litigation back and forth. There was also the huge tumult inspired by the Sabbatean movement, the false messiah Shabbatai Tzvi, who engendered a tremendous amount of enthusiasm and opposition in Amsterdam as you move into the second half of the 17th century. And in general, one of the things that Dr. Sloy's talked about is that in the end of the 1600s, there's more and more of a tolerance of open ridicule of leadership. There is a lot more lashon hara, evil speech, gossip, and heckling in the synagogues, and all kinds of things like this that really should not happen in a decorous environment. This reminds me of that word that's been used quite a bit about our own times. There is a level of stochastic violence in the air. I had to look up this word stochastic when I first heard it. It means kind of like something which is random, but is so prevalent that it's bound to happen. Like, for example, if a kid is running around with a pair of scissors, eventually someone's going to get hurt. God forbid, right? You don't want that to happen, but it's like it's almost guaranteed to happen. Or as the another Amsterdam resident from about this time, Lusato put, a blind man walking beside a river is bound to fall in. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but the randomness of it and the likelihood of harm is such that it's going to happen. So this was also compounded by one last rule which destabilized the community significantly. That is a new government rule that all rabbis and cantors had to be proficient in the Dutch language, which you might think should be reasonable, but that's based on kind of a modern sentiment where Jews have largely adopted a kind of a posture of living in the countries in which they live. This was not at all common in the late 1600s, and so it was a challenge. Most Jews from Eastern Europe, the Ashkenazic community, oh, by the way, I should also mention that the Hochdeutsch and the Polish Jews had to merge by government fiat into one synagogue. So you had these two Ashkenazi communities together. They were really, not necessarily so happy with each other and so on. Specifically, what happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue in the 1700s is that they have a new chazan, a new cantor. His name is Yechiel Michal of Lublin. He was apparently a tall man, apparently very good looking, very charismatic, and we assume as a chazan, he had a beautiful voice of cantor. And then he introduced an interesting innovation. I had to poke around exactly to introduce. The Dutch is he started using a zinger and a bass. So apparently what he would do when he was actually leading the prayers, and this is traditional in Orthodox synagogue, and this of course synagogue, and this is well before Reform synagogues, like a good 200 years before you had Reform. So this is really totally new. He would have a backup singer or cantor that apparently had a tenor voice or something like that, and then he had another backup called a bass, and so a baritone, I guess. And so in other words, when he was actually reciting the prayers, he would have kind of like, I imagine kind of like two guys standing behind him who would make his singing more beautiful. Which I suppose is great if we're talking about a theatrical performance, but it presents a lot of challenges in terms of Jewish law. Halacha, for example, if the prayers require the cantor to recite the name of God, that's fine, it's part of the prayer, but no one else is allowed to say the name of God except in prayer. And the zinger and the bass, are they actually praying or are they just kind of like supporting? So what ended up happening is in the last decade of the 17th century, there were two camps formed in the Ashkenazi synagogue. Those who liked the innovative thought and artistry of Yechiel Michal of Lublin, and those who couldn't stand it. And there was a lot of catcalling and anger, and it was especially prevalent at one particular moment in the ceremony where people would be called up for the 7 readings of the Torah during the Sabbath service, and at the end of the reading, it's very common that they recite a blessing on the person who is called up for that reading, called the Mishaberach. And in that Mishaberach, the person who is blessed is invited to make a donation to the synagogue, or pledge a donation, because he can't make a donation on Shabbat, and also mention, his family and the rabbi and people he likes, and say that they should all have blessings conferred on them. And so what was apparently going on is that of these two camps, the pro-zinger bus and the anti-zinger bus, whenever a member of one of those camps got up and got an aliyah in the Meshberach, he would say, and a special thank you to Yechiel Michal and the zinger and the bas who sing so beautifully, and that would provoke the and vice versa. And it got way out, and so much so that in the year 1700, the rabbi at the time, Lib Harif, imposed a fine of 200 Reichsdaler, and anyone who started trouble during the Mishparim would be ejected from the synagogue. So that seemed to work for a little while. Then, after Rabbi Lib Harif passed away, they appointed in 1708 a new rabbi. His name is Rabbi Aryeh Leib ben David of Kalish. Very, very well-regarded scholarly individual. But he didn't last, unfortunately, very long, because on one of the holiest days of the year, Shabbat Tshuva, the Sabbath of repentance, the Sabbath that is between the holiday of Rosh Hashanah and the holiday of Yom Kippur, which is, this is the high holy days. And during this Sabbath, the idea is, though Jews who are familiar with this, of course, will realize that that Sabbath, like really totally work on yourself to be a better person so you can Yom Kippur and atone for your sins. The opposite happened in the year 5470 or September 7th, 1709. A fight, a fist fight, a violent fist fight broke out in the synagogue over the use of the bas and the zimmer. It was so odd that the rabbi, our Yazid, had a heart attack. And, right away the community, they stepped up and they banned this innovation. It would not return. And they punished those who were rabble rousers. But the rabbi nevertheless passed away on this land on November 9th. The community went into that year significantly chased. It's a very tragic story, but I think it tells us a lot about not only the nature of this fascinating community of Amsterdam in the early 18th century, but it also, I think, causes me to reflect on my own behavior in synagogue. Thank you very much for watching.
Jamie, find the trailer for that movie they did with him. So they were interviewing him. I forget what the entire process that was. They were interviewing him for something, and he was so intense. They decided to do an entire movie of just Michael sitting in a chair in like the White House, smoking cigarettes and talking about the collapse of the global economic collapse. Play the trailer for this because it's so nuts. You can find the trailer.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the things that I'm so fascinated with as I continue doing my research in preparation for the cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises is this remarkable development of tolerance that is associated with the Dutch people, with the Netherlands, and with Amsterdam in particular. Now, viewed from an American perspective, quite often this tolerance is misunderstood as a kind of hedonism. But when you look at it in its more complex, especially when you look at the economics and the demographics, religious tolerance, we see that really more of an expression of a kind of pragmatism. In other words, think about the actual land that this represents, right? It's found land, it's claimed land, it's taken back from the sea. As the Dutch like to say, God made the world, but the Dutch made the Netherlands. And in many ways, like Venice, which was created as more habitation to protect inhabitants from the raiders coming from Central Europe, the Netherlands represented a group of people getting together and bit by bit claiming the lowlands and building pilings deep down in the seabed to create ultimately great cities that would become massive mercantile centers of commercial activity. So in order to do this, they basically had to cooperate. They had to work together to create these polders, which are like the regions of reclaimed land. They had to maintain the dikes. They had to build windmills in order to pump the water out of the wetlands. And this required an extensive amount of social cooperation. And this created a kind of a mindset, which in the name of the great travel writer Rick Steves, meant that the Dutch said, you know what, we're either going to learn to tolerate diversity or we're going to have to build a lot more prisons. That's the only way that they figured that they could actually achieve this massive project. It's interesting, especially from the perspective of Jewry, because Jews economically, and as a result of their kind of tense situation through much of Europe, they look for these kind of frontiers in order to develop new economic niches. You see this as kind of like a trope in cultural history of the Jewish people. We see it here in Americas, where the Jews are among those who are, going out to the land and settling in places like Las Vegas, and New York itself is one of those frontier places where Jews go and say, okay, there's opportunity here. There is a certain freedom from the oppressive history of persecution, and they look for new ways to develop themselves. And that's something that we find in the Netherlands in particular. So what I'd like to look at today is the fact that, tolerance in the Netherlands did not come as an act of a single fiat of, someone saying, you know what, I've got a great idea, let's all do this, let's all tolerate difference, all of a sudden it happened. Not at all. There was constantly a tension between those who wanted to think of the Netherlands as something more medieval and those who wanted to think of something more modern, and that they looked to the pragmatics of tolerance, and ultimately that's what they decided upon. What I'd like to talk about today is take a snapshot of the 16th century, which is an especially important moment before the golden age of Jewish Netherlands really comes to flourish. But we could actually trace this pattern throughout Dutch Jewish history right up through the 20th century. The Holocaust is a great case in point of the struggles of these two views of how Jews should fit in Dutch society, but that's not our topic today. So unlike France, which has like a great, declaration of the rights of man and citizen, unlike the United States of America with, and these are both 18th century examples, with the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights, things like that, there isn't like some grand gesture. There's experimentation, there's moving back and forth, there's different ideas are tested out. And let's look at that period of the laboratory of ideas in the Netherlands when the discussion is what to do with the Jews really came about. It's important to note as well, before we get into the actual material, that the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands also have a bumpy road when it comes to tolerance. The Jewish community also struggled with diversity, and they didn't automatically adopt the same level of tolerance for internal diversity as we see, of course, with figures like Uriel da Costa and shown here Benedict Spinoza. And I think we're going to have to focus on that a little bit maybe in the next lecture. But for now, let's just set the scene for this 16th century debate that represents two poles of thought in Protestant Netherlands. Let us now turn to two thinkers and their works, and we'll understand a little bit about the two poles of thought of Protestants in the Netherlands and how they want to relate to the Jews. I'm following the argument by a senior scholar named Dr. Daniel Swarczynski, who wrote in one of the classic works, a composite history of the Jews in the Netherlands, that was recently reviewed and republished with new updates under the title Reappraising the History of the Jews in the Netherlands, published by the Littler Library in 2021. And with regards to material on Martin Bucer in particular, I read a fascinating 1937 article, Tasting Ales, which was really great. We're going to see that. Okay, so who are these two figures that we'd like to look at? I'd like to look at first an individual named Martin Bucer, who lived between 1491 and 1551. Very important Protestant Reformed thinker. Originally a Dominican monk, but after he met Martin Luther, the founder of Protestantism, in 1518, he said, that's it, I'm leaving the church. He disavowed his oath as a monk, and later, of course, he was, like Luther, excommunicated. Right? Bear in mind that up until the 15th century, the entire European world is only Catholic, and there's a certain amount of dissent about that, certain amount of dissenting movements, but it is only with Martin Luther in the early part of the century that this Protestant movement begins to explode, and it generates a lot of uncertainty, ultimately a lot of war as well, as this revolt against the Catholic Church grows, and it solidifies itself in various movements. Now, Martin Bucer is ironically considered a pioneer of ecumenism, which means bringing together different groups of religious values. But that means ecumenism without Jews, meaning like between Catholics and Protestants and things like that. He was especially active, not in the Netherlands, but in Strasbourg. But his thought was extremely influential, and that's why we're specifically looking at him. He was one of the early communicators of, or shapers of, Protestant doctrine vis-a-vis governance, which is why it's especially relevant to the Jews, because he said a lot about how the state should relate to the Jewish population. This came about in the year 1538, when a nobleman named Philip, his title was Landgrave or Landgraf, He came from Hessen, Germany. He asked Martin Bucer, okay, how am I supposed to deal with the Jews in my region? And Martin Bucer formulated a response that was ultimately not successful, but nevertheless illustrates a very important pole on these two extremes of how to deal with the Jews. The way in which this was posed to Bucer was fascinating. Philip presented to him a petition that he said was given to him. A lot of scholars believe that actually this petition may have even been written by Philip, as he is looking for a convenient way to understand how to deal with his Jews, how to take advantage of their economic productivity without necessarily offending this emerging Protestant church, and so on. So Philip had a couple of possibilities, right? He could say, well, let's go with the Catholic approach, which we've done up until now, which on the one hand is animated by the doctrine of witness, an idea that was shaped by Augustine of Hippo in the 4th century, that the Jews should be tolerated, but in a subjugated state. And sometimes that's expressed in rather nasty forms, like in the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, where Jews are required to wear a special badge. And of course, there's the horrible persecutions of the blood libel and host desecration charges, and after the Black Death of the 14th century, where Jews were burned alive, including in this image in Strasbourg, where Bucer himself was active. You know, go back to that kind of model. Or Philip's wondering, maybe we should give the Jews more freedom, and that will generate more economic benefit for us because we can especially tax them. So this petition that he said was given to him in a mysterious way, but was probably written by him, probably with some advisors, probably with some Jewish influence. It had basically 7 requests. They went as follows. 1, Jews should be allowed to be economically active as long as they're not competing with the guilds. Right? The guilds were very jealous of their rights and demanded that only people who were within the guild could practice that profession. So the Jews realized they weren't really going to be able to challenge that. So they said, just let us do other things, any kind of stuff. We won't, become shoemakers if the shoemakers guild won't let us, and so on. Secondly, the Jews should be allowed to carry on any kind of business, and they'll be subject to the laws of how commerce is dealt. They should be, held to the same standards as everybody else, and they should be, permitted to go through this. Third, the Jews should only engage in money lending, which was one of the major elements of the Jewish economy some centuries back, but it had already been fading by the time we get to the 16th century. The Jews proposed to only engage in money lending if it was under the supervision of the state, and the interest rate was regulated and so on, which is not such a bad proposal. The fourth one, that the Jews should be given the right to manage their own affairs, supervise their own activities, and to out punishment for those individual Jews who may have gone astray from those communal requirements. This is also something we see, in the way the Kehillah structure was functioning anyways. Fifth, the Jews will be happy to pay a tax to the Landgrave, meaning to Philip himself. Right? So that was definitely a nice proposal, a petition that he liked. 6, and this is one that we're not sure, this definitely didn't come from the Jews, but someone added it, I guess, in a low number, that the Jews should be forced to go to mandatory sermons. This is something that we do see right up until the 18th century, really, that in some communities, Jews are required to attend church once a week. And attendance is taken, and they have to be forced to listen to sermons about the true religion of Christianity, often delivered by Jewish converts to Christianity. And it was like a tedious kind of thing that Jews had to go through with some frequency in many different communities. Number 7, that they should not argue about their religious beliefs. Also appears to be something coming from a Christian source, saying that Jews should not be allowed to engage in any kind of polemic, pushing back against Christianity. Okay, so anyways, those are the petitions. It seems like some sort of plan that Philip hoped that Bucer would say that in the new Protestant environment, now that Protestants are making up new rules, we should accept these things. They make sense. Now, what did Protestants think? At this point, we don't have a really clear definition of how Protestantism will deal with the Jews. If we look to Martin Luther, we have kind of like a bifurcated record. For example, when Luther was early in his work, he published this book in 1523. Dass Jesus Christus ein geborener Jude sei. That Jesus Christ was born a Jew. Wow, that's a really interesting kind of title that seems to emphasize that Christians should, pay attention to Jews and their needs and so on, because after all, Jesus Christ was born a Jew. Seems like a good thing. However, this was written when Luther felt that the reason why Jews did not become Christians is because Catholicism was not the right church. But once Catholicism was reformed through his Protestant movement, then of course the Jews would become Christians. Failed to happen. Martin, a pretty severe change of heart, like a 180-degree turn. He published, among other things, Von den Juden und ihrer Lügen, about the Jews and their lies, which is a very nasty piece of work, definitely very critical of the Jews. So Luther himself seems to be originally very positively disposed towards the Jews, and then later, when they don't convert to his faith, they're quite nasty. So what exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was the question that was posed to Martin Luther. He comes up with this document, which is called the Kassel Advice, because it was composed in a town called Kassel in the year 1538. He begins by saying 5 basic starting principles. First of all, there's only one true religion, and government officials have to protect it by punishing all the other religions, the false religions, right? So that doesn't sound like a good start for the Jews. Secondly, Jews are misanthropic, meaning Jews hate other people. This is an old anti-Semitic charge. It goes way back, even to Greek and Roman times, because Jews have certain club rules, like if you want to invite a Jew to your table, you better be serving kosher food, or if you want to become a Jew, a male Jew has to be circumcised, and so on. So Jews must hate everybody else as a result of this. Third, Jews are condemned by God. Okay? Nasty. Fourth, Jews should be barred from economic competition. They should not be allowed to compete with Christians. 5, the recognition is given that previous rulers, both secular and the church, ignored the previous 4 principles, and so maybe we have to make some compromise on those bases. So not a very auspicious beginning to the Kassel Advice, and not at all what Philip was hoping to hear. So basically, after these 5 principles, Bucer lays out a system that definitely is not going to be favorable to the Jews. First of all, they've got to take an oath to refrain from harming Christianity, whatever that means. Secondly, they're only allowed to study the Bible. They are forbidden to study the Talmud, right? There's this growing thought that the Talmud is somehow what makes Jews as nasty as they are understood to be, and so therefore have to forbid the Talmud. 3, no new synagogues. This sounds a little bit like the Doctrine of Witness, a little bit like the Pact of Umar in Muslim lands, that Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. Third, this is one of my favorites. No Jews argue with a Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue with them, right? I think there's a concern that if Christians discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being convinced by Judaism rather than the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews about this. And finally, the same things we saw in Philip's petition, Jews must attend mandatory sermons. So the Kassel Advice begins with 5 really strong religious injunctions. By the way, you'll recall the petition started with the economics and later added the religion. The Kassel Advice says, no, we're going to talk about religion first, and then we'll get to the economics. The economics have 3 additional rules. 1, Jews must be banned from finance, it's basically money lending, commerce, and industry. unless the state takes control of the finance. Meaning, Jews can continue to lend money as long as it's completely supervised by the state in every detail. Second, wow, Jews may not engage in any work unless it is, and this is a quote, I'm not sure if it's a quote from Bussell or a quote from the secondary source, but they can only engage in work which is subordinating, wearisome, and ungainful. Wow, what kind of jobs are subordinating, wearisome, and ungainful? Several examples are listed: ditch digging, masonry, stone and wood cutting, lime burning, chimney sweeping, sewer cleaning, and laundry. Right? Those are the kinds of jobs Jews are allowed to pursue, those occupations, and that's it. And third, oh yeah, Jews should pay a special tax for the privilege of living in these societies. So the whole thing was summed up by Bussell saying, listen, if we were to do this right, we would expel the Jews from Protestant lands, like they had been expelled over the course of the last couple of hundred years from many different parts of Catholic Europe. We would do that too. But if we're going to allow them to live here, then these are the conditions we want. Right? Pretty harsh kind of medieval strict ruling. Everything that's worst about the pre-Protestant era and brings it forward into the future. Now, it happens that Philip said, wow, that's just way too harsh, and he rejected the Catholic oath. As we would say in Hebrew, Baruch Hashem, thank God. He said, that's just way too much. And remember, there's an economic motive here. I mean, the Jews are economically productive. We can tax them. They are loyal because they know they can't rely on anybody else. They're loyal to the local lords, so we should take advantage of them. Now, he still maintained a very close relationship with Bucer, primarily because Philip was also a very strongly anti-Catholic ruler. And by the way, the anti-Catholic sentiment this time was absolutely nasty. If you look at this remarkable wood cut that appeared during Philip's time, apparently read it and was deeply pleased with it. He shows on the right a pope, I believe it's Paul III, and he's issuing some kind of bill, and two German peasants literally turn their backs to him and they pass wind at the Pope, saying, this is essentially what we think of your decrees. This is pretty nasty kind of stuff that's coming out at that time. But there's an interesting kind of codicil that we should mention here. I mean, the Jew kind of dodged a bullet because Philip would not approve this castle advice. But there's an interesting kind of footnote, because what happened in his personal life is that Philip was married to Christine of Saxony. It was apparently a very, very unhappy marriage, despite the fact that they had 10 kids together. And early on, he ceased to be faithful to her. After a while, he actually went to Martin Luther and said, listen, we're doing this new thing, right? Protestantism. I know that Catholics aren't allowed to engage in bigamous relationships, but are Protestants allowed to do so? And by the way, when I read my Bible like a good Protestant, I go back and actually look at the text itself. I see that Abraham had multiple wives and Jacob had multiple wives, so why not Philip? And he had in mind in particular Margareta von der Sala, who was an associate of his current wife, and he basically coerced both Bucer and later Luther as well to go along with this second marriage, which was performed in 1540. And Philip went on to have 9 more kids with Margareta von der Sala as well. When the scandal of this broke in the population, reflected poorly on all of them, but nevertheless, this is the compromises that Bucer had to make to try and have his connection to royalty as well. But the overall message here, this is the one extreme pole where the vision of the Jewish place in the Netherlands is decidedly negative, that they should be boxed in and not allowed to have anything beyond, chimney sweeping and, digging latrines and things like that. And thankfully, that was rejected as being not economically viable. Now, on the other side of the coin, also happening in the same century, there was remarkable work by Dirk Volker Sturm-Kornherr, fascinating individual, really liberal Protestant thinker, who wrote a book called Synodus von der Conscientenfreiheit. I hope I said that right, which translates as Synod on the Freedom of Conscience in 1582. Very unusual work. Well, but what's his background? First of all, he's a fascinating kind of Renaissance man in many ways. He was, at 17 years old, he married a woman who was 29, 12 years his senior, and his family disowned him and cut him out of their will and ended their support of him. So he ended up becoming initially a copper engraver. He had some artistic talents, and he ended up becoming an all-around kind of intellectual. He translated Latin classics into Dutch. He wrote plays and poetry. He got very involved in politics, and he was a Protestant theologian. And one of his major projects was this remarkable document, which stands out as being a unique early beacon of tolerance, this Synod on the Freedom of Conscience. And it was a fictitious synod. Synod is normally like a gathering of experts to discuss some important topic. And it was modeled on and kind of like reflective of a church synod that had happened earlier. He created a fictitious synod, which he recorded the minutes of in this book. And it was all dedicated not to a particular church, but to freedom of conscience. In many ways, the same kind of device was used, for example, by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi in Spain to depict the debate between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam before the king of the Khazarians. That's the book, the Kuzari. So Kornherr also used a similar kind of device in the sense that here's a synod and there are all these characters speaking in like a play format, a dialogue format about their respective views. And the hero of it is one particular individual who happens to be Jewish, Gamliel the Pharisee, who is mentioned in the New Testament in the book of Acts, chapter 5, verses 38 through 39. Interesting discussion there of his inclination towards tolerance of Christianity. You can have a look there if you're curious about the context. And basically, Gamliel, who is probably modeled, at least in Acts, not so much in Kornherr, but in Acts, on Rabban Gamliel, the great Nasi, the head of the Sanhedrin, who was actually a historical individual in Jewish history of great importance. He basically takes this position, which I don't think Gamliel would have taken, but nevertheless, there's some political license here, or poetic license, that the scripture is perfect. And of course, Kornherr's Gamliel means the Jewish Bible and the Christian Bible is perfect, but people can misinterpret it. People can make mistakes reading it, and we are unable to discern whose reading is ultimately correct. Given this uncertainty as to who is reading the Bible correctly, we must tolerate each other's differences. That's the basic thesis of this amazing work, really. And they go through all kinds of issues. Christians argue one point, Catholics, Protestants argue various points, and Gamliel goes on to say, for example, how ridiculous it is to force Jews to attend sermons, and wouldn't it be much better to allow people simply to have a free exchange of ideas, and then people will be able to their conscience. Of course, the entire book is about really advocated a total freedom of conscience. He advocated for no boundaries between religions to allow people to convert at will. And by the way, it was still illegal to convert to Judaism at this time, although it did happen at the time with a certain amount of scandal. And he also advocated the removal of all censorship, that everyone should be able to write and circulate any kind of idea they wanted. This was, really amazing for the 16th century. We're talking about something that, it's 200 years before we get to the discussion of something like the First Amendment in American politics. But he's coming up with these ideas, and they were also rejected. They were also considered too radical for their time. But nevertheless, they exerted a kind of a gravitational pull on the Protestant Dutch psyche that actually was very much in favor of tolerating Jews in their midst. And in many ways, he's something of an intellectual hero and patron of the Jews for that reason. We should put this all into the context, and we should understand the 16th century is a period of tremendous change. It is a period when Protestantism takes over and dominates Northern Europe. There's armed military conflict as a result of the church reacting to this change and counter-reformation and so on. There's a lot of demographic change, not only as a result of the wars that sweep across the continent, but also migration, including, for our purposes, those Portuguese New Christians who represent a really unsettling new element in the Netherlands. There's a tremendous amount of economic change. The Americas have been discovered by the Europeans, and a whole new world of economic development becomes possible. Amsterdam and the Netherlands is at the center of that as a great maritime economy of commerce, which definitely favors these new Jewish migrants and so on. And so the whole question of what to do with the Jews is so wrapped up with people trying to figure out, how do we find ourselves between these two poles of evolutionism and an almost postmodern freedom. I really hope that some of you watching will be able to join us on this cruise. We only have room for a few more at this point in time, but if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the fruits of my research and maybe some videos from the Netherlands themselves. Thank you very much for watching.
That's the problem. It's not correction. The problem is when you have an open door, just freely going across, and you do engage and you want to stop it, then you want to get everybody that came in the last 4 years. So now you have 20 million people you have to account for. Yeah. And the problem is some of them are good people. Some of them are not good members. Most of them are just people that want a better life. Most of them. They have mandates, and mandates get created because the people become numbers. And if you say, well, you get rid of X amount every day, and then you just show up at home, you get some other working family who just wants to do some good jobs. Doing some flowers there. Maybe some of that. There's this pushback against people, this crazy pushback. It's been here for years.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so thrilled to present this little bit of historical data that I recently enjoyed learning about as I was preparing for the Kosher Riverboat cruises to the Netherlands and Belgium. This is one of the earliest pieces of evidence of Jews living in this region. It dates from the middle of the 13th century, and it has so many fascinating little bits of, wow. I just don't know why more people aren't Jewish historians, because this is just so much fun. I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to do this and share it with you. So, first of all, what do we know about the Jews in Belgium? Not a lot. Most of the earliest data that we have is primarily references that are topographic in nature, meaning there's a reference to a medieval town having a Jewish street, or even a Juden castle, which is apparently a Jewish castle, probably a synagogue, something like that. The earliest documentation that we have dates basically from the early 14th century, and they're mainly real estate transactions that involve Jews, rentals, and things like that. They're almost always in Latin, although we do have one interesting document dated 1344 that has some Hebrew annotations as well that basically repeats the key data that's mentioned in Latin, probably for one of the participants in the deal who wants to keep a record for himself in his own language. So as I was doing this research, I came across the work of a scholar named Emile Uverlo. His years are 1846 to 1929. And I was really surprised I couldn't find a lot out about him, although he was the author of a 4-part article that was published at great length. It's almost a small book called Notes et documents sur les Juifs de Belgique sous l'Ancien Régime, about the Jews in medieval Belgium, and then coming up to his time. Fascinating material. And he published in the very prestigious journal Revue des Études Juives essentially the review of Jewish studies in the years 1883 to 1884. I couldn't find much about him. This is the main work that he's cited for, although he is listed in French sources as Conservateur honoraire des manuscrits de la Bibliothèque Royale de Belgique, that he is an honorary conservator. I don't know what that means exactly, but he's conserving manuscripts in the Royal Library of Belgium. It's very cool. He found a lot of really interesting things, like, for example, this, which is not exactly what we're going to study, but it's still cool. This is a Hebrew seal that was attached to one document in the Seigneurial Archives of Luxembourg, which is right nearby, and it's dated 1378 or possibly 1379. And if you look at it, you see it's got this interesting, and this is obviously a drawing of the seal. I could not find an actual photo of the seal. This is from his 1883 article. In the center of the seal, there it looks like a Jewish man, perhaps with payos, certainly with a beard, and wearing the traditional Jewish hat that was mandated after 1215. Interesting question about that. And then surrounding the seal, looking from, like, let's say 1 o'clock and then moving counterclockwise, I can see it's all also written down there in Hebrew, Yaakov, and then there is an abbreviation, Beit He Kuf, and then Yoel, and then a strange word, Gulcha, which he translates as the abbreviation Beit He renders that son of the saint, or son of the Holy One. The Hebrew word would be Kadosh, and Yoel, which would be his father's name. Now, Yaakov ben Yoel, which would be a very typical way for Jews to sign their names. A man, the son of his father, is a typical way to sign a name. What is this title, Kadosh, or holy? It's not that common. But when you figure out the dates and you say that this document is from 1378, 1379, it could be that his father, whose name was apparently Yoel Golcha. Golcha is a strange name. Maybe that's a place name. Maybe that's some kind of surname that might have been used by the family. But why would he be a kadosh? Why would he be a martyr, someone who died al Kiddush Hashem? Because there was a lot of rampages against the Jews in the context of the Black Death, 1347 through about 1354. So it could be that Yaakov's father was martyred in an anti-Semitic in the context of the Black Death. Could be, we don't know. But these are the kinds of really cool things that Emil found for us. And we're going to look at one right now that I think is just so amazing. So this is something that was discovered in a town called Tienen, also known as Tirlemont, in Belgium. You can see here on this map, it's just west of Brussels. And apparently when they were doing some construction in the orchard of the civil hospital in 1872, they came across a Jewish graveyard. It was apparently underneath a small chapel that was being renovated, only about 1.5 feet down, so the graves were really quite shallow. And here you can see a picture of the hospital building at the time. I don't know where the chapel would have been located, but in the orchard, I assume in the back somewhere. But what they discovered was a series of human graves, human remains, and this remarkable stone. Now let's look at this in greater detail. This gravestone, which obviously is written in Hebrew, measures about 63 centimeters by 64 centimeters, which is about 2 feet by 2 feet, and it's written in very fine block Hebrew Syrian print. Thankfully, you can read most of it over little provided us with a transcription. Here's what it looks like. So it begins with this strange word nifutachat, which means engraved. Okay, Even Echad, one stone. And this must be the stone that it's referring to, right? This stone is engraved. And here's an interesting thing. The word echad, or one, is misspelled because the word even, stone, is an irregular feminine, meaning in Hebrew it appears to be a masculine. It doesn't end, for example, in a hey, but it is always rendered as a feminine when it is declined. So it should really read Evan Achat with a taf. So that's interesting. Why would there be fairly obvious grammatical mistake here, unless it speaks perhaps to the level of learning of the community high enough that they have someone who can carve gravestones in, but not so perfect that if there's a mistake, people won't catch it or people will let it slide. I don't know. It's interesting. But let's go on with the text. It reads, Vehi mitzvah larosh marat rivka bat Reb Moshe. And it, referring to the stone, which is now, of course, stands at the head of Marat Rivka. Marat is an honorific title. We would translate this into English as something like Madam or Mrs. perhaps. But it's strange because typically, if you're going to use Marat, you also indicate who she was married to, but that's omitted here. So we have to assume that perhaps she was single, perhaps even never married, because she's not mentioned in her deceased husband is not mentioned either. And this is amplified by what's going to come a little later. At any rate, she is the daughter of Reb Moshe. Her father's name was Moshe. Sheniftera b'shem, and she died with a name. If you look at the stone, and Overlil writes about this, it seems to be written Bishav with a veit at the end of the word, rather than a final mem. That's probably due to the deformity of the stone over time, of reading it, because this is right at the very end of the line. The letters are very similar, except for the left-hand slash. So this makes a lot more sense than Bishav. Bishav would mean something like she died in a state of return or repentance, which would just beg a whole pile of questions. It's probably the word b'shem, which would mean with a name, meaning she died with a good reputation. And that would definitely relate to her title, Marat, meaning, Mrs. or Madam, an honorific. Interesting. We don't know what she did to deserve this, but she obviously received a high degree of honor from the people who put this together. And then it says the year Shnat Chameshat Alpayim V'Shisha Asar Prat, which is the year in 5016 in the Hebrew counting from the beginning of creation, right, the Anno Mundi, but in the Christian calendar, it will be rendered as either the year 1255 or 1256. We don't know what month of the year she died in, so that's why the two, because the Hebrew year begins in the fall of the secular year. And then it has the phrase with these highlights on the bottom, which normally suggests that there's something special to be done with these letters, like to calculate their numerical value or something like that. But Overload does not help us out with what this might mean here. And it says, the Nocha B'Gan Eden, and her rest is in the Garden of Eden. It's a fascinating reference, opens up so many questions, but what is really, I think, most important for us is that this is the earliest archaeological record of Jews living in Belgium, dating from the year 1255. It predates even the literary records by almost 100 years. I just love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Snakes all the time. They get accustomed to you handling. Yeah, that's always you're feeding. I was like, oh, that's cool, but I don't have enough faith. I think as long as you keep them fed and they don't encounter them in the wild. It's like they're just protecting themselves. They don't want to get you. Yeah. There was some pictures where some people that didn't have enough faith in God. Oh, whacked. Yeah. Then they die, and they just like I think they have pictures of the past. Just some people don't die, just get corpses. Yeah. You need massive skin grafts, and it's like half your fucking muscle tissue in your leg. See if you can find that article about a guy recently.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited about the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. Let's take just a few minutes to talk about the remarkable Jewish history in Antwerp. This region, as you can see from the map here, is quite close to the Netherlands, and we've spoken quite a bit about Amsterdam, which is an amazing city. I've never been there before. I can't wait to see it. But Antwerp is the home of a bustling, modern Jewish community. Very excited to see that as well. In many ways, the history kind of overlaps what's happening to the north. The region was under common rule for quite a bit of its time. We only have Jews appearing there from the 15th century onwards, so it's a relatively modern Jewish community, and it's just fascinating. First of all, like Amsterdam, one of the most important early populations in Antwerp were the Portuguese Jews. These are, you will recall, Jews who were the descendants of Jews forcibly converted in 1391 in Spain, and then some of the expellees from 1492 made it into Portugal, where they were again forcibly converted in the year 1497. And then after that, many of them living as Christians were already, a generation by this time. They began to slowly trickle out of Portugal and find their ways to places where they can adopt to varying degrees their Jewish identity. Now, in Antwerp, the Emperor Charles V granted safe conduct to these Portuguese Jews in 1526, which was right on time because the Inquisition would arrive in Portugal as well in 1536. And according to Samuel Usque, who was one of the refugees of Portugal at this time, who wrote The Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, a really remarkable book, his Inquisition was like even more horrible than the Spanish Inquisition. So Antwerp played a very, very important role in being a kind of a conduit for Jews fleeing Portugal. That is, Jews who had been forcibly converted, they're living as Christians, and they have to get out of there in order to readopt their Jewish identity. One of the most famous of them is the great Doña Gracia Mendes Nasi. Here she is most likely, according to many art historians, as a subject of the great Il Bronzino. This painting is called La Donna in Rosso con Bambino, which is just a luminous portrait of this very heroic woman who actually at one point declared a worldwide boycott on the shipping lane in the Papal States, which is just a mind-boggling story, but not for us now. At any rate, the Nasi family used Antwerp as one of their passages to get out of Portugal and to get to even more free places to the east. Ultimately, the Portuguese pressure increased on Antwerp, and they eventually had to crack down on a lot of the Jews who were using this as a way station. The Jews who lived there were expelled. There was a certain number of them who remained illegally, and others only began after 1648. Under Austrian rule, which began in 1713 and on, conditions began to slowly improve for the Jews, and then remarkably, it falls to the French in the Revolutionary era in 1794, which results in complete emancipation for the Jews of the region, which is extremely important. And finally, in 1830, Belgium becomes an independent country when there were about 150 Jews living in Antwerp at the time, and this is just the beginning of the real population growth of Jews living in Antwerp in the 20th century. What's happening in Antwerp? Well, I think the most important we should think about is that there are a lot of Jews who are making their west at this time. As you can see this map here, which tracks the displacement of Jews from the Pale of Settlement. That's the region in the former Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live. A huge wave of migration, not only of Jews, but also of various Southern Europeans and Eastern Europeans, begins around this time, 1881 till 1917, when the country will will collapse, and then there will be a civil war. And you can see there's 1.75 million Jews make their way to the United States of America. 45,000 make their way to the land of Israel. Smaller numbers go to South America, Australia, and elsewhere. And Antwerp is one of the last sites on the European continent before they make their way across the Atlantic. This coincided with a huge rise in the diamond industry, which was an industry that was something that Jews were very well prepared for culturally. There's a lot of finance involved, a lot of detailed work with gem cutting, and there's a long history of Jews involved in this. And so many of those migrants, about 250,000 Jews made their way to Western Europe. Many of them said, hey, why should we cross the big pond? Let's stay right here in Antwerp. So if you look at this chart here, you can see how the population grew remarkably from about 8,000 in 1900 to about 55,000 in 1939, when about 1 in 5 residents of Antwerp was Jewish. That's the peak of the population, of course, immediately prior to the Holocaust. The tragedies of the Holocaust, of course, also reached Belgium, although in some ways there were some highly distinctive features for the Jews of Antwerp. First of all, we should realize that many of these Jews were not actually Belgian citizens at the time, and so they felt unusually insecure with the German invasion. Many of them realized that they were extremely exposed to the threat of Nazism, more so than citizens in the other countries and surrounding regions. Scale flight of the Jews of Antwerp began, and they went primarily to France. And this combined, however, with a German economic interest in keeping the diamond industry functioning. Since the diamond industry was really dependent on Jews, they actually slow-walked a lot of the discriminatory measures that were instituted with much more zeal in other parts of Eastern and Western Europe. So ultimately, however, the weight of the slavery that the Nazis had to their anti-Semitic ideology simply could not be overcome. And so the Jewish badge was instituted, and there was violence and discrimination, and ultimately deportations to Auschwitz began in the summer of 1942. By the end of the war, the some 50,000 Jews that were living in Antwerp had reduced to less than 1,000 who were able to emerge from their hiding places where they had successfully avoided the deportations. The number of actual Jews from Antwerp who were killed in the Holocaust is a little difficult to calculate because many of them fled to other countries immediately prior to the war, but it definitely represents a horrible devastation of the community that so few remain. However, it was still quite strong, and it was very, very important to the economic health of the community as a whole. And there were a lot of refugees from the war who decided to choose Antwerp as their home as well. Ultimately, the community rebounded. By the turn of the 20th century, there were about 15,000 Jews living in Antwerp. Again, only about a quarter of the pre-war population, but nevertheless a significant amount of Jews who were highly concentrated in certain economic areas and in certain geographic parts of the city. It actually has one of the highest rates of Jewish education in Europe. About 9 out of 10 Jewish children in Antwerp attend Jewish school, which is a remarkably high figure. Contemporary population estimates say there are about 20 to 25,000 Jews in Antwerp today. A very vibrant community, and about 5,000 Jewish children in Jewish schools. So really remarkable. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Antwerp. It would be great if you could join us on this cruise. And if you're not able to, I'm sorry, but I'll hope to share some of this with you on YouTube. Thank you very much for watching.
Immigration in favor of illegal immigration, which is really easy. And I understand the part of the American populace is like, we want to keep America America. Guess what? I want to keep America America. That's why I came up here. And going to Kentucky and experiencing that, cool. Listen, there's no more American people than Cuban Americans. Those motherfuckers are hardcore America. You know why? Because they know what the fuck communism looks like. This isn't just like some theoretical shit they teach you in college. Like their grandparents, their great-grandparents grew up oppressed. Like they had to deal with that stuff. They escaped. And they they came over to America and they have no tolerance for any bullshit. In Mexico right now, there are things you can't say. You know, there's laws that prohibit you from being violent verbally. They can't say political figure. If she's a
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As I was doing my research for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, I came across this individual who was just so inspirational. I just wanted to take a few minutes and speak about his activity during World War II. I'm speaking, of course, about Walter Susskind, who was a German Jew who was living in Amsterdam, and he saved about 600 Jewish children during the Holocaust. And he's especially fascinating because, one of the things that the Nazis did that when they came into territories and occupied them is they immediately relied on an organization called the Judenrat, or Jewish Council, which was typically made up of people who had, prior to the occupation, been serving some kind of communal capacity, and they were impressed upon by Nazis to become essentially their accomplices, to put in place whatever demands the Nazis had, whether it was confiscations of money, of valuables, furs, radios, whatever, all the way up to deportation of the population. Typically what happened when the Nazis set up these Judenräte is that they would come in and they would make demands, and the leadership would refuse. They would typically be shot on the spot, and then the Nazis would say, who's second in charge? Who's third in charge? Sometimes they would have to go through several levels until they found people who were willing to cooperate with the Nazis because they were forced to. So there's a big open moral question with regards to the functioning of the Judenräte, because after all, the members of the Judenrat were, accomplices to the Nazis in their horrific activities. But that's not universal. We have some Judenrat leaders, like, for example, Adolf Czerniak in Warsaw, who led a detailed memoir, a diary, before he took his own life when he realized he could not hold back the Nazis from what they intended for the Jewish population. So those Judenrat leaders really doing everything in their power to try and save Jews. One of those examples is Walter Susskind of Amsterdam. Susskind was a fairly nondescript individual. He was born in 1906 in Germany, and he eventually became the manager of a margarine factory. In 1938, sensing the distinct anti-Semitism that Nazis had inspired, he and his wife, and later their young daughter, Yvonne, fled Germany, and they were hoping to make it to the United States. They ended up in Amsterdam when the war broke out, and his employment at that time was that he was a manager of the Hollandsche Schouwburg, the theater of Netherlands in Amsterdam, which served point for Jews' Nazi deportation camps to Westerbork, which was a transit camp. Susskind relied on his strong human management skills to maintain very good relations with the Nazis in Amsterdam, while secretly plotting against them to foil their plans to murder the Jews of the region. He worked together with an economist named Felix Halberstadt in the theater, such that when families were brought to the theater for deportation, he would make sure that the records of the children simply disappeared. And then they would be taken to a nearby nursery that was run by a Jewish woman named Henrietta Enriquez Pimentel, who would then sell them out to a nearby teachers' college. The teachers' college was run by a man named Johann van Cruz. And from there, they would be taken away in whatever means they could. The small children were taken away in backpacks, in shopping bags, even in laundry baskets, and they were then shipped out to nearby suburbs of Amsterdam. In total, about 600 Jewish children were saved through this remarkable network that involved a lot of accomplices, Jewish and non-Jewish, to make sure they cooperated to save these children. They worked together with the Utrecht's Kindercommittee, the Children's Committee of Utrecht, and even the Dutch resistance to make all of this happen. Unfortunately, Susskind himself and his family would not survive the war. Like many members of the Judenrat, even though they were very valuable to the Nazis, ultimately they were just simply last on the list to be deported. So in 1944, Susskind and his wife and his daughter were deported to Westerbork. He tried to get them out of there with letters of recommendation that he had from his previous overseers, but he had no luck whatsoever. They were later deported to Theresienstadt and then finally to the notorious Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and daughter on October 25th, 1944, and although he survived, they were killed immediately. Susskind himself would eventually die in one of the death marches of February 1945 as the Nazis tried desperately to pull back from the advance of the Red Army. After the war, of course, his heroism was remembered. A film was made about him, and a bridge was constructed nearby in Amsterdam over one of the many canals as a memorial to the way in which he was literally a bridge from death to life for 600 Jewish children. Absolutely inspirational. Thank you very much for watching.
Which is dark. It's dark. Yeah, it's dark. Yeah, that's the problem with these fucking brains. But it also makes the rest of us feel awful. Like people that aren't scared of it, they feel awful about what America stands for. Like the idea that we would find it right to send some kid who was born here, or born in Mexico, but came over here when he was 2, can't speak Spanish at all. Some kid in LA that just doesn't have paperwork, and all of a sudden he's Mexican. That is fucking dark. That's crazy. And that makes everybody else feel like, well, this isn't a good country. That's not a good thing to do. That's a bad thing. That's an immoral thing to do. That's a thing that you do when you don't care. This is supposed to be the shining light of the world. Like if I talk to everybody, like I'm having a conversation.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so thrilled that next week, God willing, we will board our ship and we will begin our cruise of the Netherlands and Belgium. And I want to share with you about one individual I recently learned about as I was doing work on the lectures on the economy of the Golden Age, which is basically the 17th century. Joseph Pinto de la Vega, Jose de la Vega, his years are 1650 to 1692, and he's one of those amazing group of Jews who had made their way from the Iberian Peninsula to Amsterdam, his family in particular, and he did amazing, phenomenal things there, specifically in his literary work and in his analysis of the stock market. So before I get back to him, let's just have a quick look at the status of the economy in Amsterdam in the 17th century. A lot of that activity has to do with the opening up of new markets as a result of the connection of Europe with the Americas and also with the Far East as well. Have a look at this map of the, let me try and say this, Verwantschapslanden, the kindred countries. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. Very important was the market in what would later become Brazil, right? Hugely significant, and also in the northern part of South America and also the Caribbean. Huge significance for the settlement of Jews in North America in general. And in particular, we see here New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch to allow them in. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America. And of course, for our purpose in South Africa, we're significantly connected to the diamond trade, which runs its way through Belgium and Amsterdam as well. So all of this new economic activity is happening, and it is concentrating itself especially in the stock exchange. The first European International Exchange was established in Antwerp, not too far away from Amsterdam, in 1536. It had a lot of participation of Portuguese Jews, and in fact, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange really got going in 1674, about 13% of all of the activity there was involving Portuguese Jews, which is very significant given the fact that their population in the city was in the single digits. They were really quite overrepresented here because it was a new economic niche that could be, well exploited by their numeracy and their literacy. Here's an image of the stock exchange from 1670 that gives you a sense of what this would have been like in the 17th century. Now that brings us to Jose de la Vega.
His father was a victim of the Inquisition. His name was Isaac Enzo Felix, and he was arrested by the Inquisition. He was born in Espejo, Spain. And while he was held, he made a vow that if he were ever to be released, he would find his way back to openly practicing Judaism. Right? He was one of the many Jews and descendants of Jews who had been forced in 1391 series of pogroms. The Inquisition, of course, was created specifically prohibit those Jews from practicing their faith and maintaining their fictional existence as Christians. He was fortunately released, and he made his way first to Antwerp with his family and later on to Middelburg, and there he openly accepted his Jewish identity and began practicing Judaism without fear. He was also known to have been an extremely charitable individual and had given out about 80,000 guildens, which implied that he must have been a very wealthy person as well. Now, his son Jose was born in the year 1650, and he proved to be quite a literary individual, did a lot of writing, of letters that were later published, but also of several books. The one that's most significant for our purposes is a book called Confusión de Confusiones. I wonder if that would be Confusión de Confusiones. I don't know Spanish. Obviously, the English title would be Confusion of Confusions, and it was published in 1688 as the first book describing how the stock exchange works. It has actually retained a lot of its value. It was translated to English, and it's still used today. It's a fascinating work. It has 4 dialogues involving a so-called fastidious philosopher, a prudent merchant, and an erudite stockholder. And he gets into all kinds of things. He explains what stocks are, he explains options, speculative maneuvers, and all kinds of fascinating things. And very important for historians because it tells us a lot about how this major European exchange in the 17th century operated. He's also a very fighter and has all kinds of like anecdotes and very pungent descriptions of life in Amsterdam and so on. It's really, really quite interesting. He includes, for example, 4 basic rules of speculation, which have retained their value to the present day. A lot of people really say that, man, this is what it's all about. And here they are. I'll give them to you first. The first rule in speculation is never advise anyone to buy or sell shares. That doesn't sound so much like an economic idea as more of like how to maintain, friendships with your brother-in-law, things like that. Don't give anyone advice. He goes on to say, basically, it's all up in the air. Things go up down. You don't want to give people bad advice and then get blamed for it later. Second rule, accept both your profits and regrets. Meaning, don't, simmer in the awful kind of feeling of, oh, I should have, bought that when it was cheap and things like that. I should have sold it before it crashed. There's no point to it. It's just going to make you feel awful. It really sounds more like a self-help book than a formal financial analysis. But nevertheless, the third rule, and it relates, I think, to the first 2 rules, profit in the share market is goblin treasure. Now, I wasn't sure exactly what goblin treasure is, but he goes on to explain. At one moment, it is carbuncles, the next is coal. One moment, diamonds, the next pebbles. Meaning the profits that you earn, they can blow up tremendously, and they can also, be removed almost immediately. The so-called bubbles, right? Very, very important rule. The fourth rule, he who wishes to become rich from this game must have both money and patience. Really fascinating. He is so important for the study of national financial markets that the Federation of European Securities Exchanges actually holds an annual prize, the De La Vega Prize, for research on the European Stock Exchange. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I realize that if you have booked on the cruise, you're not going to be joining us. The boat was full for quite some time already, but maybe on a future cruise, and I certainly look forward to sharing more videos of my research and of my experience there with you, because we all love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. these are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. And in particular, we see here New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, is not shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1602 North America.
We are going to need each other more than we think in the coming years.
Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. We're docked in Amsterdam now on one of our cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. We're going to explore a lot of fantastic places and learn something about the fascinating history of Jews in this area. Sometimes when I'm cruising with river cruises, I think about, how did the land itself affect the culture of the people, and specifically their relationship with their Jewish minority. Since the year 1250, there has been a tremendous amount of collective effort by the inhabitants of the region to actually make it dry, to build these windmills and water drills, to be able to expend the water elsewhere and keep the sea at bay. They were also prepared to overlook more minor differences that affected people's private lives, like, for example, religion. But it basically allowed an opening for minorities like the Jews to be able to flourish in a society like Amsterdam. Thanks very much for watching.
And they have notions, some of them, but some of them clearly.
Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. So yesterday was just such an amazing experience going to visit the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam, which is such a phenomenal edifice built in the 17th century and really is a testament to the magnitude and, as we shall see, the generosity of these Portuguese immigrants to Amsterdam, what they affected for the larger Jewish community and really for Jewish history. One of the things that I really found especially fascinating was the unusual symbol that the Portuguese Jewish community adopted for themselves, specifically for their leadership. It's an image of a pelican striking its own breast and then feeding its blood to its otherwise starving children. What exactly does it mean? I think that the most dramatic representation of it is here in the Mamad boardroom. This is where the leadership would gather to engage in discussions and especially to distribute charitable funds to the community. And we shall see that's especially important. And it's frequently paired with the phoenix, which is a completely separate set of ideas relating to the rebirth of the community from the ashes, which is, of course, especially appropriate because the Portuguese Jews had just escaped the horrific Inquisition. Here's the real big question regarding this unusual symbol. Is it a Christian symbol? So the answer is yes, but there are two major caveats that we have to bring to bear when we look at this symbol. First of all, it is highly unlikely that the Portuguese Jews, especially with their detailed experience of Christianity, actual lived Christianity, because they were forced in earlier generations to actually pretend to be Christians as a result of their forced conversion several generations earlier, and with their experience of persecution under the Inquisition, it would never have consciously adopted a Christian symbol for its Christian associations. So they knew what they were doing, and nevertheless they chose this symbol. Secondly, the symbol actually predates Christianity, reaching back into Roman, Greek, and Egyptian mythology. And it's likely that this is what the Portuguese leadership intended when they adopted this symbol. They were going back to its original meaning and not thinking of adopting the accretions later by the church. Very much so like Phoenix, which also has roots in Greek and Egyptian mythology, and it would be absurd to say that they wanted to adopt, Greek and Egyptian myth for themselves. So let's look at first recorded instance we have of the pelican as an image. It comes from the 2nd century text, usually attributed to Clement of Alexandria, Egypt, a book called the Physiologos. And what Clement of Alexandria was trying to do was he was taking a whole series of myths about animals and then applying Christian meanings to them, what Christians can learn from these behaviors. This was later adapted in the Middle Ages to various bestiaries, and it became an especially popular book when we look at the pelican in the Middle Ages when the Eucharist was introduced and circulated, and so we have lots of representations in Christian art. So what is the idea? I mean, the pelican, rather than letting its children starve, opens up its breast and feeds her own blood to her children to keep them alive, which is kind of gross, but there you go. The comparisons to the founder of Christianity, of course, are very obvious, especially when you look at the actual ritual of communion. So back to our question, why would the Portuguese Jews adopt this symbol? They're really looking back at the pre-Christian origins of it, like they did with the phoenix, and they're talking about how the Jewish value of providing charitable funds to those in need is something that is incumbent upon Jews, and is something that they value very highly. And this is especially appropriate because Portuguese Jews came into phenomenal wealth in the 17th century during the Golden Age, especially with the expansion of global trade, which they pioneered in many ways. And when we think about the 17th century, we can't avoid the massive influx of Ukrainian Jewish refugees, much like today, unfortunately, when as a result of the pogroms of 1648-49, there was a huge pressure for Jews to leave that region and find safer places. And it was incumbent upon the Portuguese leadership, the Mamad, to disperse fund use. They did so with tremendous generosity, and that's why the image of the pelican was especially prominent. There are many other details, other theories about why there were 3 of those baby pelicans, but for now, let's leave it at that. I think this is so fascinating. Really grateful to be able to see these things in person with Kosher River Cruises, and I hope that someday you'll enjoy them with me as well, or at least on video. Thank you very much for watching.
It's basically an open blog of my travels. I'm constantly traveling, talking to people.
Now we're having a uniquely Jewish moment here. We stopped on the street in front of the synagogue, which has a plaque on the wall outside that denotes the structure as a collection point for Jews in anticipation of their deportation later to the death camps.
There are not many pictures from this because, of course, it was not allowed to take pictures during transportations. But this is one picture that was taken from an apartment in front of the street, and this shows their bridge to Mechelen.
We walked in here, and sure enough, we started playing. The 2 guys learning Daf Yomi, and we started playing Jewish geography from here, and it was like in 5 languages. It was in Hebrew, Dutch, English, Russian. It was every language trying to match up wherever you came from. And we're having a live Jewish moment. One of the beautiful things about Antwerp is that we have this kind of experience here. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've just returned from an amazing cruise in the Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say that although there were so many fantastic things, and I made a couple of short videos about a few of them, the highlight, without question, was this amazing Shabbos we spent in Middelburg, where we visited this synagogue that is just so fantastic. Let me tell you about it. So if you walk down a street called Ehrenstraat, you'll see this tiny little opening that goes through an alley. At the top of it says Beit HaKnesset, like synagogue, and then it has the year Tahallel, using the Hebrew word "you will praise," that works out to the year 1704. And that's okay, interesting, charming. I want to see what's inside. But what I think is especially unusual is that little plaque on the left, which is
only in doubt describes the story, and you can start David and kind of a lion has 4 dates. Built in 1974, occupied, at least by the Nazis, in 1940, destroyed, in this case by a British mortar, in 1944. And those 3 lines you will frequently see on monuments of this nature. But then there's another line that says reconstructed 1994. And to my amazement, not only was the synagogue of Middelburg reconstructed as a physical entity, it's actually been repopulated. That everyone thought Jews had basically disappeared from this middle-sized town, but they began coming back once the synagogue was created. I'm going to tell you the whole story, and more importantly, I'm going to let some of the principal figures involved tell the story in this video. So first of all, let's just see where exactly is Middelburg. Here's a map of Europe, and you can see the Netherlands where it's located, just about equal to London, but across on the continental side of the channel, of course. And in our cruise, we started in Amsterdam, which is a major Jewish center, and then we went all the way down through canal zones to the city of Antwerp, relation center there, where some great experiences, tasting herring and things like that. Then we rode the ship down to the medieval village of Ghent and nearby Bruges, also very important. And then we made our way up to Middelburg and nearby Viera. Viera would be very important because that's the home of Ad Vos, who is going to be a major player in the story. Then after the trip, we went to Rotterdam, where we actually saw, was pretty bizarre, a reconstruction of Noah's Ark. And then shortly after it, we saw a rainbow, which was very spooky. At any rate, that was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam and flew out to the airport a week later. So let's focus in on Middelburg now. Here's an old map of the city, and you can see there's like kind of a ring road around a really old core, and then towards the bottom by the letter H, there is something that says a Israelitische Kerk, or a Jewish church. In other words, this map labels the synagogue. The entrance is on Herrenstraat to the right, but to the left is the home of the original builder of the synagogue. He had what they call in Dutch an achterhuis, a behind house. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which Anne Frank and her family hid during the Holocaust. And he wanted to dedicate that space to becoming a synagogue. And so that's the actual structure we're going to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue in an almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating. It has a whole bunch of entries about what Jews believe and what they do in synagogue and things like that. And we have a pretty good idea of the plan of the synagogue. If you have a look at this modern drawing, you can see Herrenstraat, the entrance is on the south at the bottom of this drawing. There's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and then there's a garden to the right, sort of like an open space where the sukkah can be placed. The mikvah is placed just south of there, and then just north of there is that square building with that unique kind of roof that is the synagogue itself. We see that the roof was preserved as long as 1940 when this particular photograph was taken. It's prominent in the foreground here. And we even have some photographs from the beginning of the 20th century that shows the traditional kind of furniture that was in place in the synagogue. This is the view towards you'll see those distinctive 2 windows featured in the reconstructed synagogue as well. Unfortunately, in the context of World War II, the entire town of Middelburg was emptied of Jews. They were deported to the death, and the synagogue was occupied by the Nazis. Conquered the region in the context of the fighting, a British mortar landed on the synagogue and destroyed it completely. This is a view of the destroyed roof. And by the time the conflict was over, you could see that there's only a few shells of walls that stand around the open space that once was the synagogue. And over the course of time, this was neglected, and in fact, trees even grew in the consecrated ground. There's one that grows right where the contemporary bima stands today. And the elements had their way. Basically, by the time you got to the late 20th century, there was nothing left except for a few exterior walls. And this is the way it would have stayed were it not for the intervention of Ad Vos. He's shown here with David Lawrence of Kosher Riverboat Cruises in his remarkable home in Viera, which is just a few kilometers away from Middelburg. Here's a picture of some other guy with Dr. Voss as well. And by the way, he's not Jewish, but he just felt that it was wrong for the community to ignore this centuries-old holy place to Jews, and so he engineered a tremendous effort, bringing together all kinds of social groups and all kinds of local community organizations to support the raisings to rebuild the synagogue. He published a book on that topic, several articles in this book, and amazingly, he succeeded. That's not the whole story. That in itself, I think, is quite remarkable. But what is really amazing was what happened afterwards. Once the synagogue was constructed, Jews began to reappear in Middelburg, and now it is a fully functioning synagogue. So this is just an example of the amazing things that David Lawrence does. We invited Odd Voss and Luke Smith, a very important person in the community, to come join us on the ship for Shabbat. They came Friday night, had a meal with us, and before Shabbat began, we heard their story. So I have video of them telling the story of this remarkable synagogue. I'd like to share a little bit of it with you right now.
After the war in 1945, almost everybody thought that Jewish life had come to an end here in Middelburg. Only some Jews came back from the camps or from the hiding places, and the synagogue was damaged. But after 50 years after the restoration, Jewish life recovered here in Middelburg. There are more synagogues restored after the war, but most of them got another destination. Sometimes as a church, even a mosque or a museum. And sometimes as a museum that tells us about Jewish life from before the war, depicting Jewish life as a vanished world. But the synagogue of Middelburg is not a museum, but a real synagogue where every Shabbat and every Yom Tov has divine services.
I mean, let's just recap here. You have this shell of a building, 300-year-old synagogue that is destroyed, and a local non-Jew says, you know what, it's not right, we've got to rebuild it. He rebuilds it, and that attracts one or two Jews.
And we got very important support from the churches of Middelburg, from the city council of Middelburg, from other authorities, and from hundreds of private sponsors.
They raise money to buy a Torah scroll that attracts more Jews, and ultimately you have a community of Jews praying in Middelburg that hasn't been seen for half a century. It's a remarkable renaissance.
He was the man who made it possible to rebuild the synagogue. And we are, until today, we are very thankful to him.
And then we were very fortunate to hear the personal story of Luke Smith, a man whose mother was Jewish and survived the Holocaust by going underground as a young girl, meaning posing as a Christian. By the time of the war was over and her entire family was killed, you know, she was just a teenager. She just went on living as a Christian, and she raised her children afterwards as Christians. In fact, one of his brothers is actually a priest, and they occasionally have to call him to make minyan. Luke's story was absolutely riveting.
There was a little boy, 4 years, and she said always when we walked to the butcher, look behind you, because tomorrow it can be happening. So I was raised with fear. Fear to be a Jew, fear to be part of the family, the Jewish family. And I didn't know anything of Judaism.
You have Shabbat happening there.
So we started to take the candles. And to take the candles, to start to make the candles burn, on Friday night, lights them up, was also good. And I was always thinking, I'm the only Jewish man here in Middelburg. I never met Jewish people, I didn't know. And then finally I heard from the surgeon in the hospital working at Vos, and he was busy with the restoration of the synagogue in Middelburg. I didn't know the synagogue was. So we met first time in a hotel where some Jewish people Rosh Hashanah. I learned something about Rosh Hashanah, and I know the first night of Rosh Hashanah we came there, and one of the women had made round challah, and the man told her he makes the blessing about the challah. So we walked back and we said, "Oh, you think we had celebrating Rosh Hashanah?" He said a blessing. So it was for me, it was a miracle. And then the synagogue started to rebuild. But the problem was, we had a very nice synagogue, a very nice building. But we didn't know what to do with it.
They don't have a full-time rabbi yet in Middleburg, but they bring in rabbis from neighboring communities.
Then I was learning in Amsterdam, in Antwerp, rabbis. And the whole year I have cassette decks, and I learned Alleen to the Shibeah. You can imagine that it was from here to Rotterdam and back. And I thought, when Hashem decides that we build a shul in Middleburg, I go to pray every day there. So the first 5 years, I go every morning to the synagogue to pray alone, because there was no one else to join me. And I couldn't read Hebrew very good. So I did Adon Olam. You know Adon Olam? I think we have a quote, 55 minutes, and then it was done. So I start. Then I go working. Started with the Friday evening. One Friday evening, the women make coffee and little and apple and everything. And people come, and more people come, and so we get a little Jewish community. And now we have what Art says. We have celebrations every Friday and every Saturday. We have celebration of Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah. It is a very special thing because I was learning and the people were also learning with me. Because the first time of Erev Shabbat, I had learned Lecha Dodi to sing. And I said to the people, we said like this, I can sing Lecha Dodi, shall we? And I learned them Lecha Dodi singing. And then they want to more, and I learned more. And so we started with only Lecha Dodi on Friday night to the whole service now on Shabbat and on the festivals.
They have Brit Milah going on there, circumcision. They have young people, children in the community. Here's a Pidyon event with a child who's somewhat older than 3 months, but nevertheless, it is beautiful to see this happening.
And since that time, we had on the Sabbath morning 15 or 20 Jewish people in the synagogue. They come from everywhere. Young people, new people from Rotterdam who start here to work, and also upstairs who work in Rotterdam, but the ones who live in Middleburg, and still they come. We're growing. Sometimes Sabbath morning we have million. We never saw it. So it's amazing. It's really a miracle.
Bar mitzvahs, they celebrate the holiday cycle there with Sukkot, and they have weddings there. I mean, it's just so absolutely fantastic that this community has come alive again.
Today it was, for me, I was crying on my bicycle today. You didn't know me, but I never saw so many Jews in Middleburg walking. Today, I saw people looking. There was a guy and 6 seats, and there was a discussion, and I was with my bicycle. It was so nice to see. It was a miracle of Hashem for me, but I think also for here to see that there are still Jewish people, there are still Jewish life, and that we are still there. And
we're so amazed at this shul on Shabbat. I couldn't take any live footage on Saturday while we were there, but what an amazing place. I'm so grateful to Kosher River Cruises for giving me the opportunity to see this community being resurrected under the direction of people like Ukmit and Oddfest. Wow. Can't wait for the next cruise. Thank you very much for watching.
when this man makes the children good, when we meet each other, and now I can stand here before you, so many Jewish people in Middleburg, and I can join you here to eat kosher in Middleburg on a ship. We walk to the Red Sea, That's all. I hope tomorrow you in the synagogue can see you all, and when you have some consult, then do the
sacrificed 80,000 slaves over whoever they had. I've heard like numbers of 50,000. I have no idea how you would kind of figure out those numbers, right? But you do get accounts of some of the Spanish conquistadors describing the smell that some of these pyramids had.
The fast of the 10th of Tevet, which this year falls on December 25th, is one of the most unusual fasts really in the Jewish calendar. It commemorates many very sad things that happened in Jewish history, perhaps the most significant of which, however, that marked the beginning of the fall of Jerusalem. That is the first fall of Jerusalem, resulting in the Babylonian captivity. Over the next few minutes, what I'd like to do is just think a little bit about what that exile and the subsequent exile really meant within the context of Jewish history, and then I'd like to bring it forward to the 20th century, just reflect for a few minutes on, how that affects the Jewish world today. Judaism regards Jerusalem as the navel of the world. This is actually a phrase that occurs in rabbinic literature, and this is something that they have in common, in particular with Christian culture. Here's an amazing map. This is the famous cloverleaf map of Heinrich Bunting, and he represents here the world in a very fanciful kind of way, like a cloverleaf, at the center of which, of course, is Jerusalem. Look a little more closely at it, you can see that England is kind of stuck off the edge here, and then you've got even America, the Neue Welt, right, the New World with some sea monsters threatening boats and things like that. And over here, looks like a merman, perhaps, or maybe it's a mermaid, hard to tell from this position. And then, of course, right at the center, representing the axis of Europe, Asia, and Africa, and in many ways reflecting the fact that at the edge of the Eastern Mediterranean, Israel really was, and Jerusalem in particular, was the city through which one had to pass if one was traveling by land between those three points. Looking at it in closer detail, you can see that the three crosses standing outside of Jerusalem clearly indicates Bunting's Christian orientation to this, but in Jewish culture, the sentiment is Jerusalem is the love of the world. It is at this time, though, on fast of the 10th of Tevet, that we mark the first attack on the walled city by Nebuchadnezzar, shown here in this 17th century depiction. But it marks a turning point in Jewish history because it refers to a point when Jews were forcibly expelled from their land. And it's marked with a verse in the book of Kings, 2 Kings, chapter 25, that reads, "In the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th day of the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar moved against Jerusalem with his whole army. He besieged it, and they built towers against it all around." Through the Talmudic tradition, we have the fast day that is marked on the 10th of Tevet, marking this particular historical event. There are a few archaeological reminders of it, such as this ancient arrowhead discovered in the region, but there's definitely left a tremendous scar on the Jewish psyche. The massive exodus of Jews from Jerusalem, shown here in James Tissot's famous rendition, took them all the way out to the region of Mesopotamia. You can see in this map traveling north and then curving around the region of Syria, following the Euphrates River down south into the heartland of Babylon, where ultimately they would establish communities, and ultimately the Talmud would be written in Babylonia. But at the time, it was an incredibly difficult exile and very painful for the Jews. It's very well expressed in this remarkable piece of art by Edward Bergman, who's a German Jewish artist from the
19th century. And you can see in the outside of the frame, it's a quotation from Psalm 137, by the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down and we wept when we remembered Zion. And you can see in the image, towards the left-hand side is the mysterious looking ziggurat-like architecture, the foreign strange architecture of Babylon by the Euphrates River. And the pater familias here is comforting. Looks like his youngest daughter there, while he is chained and he is holding his lyre because, of course, the forces of Nebuchadnezzar forced the Jews to sing songs of Zion. And this really is a very beautiful expression of the sadness which Jews marked on the 10th of Tavis, and of course on Tisha B'Av, which was an even greater destruction. Fortunately, the Jews were able to return to Israel shortly thereafter. Under King Cyrus, there was a general liberty proclaimed to all of the territories that the Persians conquered, and they dedicated levels of religious freedom that harkens back to the pre-exile era. This particular item, which looks like a corn in the cob, but it's just a way of promulgating official documents. You can see it's incised with a cuneiform stick onto the actual clay. This proclaimed the ability of many peoples in the Persian Empire to return to their ancestral worship. In the case of the Jews, this was extremely welcomed because they were able to return to Jerusalem, shown here in the Persian region of Yehud, which was the named region that would later be called Judea, and they were able to reestablish the temple for several hundred years. In the first century of the Common Era, however, the temple was destroyed yet again, this time by the Romans, and in many ways a much more fearsome destruction than that of Nebuchadnezzar, and a much more lasting exile as well. Here you can see a schematic map of the city of Jerusalem. You can see by the topographic lines how the city is built on the top of a hill. There are hills all around this region, right in the middle of the Judean mountain range. And the rebels were holed up inside the city, somewhere around 20,000 rebels, who unfortunately engaged in very heavy infighting and fought with each other so bitterly that they even destroyed each other's siege foodstuffs, their stores that they decide to protect themselves against a long siege, which of course was absolutely suicidal. In some cases, the rebels were actually literally suicidal, such as in the fortress of Masada to the south of Jerusalem, which held out for several years until the Romans finally broke through its defenses. 960 men, women, and children who were living at that mountaintop decided to commit suicide rather than turn themselves over to Roman captivity. And looking at the city here, you can see that 4 Roman legions under the son of Emperor Vespasian, one Titus, came from the north. They had some skirmishes with some rebels outside of the northern gates, but then they decided to swing around and breach the outer wall at its eastern point. Then they swarmed into the new city proper. They then attacked the inner wall because there were several walls that protected the old city. By the way, the Temple Mount is the structure that's on the center right there, the sort of rectangular center. And after a week of fighting, they actually breached it and got into the old city per se. They were not, however, able to attack the Temple Mount because the rebels had holed up there and were able to defend themselves against the Roman attack at the Antonia Fortress, which is shown at the northwest corner of the temple. So what Titus decided to do was he built this massive siege wall that surrounded the entire city, taking advantage of the local topography, and essentially starved the rebels for the next 2 weeks. Then in late July, he renewed his attack at the same spot, the northwest corner of the temple, and he was able to swarm in, and ultimately the temple itself was set ablaze on the 9th day of the month of Av, which occurs in the late summer. And is to this day commemorated as a fast day for Jews. They sit on the floor and read the Book of Lamentations in public, and it's an incredibly sad day for Jews for the last 2 years.
after destroying the last holdout of the rebels on the mountaintop of Masada in the forbidden Judean desert, the Romans imposed tremendous sanctions on the Jewish population, shipping away tens of thousands of captives to be slaves in Rome, imposing new and onerous taxes, and many other symbolic humiliations. The Romans also chose to propagandize their victory as much as possible by, for example, creating a whole series of these coins, the Judea capta coins, which means Judea has been taken captive. It's kind of a strange thing to say because Judea was already under Roman control from the year 63 before the Common Era. That is, for over a century, it had been Roman territory. It was really putting down a rebellion more than it was capturing new territory. But nevertheless, the resilience of the rebels and the fact that they held off the Romans for so long meant that they wanted to take good advantage of their victory, and there were also internal political reasons why it made sense to do so in Rome as well. On the left, you see the Emperor Vespasian. On the right, you see a Roman soldier standing and looking down at a forlorn Jewish woman, and in between them is the balsam pine, which was one of the most popular exports of Judea at the time. They also built a ceremonial arch in Rome itself. That was the site of a major parade celebrating the victory and ultimately executing some prisoners of war. Many Jews for hundreds of years refused to walk under this arch because it's a representation on the side of the stealing of the spoils from the temple. This is what it looks like today. Scholars at Yeshiva University have reconstructed what it might have looked like to Romans because they preferred to paint their statues. And so this is, you see the Romans all wearing the wreath of victory over their heads, and on the signs on the left says Leges Judaeorum, the law of the Jews, perhaps a sacred Torah, or maybe even the tablets of the law. The second one in the middle says Candelaborum Judaeorum, the Jewish menorah. And on the right, the Sacra Judaeorum, the holy thing of the Jews, would probably be shown on the ritual table there with the staves. And this is how it was commemorated in Rome. Nevertheless, Jews always regarded Jerusalem as their center, even when it was in destruction over 2,000 years. Now, Jews historically were not great map makers. We don't have a lot of Jewish maps, but this other Christian map, which is located in Jordan, it was actually discovered near the floor of a 6th century church there, and it was meant to guide pilgrims to the land of Israel. And what's interesting about this map is it's called the Madaba map. It's highly damaged, as you can see, and that's as a result of the construction that went on over the centuries, but also because of the iconoclastic efforts of the Muslim conquerors trying to remove any images of human beings. The map is kind of interesting because it's oriented not towards the north, like our contemporary maps today, but towards the east. That is, the top of the map is east, as if you were standing at the bottom at the edge of the Mediterranean Sea, looking forward. And in fact, one of the words for east in Hebrew is kedem, which means forward as well. And you can see here Jerusalem is identified as in the center, just like we saw in the Bunting map earlier. And look at it in greater detail. This is actually a fairly accurate representation of what we believe Jerusalem must have looked like in the 6th century. In fact, there were certain features of this map which were only identified with archaeological research in the 20th century. So it's a fascinating early map, a mosaic of Jerusalem. But on the 10th of Teves, it's not only a time for reflection on the sadness of the destruction of Jerusalem and on its exile, but it's also a moment to look forward to the ultimate redemption. And that's especially so in this year, which is an unusual year because the 10th of Teves actually falls on Friday. Typically, fast days that fall on Fridays are not fully observed. Pushed off to other days because it's not considered appropriate to go into the Sabbath, which begins Friday night, in a state of extreme hunger. But this particular fast requires fasting right up until the Sabbath begins.
And I think it's especially important, therefore, to note that just like the Sabbath represents a redemption from the tribulations of the week, so too the times that we're experiencing with Israel in the 20th and 21st century give a hint to an ultimate redemption as well. Let's have a quick look at some 20th century developments in Israel. So this is a map of the partition plan that was designed by the United Nations, actually the League of Nations, in 1940, and it was an attempt to deal with the ongoing stresses between the Arab population and the population in the region. And the decision was to divide up the area into 7 distinct, barely connected units. You can see here the orange units, kind of yellow color, were to be set aside for Arabs. That basically more or less conformed to the demographic distribution of Arabs. And then the sort of greenish aqua color was supposed to be a Jewish state, the first Jewish state to be established in the region since the Roman Empire took it over in the 1st century. I mean, that's an amazing achievement, really mind-boggling in many ways. And so that's another 3 sections. Jerusalem, shown here if we zoom in, was such a difficult problem to solve then and now that the United Nations suggested it should just be designated an international zone. As the history developed, the Jews region accepted this plan. The Arabs and the surrounding countries did not. You had the first of several Arab-Jewish wars, which ultimately resulted in a slight hardening of the boundaries for Israel. Surprisingly so, because they were surrounded by Arab countries all around. And this is what the armistice lines looked like between 1949 until another major war in 1967. You can see that the blue area is now held by the Jewish state of Israel. Gaza is held by Egypt, and the West Bank is held by Jordan. When you zoom in to Jerusalem itself, you can see that it is actually divided because the front lines fell in such a way that most of the city, the newer part of the city, was behind the Israeli lines. That's in a kind of green, sort of a yellow color, and the old city with the Temple Mount and the more heavily Arabic population fell in the Jordanian side of the boundary. So Jerusalem was actually divided with the Jewish quarter and the old city on the Arab side of the border. Everything changed, of course, with the massive victory of 1967, which was really one of the most stunning victories of the 20th century, when Israel, anticipating a major attack from Egypt, Syria in particular, launched a preemptive strike, and within 6 days had not only consolidated their territory, but it also expanded it significantly with the mountain range of the Golan in the north, the entire west bank of the Jordan River, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula all became part of Israeli territory. Now, the consequences of these territorial acquisitions were quite significant. Ultimately, the peninsula would be returned to in exchange for a peace treaty that occurred in the late 70s and early 80s. Gaza was ultimately simply abandoned in the early thousands, and the West Bank was associated with the Palestinian autonomy developed in the 1990s. Jerusalem remained a very difficult problem to solve in the context of the local politics, but what is extremely significant for our point of view, the fact that with this war, Jerusalem was once again united under Israeli control. On the left here, you see the very iconic photograph of the time when Jewish soldiers approached the western wall, the wings of the temple, for the first time since it had been sealed off by the Jordanian forces. In many ways, this moment represented a culmination of Jewish aspirations for Jerusalem that went back 2,000 years at least to the Roman inspection. The photograph on the right is the reconstruction of that image with the same soldiers now looking just a little bit more mature. This has been a very brief presentation, but I want to remind you that tomorrow morning there will be a couple other talks by Rabbi Shai Schachter and by Rabbi Yaakov Trump on the concept of redemption, tying to this history that we've described here tonight and many other things. I hope you'll find those talks very useful. And I want to wish you an easy fast and a speedy redemption. Thank you very much.
So there's different stories around it. He's told his own story. He's actually talked about this many times openly with drivers and stuff like that are driving around. So he just speaks about it. He's older now. He was a ghost. This is El Salvador was the legitimate leader of the Sinaloa cartel. The U.S. would say that it was a Chapo Guzman. Not really. The Sinaloa cartel was a federation. And a lot of the bigger, older parts of that cartel were...
Chances are, if you know anything about Hanukkah, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled, and there was this miracle with some oil. It lasted for 8 days, and so like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat. But you know, when you actually get into the history of it, there's so much other fascinating. To take you through 8 very quick glimpses into the Maccabean revolt, be a little different from what you heard this time. First of all, we should understand that the Maccabean revolt was, at its root, essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between 2 large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly in the year 322 before the Common Era. The Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power, but let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The 2 empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire, it's because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria. But they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you see that on this map they have labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164, was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this, but he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin would be translated as Meshuggah. He used to do things like dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? There was controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditional who said, no, this is too much. You can't take a direction. Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factions who were vying for it, the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another even more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Chonia, also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason, and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then later Menelaus, because Menelaus offered more money. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple himself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of revolt were really between the Jews themselves, between those Jews who wanted more accommodation to Hellenistic values on the one hand, those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held at arm's length.
Going to see the military acting pretty soon. But what we see has been a very calculated, surgical operation. It looks like, I don't know, I think you see, they took out the head of the Sinaloa cartel, and Sinaloa has been on fire ever since. It is open warfare between the last remaining sons of Ochapo.
It may be surprising, but our best history of the Maccabean Revolt, which was a glorious national uprising and represents a high point in many ways of the Jewish struggle for religious and political independence, that this source, which is roughly contemporaneous with the period, is not well regarded within the Jewish tradition. How do we know about the events of the Maccabean Revolt? Well, we have three really important sources and a few other smaller ones roughly from the period as well. Let's look at the three most important. The first is the Talmud. The Talmud seems to be a little bit cautious about describing this otherwise amazing event of the Jews actually achieving political and, more importantly, spiritual independence from an oppressor. And there are a lot of questions. Why does the Talmud spend a lot more time talking about this? Why is there no tractate devoted to the holiday of Hanukkah, like there is, for example, to the holiday of Purim? In fact, Hanukkah gets just a few pages really in Tractate Shabbat, and it is in the context specifically of how to light the menorah. That's one of the biggest aspects that's discussed there. How do you ritually observe the holiday of Hanukkah? But as a historical source, it's somewhat disappointing. Another very important source, but a very difficult one to use, is Flavius Josephus, who is kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish history in the first century. He was certainly the most famous historian. He was a Judean general who first aligned himself with the rebels in the First Roman Jewish War of the year 66 to 73.
And then, when he was about to be captured in a very dramatic episode, he joined the Romans. He rose to great prominence with the Romans, primarily as a historian, as an official expert on everything Jewish for, at first, Titus, the general who was responsible for destroying Jerusalem, and then later for the Roman world as a whole. He went to Rome. He wrote an extremely important history of the Roman-Jewish War, undoubtedly the most important history that exists. And after that, he a massive book called Antiquities of the Jews, which essentially covers Jewish history from creation right up until death in the late 1st century. Extremely important work that tells us all kinds of things. However, as I've just given you a couple of comments about his history, there are some difficulties with working with Josephus. He's writing only in Greek, which was the language of educated people in the Roman world of the 1st century. So he's writing kind of as a captive celebrity. At the same time, he's officially adopted by the Roman emperor. That's why he has this surname Flavius that is added in Josephus. So what his motivation was, much more to say about him. For now, let's just rely on the fact that he's a somewhat problematic source, although it's very hard to get away from Josephus whenever you want to study anything in the ancient Jewish world. But Josephus relies very heavily on this book, the first book of the Maccabees. This is an amazing account, which only existed in Greek. The probable Hebrew original has been lost. It was probably written by someone who had first-hand knowledge of the actual Maccabees, and it gives us an incredibly detailed blow-by-blow version of the events from the perspective of someone who was probably involved in the wars themselves from the Jewish side. Now, this has made it into the Bible of many Christians, in particular the Catholic Bible, but it was not made into the Hebrew Bible. Now, this book, you think, would definitely make it into the Jewish Bible. I mean, wow, this is a totally amazing story. But the rabbis, when they went through the canonization process to determine which books made the cut and which books did not, they elected to pass on the Book of Maccabees. Now, I hope to discuss this a little bit more in the next lecture, but we should understand that the rabbis, by this I mean the Pharisees, were not especially enthusiastic about everything that the Hashmonaim, the dynasty that the Maccabees founded, represented. And there's a lot of questionable things about whether or not they wanted to support and encourage and identify themselves with the Maccabees in every way. There are a lot of ambiguities that emerged from the first and second book of Maccabees that made the rabbis think, you know what, this might not be the best thing to put in every base medrash. So even though it was included in the Bibles as formed by Christian groups, the Jewish Bibles do not include the Book of Maccabees, and you have to read it like on Wikipedia or someplace like that. Nevertheless, the Book of the Maccabees is absolutely fascinating for our purposes, and it's going to give us a lot of historical depth and a rich understanding of what was happening during this tumultuous time.
Walked us through how away from his recruitment, through his training, through this tank warfare thing that they sent him on, and now into his life where he was like, why I laughed about your question about hearing protection is I was the first person that showed him what tinnitus was and what hearing loss was, because he kept like, what'd you say? It's like, hey dude, do you have hearing loss? Like, no, like I just.
The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops simply could not be engaged in a straightforward middle of the field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war.
As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban-rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Modi'in, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Matisyahu, with his several sons, demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Matisyahu and he fled to the hills, quite literally the Judean mountains, and from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces, and more significantly on supported them. So a tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. This is Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabi proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword and he used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. Another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a regular forces who may have many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Yehuda Maccabi. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved use of war elephants, absolutely terrifying creatures. You can imagine what it must have been like that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of Yehuda's brothers, Elazar, think incorrectly as it happened that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants. Eleazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, the elephant in death throes fell upon Eleazar and crushed him. This particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art because, of course, the Christians are reading the book of the Maccabees. Jews are not, but the book of the Maccabees becomes very popular among Christian readers, and so it has been described in all kinds of amazing medieval pieces of art describing this particular event. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German print, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse maybe, and we've got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. Here's another one, which also has the elephant is some kind of horse-like creature. In fact, it looks exactly like a horse because apparently artists could not believe that an elephant really exists. But we have lots of other examples. Here is one that makes the horse look something like a, sort of a happy Doberman pinscher of some size or something like that. Amazing. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again. And it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. Fascinating stuff. Okay, sorry for that sort of detour into the death of Eliezer, but basically, under the remarkable and brave leadership of the Maccabees, under Yehuda's leadership, the Syrian Greek forces eventually have to retreat.
It's like a structured job. You get money. I mean, the kid said, 15 days. Bonus at the end of the month. You get equipment. You get selected for certain activities. He was selected for tank duty, and he sent him on this fucking tank to fight in the hills. Some people get selected to manage some of the drugstores. Some people get managed to just be lookouts.
At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall that the very name Chanukah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements, the menorah, which is shown here in the famous Arch of Titus, this is a piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the 1st century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they are carting away the spoils from the temple, including the menorah, the gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to Romans like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course, the menorah, and on the right, the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shulchan, the table, or perhaps part of the altar, something like that. At any rate, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21b to be precise. A Baraita or Baraisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and is an oral tradition, is handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days when it should only have burned for 1. There are other elements in other early sources, such as the Megillat Ta'anit, which is a scroll of fast days that lists not really fast days per se. It mainly lists days in which fasting is not permitted, and Hanukkah is one of those days. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, to the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably because of Muhammad, but the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is interesting on top of this, however, is that the Megillat Ta'anit, now there's note the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. That's the first night of Hanukkah, is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that the Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication, the Chanukah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating, and there's a lot of interesting things written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution, quite arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing, and that's an amazing miracle.
In this part of the country where we live, which is on the east side of the country, they will heat up fuel drums with diesel inside. And diesel can get really hot without igniting. And that's where they put the bodies inside.
The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. One of the many things that I've had to omit for this very brief presentation is the fact that Yehuda Maccabee's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. You know, the book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. Yehuda HaMaccabee's remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the important. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply leave the country. And in fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for another 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after Yehuda was gone in the year 142, and even then, only briefly. So we're not talking about a full political independence. By the way, have a look at this interesting picture here, which I just could not resist putting here. This is dated 1918, and it's a fascinating kind of artistic representation of the similarities between Yehuda Maccabee, who, you know, managed to take back the temple and establish some kind of independence. And on the other hand, there is General Allenby, who, in the context of World War I, walked into Jerusalem with British forces and then placed it, of course, under what would be a United Nations, or at that time League of Nations mandate. And the verses that are attached to this are so fascinating. Under Hanukkah, there is the phrase, in Hebrew it reads, "Who is like you unto thee among all the mighty, O Eternal?" And that phrase, Nichamochem, etc., is the acronym of Maccabee. But on the other side, under Allenby, it says, "And there will come for Zion a Redeemer," right? Uva Letzion Goel. I don't know if the Jews in the Yishuv in about 25, 30 years would feel quite as warmly about Allenby and the British in particular, because of the harsh nature of the League of Nations mandate and the dissatisfaction with the British after the White Paper and so on. But it's actually similar to what we're talking about here, because what happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interests. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. I say we go back to, obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing of Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple. You really didn't like that. So how about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabee, who was, zealous for the Jewish nationalism and religious freedom to the utmost, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want you gone. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters, who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and with the temple ritual,
Okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody. We'll pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? Yehuda actually lost some of his main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon Yehuda. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol named Alcimos, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and there would be ongoing conflict afterwards.
Suspicious American drone flying over the state of Mexico in circles, and they posted it immediately. I think I was one of the first ones to post it online, and the press briefing happened almost immediately. And the head of public safety in Mexico, said, like, "Oh, yeah, this is we asked for this drone to fly over this."
Now, it's a messy history that I've described so far, but let's just take a side route here. As I mentioned earlier on, the book of the Maccabees didn't make it into the Jewish tradition. Obviously, Jews were aware of the general scope of things. They had the description of the events in the Talmud, which was studied, of course. They had some access to Josephus, but they hardly ever looked at the book of the Maccabees. So they didn't have much more than a hazy idea of a lot of these things when we moved through the Middle Ages. Christians, however, as I showed you with some medieval imprints, were fascinated with it. And especially when you get to the era of the breakup of the church and the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, there is renewed Christian interest in Judah Maccabee because Christians he represents, correctly I think, a symbol of fighting for religious freedom. And Protestants and Catholics both see this as an opportunity to strike out their statement on the value of freedom of worship. And you see in the 17th century already several poems and plays appearing that celebrate Yehuda Maccabee in particular. You see none other than Handel himself even composing music, an opera to go with Yehuda Maccabee's story. You see Henry Wadsworth Longfellow in English composing a 5-act verse tragedy dedicated to it. That's absolutely fascinating because he is seen as a figure responding to religious freedom. He is also seen in the 20th century by both Christians and Jews as a figure of national revival, as the idea of self-determination becomes much more popular among the stateless peoples of the world, then many begin to see him as someone standing up for the rights of national determination of the Jews and, of course, of other peoples as well. Here, have a look at this example. This is by a Swiss writer, Karl Boxer, and the title of this book is interesting, Judas Maccabeus, of course, our hero. Ein Kleinvolk kämpft Glaube und Heimat. A small people, this is the subtitle, a small people fights for faith and homeland, which I think is a pretty good précis of what Yehuda Maccabee stood for, but we can see written in 1943 under Nazi occupation what this means to the oppressed peoples of Europe.
Because it wanted the same thing in a lot of places. And that was back then. Now it's even more clear as how tied they are. If nothing happens, if the United States doesn't do anything, how much bigger can the cartels get? This is the question. It's like, what is going to happen to just this entire country?
Moving forward in history, I'd like to talk about a couple of customs that have become indelibly associated with Hanukkah, although, as we shall see, somewhat later than you might think they would have. I have to give you a little bit of personal reminiscence first. I grew up in a very small town in northern Ontario. We were the only Jewish family, and I have to say, Hanukkah was a depressing time for me. All my friends were totally psyched about Christmas and about Santa Claus and about presents, and I was just bummed out every year. It was really sad. There was one particularly sad winter when, and this comes right out of a cartoon called Charlie Brown, a lumber truck driving through town must have knocked off a small piece of a pine tree, and I found it must have been about 4 or 5 feet tall, and I dragged it all the way home, and I begged my parents to let me set it up, and so my mother had mercy on me, and so she let me set it up, and the next morning I came out, and all the needles had fallen off as it had dried out, and I was like, oh man, I just couldn't. I felt terrible about it. So I have like ambiguous feelings about Hanukkah that happens to fall at the same time of the year as Christmas. And one of the biggest reasons why it was so hard for me was because all the other kids got these massive presents on the 25th of December. And I got, gelt, which means basically money, right? And I wouldn't even get a lot of money. My parents didn't have a lot of money. And sometimes it wasn't even, like actual currency. It was like these chocolate coins, which are like, there's that money. And so I got to tell you, Hanukkah gelt, I've always been sort of bothered by it. Here's the historical reality. It's not a thing. It is a relatively new innovation in Jewish practice. It's probably not older than 300 years or so, and that is, by the way, new in terms of Jewish history. There is no explicit reference to giving gifts to children on Hanukkah before the 19th century. And that may be shocking to some of you who might like to, for example, take Instagram photographs of the presents you're giving your children every single night of 8 nights, which might have made me feel better when I was a kid, but that didn't happen in the 1960s and 70s. So there's no reference to it. Where does it come from? You do find in some of the halakhic literature, commentaries on the Shulchan Aruch, like in Magen Avraham, for example, that suggests in the 18th century that is associated with Hanukkah. That there was a custom of young people going door to door to collect charity for a cause. Other sources reference a custom of children giving, not getting, giving charity to their teachers as a gift at this time of year. There are some interesting kind of suppositions of how that connects back to Hanukkah. One of the reasons perhaps is because the Hashmonaim were the first Jewish kings to print coins that we have historically, and there are a lot of them. I actually own one myself. Otherwise, I have to say there is really no explicit reference to Hanukkah gelt in the halakhic literature until the 19th century. In the 20th century in particular, as Christmas becomes much more commercialized, particularly in America, so then you have this phenomenon where as the Christian world moves, the Jewish world also moves. So just like Christians don't have a very deep-rooted tradition of gift giving on Christmas. There is a small tradition that you will see in some countries, but again, it's not that deep. But in the very commercial enterprise we call the United States of America, it became quite a bit of a thing, and so therefore you have Christmas presents, and therefore you have Hanukkah gelt that comes, kind of waddling along. You have Hanukkah gelt that's sort of limping along after the larger. There you go. Sorry to be the Grinch that ruins Hanukkah gelt.
Start seeing these bomblets made. They're more reminiscent of Colombian explosives or IRA airline explosives. And now you're seeing these coordinated drone attacks on military forces in Mexico. I think they recently caught a somehow some type of army official. They got him with the drone and they killed him. They almost killed him.
Okay, I can't get into too much more trouble since I already ruined Hanukkah gelt. Let me also mention that there is no connection to gambling. This is one of the fanciful kind of like, let's have a custom that we do and we'll make up a reason for it later. So one of the arguments for Hanukkah gelt is that you need it for gambling. Also, not such a thing that's big in the Jewish. But the gambling is because the Jews, says the legend, would pretend to be gambling when the Greek soldiers walked by so that they would think the kids were just playing, when in reality they were actually studying and this was a cover. That's where we get the idea, as the theory goes, of the dreidel, which is an iconic Jewish top that is labeled with these 4 Hebrew letters, which read Nes Gadol Hayat Sham. There was a great miracle there. Beautifully in Israel, they're not printed that way. They say Nes Gadol Hayat Po, that there was a great miracle that occurred here. The letters Shin, He, Gimel, and Nun. It is, unfortunately, if you're a big fan of the dreidel and gambling with the dreidel, this is not from a Jewish source. It actually comes from a medieval game that goes back to the 1500s. The German letters are actually identical. That the letters on a German tuple is nicht, halb, ganz, and stell ein. Means if it lands on the N, you get nothing. If it lands on the H, you get half. If it lands on the G, you get everything. If it lands on the S, you have to put one more coin in. Does that sound familiar? Probably. But I don't want you to think that this is somehow accidental, because we have this deep idea in the Jewish tradition that there is no such thing as coincidence in the world. Things are somehow connected. It's made explicit by the great thinker Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler, for example. If you'll note in the liturgy regarding Hanukkah, there's a reference to Bayamim Ha'ein Bazman Hazeh. In those days, but in this time, in other words, in our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler knows that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a gyre, like a spiral, like some kind of coil. And that we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding gyre, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago, and on a calendrical rhythm as well. So it's not at all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with defending religious ritualism, is assailed every year by an overwhelming tide of assimilationism. And that the struggle of Yehuda Maccabi and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particularism, Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, Jewish way of life, against an overwhelming global tidal wave of sameness, of fit in, be like everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, I want to wish you a lifted and Hanukkah. I hope you found this lecture useful. Thanks very much for that.
This designation that allows a lot of safeties off the type of thing against Mexico, against some of these cartels. What's worrying in the eyes of Mexico and in the eyes of Mexicans, I guess, the fact that there was a promise of no negotiating terrorists.
In far-off Rome, the Emperor Nero is very displeased with the defeat of Cestius Gallus, but he realizes that he has to take matters in hand, and so he sends a much more significant general, here shown as Vespasian, to deal with these rebels in Judea. And at this point, we should introduce very briefly Josephus, who originally was given command of the northern region in the Galileo, and he's a very important figure for us because he is the primary historian that we rely upon, not only for the first Roman War. He was a first-person participant in that war, and so he's actually relaying things that he saw himself. But he also goes on to a great career as one of the really important Roman historians overall, providing a detailed look at Judaism in antiquity. And we have had occasion to return to in many cases. At any rate, Josephus, a fairly young man, is and associated primarily with the Pharisees, although he has an experience with all of the relevant groups at the time. He's given command of the north, very important region, but unfortunately the first that is attacked by Vespasian, who comes in with 60,000 troops. In the space of 67, the year 67, he essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there, you see the city of Yotapata, in modern Hebrew, Yodfat, which is where Josephus was housed, and he actually withstood a long siege of over a month until finally they were forced to surrender. As a result of a bizarre suicide pact that Joseph manages to survive, he surrenders to Vespasian and then convinces Vespasian that he can be a very useful ally for him and a tool for him. Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus at his word, and he ends up becoming kind of like the official Jewish expert. In other words, he turns coat. He becomes an ally of the Romans, betraying his command, which makes him a difficult source to rely on in many ways, but nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. And Josephus will describe the rest of the war. In Jerusalem, there's tremendous chaos. The rebel leaders who are active, particularly in the Galilee region in the north, flee the conflict and they make their way to Jerusalem, where there are now several different competing leaders. There are the leaders of the local aristocracy and the high priesthood, who were at the center of what ended up becoming sort of a provisional government that was set up in the beginning of the war in 66. But the competing factions fight bitterly and, in fact, execute the heads of the united leadership, including the high priest. There is tremendous rivalry between all of the factions of the Zealots, to the point that they not only fight with each other, they even burn each other's siege supplies, which turns out to be disastrous because, of course, Vespasian will ultimately organize a siege against them. It gets so awful that the Zealots, who are based in Masada at this time, that's a very important fortress on the banks of the Dead Sea, not too far south of Jerusalem, they actually attack the nearby village, the Jewish village of Ein Gedi, on Passover night as a result of these kind of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other bitterly in Jerusalem and in the region. Vespasian takes his time and he mops up the naval resistance at Yaffo. There were several sea battles there and some smaller conflicts around Jerusalem, but he leaves Jerusalem alone throughout the year 68. At that point, Nero dies, and there is a very significant competition in Rome for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in the year 70. He hands the command over to his son Titus, also a very able general, who will ultimately bring the battle to its conclusion by attacking Jerusalem itself. By the time Titus approaches Jerusalem, there are two main leaders left in the region, Shimon ben Gioria and John of Giscala. And they're fighting bitterly with each other, but when they realize they'll be attacked by Titus, they decide to put aside their difference temporarily. By the time Titus arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels in the city who are fighting against 4 Roman legions of about 80,000 battle-hardened troops. On the map here, you can see how the battle goes. First, Vespasian and his forces breach the outer wall in the summer of the year 70. They enter the northern part of the city, and after a week, they're able to reach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards the Temple Mount, which is the primary goal of their advance. They attack the Antonia Fortress, which is this region that was built by Herod at the very north of the Temple Mount complex. You see in that square area there on the center right. But the rebels actually managed to push away Vespasian's attack in mid-June of that year. Vespasian then turns his attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke off any food supplies that could come in. He lets the Jews essentially starve for about 2 weeks. They're softened up by hunger. Let us not forget that the Zealots, in their zeal to beat one another, they actually burned most of their siege supplies. They did not have extensive foodstuffs. And after about 2 weeks or so of the impermeable wall being in place, then he makes a second advance in late July of the year 70. The fortress ultimately falls, and this results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the month of August. It would have been in late August of the year 70. And to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting by Jews all around the world. They sit on the floor, they read the Book of Lamentations, and they endure this day of mourning for an event that occurred 2,000 years ago. The temple is burned to the ground. The fighting would continue throughout Jerusalem, and we'll continue with that in the next video. Thank you very much.
They should have stuck around. It's coming back. Polygamy's back in Toronto. Oh, cool. Yeah. Canada, because of Islam. Because so many Muslims have moved to Toronto, they made polygamy illegal again. That was in Canada recently. It's like, wow, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, good job, guys. Keep at it. I think Mexico is on it. Mexico is probably if you can invest in any country in the world right now, I think Mexico.
Chances are, if you know anything about Hanukkah, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled. And there was this miracle with some oil, and it lasted for 8 days. And so, like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat. That's the basic understanding of the Maccabean revolt that we tend to get in, after school classes at Talmud Torah or on Sunday mornings and things like that. But when you actually get into the history of it, there's so much other fascinating material. First of all, we should understand that the Maccabean revolt was, at its root, essentially a civil war. It describes a war between two large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly in the year 322 before the Common Era. As I mentioned in the previous video, the Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power. But let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So with this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The two empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria. But they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you'll see on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we just, toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is like
typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this, but he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin would be translated as Meshuggah. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood, which I've talked about in a previous lecture. You can look at that if you want. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires were very tolerant of many different faiths because it's really part of what polytheism is all about. You have your God, I have my God, or you, more appropriately, you have your many gods, I have my many gods. Hey, let's trade them like, hockey cards or something like that. And the response of the Seleucids and the predecessor dynasties to Judaism in general, because it was just another one of these weird Middle Eastern faiths. What with it? But there was a brewing controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values and increasing their tolerance of polytheism, which is something that traditional Judaism looked down upon very strongly. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much. You can't take us in this direction. It was a urban-rural divide, with Jerusalem in particular being dominated by Hellenizing elements, and the countryside tending to be favored by the traditionalists. Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factions who were vying for it, the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason and another even more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Konya, also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason and then even so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then later Menelaus. And after one humiliating military feat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple itself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves, between those Jews who wanted more accommodation Hellenistic values on the one hand, and on the other hand, those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held at arm's length. The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood the asymmetrical nature of the conflict with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops. They could not be engaged in a straightforward middle of the field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban-rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Modi'in, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Matisyahu, with his several sons, demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Matisyahu and he fled to the hills, quite literally the Judean mountains, and from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and more significantly on Jews who supported them. Tremendous. That made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. This is Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabi proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of terrain. At one particular battle, he seized the enemy commander's sword and he used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Yehuda Maccabi. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elephants, absolutely terrifying creatures. You can imagine what it must have been like, that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of Yehuda's brothers, Elazar, thinking incorrectly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants, Eleazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, the elephant in its death throes fell upon Eleazar and crushed him. This particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German print, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse maybe, and we've got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. So a big horse, and the artist obviously in this example could not believe exactly how Elazar would get underneath the horse, so he simply put him on top and striking it from above. Here is one that makes the horse look something like a, sort of a happy Doberman picture of some size or something like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry,
and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall the very name Chanukah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here in the famous Arch of Titus. This is a piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the first century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they are carting away the spoils from the temple, including the menorah, the gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to Romans like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course the menorah, and on the right, the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shulchan, the table, or perhaps part of the altar, or something like that. At any rate, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21b to be precise. The baraita or baraisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and is an oral tradition, is handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days when it should only have burned for 1. There are other elements in other early sources, such as the Megillat Ta'anit, which is a scroll of fast days that lists not really fast days per se. It mainly lists days in which fasting is not permitted. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably because of the defilement. But the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is interesting on top of this, however, is that the Megillat Ta'anit and others note the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. The first night of Hanukkah is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the reaching the Hanukkah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating, and there's a lot of interesting things written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution. Quite arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing, and that's an amazing miracle. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. Yehuda HaMaccabee's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. You know, the book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. And Yehuda HaMaccabee's remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply leave the country. And in fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for another 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after Yehuda was gone in the year 142, and even then, only briefly. So we're not talking about a full political independence. What happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing of Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple. You really didn't like that. So how about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabee, who was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost, said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want you gone. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters, who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and with the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody. We'll pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so Yehuda actually lost some of his main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon Yehuda. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol named Alcimos, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and there would be ongoing conflict afterwards. As we have this deep idea in the Jewish tradition that Ein Mikra Ba'olam, there is no such thing as coincidence in the world. All these things are somehow connected. It's made explicit by the great thinker Rabbi Eliyahu Desta, for example. If you note in the liturgy, which definitely is quite ancient regarding Hanukkah, when it says Bayamim Hahem Bazman Hazeh, in those days, but in this time, in other words, in our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guide, spiral, of some kind of coil, and that we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding gyre, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago, and on a calendrical rhythm as well. So it's not at all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with defeating religious individualism, is assailed every year by an overwhelming tide of assimilationism, and that the struggle of Yehuda Maccabee and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particularism, and Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, Jewish way of life, against an overwhelming global tidal wave of sameness, of fit in, be like everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, I want to wish you a good Hanukkah. I hope you found this lecture useful. Thank you much for
There
that.
at Kiki coming into that house where he was captured, I think tortured and finally killed. The people around there that have lived there when it happened called So some of them would call that the CIA house. So that was a weird thing. Maybe they've been kind of like.
One of the most important dates in the history of the Holocaust is the 9th and 10th of November, 1938. This is also known as the November pogrom, or more popularly, Kristallnacht. Kristallnacht was a term that was actually coined by Joseph Goebbels, who wanted to try and create a kind of a positive spin, a heroic sound to this night of violence, or 2 nights of violence. And the term Kristall, of course, means a crystal or really broken glass in this context, the night of broken glass. And this refers to the wide-scale looting and damaging of Jewish-owned stores in cities throughout Germany. Kristallnacht is remarkable for many reasons. First off, it represents a dramatic escalation of state-sponsored attacks on the Jewish population as a whole, with literally hundreds of smaller attacks occurring throughout Germany and Austria as well. And it represents a dramatic escalation in terms of the violence of the attacks as well. The precise number of those killed is not certain, but it most likely is in the triple digits. There are also an unknown number of rapes, and certainly a wide-scale damage of property, which is perhaps the most prominent feature of Kristallnacht, the destruction of synagogues. Nearly 300 synagogues burned to the ground. There's also a massive collection of Jews for the new concentration camp system that had been growing throughout the 1930s, and this represents actually the first time that Jews are actually seized for simply being Jewish in the Nazi Empire. Some 26,000 Jews were rounded up in the context of the atrocities of Kristallnacht and sent a chilling message to the wider Jewish population that they were definitely not welcome in Germany, and things were actually going to get much better. They would get better. So let's take a minute and go through the events that led up to Kristallnacht, and specifically the pretext that the Nazis used to justify this organized statewide pogrom. It's very clear from archival documentation that this pogrom was long in the making, and that there were plans laid in place simply waiting for some kind of pretext to justify a wide-scale damage of this nature. It happened that the date of a pretext occurred quite close to the anniversary of the Munich beer hall putsch that we discussed earlier, and so this happened to fall very nicely into Goebbels' lap as a major propaganda victory. But the night's pretext focuses on the activity of a young 17-year-old, Herschel Grinspan, shown here in this photograph. Herschel Grinspan had been living in France and was distressed to hear that his parents had been abused by the Nazis in a recent roundup of former Polish citizens living in Germany. Basically, Poland had revoked citizenship of those people who had left the country a few years earlier, and this actually applied to quite a few Jews who were of Polish origin who are now living in Germany. Fearing that they would be saddled with a large number of Polish Jews in their territory, Germany retaliated by expelling them to Poland. Poland, however, was willing to accept their former citizens, and so for a tense standoff that lasted actually several weeks, there were Jews who were living in a kind of no man's land in the border region of Poland and Germany before they could finally be repatriated into Poland. Grinspan, who was living in France at the time, received a postcard from a relative who was living in unbearable conditions at this time, and he resolved to do something about it. He went out the next day, he bought a pistol with the intention of murdering this man, Johannes von Welczek, who was the German ambassador to France. Grinspan made his way to the embassy, and finding himself unable to contact Welczek himself, he instead shot Ernst von Rath, shown here, a minor consular official.
So Grinchman murdered von Marat specifically with the intention to make a statement against Germany for their maltreatment of his own parents. Incidentally, he would later regret this on a personal level. He would fast every Monday in repentance for his killing of von Marat, but nevertheless, he did it quite consciously as a political act intended to demonstrate to Germany his displeasure with how they had treated his parents. Goebbels, however, seized on this with a tremendous fervor because it represented an opportunity to finally put in place this night of rage that ultimately was expressed as the Kristallnacht. 2 nights went by in Germany with massive loot throughout the population. It was made to look as if it was spontaneous, and the principal engine of destruction was the Sturmabteilung. The Sturmabteilung, also known as the Brown Shirts, had suffered a major blow to their status in 1934 in the Night of Long Knives, when Hitler had sought to, kind of push them to the side to make his Nazi movement more palatable to the German population as a whole. But nevertheless, the Sturmabteilung continued to exist. They're known in English as the Stormtroopers, and it's really something that was almost perfectly suited to the makeup of this particular group. Goebbels argued for a night of rage that spread across the entire country, clearly well organized in advance. The stormtroopers rampaged throughout the cities and towns of Germany, destroying shop windows whenever they felt that a particular store was owned by Jews, burning synagogues, looting them, destroying and desecrating Torah scrolls, and even engaging in home invasions where murder were the norm. Again, the number of Jews killed is a matter of some debate. This happens to be a very fluid time where many Jews fled, and the final number is not known, but estimates, very reasonable estimates, number from just under 100 to almost 300. 26,000 Jews, however, were arrested in these widespread roundups of Jews and sent to the concentration camps. We'll have a lot more to say about those concentration camps later on in this series. But this is the first time, as I mentioned, that Jews were rounded up simply for the fact that they were Jewish. And this set a major precedent for future Nazi activities. The Jews were also subject to a tremendous degree of collective punishment. The Nazis argued that the Jews collectively in Germany were responsible for Grinchman's actions, and they held the entire Jewish population accountable, demanding that it pay some $500 million in German currency to repay not only the damage that it was the stormtroopers that wreaked upon their cities, but also as a punitive damages for the murder of their consular official. Incidentally, there is a strange epilogue to the entire story of Grinchman. He was caught and arrested, and the Nazis wished to put him on a show trial. He, however, deftly maneuvered past that in fact the reason he murdered von Marat had nothing to do with the Nazi maltreatment. Rather, it was a matter of a lover's quarrel. He was engaged in a relationship with von Marat, and he killed him as a result of some spat. The Nazis, of course, were flummoxed by this argument. They certainly couldn't put Grinchman in a show trial if he was going to call out a German official as a homosexual, and so therefore the show trial ultimately was dropped. Grinchman, however, disappears, and his fate is largely unknown. He was declared dead in 1960. The reaction to Kristallnacht is perhaps even more significant than the event itself. Here is an image I personally find very chilling. This photograph is of a parade float that was taken just a few months after Kristallnacht. You see an absolutely horrific thing. The float itself has the title Der Judenfresser, which literally means the one that feeds on Jews, or the Jew eater. You can see it's some kind of attempt at humor, that there's this kind of monstrous thing, and here there are people who can kind of climb up as if it's some kind of ride. They put on these paper noses to mimic Jews in an anti-Semitic fashion, and then they step up and they actually enter into the mouth of this beast. Now,
this is actually a long tradition in German art. Here's an example from a 14th century church wall in Nuremberg that shows something called a hellmouth. And this is a large beast that is some kind of like representation of hell. And all of these various sinners, you can see the figure, the bearded figure, just second from the right is in fact a Jew wearing a Judenhut, one of the distinctive articles of clothing that Jews were required to wear after the 13th century Fourth Lateran Council. And there are also some church figures in there as well, various sinners who are forced to descend into hell by entering the hell mouth of this great beast. And that's in fact what the German town is depicting here, where Jews are going to walk into their Judenfresser, the Jew eater, the hell mouth. And in fact, that is ironically exactly what was going to happen to Jews in a few months with the onset of World War II. But to return to Kristallnacht, there was a huge outcry worldwide over the attacks on Jews. Here you can see the New York Times reporting immediately on November 11th, Nazis smash, loot, and burn Jewish shops and temples until Goebbels calls a halt. It's clearly very well orchestrated kind of activity. And there's a tremendous amount of finger pointing and finger wagging at Hitler, but ultimately not much was done. In fact, not too many Jews allowed visas into various countries either, and so it was simply like an outward show of displeasure without really much enforcement going on. In Germany, fascinatingly, Hitler was quite unhappy to see that there was general disapproval among the population over Kristallnacht. But not so much for its anti-Semitic context, but more because of the tremendous amount of disorder it implied. Germans were not happy with the idea of hooligans, even affiliated with the Nazi Party, running around their streets, destroying businesses, which have had a significant economic and entire country. And so Hitler essentially had two very important takeaways from the entire experience of Kristallnacht. The first is that based on his reading of German domestic reaction, Germans would tolerate the persecution of Jews, but it had to happen out of sight. It could not be something that was so obvious and so riotous as, attacks in the streets. Jews had to be transported elsewhere if they were to be persecuted. And secondly, based on foreign reaction, the world will act upset, but there will be no real consequences for Germany, no matter what actions they take. This played very heavily into the overall strategy that Hitler had of pushing the envelope, as we will discuss in the next class when we get to the actual beginning of World War II. Nevertheless, this is a very important date in our understanding of the Holocaust. It was the first major escalation of attacks on Jews, and it was a harbinger of much worse things to come. Thank you for watching.
I want to say that the People's Republic of China obviously has been sending fentanyl, has been turning a blind eye to all this phenomenon as a way to fight with the U.S. It's probably the case, though. Yeah, it's probably the case. Well, it seems like that would be a good move if you want to destabilize a country. How much you get hundreds of thousands of people.
Thank you very much for coming. It's wonderful to have an audience here. I'm amazed that so many people have the same kind of passion for learning Jewish history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed doing the research on this. Let's go straight to the material. We're going to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the first century of the first millennium, right? The zero is up to 100, and we'll just edge over a little bit into the second century. We'll cover the following events in this lightning tour of Jewish history. We're going to look at the Roman-Jewish War that began in the year 66 and extended by most scholars' count to the year 74. Some will date it a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, the Kitos War. It's certainly not a war. It's not exactly a rebellion either, but we'll get to it to try to understand what exactly happened at that point. Then we will continue to the incredible Bar Kokhba Rebellion, which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history, and I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival. And that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at the positive side of the ledger. I mean, in all of those battles that I've described, the Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against a wall, tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but nevertheless, we were defeated in each one of those battles. But the one battle, the war in reality that we won, was a battle of the mind, and it's expressed in the codification of the Mishnah. So we're going to look at what exactly the Mishnah is and how it provided for Jewish survival over the next centuries and, in fact, millennia. I would like you to bear in mind some of the thought of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Barron, who is generally regarded as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a tower intellect with multiple languages at his disposal and a phenomenal grasp of different cultures. He's a very difficult scholar to read. I mean, when you look at his massive 16-volume, unfinished social and religious history of the Jews, you really need a PhD just to figure out what he's talking about, and it is written in English, but nevertheless, it's brilliant, brilliant work. And in this regard, he warned us against what's been called the lachrymose school of Jewish history, the tearful vision of Jewish history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of indoctrination. It's very common in day schools. It's a great kind of model for Jewish history if you want to build Jewish identity, where the Jews over and over again, and that nevertheless they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars have called the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see the other end of the story, not even in our own lifetimes. And there are times when the achievements are so phenomenal that we don't realize them in our own lifetimes. But I nevertheless would like to offer you some caution about the model that we will be using to theoretically understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We're going to, of course, rely heavily on Josephus. We met him last week, Testimonium Flavionum, and his problematic relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here, because whereas in the previous period, Josephus was a chronicler, he was working with sources, he was working with archival documents, now he's actually first-person player in the story that he is describing, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are writ large in this. So he is a participant observer in the history that we'll be studying today. We will also be relying on some Roman historians like Dio Cassius, some church historians who will look at this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective on the material that we study. And we will be relying on the Talmud, which, although it is not a very reliable source for history, as we said before, because it's not trying to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal, theological concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see Talmud's view on some of the passages in Jewish history we discussed today. We'll also be looking at some great archaeological finds, most notably the amazing finds in mid-century of the Bar Kokhba tunnels. Here's one of my children here who is exploring some of the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open to select groups to go through them. These are the tunnels that were dug by the rebels in the 2nd century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them with tremendous efficacy. By the way, if you're ever, this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Kosher Riverboat Cruises. So if you want to do something fun this summer, yeah, okay. Anyways, My son. Okay, and one of the, like, an example of the amazing documents we get from the archive, or the archaeological finds, are, for example, the Babatha archive, which is a phenomenal trove of the most precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Babatha, and she was hiding out with the rebels during the Bar Kokhba period, and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about the experience of women from a woman's perspective. Really quite an amazing document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I look forward to getting to them over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's go right to our history. Where we left our heroes last week, we had just seen the death of Herod, and we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at early Christianity, the growth of this movement, and its impact on Jewish history in the first century. We will, of course, be coming back to this very significant over the centuries. But what about the political life in Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left such a major impact on the life of the region? So he had 3 sons, and he nominated one of them, Herod Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other two were unsatisfied with this, and the Romans had actually dictated that the region should be divided into 3. You can see in this color-coded map, Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of Herod, but the Romans, of course, did not allow the Jewish client kings to designate their successors. They would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right? The regions of Judea and Samaria, Idumea, from the Mediterranean to the Jordan River. And they gave a second son, Herod Antipas, the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, Herod took Gaulantius and Decapolis. These are the 3 divisions. The brothers were unsatisfied with his division, and so all 3 of them went to Rome to complain, to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, of course, it fell into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever-present and often offensive Roman soldiers and the Jews living in Jerusalem, and it actually broke out into violence that was actually taking place on the temple grounds. The Roman soldiers under the procurator Sabinus, we'll speak about what a procurator is in just a moment, actually took advantage of the violence to loot the temple. This is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100-odd years. Before it was completely destroyed, it was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government. Let us not forget that the Jews have been dutifully submitting the machzisa shekel, the half shekel tax that it's mandated in the Torah, that they should give a half shekel every year towards the upkeep of the temple. And these funds keep coming in even through the Roman period, and even after the temple is destroyed, Jews will still be contributing this machzisa shekel, which is quite a significant amount of money. After the temple is destroyed, of course, one of the punitive measures Romans would take is they say that you still have to contribute this machzisa shekel, this fiscus Judaeus, but it is not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden, but nevertheless was a constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator loot the temple, which was precedent that we would see would have dire consequences for the Jews afterwards. And what else is going on? While the would-be kings are in Rome, there are other Jewish people who are standing up saying, we're actually the real kings, and they're claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that the entire region is descending into political chaos at this time. Varus, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this political infighting, and he captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends him off to the south of France to this town called Vienne, which is actually one of the places that we visit on the kosher riverboat cruises. Okay, so now let us think a little bit about the political organization of the Jews at this time. They're living under someone called a procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish client kings who are present century. The procurators were based in Caesarea. You'll recall this is the city that Herod built specifically for the Romans, with all the amphitheaters and gymnasia and a beautiful deep water port and things like that. And Caesarea was really known as a Roman center, even though there would be some important Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there, like Rabbi Abahu, for example. But it's distinct from Jerusalem. This is a Roman city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman gods, so lots of Roman idolatry, and so on. The term procurator replaced a term that had been used up until the middle of the century, which was prefect, sometimes spelled the A-E with the English spelling, or just with the E as you spell it in America. And it seemed to indicate a decline in status of the prefect. The prefect had more authority. The procurator was primarily a financial figure, collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this time is Pontius Pilate. And in 1961, this stone was discovered in Jerusalem that actually names Pontius Pilate. You recall, he was the prefect who put Jesus to trial, and he wanted to, substitute him for Barabbas. And when the huddled masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law we have from the period, then Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, which is how we get the expression in English. Here he is. You can see the inserted letters, which are kind of wiped out, are from Augustus, which would be from the Caesar, Tiberius, to Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews or of Judea. This is dedicated. This is kind of like the first shul plaque in history. No, I thought that was funny, but I just made it up now. So, okay. So it's interesting, though. It clearly is an archaeological point of data to prove the existence of someone named Pontius Pilate, and one can, by extension, argue that many of the other stories have some historicity as well. The relationship of these prefects to Syria is not clear, and quite a bit of ink is spilled among Roman historians trying to figure out exactly who reported to whom. But in general, it seems that the Syrian governor was where the real military power would come, and that's significant, as we shall see, during the First Roman-Jewish War. But what's not as well known is that for most of the first century, the Romans were actually remarkably tolerant of this bizarre people they ruled in Judea. We were so different from every other culture that they'd encountered. We worshipped an invisible God. We were extremely insistent that we would not worship any other gods. We would not bow down to idols, which in the civic religion of the time, you have to realize it's the moral equivalent of standing up while they play the national anthem at a ball game. Refusing to stand, which of course is in today's politics, it's a principled, very demonstrable act of defiance. And if today we're upset about it, you can imagine in the Roman Empire how much more so they would have been upset about it. Nobody took, except for Caligula, we'll see him in a second, nobody took the religion really that seriously. Nobody thought that the emperor was actually a god. Nobody thought that the statues, you really had power, but this was just what you did. This is just, normal Roman behavior. And we Jews refuse to do these things. We refuse to work 1 day out of 7, which was considered incredibly lazy. We practiced circumcision, which was considered barbaric, which was considered, a mutilation of the human form, all kinds of, and of course we refrained from very basic dietary elements of the Roman diet, like pork. So there are all these kinds of things that the Romans didn't understand about the Jews, but nevertheless, they basically gave us space to do what we wanted to do. As long as we came up with the money in our taxes, our tribute, as long as we were not rebelling openly, then the Romans were perfectly fine with the Jews. We see a couple of examples of this. Here's one exception. No, the big exception is Caligula, who is really one of the most bizarre and awful of the Roman emperors between the years 37 and 41, when he was assassinated about 4 years too late. He actually believed he was a god and wanted everyone else to believe the same. And after there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered the first anti-Jewish pogrom in history, there was a demonstration in the city of Yavne. We'll come back to Yavne a little later today. It's a very important city in this period of time. Jews were demonstrating against the setting up of smaller idols in the city of Yavne. And so he said, that's it. It's ridiculous. If the Jews in Yavne, this small provincial town, are going to be upset about a few statues, I will show them. I want a statue made of myself, and I want to plant it in the temple in Jerusalem. And he actually ordered the stone, and he ordered it carved. It was actually carved in the city of Sidon in the north of Lebanon. And even the local Roman governors, the local Roman prefects were saying, please, the Jews, what's the point of this? The Jews are just going to make a lot of trouble, and really trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from this particular course of action. In the end, Caligula died before the icon could be installed in Jerusalem. It actually ended up being shipped somewhere else. But this is one of the major exceptions to the general rule that until the 60s, the Romans were generally fairly tolerant of Jewish idiosyncrasies. Other examples, if a Jew was called to court in a Roman court of law, they were exempted from attending on Shabbos. I'm not even sure if we can say that about many modern European countries. If they have courts of law on Saturday, would a Jew be exempted? I know that kids going to non-Jewish universities have difficulty getting out of classes on Shabbat. Can you imagine the Roman Empire would say, well, that's no problem for you. By the way, I am a dean at an amazing college, Touro College. We have a lot of people complain about anti-Semitism rising on campus. We have precisely 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campus in Brooklyn. Okay. So the Romans were also satisfied with just token observances of their authority. Like, for example, they were perfectly okay knowing that the Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and in the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifices when it ends later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down to our statues. You don't want to celebrate our feasts. That's fine. You're doing the sacrifice thing. That'll be your assignment. So basically, they were willing to get along as long as they got the money and as long as we do not fight back. They also made some really tremendous efforts not to display standards with the form of any living creature within the boundaries of Jerusalem. This didn't apply for the rest of Judea. They were very sensitive in general not to walk into Jerusalem, let's say, with military banners that had an eagle on it and things like that. They had instructions, depending on which emperor was in charge and which procurator was in power at the time. By and large, for much of the first century, they're really pretty good about these kinds of things, because Jews at the time were very, very particular about the graven image, which of course relates to the which says you shall not make such graven images, and the interpretation that was common then was literally no images of cows, fish, people, anything, and so these things were observed. So for the most part, they were not terribly awful as oppressors go, but we'll see that this is going to go south very rapidly in the 60s. So let us turn now briefly to the two major client kings of the first century. They're both named Agrippus. They're actually both named Herod Agrippus, but they're usually referred to simply as Agrippus or even Agrippa. Agrippus the First, this is a coin minted by Agrippus the First. He ruled in Israel between the years 37 and 41. This is actually a pruta. This is a copper coin. It is the smallest denomination of currency in the Mishnaic and Talmudic period. This is the size of a dime in real life. This is the minimum amount of money that it takes to seal a transaction or an agreement. Famously in the Tractate Kiddushin, this is what it takes to get married. Getting unmarried is considerably more expensive, I understand. But you can see that on the left it says in Greek basileos, which means king, and there is a parasol, which I think is kind of like a symbol of protection, of shade, something like that. And on the right are sheaves of wheat, which are symbolic of plenty, of harvest, and so on. So Agrippus was an unusual figure. He was raised in Rome from the age of 6. We see this quite often with minor royalty, that they are raised in a kind of a hostage environment in the host city in order to learn the values of Rome, which is absorbed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character. He was frequently in debt, and he was moving from place to place, borrowing money, essentially against his family name. And at one point, he was so impoverished and so heavily in debt, according to Josephus, he actually contemplated suicide. However, he fell in for a Caligula, who found in him a kindred spirit, and he actually traveled with Caligula's retinue. He was kind of like a Caligula groupie. And then when Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble now, because what is he supposed to do? He has tied his entire career to this individual. He makes his way to Israel, and he becomes something of a Baal Tshuva. He actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism, that is the traditional rabbinic Judaism of the great rabbis that would later form the basis of the Judaism we know today. And the rabbis actually express some of their admiration for his support of Pharisaic ideals. For example, this famous passage in Tractate Sota, where Agrippas the king is given an aliyah, so within a particular context, and he's called up to read the Torah. And as he's reading the Torah, he begins to cry, because he reads the verse, "You may not appoint a foreigner over you." And he, of course, is from Herod, his grandfather, and Herod was an Idumean, and so he feels, as much as I like these people, as much as I'd like to be appointed over them, I can never be, though, because the Torah says I may not. And as he's crying, the entire nation said to him, "Fear not, Agrippa, you are our brother, you are our brother. Achinu ata, achinu ata." Right? Like, it's a very beautiful passage, for which the Jews are all criticized, because, hey, it says in the Torah, the passage, it doesn't change. The kingship would have come through the father. So he's a kind of a complicated character, but he was not azoi frum. He was not so stark. We know, for example, that he sort of practiced kosher style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, he was really straight and narrow. He loved the rabbis, showed up for Daf Yomi. He did everything. But when he was on the road, he was great to theaters and to the naked gymnastics, like that. And we even have coins in which he printed images of himself, totally verboten Jerusalem. But outside Israel, he had no problem with transgressing these Jewish norms. So a little bit of a complex character. His son, Agrippus II, who reigned from around the year 50 until possibly the year 92, there's a lack of clarity about that. He's an even more complicated character. This is an amazing portrait from 1875, Nikolai Bodarevsky, the Apostle Paul on trial, because Agrippus II actually shows up in the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, where Paul is put on trial and Christianity before King Agrippus. So like he was raised in Rome, he comes to Israel about the year 53. And just as his father was a groupie of Caligula, so too is the son groupie of Vespasian and later Titus. And it's absolutely astonishing that while the temple is besieged by Titus and while Jews are being killed by the Romans, he is enjoying banquets with the leader of the Roman generals. It is absolutely astonishing that he can simply be completely allied with the Romans, but that is in fact where he put himself on the political spectrum. He had a very scandalous relationship with his own sister, Berenice. There's in this painting, Berenice, the queen is right next to Agrippus on the throne there. He corresponded with Josephus himself. Josephus reproduces some of his letters, so we get a sense of his personality directly as a result. And he had some interesting curiosity about Christianity, as we see from this particular famous passage that occurs in the book of Acts, where Paul defends the charges against Christianity to Agrippus, not successfully, but nevertheless a fascinating correspondence about the period. So those are the client kings that are active at this time. Let us now turn to the war itself and try to understand the roots of this first Roman-Jewish war that ended in such disaster, so much so that we commemorate it every year with the fast on the 9th of Av. The war lasts from about 66 to about the year 74. And what's going on is it begins in the north, where there are many, many people who are upset with Roman rule. They are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with the heavy taxation. They are upset with the impositions on their Jewish culture. And as we discussed last week, they coalesced into a group which are known in general as the Zealots, the Kanoim. In Josephus, he tends to call them not zealots, but bandits, because again, remember, he's writing for a Roman audience, and they see these people as kind of like, you know, hoodlums who are wandering around the north and attacking Roman caravans and things like that. And many of them put together significant followings. There's Judas of Gamala, there's John of Giscala, Simon ben Gioria. Many of them will be very important figures in the actual Rome later, especially concentrated in Jerusalem. Just to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere that was developing, Josephus describes as typical. He actually gives us half a dozen kind of examples like this. Some Jew from Egypt who is known simply as the Egyptian. He claims to be the Messiah. He claims to be the new political save the Jews. This is happening a lot in the first century. And he wants all the Jews to meet him in a particular place on the other side of the Jordan. They'll gather together and they'll go back to Jerusalem and they will proclaim his Messiahhood. The Romans hear about this and they simply take a group of troops over there and massacre them all in the field. They don't even arrest them. They don't even give them a chance to explain. Just take care of it in one fell swoop. And although the Egyptian may have been, to use the technical term, a meshuggah, to kill them all was seen as a very brutal and excessively harsh response. And so it just accelerated the dissatisfaction with Roman rule. You also have the rise of a group called the Sicarii, from these short knives called sicarii that they carried. And these were essentially political assassins who murdered Jews who opposed their radical views. Their modus operandi, as recorded by Josephus, is they would, the Sicarii would dress like, you know, regular Jews. They would go to some marketplace where there were a lot of people milling about, and then they would pull the knife out from their robes. They would stab the person they wanted to kill, you know, a moderate in particular. And when the body fell, they would quickly put away the knife and they would feign like horror and shock and say, "Who did this? How is that possible?" And then they would blend away into the crowds. The Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, but then they were very happy to give them back for ransom. And so the Romans were, as it were, complicit in putting the Sicarii back out on the streets all the time, and this was just causing a tremendous amount of ferment within the Jewish community. Let us recall that their prime targets were not the Romans, but were moderate Jews. We also see this kind of thing happening in the Middle East with lots of cultures, right, where moderates cannot speak out because the radicals are simply too violent. So society is rapidly devolving in the north in particular. So in order to deal with this, the Syrian legions are going, and the spark of with the local procurator named Gestius Florus. He, at one point, decides to raid the temple for a remarkably small amount of money, 17 talents. I'm not really sure how much a talent is, that 19th century source, but it's definitely a small amount. He goes in, he takes money from the temple, and the Jews of Jerusalem are upset, of course, because the temple has been raided, but even worse, they mock the procurator by passing around baskets, asking for collections for the poor procurator, that he's so broke that he has to actually sack the temple for 17 talents. Guess what? He comes back and he attacks the Jews who are making fun of him, and crucifies even those who would have Roman citizenship, not simply the rabble, but even prominent individuals. This is in the summer of 66. Jerusalem is very upset. They fight Florus because he doesn't have quite enough troops there to mandate his will. They actually retreat to Caesarea, and they call in the big guns. They call in the Syrian generals. It is at this point, by the way, where we have the intersection of the divided in Josephus and Roman historians with provided in the Talmud. The Talmud has, and I won't go into it in great detail here because I'm looking at the clock and I want to be able to cover to the end of our period, but I'm sure you're all familiar with the story that we read about on Tisha B'Av of the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, right? Where there are two people with very similar names and they're mortal enemies, and one of them is making a wedding. And so he sends his servant out to invite his relatives. I forget whether it's Kamsa or Bar Kamsa, but by accident, the servant invites his mortal enemy. The mortal enemy says, wow, I can't believe it. Let's say it's Kamsa is invited by Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa invited me to his wedding. I feel so amazing. He wants to make it up. I'm going to go. I'm going to I'm going to bury the hatchet. We're going to make friends again. He shows up at the wedding, and Bar Kamsa says, what are you doing here? He says, you sent me an invitation. And Bar Kamsa says, you can't be here. This is my wedding. I hate you. You're my mortal enemy. Get out. Kamsa is so embarrassed. Says, look, don't kick me out while, all these other dignitaries are here. I have a big wedding present for your children. He says, I don't care. He says, listen, you know what? I'll pay for half the wedding. Just let me stay. Don't embarrass me. Bar Kamsa says, I don't care. You've got to go. He says, pay for the whole wedding. I would have taken him up at that point. That was, But at that point, he says no, and he sends them away. And the rabbis, the Talmud expiates the rabbis for being there and not intervening and not saying at this point you should be mavater, you should compromise, let him stay already. Anyways, he goes off, and at that point he cooks up a plot that in the Talmudic version he submits a intentionally defiled animal to be sacrificed. And the rabbis are discussing what should we do about this animal, which is to be sacrificed on behalf of the Roman emperor. If we sacrifice it, then the empire is going to be even more upset with us than the local procurator was. If we do sacrifice it, then of course we're compromising Jewish law and we're offering an illegal sacrifice. And even the possibility of killing the person who offered this sacrifice was discussed and discarded because they said, we're not going to do this over a sacrifice. And at this point, the sacrifices were stopped. And by not offering that sacrifice, the reverberations are felt throughout the Roman Empire as well, because this was like a tremendous chutzpah, a tremendous slap in the face of the Romans, that the Jews will no longer even, as we do even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, we always read a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in the Mishnah that we have to pray for the welfare of the government. It's as if we're making a pointed statement of saying, you know what? This government, we're not going to pray for. And so this is where the story in the Talmud, the story in Josephus intersect. Cestius Gallus, he brings down a legion and some associated troops, perhaps 6,000 battle-hardened soldiers. He brings them down to teach the Jews a lesson. He marches straight through the south. He goes to Jerusalem, and he burns a few of the suburbs of Jerusalem, but for reasons which are not entirely clear, when he can't get into Jerusalem on the first attempt, he mysteriously retreats. Josephus cannot explain exactly why, but on the way back, he is attacked at the Bet Horon Pass. If I just go backwards here, you can see this is a drawing of Bet Horon. There is a fairly narrow pass from a higher elevation, and there's a valley which is quite exposed. As they are coming through this fairly narrow pass, that's when the rebels attack, and they completely destroy the legion. Cestius Gallus, the leader, the governor of Syria, he manages to escape with his life, but he's humiliated because he went there with 6,000 soldiers, and he's coming back just with the ragtag elements of the original force. And this was at the hands of some, totally dominated minority population that really should not even have even the wherewithal to attack them. By the way, a lot of the war loot that the Jews took from the corpses of that legion was extremely useful in the future war that was going to ensue. Because they were unarmed. The Jews didn't have anything other than pitchforks and things like that. The rebels returned back to Jerusalem, but everybody knew that, you can't take out a governor's legion and expect to be left alone. At this point, they prepared for war, and they appointed our Josephus to be in charge of defending the north. Thinking that correctly, the next attack would come from the north, and the Galil was the front line. So Josephus marches up there to be, although he has, as he describes, a lot of hesitations about the cause because he really likes the Romans. Don't forget, he's writing this for the Romans, but he decides to take up the cause, and he happens to be an extremely brilliant general, the most effective general of his time, and we know this because, Josephus tells us just how great he was. At any rate, what happens is the Emperor Nero says, I can't believe those Jews destroyed an entire legion. That's incredible. We're not sending Cestius Gallus back there because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. We're going to send a much more well-trained general, Vespasian, shown here in this picture. Vespasian is tasked with the charge and destroying the rebel movement. He will invite his son, Titus, to assist him in this task. And unlike Cestius Gallus, he takes a very methodical approach. He's not in a rush. He realizes that the siege of Jerusalem is going to be long and hard. It's circled by 3 walls. There is a sharp valley in the most important area of attack, and he's going to wear them down. He's not in a rush to attack Jerusalem, but he mops up the rest of Israel fairly quickly. In particular, at the Battle of Yotapata, or Yodfat, which is in the north, where Josephus was active, they besiege the Jews there. Josephus describes his, he really does sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, to try the Romans think that they have no problems, they have lots of supplies inside the fortress of Yodfat, they have plenty of water, and they don't. They're dying of thirst. He has the soldiers soak some of their laundry in the precious water they have left and hang dripping wet laundry on the outside walls, as if to say, we've got so much water here, we're wasting it by washing our clothes like this. And in order to convince Vespasian that we can stand this for a long, long time. And many other such devices that Josephus, in his very fertile imagination, provides for his readers. But ultimately, Yodfat is forced to fall under Vespasian's might, and Josephus finds himself alone with about 40 other soldiers, and they all agree to enter into a suicide pact. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not really want to participate in a suicide pact, so he has this idea, I have a better idea, about we all draw straws, and the person who draws the shortest straw will kill everyone else, because it's a hard thing to kill yourself. Let's put one person in charge of it. And then after they're all dead, then he'll kill himself. And of course, he has the shortest straw. Isn't it amazing, right? His idea, he's holding the straws. He managed to draw the shortest straw, kills all the others, and then does not kill himself. He surrenders to Vespasian. And that Vespasian puts him in chains, but again, with his tremendous ability to think on his feet, Josephus greets Vespasian as Emperor Vespasian, which he is not. He's merely a general. And he says, why do you call me emperor? And he says, because I have seen, I'm Jewish, we're connected with prophecy. I have seen that you will one day be emperor. And basically, as they're talking, they get a messenger that Emperor Nero it's not Nero at this point, I guess it would be Nero, has died, if I got my timing right. And Vespasian, you're called back to Rome to choose a new emperor, and ultimately Vespasian will be the new emperor. So he leaves Josephus alone with Titus, his son, who takes over charge of the attack on Jerusalem. This is, by the way, the monument of Yotapata to Josephus and to the fighters there in this first battle 2,000 years ago. Now, the attack turns to Jerusalem, and it is really awful. It is something that deserves a lot more meditation than we have time for today, but it's really something to explore on Tisha B'Av. The rebels in Jerusalem show phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery, and hold off the Romans in an incredible manner. In fact, at one point, when the Romans were on Har HaTzofim, on Mount Scopus, the Jews actually mounted a surprise attack and nearly destroy a legion while it's besieging them, which is really an incredible thing. They do things like when the Romans build these siege engines to close to the walls, the Jews tunnel the roads, and they put in lots of wood, and then when the big heavy engines are coming along the roads, set the wood on fire, collapse underneath, and destroying the sea. Amazingly ingenious kind of devices are to try to hold off the inevitable. But what is also true is they had a stunning, in Jerusalem, several different zealot groups, Simon ben Gioria, John ben Giscala, who are fighting with each other in an incredible way. I mean, thank God we don't do that anymore. Like now, when we have an election, we just decide, right? We don't have to do it all over again. But they even descend to such terrible depths in an attempt to try and weaken their rival Jewish zealot group. They actually burn their own grain stores to try and weaken the reserves of their rivals. And of course, this weakens the entire population living in Jerusalem. And we've already spoken about the moderates in Jerusalem who want to have none of this, but they are frightened into silence. So it is really, although the Jews are really amazing warriors with and tactics, without leadership, they turn on each other in such horrible ways and really are responsible for the devastation that would follow. Titus's siege, eventually they're able to break through, and the walls of the temple are destroyed in the summer of the year 70, resulting in some absolutely horrific massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the day of Av. That represents the end of the main part of the First War. The last holdout, of course, is at Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years, and it's rather an amazing, dramatic story. And then, like the described in Yodfat, the rebels of Masada also suicide when it is clear to them that they will not be able to hold off the Romans anymore. The aftermath is also quite significant, and we can talk about how the Romans really made a tremendous amount of political hay out of this defeat. We should recall that although it was a long war, we're talking about 8 years, it was not the conquest of a new territory. It was merely putting down a local rebellion of a very insignificant people, and yet the Romans made a tremendous amount of political propaganda out of this victory for their own internal purposes. They built, among other things, this amazing arch dedicated to Tito, the general that brought the close. And of course, as you go on the right-hand side of this arch, you see the famous bas-relief that shows the Jews being taken off into captivity with the spoils of the temple. My colleague Stephen Fine, who was a great historian at Yeshiva University, the other great university that has a very low anti-Semitism rate in this city, he did some phenomenal work with the remains of pigmentation that's buried in the stone, and he was able to actually recreate the way it would have looked to Romans in the first century, because the Romans actually painted their statues. This is what it would have looked like to Romans. It's rather garish, I think. I like it better with the monochrome. On the left, you can see in the standard it says Leges Judaeorum, the law of the Jews, which may have been, a Torah scroll, maybe even the Luchos, the tablets. Then, of course, the menorah. And then to the right, it says Candelabrorum Judaeorum, the candelabra of the Jews. And on the right, it appears to be the Shulchan, the table used in the temple. It says the holy thing of the Jews. And they have, they're carting away chatzotzrot, the long trumpets and things like that. And this was meant to be a monument that enshrined the victory of the Romans over the Jews. They also minted about 24 varieties of this coin. Judea is captured, that invariably has on the left Vespasian, who was the emperor at the time, while his son was, of course, the general. And on the right, you see Judea captured. Judea is captured. There is a balsam tree, which was one of the principal exports of the region. And on the left, you see a Roman soldier and a forlorn Jewish woman representing all in Jerusalem, who is sort of Hanun-like pose, clearly very sad. Some of them are quite a bit more brutal. For example, this version here, where she is bound, she has her hands tied behind us, in quite a bit more subdued state, and Vespasian looked even more ominous in this particular example. But these coins were incredibly popular, and they really seemed to harp on this. It was so important to them to trade to the wider Mediterranean basin and to Judea. Okay, so that's a quick lightning tour through the first Roman-Jewish War. I've only got about 5 or 7 minutes left to briefly through the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is incredibly important. So we'll do it very quickly, though it's covered. There's a lot of repercussions for the Jews. The Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews are forced to pay that extra tax. There's hundreds of thousands of Jews killed. The number is hard to really comprehend. Josephus, I believe, cites 600,000 Jews murdered, which is a phenomenal number. Even if it's a fraction of it, it's still a huge portion of the population. And the Jews are still rested. The Jews are still angry about this. There is a flare-up in so-called Kitos rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which is about 2 years later. And it occurs of the Emperor Trajan, his attack on the Parthian Empire, region of Mesopotamia down here, under where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come close to each other. Specific city of Ctesiphon, which many of you may know better by its Talmudic term, Mechoza, was to cross. It's a sub-Ctesiphon. And this is the heartland of the Jewish civilization, is in this region here. Not the heartland, but the Babylonian heartland. And when it comes into the region, the Jewish minority are actually quite loyal to the Persians. And they fight back against the Romans. And there is a backlash from the Romans, not only against the Babylonian Jewish minority. They are, of course, pushed back, and the Persians are able to maintain their independence. Later, they will become the Sasanians. But all across the Roman Empire, there are attacks on Jews, including in Israel by Lucius Quietus, which is where you get the term Kitos, and it's essentially these widespread little small rebellions that are put down with savagery by this individual. There's a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about this, but we don't know a lot of the details about how it unfolded overall. At any rate, it certainly did not constitute a war in the larger sense. It's more like so to speak, police actions used in America. The Bar Kokhba revolt, however, is quite a bit more significant. This is a coin minted by Bar Kokhba, the rebel of the 130s. Actually, you might wonder, that's amazing that that this people, they're essentially living in caves in Judea. How did they get the wherewithal to actually set up a mint? Well, the truth is they took Roman tetradrachms, like the coins made out of silver, they heated them up, and then they just stamped Jewish things on top of them. So you can see on the left, there's an evocation of the temple, reconstructed, as it were, because they argued that the Jerusalem would rise again. And on the right, you see a lulav, and this is kind of like their way of taking over the Roman coin system as best they could and forcing it to be Jewish. Basically, Bar Kokhba, we didn't know a lot about him. We didn't even know exactly how to spell his name. He sometimes appears, for example, as Kosiba, which means the son of a lie, an untruth, or Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And it was only when some of the caves were discovered in the Judean desert that we know a lot more about exactly who he was. And in fact, the archaeologists recovered actual letters written by Bar Kokhba to his commanding officers, so we learn a lot more about what his personality was like. His revolt occurs in the context of some decrees passed by the Emperor Hadrian. And again, the record is a little fuzzy here. We're not exactly sure whether Bar Kokhba was reacting to Hadrian or whether Hadrian's decrees were a reaction to Bar Kokhba's rebellion. Most historians argue that, in fact, the rebellion came about as a result of a misunderstanding over Hadrian's ban on castration. He had placed an empire-wide ban that no society should be allowed to castrate young boys, but the Jews understood this to mean, as many other people did actually, that circumcision was not banned. And this was like the straw that broke the camel's back and began to fight back against Hadrian. Other possible interpretations of the chronology point to Hadrian's disastrous bans on the observance of Shabbat, the study of Torah, any other public exercise of Jewish identity, and it could very well be that these were in place to cause the revolt, but they certainly make sense after the revolt as well. And a tremendous battle ensued. It took 3 years, from about 132 to 135, where leading a band of rebels who were literally living in caves in the Judean desert would attack, style, the Roman legions, and they were incredibly effective. Dio Cassius speaks about 95 villages razed by the Romans in an attempt to extirpate the Bar Kokhba movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Here's an example of one of the caves that they lived in. The archaeologists found one cave they called the Cave of Horrors because it was filled with the skeletons of rebels. This is the entrance to the Cave of Letters. You can see how remote and inaccessible it is. There's a climber at the bottom coming up into it. But among the things found in the Cave of Letters, as I mentioned earlier, not only things about the development of war, but also the phenomenal. I got to just take a minute to tell you about this because it blows me away. Apparently, judging from the Cave of Horrors, for example, there were men, women, and children living with the Bar Kokhba rebels. These were not just soldiers. These were entire communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from the Romans, and engaged in these rapid strike attacks. And there was this woman whose name was Babatha, who had kept with her a cache of her most precious documents. Now, you can imagine that if, God forbid, you have to run out of your home and go live in a cave somewhere with rebels, which documents would you take with you? Probably your passport, maybe your deed to your house, maybe your marriage certificate. And that's exactly what Babatha took with her. She grabbed all the most important documents she had, including her deeds to several date farms. She had orchards of date farms that she had inherited from her father. She kept her marriage, her ketubah, her marriage contracts, and she was also in a protracted child custody battle with her ex-husband, and she kept all the lawyer's documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents give you such a picture of what it was like to be a woman we just on the surface, on what I've told you so far, you see that she could own property, that she did engage in legal disputes. She was a legal agent. We're not sure if she was literate, as many of these documents are written in other languages, but many say that, they're like legal letters, right? I can barely read what my lawyer writes anyways, right? Because it's all in boilerplate legal text. But these are phenomenal things, and scholars are still poring over the Babatha archive to learn more about what it was like to be a woman at that time. The rebellion ended at a horrible massacre at Beitar, which is actually remembered every time Jews say grace over meals. The bracha of Hatov V'Ameitiv was composed in memory of the Hrugei Beitar, the Jews who were killed in one last great battle, shown here. But that's beyond our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the conclusion of the lecture more or less on time. Now, I've described a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history, but I have skipped over a lot of the intellectual and religious history, which is incredibly important at this time. If we go back to the time that Jerusalem was taken under siege, there was one moderate rabbi, Rabbi Yochanan ben, who actually had family who were among the zealots, and he felt that, their enterprise is clearly doomed. It's just a matter of time before Jerusalem falls and we are all killed. So he concocted a plan to have himself appear dead and be smuggled out of the city to be buried. The zealots, including, I believe it was his nephew, were suspicious and wanted to confirm that, in fact, he was dead. And they proposed even stabbing the coffin with iron rods, but he managed to be nevertheless was taken out of the city in a coffin. When he got out of the city, he went up to Vespasian and he said, listen, this is going to happen, I understand it, but there's a whole story there in the Talmud, I won't go into the details, but essentially Vespasian gives him three wishes. He says, okay, listen, I appreciate what you're doing, what do you want from me? And the first word is, Ten li Yavne v'chachameha. Let me have the city of Yamnia, or Jamnia, which in Hebrew is Yavne, and its sages. Let me have a little suburb close to the ocean where those religious scholars can gather and just study the Torah. Vespasian magnanimously grants this, and in so doing, make the next 2,000 years of Judaism possible. Because there in Yavna is the beginnings of the flourishing of the religious body, which will ultimately be the Sanhedrin, and in that place they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. That is an extremely important document that is the basis of the Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, and it basically discusses the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I would love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time. Here, these are the 6 orders, though. The first is seeds. It deals essentially with agriculture, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing, grafting, and things like that. Holidays, the second is with Sabbath and Yom Kippur and things like that. The third is women. As you can see from the very fact that there's an order named women, it indicates it's primarily written for men. And the section on women is how to relate to women. That's why it is the biggest section of Shas, but it's like marriage and divorce and things like that. And then as the yeshiva joke goes, I'll probably cut this out of the internet, after you study women, you have to study damages, right? So damages are like, someone's ox gored someone else's cow, and then the ox died of blood poisoning, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last 2 sections deal with temple rituals and with personal laws of purity, like the mikveh and things like that. And this Mishnah was a document that suddenly made Judaism portable, because when it would be codified into a text, it actually took an oral body of teaching, which is a great risk of being lost forever. But when it was finally written down, right about a few decades after the Bar Kokhba revolt, it suddenly made it possible for Judaism to survive despite the intense persecution that would follow. So, in conclusion, we should meditate just for a little bit on Jewish survival. What we've seen in these last 3 lectures are a steady decline since the Maccabean era of Jewish political authority. When Jews had political authority, they frequently messed it up by infighting. They were slavishly imitative of foreign values, so much so that it betrayed the essential elements of what would keep them Jewish in identity. However, there's always a saving remnant. There's always a group of people who want to focus on the core values. In the case of what we're seeing today, is essentially those rabbis in Yavne, later who had moved to Tiberias and other cities, who wanted to really focus on what was essential about Judaism, and they laid the foundations for the future growth of the people and their religion. Next week, I want to remind you, we will not have a class. There's some shul event scheduled, I believe. So we will pick up this series, God willing, with Sasanian Persia and the Talmud on Wednesday, February 26th. Thank you very much for your attention.
Which were a bunch of tribes that moved from northern America down there, and they brought with them a lot of customs, but I think those were around before that. A lot of them emulated animals, so a lot of it was like shamanistic. People trying to imbue themselves with
the Haggadah is one of the most popular Jewish books ever printed, and its circulation among the Jewish people, particularly because it is a relatively small document associated with the beloved holiday of Passover, intended for home use, has resulted in such a large panoply of commentaries and editions of the Haggadah, translations of the Haggadah, illustrations of the Haggadah, and so on. It is really an amazing document. But I have to tell you that one of the most bizarre Haggadahs that I have ever had the privilege of examining is one that was published in the 1920s in the Soviet Union. And this was a Haggadah that was an anti-Haggadah. It was actually designed to undermine many of the basic values of the Haggadah and to try to persuade its readers to adopt a more pro-Soviet, communist way of looking at life. This was obviously intended to try and sway the masses of religious Jewry who found themselves in the 1920s suddenly under the embrace of this openly anti-theistic state that wanted to try and, really try and do away with all the trappings of traditional religion. And they turned to the Yevsektia, or the Jewish section of the Communist Party, to achieve that. And one of the bizarre experiments was the so-called Red Haggadah. Several actually published. We're going to look at one that the Jewish National and University Library recently put online, so you can actually see some images from it. We're going to look at one that was published in 1922, illustrated by Mordechai Altshuler, and get a sense of what's going on with this very bizarre Haggadah. So here's a picture of the cover page. The cover illustration says Bedikas Hametz. It refers to the searching of the home. But look at the physiognomy of the individual depicted here. The old rabbi patriarchal figure there looks rather mean and intimidating and kind of not appealing at all, whereas the young boy who's wearing a traditional communist style hat and tzitzis are dangling out from below his shirt, it nevertheless looks with great trepidation at this ritual. And I think that's really what's going to happen in this particular Haggadah. There's going to be a stark contrast between the old ways, which are seen as dark and superstition, and as even misanthropic, and the new ways, which is represented by communism, of course, as being far more appealing to the younger generation. Look at this illustration that shows the Korban Pesach, the sacrificial lamb, where there's some kind of volcanic eruption happening here, and the Jews are fleeing. Notice also the physiognomies are quite negative, and they have these dead sheep that are lying on altars there, which appears to be kind of like a message like the old way is changing, and the traditionalist Jews are all running away because there is a new eruption. There is a new movement in the world, and that movement is in fact communism. Illustration, which is from Bedikas Chametz, again, like on the title page, this is the passage that refers to the collection of chametz in the house, which refers to, in traditional thought, the Yetzer Hara, the desire to do evil, and also refers to personal arrogance and pride. And the holiday of Passover is designed to be a time when people examine themselves very carefully and get rid of all of these dross elements that help them purify them for the holiday and then later for Shavuot 49 days later. Look at the, if you're familiar with the Hebrew letters, look at the actual way the Bedikas Chametz is spelled there, and you can see that it's spelled very incorrectly. It's spelled in phonetic Yiddish alphabet, because this is early on in the period where the Soviet Union is trying to move Jews away from Hebrew as much as possible. Hebrew, of course, is the language of the Bible, the language of the liturgy, the language of and Yiddish would be the popular vernacular language. Inflected by Hebrew words, a large proportion of the vocabulary is Hebrew. A literate Yiddish reader would see lots of Hebrew words would be spelled with Hebrew. Here, they are with Yiddish spelling completely wrong. Like, for example, with a chaf instead of a chet. Also, and I'm sorry to sound a little pedantic here for those of you who might not have that much familiarity with the Hebrew, you'll notice the last letter, which is on the left, of course, is Hebrew is written from right to left. On the left, that is a final form of the letter tzaddik. By the end of the 1920s, the final forms would all be illegal in the Soviet Union, literally, because they were considered unproletarian. They were too complicated. How is it that you have 5 letters that are written middle or the beginning of the word than they are at the end of the word? So if you were to write something, publish something, for example, with the final forms, you could be sent to Siberia. That's just how bizarre it got. At any rate, look at the illustration here, which is supported by the text in Yiddish, that talks about the destruction of the chametz as the destruction of all of the ruling classes by the new 1917 Soviet Revolution. And you see like capitalists there and religious figures, Jewish and non-Jewish, and they're all being exploded like the volcano we saw earlier, as a reference to how the new period, the new Moses, which of course would have been the communist movement, bringing the Jews out of the Egypt of their enslavement to the ruling class. Sometimes this takes on even more violent as you see it in this illustration of Koresh, which is the passage when in the Haggadah you have to eat a sandwich made of matzah and maror, and this is a Soviet soldier there, and you can see his bayonet flying, and he is eating a sandwich that has the names of some class enemies in them. So it's actually quite, brutal. But every single metaphor that would possibly be invoked to try and describe the transition of the old world to the new is illustrated in this amazingly bizarre Haggadah. Here's another one that says Yachatz, which is the passage when in Haggadah, when the leader of the Seder takes the matzah and then breaks it in half. And you see on the left side, there's the actual traditional performance of the mitzvah, the frightening looking patriarchal rabbi father type who takes the matzah, breaks it in half, and puts one part near the pillow there so he can later hide the komen, and the other part is used for the meal. But on the right, laughing at him, are 2 Soviet workers who look like they're suspended up high in the air, like in those skyscrapers representing the building of modernity and so on. And it looks like they're taking a capitalist and they're about to break him in half. The figure on the left there is holding up the capitalist in his right hand, and he's about to break capitalism in half. So any metaphor possible would be invoked in this Haggadah. Anyways, that's just a quick look at this incredibly bizarre Haggadah, and I think that the anti-Passover message that is consistently delivered throughout this Haggadah should be an illustration for us as to what the true message of Haggadah really is. The true message of Passover, the message of freedom, the message of freedom through responsibility to God's will. That's what it's all about. Anyways, I hope you have a Chag Kasher V'Sameach, an excellent Passover, and I look forward to speaking with you. later video.
When you see these things, like give us some of the images of when you see some of these, there's some dogs. When you see some of these pyramids like that, like that's so different. That is so sophisticated. It's so bizarre.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to talk to you today about an absolutely amazing document, the famous Sarajevo Haggadah, which is an absolutely incredible work of medieval Jewish art, one of the earliest illuminated manuscripts that we have in the Jewish tradition, but it also has an absolutely amazing and rather spooky story that's associated with its discovery, and also this unusual ability that it seems to have to protect its protectors. Let's have a quick look at the document itself. It came to light first in 1894 when an impoverished Jewish child in the town of Sarajevo, which was then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, you may recall it, perhaps that is the place where Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated in 1914. This child came to school with this quarto volume, about 6 by 8, like the size of a largest paperback book, and because his father had recently passed away, the family was impoverished, and the child was hoping to sell this document because the child knew it was valuable. It was, of course, an amazing find because it was a 500-year-old Haggadah that had originally come from Spain. So the name Sarajevo Haggadah is a little bit of a misnomer. That's where it was discovered in the modern era, the contemporary period, but it really comes from Spain, and most likely from the region of Aragon, where it may have been a wedding present. It may have been something associated with two very wealthy Jewish families who had the Haggadah commissioned, and as is common in medieval illuminated manuscripts, the actual faces of the people in the artwork may correspond to actual members of the family. But at any rate, once this document became known to the scholarly world, of course, it was avidly studied because it is a rather amazing example of Jewish art in a period when there was comparatively little figurative representative art that still exists. You'll recall the first Haggadah, which had showed great hesitation to represent human feature, no such compunction, and people are great depicted. Here you can have a look at some of